Chapter 1 8-year-olds, taking time off work to go home and offer the first incense? Red River Experimental Elementary School, Class 3, 1st grade. Private elementary schools are different, and after school, the children are not playing around. They are all reading at ease. Jingle bells. A pleasant bell rang, and the students looked at Subai with envy. They don't allow cell phones at school, but people Subai's watch can talk. Doesn't that bypass the rules? Doggy, what are you doing? Pressing the buttons of the little genius watch, Subai said something earthy. On the other end of the phone, the 67-year-old Su Fuchuan swallowed a mouthful of water, surprisingly nervous, with respect and concern in his greeting, and even more bizarre in his address. Grandpa, are you doing well in school? Subai, on the other hand, was a bit impatient. Cut the crap. What are you going to get? Su Fuchuan didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly said, Taiji, you have to go back to the village. This is not the Dragon Boat Festival is coming. The ancestor must you on the first incense, as well as the Dragon Boat race to be hosted by you. Other people cannot suppress this battle. Our village this year to do the host to take big food and drink. What level? You have to set the payment. There was anxiety in Su Fuchuan's tone. He's looking for the backbone of the village. The backbone is not there. He is 6 gods. Xiankuan uneasy Subai frowned slightly. You're so big. You should be able to take charge. Basic courtesy should be thoughtful and aboard. The key to being able to be outwardly composed is to be tough and not to lose out. Just do it and hit it. He gave the guidance chess. Su Fuchuan is still sad. Easier said than done. He uttered half a dozen words, still pleading. Great grandpa, I really don't hit it. Without you sitting in on it, people don't have a clue in their hearts. Besides, I don't have enough seniority in this. Not enough seniority. That's true. Subai mused. But I can't get out of it. Class is in session. As an elementary school student, it's just the right thing to focus on school. You can't make me miss class, can you? Don't look at it as elementary school, but the curriculum is tight. If you have a few days without class, you often can't keep up, and that's not neutral. Su Fuchuan scratched his head anxiously. I'm just afraid of messing things up and making the other villages laugh. Besides, without your first incense stick, the ancestor worship cannot be carried out. The only major events of the state are the rituals and the military. Old men don't say such literal things. Their hearts are clear. The importance of ancestor worship goes without saying, and dragon boat racing epitomizes war. You won't talk to the oldest and the others? It just has to be me? Subai took the rack and shook his head. The importance of the whole thing coming to the fore. Zhang Yanhong at the same table carefully glanced at him with admiration. That said, she'd liked Subai for a long time. Who wouldn't love a guy like that? Lao San and the others know nothing. They are timid and have no great generalship. They're okay as hitters, not generals. You should know this in your heart, Taiji. Su Fuchuan despised it. The whole Sua village, except for the old master is himself. Other people count a few hair. Really can't do anything with you guys. There's no point in having a charter for dozens of years. I'm only 8 years old. Are you trying to wear me out? Can't you just let me study in peace? The counting was tinged with dislike. Dislike was tinged with helplessness. It's like a parent scolding an unruly child. That's a lot of hate. The other younger students didn't dare to gasp for air and looked at Subai like he was the principal. In everyone's consciousness, only the principal can discipline people like that. Great grandpa, it's not that I don't try hard. It's really because my talent is limited. You work hard one more time. Maybe next year I'll do it. Sufyan was distressed. How to do it is written in the books and taught by the old master. But the problem is that once you do it, it changes. The bottom line is that this definitely can't be done now without the old master coming back. That's what you said last year. Okay, I'll take my leave. Subai, this is a promise. Su Fuchuan perked up. I'll be right there to pick you up. Time is of the essence. We have to prepare early. Hanging up the phone, Subai took a square step to the office door. Knock first. The word please come in came from inside and he pushed his way in. Pacing to the class teacher Zhang Rongrong, he opened the door. Teacher Zhang, I have something to go back to my hometown, so please give me a leave of absence. Looking at the pink and cute Subai, Mr. Zhang blinked his eyes, more or less amazed. The other person was obviously a small person, but he spoke like an adult. When it says leave of absence, it doesn't look like a request, it looks like a notice. She was not displeased about this. Not only does Subai get top grades every time, he's also a handsome boy. So what teacher wouldn't like that? But this elementary school student can't take a vacation with just the teacher's permission. You'll also need a parent's signature to do so. Taking a vacation? Where do you want to go? Subai, you got first place again last time, that's right. But I thought I didn't get a perfect score in language. Only 98. There's more to come. Teachers always have to take tests with their students. However, this was more or less a loss for Mr. Zhang to say. 98 points in language is really a lot. The limit. But Subai only has these two deficiencies. There are really no drawbacks. Except it's too mature. It's not play. It's something big. The village festival needs me to go and burn the first incense. And the dragon boat races. I'll be hosting that too. They can't get things done without going back. There's no way. A bunch of old men, none of whom can save my ass. Subai did his best to explain, in a serious manner. Pust. Some teacher was drinking water and squirted it out. Sacrificing the first incense? And hosting dragon boat races? The hell with it. Mr. Zhang, this student of yours is studying comedy, right? Ha ha. I think it's a train driver. Full of. Who did you learn this serious bull **** from? The teachers in the office were laughing their asses off. First, let's look at Mr. Chang. Then he looked at Subai with a playful look. In today's society, there are a lot of giant babies and a lot of adults acting like children. But children who look like adults are rare. Rare. Teacher Zhang's face reddened and he took out his ruler in anger. Subai, don't fool around. Fool around, I'll hit you on the palm of your hand. Oh, lol. Subai sighed. How could I be so unlucky to cross into the body of an 8-year-old child? Say something, even more seriously, and people won't believe it. System, when are you going to pop up? The only thing you can count on is the system. It's just a shame, except for a reminder at first. It's been half a year and nothing has happened. It says that you have to accumulate a certain amount of popularity to unlock new features, and you can also draw prizes. How do I build up my popularity with an 8-year-old? Of course, it's not impossible to accumulate hard, but that ain't legal. Since he couldn't get a vacation, Subai went back to the classroom. He doesn't want to go out yet. It's more tiring than going to school with the rituals and dragon boat races. A phone call was made to the patriarch, Su Fuchuan. I'm afraid on my end. Before he finished speaking, he heard the wind whistling over there. Su Fuchuan called out in a broken voice. Don't worry, great-grandpa, I'm driving. I'll be right there. It's too windy to hear. Hang up. Who's in a hurry? Anyway, I'm in no hurry. Subai picked up his workbook. Slowly, I started my homework. Chapter 2 Granddaughter. Go, pick up your Uncle Tianzu. Su Fuchuan put the antique Nokia into his pocket and even patted it. There are only 3 gears in a triple trampoline. Fast, medium and slow. He leaned forward, increasing his forward inertia, and froze driving in 4th gear. That's all. When he came across an intersection, he even played with drifting. Thumbs up. The iron hoop of the tire rubbed against the ground and sparks erupted. The old lifer hangs himself looking for a taste of death. Oh great uncle, slow down, slow down. Of course, at this time, Zhou Shui, who was sitting behind Su Fu's whole body, was white with fear. Originally said that the village home ancestor. Her parents took this excuse to force her to come back to the matchmaking. She was reluctant in her heart, which came back to the feet did not stand hot, and then pulled to the triple trampoline on the Gaga Wild Ride. Who's gonna be able to handle that? But there's one thing to be said for her as an anchor, and it's kind of a neat effect of the show. All this time, she's still live. From the moment he got on the triple bungee, the internet didn't stop laughing. Su Fuchuan swallowed 2 tails of wine before opening the triple bungee. Very much the meaning of warm wine, and greeted Zhou Shui. Granddaughter, let's go and fetch your heavenly ancestor uncle, Uncle Tianzhou? With these 5 words alone, Zhou Shui herself was confused. Great uncle, what is Uncle Tianzhou? Su Fuchuan rolled his eyes and got annoyed then. Do you understand the last 9 generations? Father, grandfather, great ancestor, high ancestor, heavenly ancestor, martyr ancestor, great ancestor, far ancestor, and nose ancestor. I'm your great uncle, my great grandfather. Isn't that your granduncle Tianzhou? Granddaughter, you've been in the city, and when you come to the village, you can't afford to lack manners. Your heavenly ancestral uncle grandpa is our old ancestor. Old ancestor. Great uncle's 67 today. His great grandfather. How big is this? She had a look of surprise on her face, as if she'd eaten flavored chocolate. Ha ha ha. Sister Zhou's clueless face can be so authentic. What's a heavenly granduncle? That's a hilarious title, isn't it? Family? But what exactly is Uncle Tianzhou? Ah, feels like a bully. Short videos are on the rise and the anchor industry is booming. Zhou Shui was able to kill her way out of the crowd of anchors and amass 3 million followers by being real. What Paris left mother? My horse is gone. Press E to check the big bug layer. Typical Sister Chow operation. Including the question just now, the word clueless was perfectly illustrated. Some netizens have already started to take screenshots. This is a famous scene. Can be used as a moving picture later. Oh, great uncle's great grandfather is my heavenly ancestral granduncle. Genuinely a bit confused. Selena Chow comes in for a rote. Seeing that she was still a bit Mong Chow Chow, Su Fuchuan also instructed a sentence. Remember to kowtow when you meet. Ha, Selena Chow's face can be a little less than stellar. As a city-bred child, she had never kowtowed. The netizens are also talking about it. In the eyes of many people, kowtowing and whatnot, that can be feudal dross. Kowtowing, this I can't stand, and I've never kowtowed to my parents. That's because your parents are enlightened, and there are big rules in the countryside, so you can't afford not to kowtow. However, this day granduncle grandma, Russia's this generation, also really should kowtow. Yes? Think of it as ancestor worship. Seeing the netizens say that, Jo Shuyi nodded with effort. Before she came over, her parents had explained that she would listen to her great-uncle and follow the customs. I know. Answering her great-uncle for a moment, she began to introduce everyone. Family, see, my old family had a lot of rules, especially this year. The once in 30 years dragon boat race is about to begin. 30 neighboring villages join together and take turns hosting it, and this year it's our village. There is also the ancestor ceremony, worshipping Tsangtian, eating rice dumplings at Dragon Boat Festival, hanging moxa leaves, and drinking Xianghuang wine. People in the city are just a little bit more impressed with eating dumplings. For the rest, not a clue. It was fascinating to listen to, and all wanted to see the rural rose. Su Fuchuan nodded repeatedly. Not bad, you haven't forgotten your roots. All of this needs your heavenly ancestral granduncle to take the lead. That's the only way to honor the name. Rituals of the pilgrimage to the sky to burn incense and dragon boat races to host. I'm of a small generation, so I can't really press it, and I don't have the ability to do so. Seeing Su Fuchuan so esteemed, Jo Shuyi or the netizens all became much more serious. Jo Shuyi plus the Suha village old lady, must be an old scholar and gentleman of high virtue, right? Don't worry, great uncle, I will definitely listen to my heavenly ancestor granduncle. In her 20s, Selena Chow looks like a schoolboy. There's no way around it. Great uncle is on top. There's a heavenly ancestral granduncle above granduncle. She's younger than Eye of the Needle. Well, just do as you're told. Your heavenly ancestral granduncle emphasizes manners, rules, and platitudes above all else. Our Su family is a bookish and powerful family. You must be courteous and considerate as the son of a family and a lady of the house. The people of all the villages are watching. The ancestors in heaven are watching. Old people love to nag, and so does Su Fuchuan. It was just that when his words fell on Jo Shuyi's ears, it was really heavenly thunder rolling. I'm the son of a family? Or is it just a girl? With her dumbfounded look, the netizens were instantly happy again. Sister Jo, this great uncle of yours is so interesting. A cow treads on a wire, a bull with lightning. So Sister Chow's family is a rich family. Not only, she is a scholarly family, a lady of the house. Eyeballing, I froze. All sorts of jabs and taunts came up, but with Su Fuchuan's serious commanding look, it was impossible for everyone to disbelieve it. Great uncle, that, does our family have money? With so much anticipation, Jo Shuyi asked. Her parents were both working people, and it was because they couldn't get away that she was allowed to come back, so naturally she couldn't have any money. Could it be that there are mountains of gold hidden here in the old country? The netizens also quieted down and waited to see what would happen. You net ask silly questions. You go to the 8 villages and ask around. Our Su family that is the old wealth of the sky. Standing room lying on the ground. Nicknamed the dragon head of the old Su. Can't you tell from my platitudes? I've got this car. I'm dressed for the occasion. I'm drinking 2 pots of. Who can compare with me? Zhangjia village, Baliwan village, Mengjiaji village. Their patriarchs drink. That drink is loose wine. It's just me, drinking the name brand. A brag. Jo Shuyi once again blinded. Netizens were first subdued, then laugh off, blowing half a day's worth of what splashy old money, leading old Su. As a result, the thing you took out to show off was a triple bungee. There's also the name brand good wine Ergwotu. Oops, Ninny, hold on, don't fall off. It was too late for jokes, and the 3 bouncers seemed to hop like rabbits on their way. The road was potholed, and Jo Shuyi just felt like her ass was about to break into 8 pieces. Sadness covered his face. Use this car to pick up Uncle Tianzu. I'm afraid I'll have to organize a funeral. My poor Uncle Tianzu. You died a horrible death. Chapter 3. What's with the 67-year-old man looking for his great-grandfather? Drinking on the road. Faucet old Su. You are really crazy. Driver a cup of wine. Loved ones 2 lines of tears. Ah. Old Su slow down. Ha 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 ha. Horror is written all over Sister Zhou's face. Enjoying Jo Shuyi's horrified expression, netizens said anything. Su Fuchuan was so crazy that all the cars on the road gave way in fear. More than half an hour. Came to the county, to the entrance of the elementary school. Through the gate, it can be seen that this elementary school is very well equipped with all kinds of facilities. And just by looking at the decoration it is a very good elementary school. It seems that my heavenly ancestral granduncle is a teacher. Over the bumps, Selena Chow muttered. The netizens stood in awe. Sister Zhou's granduncle Tianzu, at least 100 years old, is still fighting on the front line of teaching? live to teach until you are old. One breath at a time. No more podiums. An image of a hale and hearty old man with a white beard was constructed. Seeing the place, Sister Cho rose slightly, ready to get down. She was really fed up with this triple bouncer. What do you know? The car went for the elementary school gate and froze without stopping. Crap, great uncle. What are you doing? Zhou Shuyi gripped the handrail of the car, her heart pounding. I don't think you've been drinking fake booze, do you? That poll is up, and I'm not going in? There must be no delay. We mustn't keep the great-grandfather waiting. The pole Su Fuchuan is talking about is the guardrail in front of the school. Someone just went in, so lift it up, but eye to eye, is falling down. Su Fuchuan broke into this gap. Phew, it was already going fast, and he sped up, to die for. Zhou Shuyi did not dare to look at it, closed her eyes, and lay directly in the car bucket. School guardrails can be all iron railings. 3 bouncers threw out a tin. If you hit it, you'll either destroy the car or cripple it. The gap between the gap. Su Fuchuan even people with the car to avoid the guardrail. Then he comes in with an emergency forklift. Miso miso miso. The tires rubbed violently against the ground, leaving an arcing curve. This last one was another ing drift. Across the screen, the netizens were twitching as they watched. Sister Zhou, your great-uncle must have lived long enough. This is playing with his life. This old man, racing a car with a 3-bounce. I'm convinced, drinking and racing, so dashing feeling. Not dying is a comedy, dying is a tragedy. This great-uncle is a car god, isn't he? You see how scared Sister Zhou is. The child looks confused. In the classroom, Subai quickly finished his homework. Given his status as a traveler, these assignments were child's play. In the case of languages, it's either about spelling Chinese characters or understanding semantics. Math is even simpler to the point of being mind-bogglingly simple, with addition and subtraction, not even a multiplication. The biggest pain for him in elementary school was boredom. He really had no common language with these elementary school students. He tried to lower his wits, and often he still couldn't understand the children's thinking. For example, the side of Zhang Yanhong it, usually always nothing to talk to yourself. Subai also want to communicate with her more to talk about a relationship transition to campus time. But this Yanhong only knows how to play house. She doesn't know anything. She has to look up to her for half a day for anything she does. LOL. It's a pain in the ass being a mature kid. Instead of spending time here, it would be fun to go back to the village. Sacrifice. Dragon boat racing is at least a game for adults. Thinking that Su Fuchuan was about to arrive, he got up and came to the office again. Subai, what are you doing again? Did you finish your homework? Homework? This stuff is a great tool for teachers to hold their students. However, this kind of PUA didn't work on Subai. Teacher Zhang, I'm all done. Subai replied. The other teachers cast envious glances. Subai from the 3rd year class is a celebrity. First in his grade every time, doing everything better than the other kids. Because of him, his homeroom teacher, Zhang Rongrong, gets an extra bonus every month. Now that you're done, prep for future classes. It's called saving for a rainy day. Get it? Seeing that the homework couldn't pin down Subai, Mr. Zhang came up with a new argument. Teacher, I've prepped for high school. If I could take the entrance exam next year. Not wanting to be treated like a child, Subai took out a bit of his bottom card. In fact, he simply graduated with a Ph.D. or a double Ph. One of them is also a rare Ph.D. in folklore. To put it mildly, none of the teachers here are qualified to be his students. So, I can take a vacation, right? Seeing that teacher Zhang was speechless from his own choking, Subai once again took his leave. The other teachers were envious. That's a great story to get out. Mr. Zhang has raised a gifted child. This really doesn't work. How can I verify this when your parents' phone numbers aren't available to me either? I can't give you a vacation without a parent's signature. There is a process for elementary school students to take a leave of absence, and both parents and teachers have to sign off and complete the document to do so. As he was talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Teachers have basic manners. The door opened and Su Fuchuan and Zhou Shuyi walked in one after the other. Looking at the direction they were coming from, it was obvious that they were rushing towards Subai's side. Are they Subai's grandfather and mother? Finally, it's time to meet the parents. Teacher Zhang stood up excitedly. Other people's parents are good to see. Subai's parents, until now is not seen once. You can't be tortured if you don't know what you're talking about. Master Tai, I've come to fetch you. 7 or 8 steps away from Subai, Su Fuchuan shouted. Teacher, Selena Chow? Netflix? Because of Su Fuchuan's heavy accent, the teacher felt that he should have missed it. The teacher leaning against the door couldn't help but ask, how old are you, old man? Who are you looking for? Sufyan sometimes automatically goes into assertive personality disorder, confident in everything you do. When others inquired, he instinctively used a braggadocio tone. Old man, I am 67 this year, belonging to the great dragon, born in the year of Wushu. The 5 elements are wood. I'm looking for my great-grandfather. This time people listened with their ears sideways. There wasn't even a big gasp in the office. Hearing that is so true. Surprise grew on the faces of the teachers. What's this about a 67-year-old man looking for a great-grandfather? Crazy? Teachers can think Sufyan is crazy, but the netizens know that the man spoke well before. Drinking and driving, though, is not insanity. Did he see a ghost? Dragonhead Su is an eyewitness? Can't be, right? Is it possible that he is catering to the souls of the dead? His great-grandfather died here unjustly back then. In front, why do we feel chilled when you say that? No, old Su said earlier that the invitation to great-grandpa was to make a sacrifice. Sacrifices are made by living people to the dead souls of their ancestors. How can the dead souls be sacrificed to the dead souls? This is not in line with Chinese etiquette. Chapter 4. In the end, they are children. The generation is no longer big. TM also have to go to school. The one who has to be the most guilty of this has to be Selina Chow. Where's my granduncle's image, man? I'm still reeling from the drift I just made myself. With a puzzled look on her face, she looked around, attempting to find one that fit the image of Uncle Tenzu. Also bring the camera and let the internet help find it. Only, unfortunately, no, this office is too normal. Because it was an elementary school, there were mostly female teachers, 6 of them, and only 2 male teachers. The oldest was a male teacher who looked to be in his early 50s, not as old as his great-uncle. There was really no other way out, so Zhou Shuyi looked up towards the ceiling. The netizens are also speechless. What's Sister Zhou doing? Where's Piao? Can you broadcast something from the young world? Thinking about it, it makes the most sense that her heavenly ancestral uncle is a ghost. Ha ha, Zhou Shuyi was looking for a Piao, and the teachers just felt a chill down their backs. You don't think so? This old man isn't here to honor his ancestors, is he? Just as everyone started to think in terms of ghosts, Su Fuchuan took a few steps forward and flung himself on his knees in front of Su Bai. Great-grandpa, I'm late. You're anxious to wait, aren't you? Mostly because I'm taking people today and I can't get up to speed. Zhou Shuyi and the netizens have black lines on their faces. You're not soaring enough? But there's really no time to worry about that right now. Everyone was wide-eyed and totally confused. A 67-year-old man calling a kid a grandpa. Why so spooky? It was at this moment that Su Bai patted Su Fuchuan's head. It's as if grandpa loves his good grandson. You're so old, doggy. It's more inked and talkative than when I was younger. That was quite a contrasting statement from Su Bai. Look at him, he's so pink and skinny. He's a schoolboy any way you look at it. What's going on here? The others held their breath, their eyes about to glaze over. You know me too well, great-grandpa. I'm all about the 2-pot boost right now. Otherwise I'm not passionate. Nagging me. I can't control myself. Attachment. Sufyuquan is totally attached. It was called filial piety. Completely following Su Bai's words. If the 2 positions were reversed, it would be a completely harmonious scene of grandparents and grandchildren. Only now the 8-year-old hairy child is the great-grandpa and the 67-year-old grandpa is the gentle grandson. Stump. Teacher Zhang retreated several steps in fear and leaned directly against the wall. She had long seen that Su Bai was extraordinary, but she didn't expect to be so demonic. He's only 8 years old. Why does he have such a big grandchild? The other teachers can't stand it either. They don't know what expressions to give. Netizens are even sending out emojis after being bombarded. 8-year-old great-grandfather. Do you dare to believe it? I don't think it's a biological great-grandfather. Just a high generation. Above. What the hell are you talking about? Definitely not pro-life. How old is this kid to give birth to a boss that big? This generation is too high. You guys look at Sister Chow. Is she falling apart? At this moment, in the face of such a magical scene, Zhou Shuyi only felt that the sky was spinning. Great uncle, you're not mistaken, are you? She was asking through clenched back teeth, her bitter face on the verge of dripping bile. In her imagination, Uncle Tianzu's granduncle would have to be white-haired and immortal. And now, what? It's a kid? Mistake? What mistake? Is there any more tutelage? Any more manners? Quickly kneel down and pay homage to your heavenly ancestral uncle. Kowtow, kowtow. To Zhou Shuyi, Su Fuchuan immediately changed his face and his voice. Selina Chow was on the verge of tears, but she didn't dare not to kneel. This great-uncle's beating could hurt. Greetings to heavenly ancestor uncle. Reluctantly, she bent her knees and knelt down, feeling nothing but a shattered outlook on life, values, the world, and 3 things. In his heart, he even read, woe is me. I have to kneel a hairy child. Doggy, what family's kid is this? Su Bai glanced at Zhou Shuyi and asked Su Fuchuan. It's a total argument for seniority. He, the child, used it, and Selina Chow's expression was twisted. Which one of us is the child? Great-grandfather, this is Sunny's child. Been in the provincial city. Just got back this morning. so I asked her to come and pay her respects to you. Su Fuchuan also had a somewhat inviting tone. That means, look how much I know. Sanni's child. Ah, good, quite good, and growing quite strong. Kids these days are so different from year to year, I can't even recognize them. While nodding his head, Su Bai commented, the netizens are about to explode with laughter. Zhou Shuyi has always wanted to be a beautiful woman, and Su Bai, a stout one, is sort of just right. Strong? Can this beauty be described as strong? Isn't my mom's name Su Yali? How did it become Sanni? Zhou can't stand this any more than the stout comment. What a stable and dignified woman your own mom is. Sanyi. First name Su Yali, second name Sanni. It's like you, with your big name, Selena Chow, and your little name, Gua Gua. One thing, how dare you ask Tai Grandpa a question? With a glare, Su Fuchuan dismissed Zhou Shuyi as speechless. Little name Gua Gua? Zhou Gua Gua. Ha ha ha. Sister Zhou's nickname is Gua Gua Ah. Mom, I'm laughing my ass off. Mom's name is Sanni. Daughter's name is Gua Gua. Born in a rich family, a lady of the house. Sister Zhou is really depressed this time. Meeting Uncle Tianzu, Shunka Ah. The teachers couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The situation at hand is serious and funny, metaphysical and real. Only to see Su Fuchuan holding out a red packet squarely. Su Bai pinched and handed it to Zhou Shuyi. Suki, a meet and greet for you. Obviously knowing the nickname, Su Bai does not call it by its old name. Zhou Shuyi's heart shook and she instinctively took the red envelope. Thank you Uncle Tianzu. The old ones are decent and the young ones are regular. When you meet, you give a meet and greet gift and are courteous. It's really a bookish model. That's what it's called. An atmosphere of solemnity suddenly sprang up in the office. All rise. Su Bai waved her hand. Doggy, Teacher Zhang won't grant me leave. Talk to her. Not granting leave? That's not good. With a pair of big eyes looking intently at Teacher Zhang, Su Fuchuan questioned, why don't you grant my great-grandfather a vacation? With just these words, Mr. Zhang digested them all for a while before he helplessly said, he has to go to school. He's only 8. Can he do without school? The oldest had to take a vacation from his first great-grandfather. It's something no one has ever encountered. Mr. Zhang stabilized his mind and took about age. In generation he is your great-grandfather. In age he is a schoolboy. I'm the teacher. You have to listen to me. However, Mr. Zhang still didn't get the message. What does this mean? This kid, Su Bai, is this grandpa's great-grandpa? The netizens nodded their heads in relief. In the end, they are children. The generation is even bigger. TM also have to go to school. The reasoning is this, but it is truly bizarre for the Gen grandson to give the great-grandfather a vacation. This kid is very precocious. Talking like an old man. I'm having a great time now, watching Sister Zhou shouting about Uncle Tianzu's granduncle every day. Had, beautiful. That alone would make me chase it down. Tianzu Uncle Grandpa. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5. This is fierce enough, but to spit fire? This car is this 8-year-old kid. As soon as he saw that the teacher did not agree, Su Fuchuan sighed. I know it's quite important to go to school, but there are big things going on in the village. The ancestor must be sacrificed by my Taiji to burn the first incense. Otherwise, the ceremony can't begin. It's only been 30 years since it was the turn of our Suha village to host the dragon boat competition. And in the absence of great-grandpa, who will announce the start of the competition? Who will preside over the press? Eating dumplings behind this. If he doesn't eat the first bite, how dare we? Hang up the ayahuasca. If he doesn't hang it first, are we not disobedient? To drink staghorn wine, you also have to have the opening ceremony performed by great-grandpa. Su Fuchuan's face creased with anxiety. The others listened, surprised as hell. Why does Su Bai have to be in charge of everything? He has to be the first to eat the dumplings? No, isn't this a first grader? For a while, the teachers all looked at Su Bai. In the past, I only thought that Su Bai was old and mature, but I didn't realize that he was treated as a great-grandfather in the village. Is it that important? Mr. Zhang was still a bit embarrassed. However, his words could have annoyed Su Fuchuan. Do you not know the origin of the Dragon Boat Festival? Do you recognize Chu Yuan? That's a bit of an insult to one's intelligence. Can a teacher not know this? But next, Su Fuchuan's words became even harsher. Our traditional Chinese virtue, the order of elders and children, do you still abide by it? How can we live in the village if great-grandpa doesn't come home? If he doesn't come back, who will be able to suppress 30 large villages? We've been waiting for 30 years in Suha village, so we definitely want to have a big, beautiful event. What if someone comes to make trouble? Are we going to fight if the old ancestors are not here? He meant one thing with that statement. If Su Bai doesn't go back, things are very big and the consequences are serious. Most people nowadays, for the most part, don't care that much about honoring the elderly and whatnot anymore. But doesn't it deserve respect that someone cares? Mr. Zhang had a hard time with his face. But the netizens started to nitpick. Old Sue is exaggerating, isn't he? To say that this child is of a great generation and the sacrifice is in front of him, I still believe it. The suppression of 30 villages in the back is an exaggeration, isn't it? A 1-meter-tall doll can hold down the field? Does he need to give orders even when others come to make trouble? Seeing the scene get a little rowdy and unpleasant, Subai's small hand lifted like that, and Su Fuchuan was immediately as quiet as a chicken. Teacher Zhang, let's put it this way. You grant me a vacation and I don't miss classes. Homework, tests, I'll write them all and continue to make sure I'm first in my class all year. If I can't do that, I'll end my vacation right now. Is that okay? Don't look young, but Subai gave a middle way. The village can't be left alone. Teachers worry about students in class. Well, then, I'll do both. If that's the case, I can grant a vacation. But Subai, you must keep your word. Mr. Zheng pondered for half a day, but still agreed. He was afraid. Don't let a group of village people come over and make trouble because they don't approve the leave. She can't cope with it. Then it will be ugly. He himself doesn't care about any traditions, any sacrificial rituals, but people see it as bigger than the sky. Although he couldn't understand it, seeing Su Fuchuan like this, Teacher Zhang could only agree. She wrote the leave of absence quickly and only wrote the start date, not the end date. That means, come back when you're done. Geez, great-grandpa, you still have a way. I'm really out of practice. When you return this time, the other 29 villages will have to submit. This year, when our Suwa village is the talker, we can surely honor our ancestors and leave our name in history. Su Fuchuan was so happy that he was infinitely elevated. Talking about the point of honoring his ancestors and leaving his name in the history of the world, Zhou Shuyi had a moment of bitterness, looking at her great-uncle with less and less respect. He's just a little old for an 8-year-old kid. Are you sure you can't do without him? It was a question she asked in her mind. Which knows? Subai skimmed his mouth and said in a mighty voice, without me, our family will be broken up, and our village will be bullied to death. But Gozo, you have to learn to grow up too. When will you soar into the sky? Always hiding under my wings? I can't follow you for the rest of my life. Hiss. The netizens watching the live stream sucked in a breath of cold air. 8-year-olds, why are they so bossy? Isn't this a ING schoolboy? How are you still under the wing? I'm going. Could it be that the whole village is under his protection? Mighty pressure on 30 villages. Too strong. Do you guys think it could be some kind of spiritual child worship? It's a kind of religion. Very likely. Or it can't be explained. So could he have any psychic powers? What kind of spiritual power? A curse or a jujitsu? It's just a feudal superstition. I think the kid is just slightly more mature. The teachers escorted Subai and the others out of the office. Coming to the 3 bouncers, Su Fuchuan bowed and said, Great-grandfather, I'm sorry for my rudeness. Then he picked up Subai and put him on the tricycle, and instructed, hug your granduncle Tenzu. If you get bumped, you can't even afford to pay for it if you're sold. Zhou Shuyi was so depressed. Me, hugging my heavenly ancestral aunt. Awkward. Without looking at the screen, she knew that the netizens must have laughed their asses off. The key, holding Subai in his arms, also smelled a child's unique milky scent. It's a doll. The netizens were more than just laughing. Tears were coming out of their eyes. Sister Zhou is hugging Sister Zhou's heavenly ancestral aunt. Is this honoring the old or loving the young? This hug is the most amazing. It was always the grandfather who hugged the grandchildren, but now it's the Xian granddaughter who hugs the Tianzu granduncle. I can't stand it. This time back in the village, Sister Zhou must have regretted it until the field was green. Right? That's right. It was fine. Who knew that a heavenly ancestor granduncle would pop up? Sister Zhou is really a born funny anchor. Even her relatives are self-funny. Everyone was making all kinds of jokes, but Su Fuchuan was cautious and careful this time. Surprisingly, it was a solid push out of the school. Great-grandpa, after you modify this car for me, it runs with gusto. That's how I like to feel when I'm on fire. Su Fuchuan is like a child who has gotten a toy and is showing it off to the adults. Modification? The netizens looked carefully toward the triple trampoline with wide eyes and were amazed. Zhou Shuyi 3 million fans it. This will be online to watch hundreds of thousands. There are masters. I'm going. This is a modified car. I realized that the chassis of the 3 wheels had been lowered and thickened, and the wheels had been widened. No wonder you can drag race it. The chassis is low and not easy to roll over, and the thickening even stabilizes the center of gravity. It's still a hybrid. It's awesome. Not only that, but look at the bodywork. It's totally aerodynamic. Can a kid do that? He's probably bluffing. The more level-headed they are, the more they tisk-tisk. Modification is a high-level play. People modify the triple trampoline, but also does not fall into the ordinary, self-contained style. It's vaguely mountainous and relaxed. I'm glad you like it. I'll get you a fire-breathing contraption someday. Subai is still as old as ever. Zhou Shuyi bared her teeth. This is fierce enough. but also fire breathing? Is this not a death sentence? No, this car was modified by this 8-year-old? You're in for a ride. She thought about the bumpy ride and how the child might not be able to handle it. Which no, all the way up. Su Fuchuan steady. See the pit to get off and push. If the pit is big, he filled in before going. Bumps? No such thing. Put a bowl of water in the car and it won't even burst out. Great uncle. So you know how to love people. Zhou Shuyi's eyes reddened. Chapter 6 8-year-olds still play stocks? And earn twice as much? I go. Not right Old Su this will ha not racing? Brothers upstairs. I want to see drag racing too. Crunching and sparking. Thinking of farts to eat it. Now the car is sitting on someone else's great-grandfather. How can it be racing? Ha ha ha. Sister Zhou is grandma and uncle. Deserves to be upside down. Sister Zhou, ask your uncle Tianzu about changing the car. I don't believe he's a kid who would change his car. Coming and going is totally different. The internet teased. Some netizens were even curious about the fact that Subai would change his car. As an anchor, it is part of professional ethics to fulfill the needs of your network. Cough cough cough. Zhou Shuyi saved her energy, held back her embarrassment, and asked, Granduncle Tianzu, you still know how to change cars? Can you teach me? In order to avoid being scolded by her great-uncle, she got very technical with this question. The netizens pricked up their ears. 8-year-olds can change cars, no matter how you think about it. People are in a crime-solving mood, trying to figure out what's going on. Teach you of course, but only if you combine theory with practice and do it yourself. There are just two priorities. One is to increase momentum and the other is to maintain structural stability. Su White is so eloquent that the netizens are really going crazy. The ones who don't are fine. The ones who do have their eyes nearly popped out. Increasing kinetic energy means increasing horsepower so you can drive faster and harder. Structural stability, on the other hand, maximizes the safety of the car. Strong and stable. That's the essence of a modified car. Even the cars that race in F1 are changed based on these two things. I'm going. No wonder the car I changed flipped over. The structure wasn't stable enough. I'm sure this kid really knows how to change cars. I'm sure of it. This kid can really change cars. Grandma, I'm a car mechanic. I can't believe I'm learning from an 8-year-old. Brothers, I've memorized these lines, and I've got a spare for pretending to be a bully. Zhou Shuyi does not understand this. See, everyone is praising. Heart also has a calculation. As an announcer, it has to be a whole job. Someday I'll have my 8-year-old Uncle Tenza teach myself how to change my car. It'll be hot. Thinking of this, she hugged Subai solidly. This is my little fortune cookie. Uncle Tianzu, I will learn well. When she made such a statement, Su Fuchuan was even more proud. Your granduncle Tianzu knows everything. A bellyful of learning that you'll never finish in a lifetime. Remember, it's got to be real. You've got a lot to learn, and a lifetime of learning? Zhou Shuyi didn't know what to say. She was hugging Subai and her hand was resting on Subai's little belly. I thought to myself, if it's this stomach, I'm afraid it can't hold much learning. Hearing Su Fuchuan say this, Subai bristled. Doggy, I told you to buy stocks. Did you? As a traveler, he was ahead of his time. Have a good mind to make the gentry grandson some money and some good wine. Half a month ago he had his eye on a stock and told Su Fuchuan. That didn't. Su Fuchuan is like a schoolboy who has made a mistake. It's treason to fail to do what Tai Grandpa told you to do. LOL. Subai let out a sigh. This kid, why won't he listen? Don't you mean real work? Why don't you buy it? If you listen to me, sell now and make exactly twice as much. You dog egg. What a worthless dog. Hating the iron, Subai couldn't help but curse. Selena Chow froze. Stocks? 8-year-olds still play stocks? And make twice as much? Now retail investors are losing money. Who dares to enter the market? Little dolls speculating in stocks? Don't tease. He must be bragging. Child pretender 1. You've blown off your modified car, and then you've blown off your stock market? You can do it, can't you? I'm so sorry. How many big shots lost all their money in the stock market? And how dare a bare child join in the fun? Ha ha. Diaper loss. Let you poop in your pants. It would have to be a great power to make money speculating in stocks. Many economists have lost money to the point of wiping away tears. I don't know that one. Can't get it. As a farmer, Su Fuchuan recognizes sweating to make money. He hadn't even thought about such things as speculation. I wanted to listen to great-grandpa, but when I looked at the ticket in my hand, I couldn't let it go. Who told you to get it? Didn't I tell you everything? Just listen to me. The stock number told you. 201,314. Kini Time A stock. It'll triple in half a month if you buy it. And that's not even going to happen. You dumbass. Dislikes. Subai was really disgusted with this Xian grandson. He was lecturing his grandson. But the internet got serious. Immediately, someone checked the stock. Seeing the results, everyone was dumbfounded. I'm super. He's telling the truth. the last half month, this stock really went up 2 times, and now it is up. In the last half a month, this stock has really gone up twice, and now it's all up and down. Nice guy. He's a stock market prodigy? No way. I guess I heard it from the adults. Is it possible that Sister Zhou's heavenly ancestral granduncle is a genius? Foolish hat. Have you ever heard of a genius who speculates? Stock speculation involves economics, culture, cognition, and market volatility. Even Einstein couldn't do it. The internet is confused. Most are disbelievers, especially those who have speculated in stocks. But Su Bai spoke with such bravado that he even talked about stocks. Looking at Su Fuchuan, it is obvious that he has also heard of this stock, but just did not buy it. Coincidence? The netizens are speculating all kinds of times. The tricycle went up a hill big enough to overlook the entire village of Suzhai. Egu egu. This village is great. What's wrong with it? Isn't it just an ordinary village? Blindness. An ordinary village? Look carefully. This is the land of the river and the bay. Some netizens got up in shock, and there was a moment of silence on the pop-up screen at the mention of the words land of the riverbend. For farming peoples, the land of the bayous was the most fertile. It can withstand droughts, not to mention that it is also dependent on water to catch fish, turtles, shrimps and crabs. Absolutely blessed. Naturally, it also means that this is the most hotly contested place. The fact that the Su family can occupy this kind of feng shui land is a sign of strength. Knowing this, the internet is solemn. The statement of the old Su, the dragon head, may not really be an empty one. The 3 wheels entered the village, only to see a courtyard house rising from the ground. White walls and black tiles. Very quaint. Green trees and dogs and chickens. On the way came a big black man leading a big yellow cow. When he saw Su Bai, kneeling down was kowtowing, holding the ground with both hands and kneeling 3 times. Greetings to Grandfather Lai. His seniority is even lower than Selena Chow's. Selena Chow is called Heavenly Ancestor, and he is called Li Ancestor. Su Bai waved his hand before he dared to get up and reported. Grandpa Lai Zhu, Patriarch, the biggest one in a 100-mile radius is this cow. We bought it. What's the cow for? Nowadays, you basically have machines for farming and stuff. The countryside doesn't have cows anymore either. Seeing that she didn't understand, Su Fuchuan had to explain. Ancestor sacrifice, compare whose cow is bigger, and the cow has a face. Ha! Netflix shook. Other people usually use chickens and ducks for ancestor worship, and the big families nevertheless use pigs. You guys use cows. Strong and fierce. I feel the pie in the face of the dragon's head. Old Su. Asshole. I feel it too. It's so dominating, so burning, out of this world flavor. His grandmother. This is still the village of kings. The netizens came on in awe. It's just that there's a whole lot of questions in the mind. What's this kid's story? Chapter 7 Worship the old ancestor. The entire village knelt. Great-grandfather, do you want to take a break before attending the cow-killing ceremony? After looking around the big yellow cow, Su Fuchuan was satisfied. Returning to Su Bai's side, he asked in a pleading manner. No, go to the square. Su Bai waved his hand, and Su Fuchuan yanked Zhou Shuyi down first. Selena Chow is still confused? Don't you want me to hug Uncle Tai Zhu? She didn't understand and wanted to ask, but the atmosphere around her changed. Only Su Bai stood on top of the 3 wheels with his head held high. Great Uncle Gong patted the dirt on his body and slowly pushed the 3 wheels, with the black man behind him holding the oxen and yelling, the old ancestor has returned. All houses, take your places in the center square. With that, the quiet village suddenly came alive. It's like a holiday. 1 by 2, joyful. No one overtook, however, and all followed the 3 bouncers, men and women of all ages, eating like a big banquet. I'm super, so callous? I'm getting nervous. The leader is going to have a meeting. Brothers, what the hell is a cow-killing ceremony? Never heard of it. I'm a ING villager, and I can't get to it. Sister Zhou, you shoot well. I must grow up. In order to give her fans a whole job, Selena Chow keeps up with the 3 rounds. It wasn't long before they reached the square in the center of the village. The square was even more crowded and bustling with people. A mahogany eunuch chair was placed in the center. Su Fuchuan picked up Su Bai and placed him on the eunuch chair, and then yell at the top of your lungs. Kneel. Hooting and hollering, the entire square knelt in a mass. It's as if the emperor is in court, or the great ritual of kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. Greetings, old ancestor. This time it's just one title, old grandpa. Su Bai seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago, waiting for everyone to finish saluting and casually waving his hand. All good. Loving children. Get up, get up. The floor is weirdly cold. Everyone hooted and hollered and stood up. Begin preparations to kill the cow. The hanging cow racks were carried out. A couple of big men got the bull under control. Then Su Fuchuan and another old man carried the taiji chair to the cow. Su Bai reached out with both hands and grabbed the cow's ears. Kill, 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 shouting and killing all around. The netizens were stunned. So shocking, so powerful. Nima, shouting you sister Old son bubble noodles all poured on the keyboard. What kind of ing etiquette is this? What's a kid doing scratching a cow's ear? It doesn't make sense, but it feels powerful. It's scary to be uneducated. You don't even understand this? Have you ever heard of the world's leader? I'm super, 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 the world's best. Good man. This salute can mean one thing: I'm the best in this place. Little Subai, you're too fierce, aren't you? The mouths of the netizens who came to understand couldn't close. A small village uses such great gifts from the spring and autumn period. It's not just crazy, it's cultured. Isn't it infuriating? City people are more or less condescending and look down on the countryside. But now, the city's netizens only find it rare. A check is even more alarming. The ritual of taking the bull's ear comes from Zhujuan, in which the lords met and took a blood oath. And the one who took the bull's ear was the overlord. What the is this about being an overlord? Many netizens are speechless, and only blame themselves for being uneducated. Only a line of lying down the world. For a moment the entire screen was covered in sleepers. After the rituals were over it was time to kill the cow and the netizens got even more excited. I've heard of this stuff. Not many have really seen it. Great uncle, this cow is really fat. It must be over 1,000 pounds, right? Selena Chow's hands were dancing with excitement. She can not only look, but also eat. How energizing. All while growing your own live streaming business. She had just realized that her followers had increased by more than 30,000 in a short period of time. Seeing her agitated, Su Fuchuan looked at her like a fool. What a guagua. You haven't even seen an ancestor kill a cow, have you? It's been a tradition since the beginning of time. Tell the fathers and grandfathers that we had a good time. How important cattle are to farming peoples. If you can kill a cow and eat its meat, you can tell me if you've had a good time, right? Killing cows, different places different ways. In Suzhai village it was with a knife. The cow can't stand it when a bright knife comes by. You're trying to kill me. Do whatever it takes to make a good ritual celebration. Just now, my old cow was quite happy. Only now do I realize that you guys engage in celebrations, and I'm damn well paying for this. Figuring that out, the cow went crazy. Su Fuchuan hurriedly moved Su Bai's eunuch chair back. Others shouted even more. Granny Bear, what dumbass who tied the cow? How do you use a bow? Don't look away. Hurry up and come help. Oops, what if I hurt my old ancestor? A good number of people rushed upward and tried to hold the bull down. Although there are many people, but more than 1,000 pounds of big yellow ox. How much brute force cannot hold down? Selena Chow shivered in fear. Great uncle, you can't do this. Gotta get some professional cattle killers. She looked unprofessional and the netizens laughed themselves silly, because it was so shocking just now. The world's leaders are standing up, like the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period. Turning the other cheek comes with a farce. The feeling of this fall is a strong one. Ha 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 ha. There are still cow-killing rituals for killing cows. Preach it. I'm still in charge of the world's bull's ear, but I've given you guys a hard time. I'm laughing my ass off. People kill cows with hammers and blindfold them, but you guys are good. You use knives and don't blindfold them. Cow, are you guys polite? Ox, am I blind? Cow, you want to eat my meat, don't you? Cow, shame on the ancestors. The netizens were mocking, and for a while, pop-ups were flying. Killing a cow would have been a big hoot. Now that the cows are trying to kill people, it's even more of a mess. It was really thrilling and exciting. Selena Chow also knows it's a big job, and the camera focuses on the rhubarb. Also give advice to your great uncle. Professionals? There are. Come on people, go and call Zhu de Skimmer that cowardly grandson. He's a professional cattle killer. Su Fuchuan seemed like the Jade Emperor, who was cornered by Sun Monkey and shouted, quickly go and invite Rudraksh. The lords of Suzhai village blushed a little. They don't want to hire Judas Skimmer because the guy has a black heart. It takes 10 pounds of meat to kill a cow. I wanted to kill it myself, but I ended up harboring it. It was an emergency, and it didn't take long for the 4 masters and disciples of Zhu de Skimmer to be brought over. Zhu de Skimmer is in his 50s and is known far and wide as a good cow killer. His 3 disciples were youngsters, 2 of whom were his sons and 1 his nephew. Killing cows is a skilled job, so I'm afraid that the apprentice will be taught to starve to death. His disciples were his own people, so there was no need to be defensive. Cover your eyes, cover the bullseye first. Coming to the scene, the cattle killers were in a difficult position. For one thing, the bull was too big, over 1,000 pounds, and hadn't been gelded yet. Those 2 eggs seem like bombs, testosterone bursting, really fierce. The second is that the cow saw the knife, knew she was going to be killed, and was extremely frightened. The big guy goes blindfolded on the bull according to him. Where's the blindfold? Oh, The big bull body rolls and looks to hold it down. Judah Skimmer tried to get in close a couple of times, then backed off. This time, using a hammer is no longer possible. The bull's head is moving around. Smashing is not allowed, but also easy to hurt people. Can only use a knife. The available knives are technically difficult, and if you don't get the heart right, the cow will go crazy and kick a man to death with one of its hooves. A couple more guys. Stay close. Use pressure sticks. Sticks staggered. Clip bull's head. Bull's feet. But he was an old hand at this, and immediately thought of a new trick. The baguettes are lined with men on both sides, crushing the body and pinning the legs of the bull. The cow was still struggling, and the bodies of the men on either side of the long stick swayed. A group of big men and a cow battled it out. Netflix is a great place to watch. Ouch. It's so good, isn't it? So that's what it's called. A brute. I'm super. If this gets out of hand, bloody hell. No one's going to die, right? Subai's little friend. Why aren't you imposing anymore? Mighty? He's scared silly, isn't he? I don't care about your seniority. Ha 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 ha. Scary pee pants would be hilarious. Chapter 8 500 times power increase reward issued. Chinese medicine is about treating the disease before it gets better. Do it while the person is still sick. It's actually the same thing with killing cows. The point is not to let the cows know they're going to be killed. Now that the big bull knows, can he not put up a fight? A dozen or so big men tried to press it down, but they couldn't do it. One man fighting for his life is hard to defeat, and 10,000 men go to their deaths to cross the world. Now it's a 1,000 pound bull. So let's not even talk about the brute force. The cow killer's apprentice wants to control the head of a cow. He ended up getting arched and laying on the ground rolling straight up. That's the cow killer's own son. The cattle killer, not caring to kill the cow, hurriedly dragged his son aside. The scene was even more chaotic without the command of a professional. The key to baguette cattle control is balance in all areas. Once there's a gap, the cows seem like loaches, spinning straight around. Can't control it. Back up, all of you. Settling his son, the cattle killer yelled. What he wanted was to calm the cow down first. The cow is cranky right now, and the more it's suppressed, the more cranky it gets. When it calms down and covers the bullseye, it's a one-shot deal. The professional cattle killer spoke up and everyone was really tepid. Yelling and hooting, he backed away. Without human pressure, the big bull jerked and sprang up. Moo! With a long cry, he rushed towards Subai's side. It should have been attracted by the mahogany eunuch chair under Subai. Mad cows are especially sensitive to the color red. Western bullfighters also use a red cloth to juggle bulls. Uncle Tianzu, be careful. Zhou Shui scared pale. Tianzu uncle cannot shout all the way. Straight call out to be careful. In fact, Su White is still relatively far away from the cow, but the cow recognized the red color, and no one expected it. There was no time to get to the guard. A 1,000 pound bull with dusty hooves, lowering his head and holding his strength. The bull's horn was used as a weapon to ram into Subai. Netizens flirted with it before and are now sympathetic. Finished, the young master is going to return to his place. I don't know. This big bull, Tyson is dead even if he comes. Tyson? Not even if Bruce Lee came. The Monkey King is almost the same. I'll go. Stop it. Pick up the baby. Subai, don't freeze. Run, run. Knowing that Subai couldn't hear them, the netizens still couldn't help but yell. There are now fully 30,000 netizens watching. A million panic alerts. The surrounding villagers also shouted, Great-grandfather, out of the way. Save the ancestors. Grandpa Liazu, I'm coming. The old ancestor is guarded by me. Savage bull, don't go wild. Some yelled and screamed. Some charged upwards. But where does a man have the speed of an ox? Can't keep up at all. The smaller Subai was still seated in the eunuch's chair. The delicate little face actually showed a faint surprise. Ding! Popularity value breaks through the critical point. The lottery system opens. The first mission is awarded. Subdue the mad cow and accumulate popularity value. Power boost in progress. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, 500 times, 500-fold power increase reward issued. Maybe the villagers were too worried. Maybe it's the internet that's alerting. His popularity value rubbed off on him, and he actually broke through the tipping point. The raffle system is activated. Reward distribution. Subai only felt a burst of energy in his body. The power is even higher. Even if he had little strength, only 10 pounds of strength, 500 times is 5,000 pounds of force. The cow weighs just over 1,000 pounds. Hey! Amidst the villagers' exclamations of surprise, amidst the netizens' concerns, in plain sight, the raging bull was violent and his hooves flew. The bull's horn was about to impact on Subai's skinny body, only to see Subai stretch out her small white hand, reach out that far, holding 2 bullhorns. Thumbs up. Raging bull seems like a car that's been braked. Time is frozen and everything is quiet. Some of the villagers were already crying out in pain. their emotions instantly turning to surprise. Some of the villagers scratched their heads guiltily, then stopped scratching. The men running over to stop the bull stumbled and fell to the ground. The netizens were even more confused. Your sister. It's a fake. I'm super. I'm a good boy. Mom, my eyes are broken. Illusion. It's all an illusion. Everyone in front of the screen rubbed their eyes. Never dare to believe it. Can't believe it. But rub your eyes red. And what's in front of you is still the same. A skinny, pink, childish doll gripped the bullhorn. Berserk Bull was taken to death and didn't move a muscle. I'm going. I can't take it. Impossible. Brothers, do you see what I see? Why? Mud. That's not ing scientific. I got it. Ha, up there. What do you know? Tell me quickly. I'm going to explode. This cow it didn't expect. It didn't expect the boy to be so fierce that he dared to grab its bull's horn. So, the cow is scared. Now in a state of rigor mortis. There are high-level people within the network. An explanation soon followed. But this explanation is also scary. The cow is alarmed. The netizens put themselves in the shoes of the cows then. Goo. It's still true. As a cow, do you think it can't be scared? A big bull, covered in thousands of pounds of reckless strength, rushing towards a little kid. The assholes were scared and wowed. The assholes pissed their pants. The assholes are flying up in the air. The fart hung up. Either outcome is normal. Which knew that the little kid in front of him was not only not afraid, but also took the initiative to attack. You're a cow. Are you shocked? The netizen who made the tall tale questioned everyone. If I were a cow, my bull thriller. I'm surprised. Ha, what makes a little kid dare to stop my old bull? Old bull, I'm stupid. A little afraid to move. As a cow, I find it hard to understand. Shocking my old cow for a whole year. My cow has never seen such a bold little child. You have to say it's easy to understand problems from someone else's point of view. Now, when the netizens analyze it from the cow's point of view, it is clear. At the same time everyone was shocked by Subai's courage. Fierce. It's ing fierce. Let's go. Kids fighting bulls. Ah, I see. Brother Master, what do you understand? The one who made the tall claims before suddenly made a start. And the netizens were curious and proud at the same time. The storm put strong grass the test. Itadang knows his loyalty. In times of crisis, there's always someone to clear the air. Brilliant China. It really is a place of great talent and great people. ing get it. Dragon Head Old Sue wasn't talking about the matriarch. He was talking about this little friend. So it is. Roughing it. Good point. Subai is the only one who deserves such a domineering name as Dragon Head Old Sue. I'm convinced. But, the cow reacted. Isn't the little friend Subai still a dead man? Netizens admire. Yet worry. The cow is only temporarily surprised. It will react. Kids can't fight off old cows after all. They'll get arched eventually. Just when everyone was worried. Suddenly, Subai pressed his hands down that far. Puff. The big bull couldn't support himself on his two front hooves and fell to his knees. Sister Zhou? Villager? Webmasters. The most clueless are still the netizens, who have been given a reasonable explanation. Now, once again, it's been subverted. The cow didn't spook. And the cow didn't stiffen. Bull froze and was held down. Is it human power? Chapter 9 Old Ancestor Immortal Reincarnated. Protecting our Suzhai village. Great uncle. Save people. Sufu all looked dumbfounded. It was only when Selena Chow yelled that he woke up like a dream. Help! Grandpa Tai! 20 or 30 men swarmed over and pressed with their long sticks. This time we all worked together and were outnumbered and held the bull down. Some even used 3 sticks to pin the legs of the bull. The cattle killer, Zhu de Skimmer, was afraid afterward. If something happens to the old Su family, you'll have to die here yourself. To make everyone forget that he only cared about his son, but killed the cow. He took a few steps forward, firmly. Don't kill this cow. The crowd looked over. You were told to come here to kill the cow, and now you say don't kill it. What the hell? Su Fuchuan frowned even more. The bigger the sacrificial bull, the more dignified it is. This cow is the largest in 100 miles. This guy must not be sent by the Zujiazhai to cause trouble, right? Seeing Su Fuchuan's eyes grimly questioning, Zhu de Skimmer hurriedly said, Patriarch Su, this cow has spirit. He rushed fiercely, but he didn't hurt your little master at all. Get well. The cattle killer put his knife away so as not to scare the cattle anymore. Aha! The villagers nodded their heads and slowed down. Thinking back on what had just happened, there was finally a rational explanation. Yeah, how can Tai Grandpa subdue a raging bull when he's so small? That's right, this cow must have a spirit. So it was trying to pay New Year's greetings to Great Grandpa. I really misunderstood it. Not only can they not be killed, but they have to be fed well in the future. It's a miracle. The villagers chattered excitedly. This miracle is auspicious and highlights the extraordinary nature of the village of Susai more than the ritual use of a large bull in glory. At the same time, they became more respectful to Subai. Look, our family's old ancestor is a man of God. Even a cow would kneel when it sees him. Wonderful! Old ancestor immortal has been reincarnated to protect our Suzhai village. Follow the old ancestor, and we'll wait to enjoy the blessings. Long live the old man! Long live the old man! Hooting and hollering, the villagers fell to their knees and sang their praises. This would not be honoring the elderly, but kneeling to the gods. Netflix is confused. The same people who made the cow scare comment earlier have not uttered a single fart. It's all mute. Cow shocked, this everyone can understand. Animals go into a state of tonic paralysis when frightened, or aware of danger. Like the legendary hypnosis on chickens. Hold the chicken on the ground and draw a straight line in front of it. The chickens will keep staring stupidly at the straight line. People also, in times of extreme shock, can fall into a state of stunned disbelief. In times of extreme panic, the body is out of control, and you can't move even though you know you have to run away. But the fact that the cow is on its knees means it's not stiff. Cow killers claim that cows are spiritual, raised on materialism. Who would believe that? But to say that Subai really had that much strength, that was even more bull *********. Ha? Isn't that a feudal superstition? What do you mean? This bull has become a spirit? Zhou Shuyi was right there on the spot. It was even harder to accept and screamed out. With that face of hers, the smell of Parisian leftover motherly resentment was coming out. The netizens held back their laughter, but the villagers could be disgruntled. Most villagers are not much educated. Naturally, I don't know much about materialism. There is an even greater lack of critical thinking. What feudal superstition? Superstitious science is not superstition? You say it's a feudal superstition. So explain it to me. Can you give any other explanation than that cows are spiritual? The truth was right in front of their eyes, and with a few words, they had disliked Selina Chow. Look at the delicate and skinny Subai on the eunuch's chair. Selina Chow shook her head back and forth. She thought about the fact that it was Uncle Tenzu who was born with the power of God. But that's impossible. An 8-year-old kid can't be that strong. Netizens followed suit when they saw her suffer. What the hell is going on? What the hell? I can't understand it. Young master, I can't understand. Master, I can't understand it either. Could it be that there really is a spirit? Spirituality, your ass. How can that be? Then what do you say? Sorry. Whether it's in the field or online, the scientists are overwhelmed by the superstitious. It's as if we've all gone back to that ancient obscurantist time together. For everything that cannot be explained, resort to the gods. And so there were gods of the sky, gods of the land, gods of the water, wind, rain, thunder and lightning are all gods. Even cooking there is the god of the stove. Drinking water there is the god of the well. Going to bed there is the god of the bed. Going to the toilet there is the god of the toilet. Cough cough. It was at this time that Subai coughed 3 times. The internet and offline are all quiet. After all, the root of everything was in Subai yet. He was the one who held down the bull. Or rather, the cow knelt to him. After drawing everyone's attention, Subai spoke in a stern tone. What's the nonsense? Every one of them has no decency. What age is it? And they're still superstitious? It's just that the cow is afraid of death and goes crazy. That's all. Where's the spirituality in that? It was held down by me. Or you'd see if it hurt. The explanation he gave was exceptionally simple. The cow went crazy with fear of death and I held it down. One act of the cow starts and one act of me ends. Perfect. The villagers could not accept this logical closure. What are you talking about? Old ancestor? We all saw it. The bull was so fierce. How can you hold it down? It clearly could have hurt you. It didn't. And it didn't hurt anyone in our village. So what is it if it's not spiritual? Zhou Shuyi blinked her eyes and nodded her head vigorously. She was convinced. There is really no second possibility. What else? An 8-year-old can hold down 1,000 pounds of bull? You wouldn't dare to brag that much. Maybe the cow really is that much. She thought. How can I put it? If not spiritual, then humanized. It knew it was going to be killed, so it tried to beg. Subai had the greatest seniority among the scene. It's useless to beg others, but only to ask the heavenly ancestor's granduncle. That's why there was a scene just now. Let's just say this coward has a good eye for who to suck up to. You guys, you're so stubborn. Tell you what, you guys let go of it and I'll do it again. Subai opened his hand and leapt forward. Ha! The villagers are scared to death. How thrilling was that? You want to do it again? That's not the way to die. Great-grandpa, please don't. Please don't. You can't play with cows. It's a matter of life and death. Stop it. Great-grandpa, if something happens to you, we can't explain to our ancestors? No, absolutely not. Still coming? Zhou Shuyi is a bit dizzy. The netizens are even more constipated. Look, it was already unreadable before. Now it's even more bizarre. An 8-year-old kid had to pack up a big bull, over 1,000 pounds. Eva, did you have to die today? Kids, you have to do it in moderation. I see. Hades is hurrying. I'm super. Isn't that black and white? I'm super. Isn't that bullhead and horseface? Sister Jo, you can persuade him. Mom saw the beating behavior. Where's the baby's mom? Chapter 10. Grandpa Heaven is blessed with 10,000 years of life. And is Uncle Heavenly Ancestor a god? The villagers and netizens were all in one force, just to stop Subai. The waif is capricious enough to fight. He can't fight in his seniority. That's no nonsense. The cattle killer was even more furious. Little Master Tai, who will believe you when you say that? So many of us couldn't hold it down. You're a child after all. How can you hold it down? Not to mention children. Even the strongest man didn't say that one man held down a bull. A bull calf can't hold it down. He, an outsider, shouldn't have refuted the Su family's young master by all accounts. If it were on anything else, the villagers would not have agreed. But now that it was about the safety of the great-grandfather, they all agreed. Tai grandpa, don't be capricious. Listen to Zhu de Skimmer. When we kill the bull, you sit on the bull's head and play, okay? Everyone started coaxing as best they could. Where was Subai willing to listen? The system is good enough to come out and post a quest. There's also the bonus 500 times the power on the line. How could I miss it? Quiet, quiet, please listen to me. Standing on the eunuch chair, Subai's voice was not loud, but it was majestic. Who dares to disobey Grandpa? The villagers didn't dare to speak again. You guys just said it was the cow's spirit that didn't hurt me. Since cows are spiritual, what are you afraid of? It didn't hurt me just now, but will it hurt me now? He attacked his opponent with his own spear. Once Subai said this, the villagers could be wound up in it. Yeah, why would we be afraid of a psychic cow? If it had a spirit, it wouldn't have attacked Grandpa Tai. Let go of it, Subai yelled, and the villagers carefully let go of the big yellow ox. Selena Chow is numb. My great-uncle, my aunts and uncles, oh you guys really let him try. He's not as big as a cow's hoof. So many people were convinced by a kid. You guys are real criminals. Aren't you afraid of going to jail for killing a bull? As soon as the big yellow ox was loosened, it went even more crazy, kicking its four hooves around, kicking up dust. Those muscles were wobbly, fierce, tough and wild. Jo Shuyi rushed to the back to avoid it. She's really scared. Old family members are a bunch of crazy bastards. The netizens were so dumbfounded that they couldn't keep up with their emotions. I'm super. And again, I'm convinced. Subai is really a one-trick pony in this village. Small mouth blathering. A village can't talk to him. Shower. Spare my eyes. Tragedy unfolds. Eva froze to death and the netizens shook their heads inside. It's a good thing that the villagers love Subai and are all holding sticks, ready to save the day. If the cow hurt great-grandpa, then Suzhai village would be a joke. Moo. Knowing that he was going to be killed and tossed continuously, Bumblebee is cranky as hell right now, spinning around carelessly, his nostrils puffing out ragged breath. Just by looking at it in this state, you can tell that it has nothing to do with spirituality. It is a mad cow. The villagers were nervous, but Subai was calm. Hey, hey, he also yelled twice, his voice childish yet masculine. Originally, the mahogany eunuch chair at his feet was eye-catching, coupled with such provocation. The big yellow bull aimed at him and stamped his front hooves on the ground several times. It's like a pep talk, stepping on the ground more than 10 times. His tail flicked out, like a cannonball, blasting Subai. This time everyone was wide-eyed enough to see it for real. Spiritual? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This bull saved his strength, and there was tyranny in his bull's eyes. Whether it's the gas or the force, it's all about running into people. And it was clearly desperate, trying to crash through a gap and escape. The villagers who realized this only felt cold all over. Done. Oh ancestors, we've made a mess. We didn't protect Grandpa. Some quick-reacting men rushed to stop them with their sticks. Where can I stop it? The stick was hit by the mad cow and flew straight up into the air. The big bull has learned from the last time and is not just trying to arch the man. Rushing to Subai's heels, it violently lifted its front hooves, storing up its strength to be more ferocious. The hard-as-iron bull's head and sharp bull's horns rushed at Subai and crashed into him. In a flash of lightning, everyone's thoughts flew. Su Fuchuan, great-grandpa, I'll avenge you. Selena Chow, Uncle Tai Zhu, you died a horrible death. Villagers, old ancestor, we shouldn't have listened to you. Netizens, a good baby. Everyone thought Subai was dead, but, the next second, the scene reappears, only to see Subai's two small white hands grabbing the bull's horns again. The berserk rhubarb bull pushed forward as hard as he could, but he couldn't move. All four cow hooves are sunk into the dirt. An ant trying to shake a tree is laughable. Gave a review. Subai casually broke it that way, his small face easily writing, not even a big gasp. Boom! The big bull, over 1,000 pounds, fell with a crunch. The heavy bull's body slammed to the ground, and the bull's eyes rolled back in his head, fainting. Only the cow's feet convulsively stomped twice, but the body was unable to move. Mother, hey, I'll go. I'm super. Day. Long live the old ancestors. Grandpa Liazu was strong and fierce. Great-grandfather Flood. Grandpa Sky is blessed with a long life. After the villagers were shocked, they sang a song of praise that shook the sky. Zhou Shui's hand shook and she almost threw her shooting phone on the ground. This? Is Uncle Tianzu a god? Or is it, say, Power Vajra Hulk? The netizens were even more struck by lightning on the outside. Ha! Mud horses. An 8-year-old kid knocked out a mad cow. It's too vicious, isn't it? How is it possible? Is Nezayu, Li Yuanba reincarnated? Or a revival? Human body mutation? Alien? He must be an alien. My name is also Su. Old ancestor. I want to recognize my ancestor. Cow. Are you okay? Bull. I don't blame you. He's too good. Cow. Meet Subai. You're not a cow, are you? Pity the bull. The netizens are working hard to rationalize and eat their hearts out. Subai was still foursquare and calm. Men, pull away and kill. The villagers reacted, bragging gleefully as they went to pull the cows. This is the old ancestor of their Suzhai village. Some were to be called Grandpa Tai, some Grandpa Tianzu, and others Grandpa Taizu and Grandpa Yuanzu. The cattle slayer's 2 strands were warring and his eyes were full of terror. Crap! What kind of kid is this? Subai was blind to all the chaos in front of him. The voice of the system in his head came on as expected. Successful completion of system tasks. Accumulated popularity value, 2432. Reward extraction successful, butchery. In an instant, Subai felt that there were many more things in his head. About killing cows. Know the structure of the cow's body like the back of your hand. He now looks at the cow and sees not a cow, but a 3-dimensional perspective drawing. The bones are clearly separated. Layers of cow hair, cow hide, dermis, blood vessels, viscera, fascia, and bone interstices. Chapter 11666. The little tyke is going to start the show again? Was wondering if the system was being funny. Subai then felt that there were many more things in his head. About killing cows. It starts with catching the knife and ends with butchering. The structure of the cow's body is even better known. It felt as if I had been a butcher for 3 lifetimes and killed thousands of cows. Killing a cow is as easy as cutting a watermelon. He now looks at the cow and sees not a cow, but a 3-dimensional perspective drawing. The bones are clearly separated. Cow's head, cow's shoulder, cow's body, cow's leg, cow's tail, needless to say, even the cow's hair, the cow's hide, the epidermis, the dermis, the fat layer, the blood vessels, the internal organs, the fascia, the bone gaps, are all clear. The sight of a cow gives you an indescribable rush. It's like an old lecher seeing Fan Bingbing, an old drunk seeing Mutai, or an old smoker seeing Huazi. Addicted. Gee, I'd like to kill a cow. The desire to kill a cow itches, and the muscle memory urges even more. I'll go without food for 3 days as long as I'm allowed to kill the cows. He was in a hurry, but the cattle killer is here. As a senior, it's really not good to overstep his bounds. Bear with me, even though you can't kill it, it's good to see it. Seeing the cattle pulling to the creek. The crowd in front of the crowd is huge. He was small, so he had to stand on the eunuch's chair to watch. The river is ready for planking. After killing a cow you have to divide the meat on a wooden board so it's clean. Just now, Subai subdued the bull. It was too amazing. People are still talking about it. Great-grandfather was born with natural strength. Follow the bees to the flowers. I'll be following Grandpa Tai from now on. Great-grandpa is just as close to Nezet as he is to having 3 heads and 6 arms. Big skinny Zhu, the cattle killer, came over and yelled, young and old, hold it down, haha. Since the cow had fainted, Judah Skimmer thought, let's just kill it, but he just fended off the knife. Moo! The big yellow bull screamed miserably and kicked a hoof over, sending Judah Skimmer flying. Ouch! Ouch! Judah Skimmer's leg was bleeding and throbbing in pain. Netflix wanted to watch the bull killing properly and were disappointed. Brother, are you really a professional cow killer? What the are you doing here? Self-inflicted. Seeing that Judah Skimmer was injured, Patriarch Su Fuchuan took him to the village doctors to be bandaged. The patriarch is gone. The cattle killer is gone. Everyone was wide-eyed. Killing a cow halfway through. What a thing to do. Men and women of all ages can wait to eat the beef. You can't use them for rituals. People were watching the killing of the bulls on the one hand, and waiting for their share of the downers on the other. Now all of a sudden they don't kill them, and the kids are crying. Lao San, why don't you do the killing? You kill hogs all the time. Don't you kill cows as well? Someone yelled. They are talking about Su Fuchuan's third brother, Su Monsong, who sells pork and has hundreds of pig lives on his hands. The villagers thought simply that it was the same to kill a pig or a cow. Which knows? Su Monsong shook his head vigorously. No hit. No hit. A few £100 for a pig and £1,000 for a cow is not the same concept. Besides, there's a need for technology. Why does Zhu Skimmer dare to ask for 10 pounds of beef? It's really not for everyone. Usually cattle are killed with nothing more than a hammer or a knife. There's a fateful spot above the cow's nose, and when you hit it right, the cow faints with a single blow of the hammer. However, this method is not generally used to kill cattle in rural areas. Killed this way without bloodletting, the meat would be very fishy. Europe and the United States that took popular electroshock, but also did not release blood. Meat fishy. Chinese people are not accustomed to eating. The best way is still to use a knife. Just now Zhu Skimmer made the mistake of not tying the cow's legs with a rope. The front legs are tied together, the backs are tied together, and then all 4 hooves are brought together. That way, the cow can't struggle. This is when a couple of guys hold down the bull's head before they can go under. The knife must be sharp, and it is best to kill the cow with one stroke, so that she does not have to struggle. After killing the cow and bleeding it, then comes the skinning. It's also technical work. Cowhides can be sold for money. Unlike pigs, just retire the hair. After peeling the skin you have to divide the meat. Beef is expensive and elaborate. Now it's even more carefully categorized. Neck, tenderloin, eye, rump, leg, brisket, tendon. All of these have to be separated before you can do so. Lack of knowledge about cattle definitely deters you from going under the knife. Mommy, I want to eat beef. Grandpa, didn't you say you could have beef down today? Oh, you adults are liars. The kids have been looking forward to this for most of the day, and this is going to be a crybaby. It's not that you can't afford to eat meat. The point is that such a big yellow cow, counting killing and eating, how fresh it is. Even Su Shuyi craves it. All you get in the city is frozen beef. It doesn't compare to this. The women coaxed their children while the men smoked and farted. Ha ha. Embarrassed. The little widow watching the sedan chair, dry and anxious. It's so wasteful. So many people guarding the cows, they can't eat out of their mouths. Laughs at the kid crying his snotty nose off. The netizens got a good laugh and a jab. Zhou Shuyi, on the other hand, frowned slightly. The way it looks now, it's really a bit of a mess. The cow was stabbed by Zhu Skimmer, and the blood pricked and hollered. This will be tethered to a tree, and no one will dare go near it. I'll do it. Just then, Subai spoke. Ha! Everyone looked over. Just a bang. He jumped off the eunuch's chair. Could it be that Uncle Tianzu is going to live again? Zhou Shuyi hurriedly aimed the camera at Subai. Just now, Subai fell and knocked out the scalper's part, but her live broadcast room was bursting with fire. Nice guys. Rockets flying all over the place, giving away treasure maps all over the place. For that little while, she made $50,000. That's almost a year's salary for her. 666. Little Master Tai is going to start performing again? I admit that Subai does have great strength, but killing cows is a technical job. Spare the cow's life. Can't you let the cow slow down and toss it another day? The netizens kind of sympathized with the bull that dropped the cow just now, and she'll still be a nervous wreck. The villagers also rushed to stop it. Tai Grandpa, no, sacrificial oxen. Preach, you can't get it without 10 or 8 years of skill. Just bloodletting is the big question. You have to find the right spot and make a fatal cut. Otherwise the blood will run and the meat won't taste good. A cowhide is hundreds of dollars. You can't trash it. Rural people live carefully. That is, to kill pigs. Pig hairs are not thrown away. Used to make brushes. This cowhide can be sold for money. All the more reason to cherish it. If Grandpa Tai made a move, it was bound to be messy. He has been to school in the county. Never killed a cow. Just rely on brute force. Make a mess. The cowhide cannot stay. Not to mention, Suzhai village in the 10 miles of 8 villages that is the head of the table. How many people watching it? The sacrifice of meat must be large pieces. The women also knew what they were doing and hurriedly pulled their children over so that they could persuade Subai. Old ancestor, I don't like cows. Yeah, I hate eating cow. It's awful. The two boys spoke with a sense of humor, and it was clear that they had been taught by their parents. A little girl in the evening, however, cried, what if I like it? Chapter 12. If you're this strong at only 8 years old, what's it going to be like when you grow up? Hang the sky. Ha ha ha. Little girl must have been confused. The world of adults is too complicated to like and prefer to say you don't like. Kids, do you have a lot of question marks? Nini, don't cry. The little girl was crying really aggrieved, and her eyes were even more full of doubt. Some of the netizens were laughing, while others were sympathetic. It's normal for children to cry, and the villagers didn't take it seriously, discussing stopping the bleeding of the cow and keeping it locked up for now. Big skinny Zhu is injured, so go to town and find the cattle killer. Anyway, the sacrifice is still 2 days away, so it's just as well to kill it tomorrow. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the famous scene of killing a cow today. Unhappy. I just like to see the killing of pigs and cows. Exciting. It's only when I see life fall that I can feel the meaning of life. Are there so many perverts? Netflix was disappointed. Live broadcasts like killing cows and pigs are rare. The only time I get to see it is on New Year's Eve. Of course, it's not uncommon to talk about professional pig and cow killers, but that's not pretty. It's too mechanical. It's this wildness of the village that people want to see. It's just killing cows. Just have a hand. Su-bai, however, did not listen to the advice and went straight barreling towards the bull. The villagers rushed to stop it. Grandpa, don't. Some of them even dragged Su-bai, but Su-bai now had 5,000 pounds of brute force. Who could drag him? I'm super. He's coming for real. There's no one else in this village, is there? Everything is done by the little master. Nonsense. You can be born with divine power. Can you still be born to kill cows? Netizens shook their heads, but the villagers couldn't argue. Su-bai glanced at Zhu Skimmer's 2 disciples. Bring all the knives. Killing a cow is a delicate matter. There is a skinning knife for skinning, a meat chopping knife for chopping meat, and a bone picking knife for picking bones. Big Skimmer Zhu just likes to bring all his tools with him, a bright dozen of them, and look professional. Having seen Su-bai's pugnacity, the 2 disciples came over like little soldiers, the knives in place, the cows tethered. It wasn't like a joke, and Selena Chow had a bitter look on her face. You guys are really letting him kill. Ha! Netflix saw the knife and knew it was serious, but letting an 8-year-old handle the knife to kill a cow is a bit of an indulgence, isn't it? I'll go. This village people, their hearts are so damn big. Do you let him owe the cow and sacrifice the minced meat to his ancestors? Loving mothers have many children. Ha! No, don't spoil the little master. Bull *******. Letting a kid play with knives is fine, but letting him kill a cow? I can't even a chicken when I'm this old. When I was this big, I couldn't even a chicken. Bold, are you connoting my brother? Chicken, you're not pretty at all. Others don't agree? No fear. You're not going to hunt for food if you listen to Lala's mayflies? He circled around the big yellow bull and did the whole thing. Since the cows were to be killed, naturally they were to be put down and tied up. The lords of Suzhai village came forward in droves. Since Tai Grandpa is bent on doing this, let's do a good job of assisting. No, I'll be fine on my own. Unbeknownst to them, Su-bai stopped them. A man? The big guy is confused. How does a guy kill a cow? Great-grandfather, it's not a one-man thing. Yeah, when stabbing, cows tend to fidget and need to be held down. You also need someone to help tug on the skin when you skin a cow, or it won't peel well. If you cut meat, it's best to scribe the cuts and do it differently for different meats. The villagers are only thinking about playing the auxiliary. Make sure Grandpa Tai doesn't mess up too much. Well, now Grandpa wants to come alone. The crowd had a head full of questions. The netizens are even more confused. I'm super. Did I hear right? He's going to kill a cow all by himself. Outrageous. Did he think it was over when he stabbed the cow to death? The young master is single-handedly making a good death. 8-year-olds, different. What confusing behavior. Well, at that moment, my great-uncle returned. Seeing everyone watching, Su White rounded up the cow to get down. Great-grandfather, he yelled out. What are you doing? Make it so. Make it so. Sacrifices can be very elaborate. For example, if you want a whole chicken and a whole fish, the chicken should not be skinned and the fish should not be scaled and gilled. No 3, 4, or 5 dishes may be placed on the altar table. In the old days, 3 plates of vegetables were used for the on-the-road meal for death row prisoners and decapitated people. 4 and death don't work either. It's unlucky. 5 harmonizes with 5, and the symbolism is not good. Usually it's 6 plates, or 8 plates. 6 6 6, 8 8 8. How festive. Of course, it's better to have 10 plates. It's perfect. There are rules about cutting large pieces of meat. They have to be square. Since they are sacrifices to the ancients, they must follow the rules of the ancients. You can't sit on a seat that's not right, and you can't eat a meal that's not rightly cut. This was set by Confucius. The reason he bought that big bull was to put out big pieces of meat. If Su-bai cuts it badly, how can he honor the township? In order to be able to stop Su-bai, Su Fuchuan jogged over. Before he could get close, Su-bai took off his clothes and then grabbed a boning sharp knife. Ha! Zhou Shuyi was the closest and saw it most truly. Her eyes almost jumped out. Uncle Tianzu, when did you build up your muscles? This back, with the shoulder blades pitted and the muscles elsewhere high and coiled, seemed like the mold of a demonic skeleton. Even the obliques, which are the hardest to train, are well defined. If she had been asked to call Tianzu Uncle Grandpa before, she was very reluctant. Now, she couldn't wait to have such a heavenly granduncle. TM has a sense of security. Come to think of it, how can you wrestle a big bull without those muscles? He's only 8 years old and he's so strong. What if he grows up? The villagers have never seen it either, and their eyes are glowing. Did great-grandpa turn out to be so strong? The god of heaven descending to earth? That's the paradigm. Mom, I'm scared. Will Grandpa Tai hit me? Su Fu was all a bit confused. He had watched Su-bai grow up, yet he knew nothing about it. When did you practice? The internet has gone crazy. Paralyzed. This is a ghost's back. Could he be Grandpa Van Matta? Crap. Scared less. What kind of top-notch bigot is this? Other people's children. Kneeling. Great-grandpa, do you accept disciples? I like to be strong. Sue bye. I'll wait for you to grow up. Mom asks me why I'm on my knees watching the livestream. Sue bye. Grow up quickly. Grow up. Stir sister madly okay. 8-year-olds, all muscle and boyish exuberance as if they were little tigers. 3 words, hang on. Countless girls licked their screens and fell into a state of ecstasy. When women go crazy, there's really nothing for men. Stirring? I'm a ninja. LSP ah. How dare you guys try to get your hands on someone else? Subai? Thinking about farts eating it. Subai is definitely a big brother when he grows up. Convinced. A bunch of female hooligans. Not to mention the girls are going crazy. Even the older women are starting to go crazy. They couldn't afford to wait for Subai to grow up, but they have daughters. Subai, my daughter is 8 years old. Let's make a baby marriage. Mother up there, you really know how to make your daughter happy. Subai, my good son. Mommy loves you. Subai is my baby. No one can compete. Then the mommy powders started stirring the pot as well. Chapter 13 Good Guy. Subai is a little bully ah. Cattle killer Zhu de Skimmer wasn't badly hurt. Bandaged up at the village doctor's and came back on a stick. Seeing Subai holding his boning knife, he screamed miserably. Ridiculous. You let a doll kill a cow? Looking for death. Never let him strike. I studied under my master for 5 years back then before I could lay my hands on him, and he's only how old? If he can be killed, all my years of work won't be in vain? What else am I going to eat on this craft? He was in such a hurry that he could not wait to fly over and thwart it. That looked like who wants to rob him of his mountains of gold. But come to think of it, he, Zhu de Skimmer, made his living by killing cows, and walked the world with one skill beside him. If this can kill a child, who would hire him? Ha ha, he's in a hurry. Everything is afraid of comparison. He's afraid of being compared, isn't he? Just love it when you get annoyed and can't me over. No, you guys think an 8-year-old can really kill a cow? He can kill cows, and my family has 2 giant pandas named Hua Hua and Menglan. Which one do you believe? If he can kill a cow, I'll pee upside down. The netizens naturally didn't believe that Subai could kill a cow, but the fuss was really funny, especially Zhu de Skimmer, whose face was red. Coming to the front, he hated to take the knife out of Subai's hand. He was a professional, and when he said so, the villagers followed his advice. Great-grandfather, listen to people and eat your fill. Listen to Big Skimmer Zhu. He's been killing cows for 30 years and knows his stuff. You want to learn butchering? Start with killing chickens someday. Great-grandfather, the sacrifice can be a big piece of meat, and the cowhide must still be intact. The villagers have a very good point. Slaughter is not a simple business. Let's not talk about anything else. A knife goes down, blood spurts out, and any normal person would be scared. Some of them also suffer from blood sickness and naturally can't do the butchering. Shut up. I'm the biggest here. I call the shots. What? Anyone not convinced? There were so many people and turtles crawling around. Subai was annoyed to hear it and yelled. Now everyone was quiet. The village is concerned about a generation. Subai generation top day. Who wouldn't be scared after showing off his bull wrestling skills not too long ago? Just that lion's roar. That's mighty powerful too. The austerity of the OP whistled out. The villagers in general didn't dare to fart and gave Su Fuchuan a wink. Look at me? What are you looking at me for? You guys are afraid of being scolded by Tai Grandpa. But I'm not? Su Fuchuan was grossed out by the look. If you ask me to take the lead at a time like this, you're putting me in the oven. You guys won't even fart when Grandpa Tai scolds me. He did, and the netizens flirted for a while. I'm not sure how much I'm laughing at you, so you're all afraid of Subai. Good man, Subai is a little bully. I Nima. This rhetorical question from the patriarch is the wettest of all. If you're like this now, won't you be a bully when you grow up? Subai, my sister likes the bossy ones. When Subai roared, the whole village of men, women and children were only left to watch. Everyone was sticking their heads out, wondering how Grandpa Tai was going to do it. Subai caught the knife with his right hand and grabbed the bull's nose ring with his left. This grab is a very good example of kung fu. Steady, accurate, flowing and handy. Seems like an old butcher who's been doing it for years. The nose ring was grabbed and the cow struggled and began to buck. Duck away. Don't kick it. Be careful. Great-grandpa, you can't kill it like that. You can't stab it in the heart. The villagers were all worried faces. Even if the great-grandfather wants to kill the cow, the point is, it doesn't fit the cow-killing routine. One cut and the cow struggles up, unable to catch the blood. Cow's blood can also be good for strengthening the spleen and tonifying the middle, nourishing and revitalizing the blood. Snap. Suddenly, Subai slapped the cow in the face. The huge cow's face was left with tiny slap marks, and the cow was confused. Hit the bull without hitting the face. Subai, You don't talk about martial virtues. The cow's teeth have all fallen out, right? So sad. Grass. If the cows don't listen, they'll go straight to the bib. The little master is ferocious. I don't see how this can be killed. No way. Keeping the cow standing? The water friends were surprised at Subai's ferocity on the one hand, and suspicious on the other. Everyone has more or less seen a cow killed. A man in charge of killing a cow has never been seen. The same has not been seen for making cows stand and kill. However, Subai's slap was over the top. The cow was dazed for a moment, reacted, and the fear of death made it violently resist. For hooves kept stomping on the ground, dirt flying and scared out of him. The ground shook as the big 1,000-pound bulls got excited. Then he looked at Subai, holding the bull's nose ring steadily, not even breaking a sweat. Is the ground really shaking? Or am I just seeing things? Nima, that's outrageous. Are you 8 years old? I'll be damned. With that slap just now, the tank would have lost its skin. Little master, do you accept a little brother? Brother Subai, will you spank your sister's ass? The strength of an ox is also limited. After being tossed around for half a day and slapped a few times, he gradually became breathless. Pust, grabbing an empty, Subai's eyes shot a cold light. So fend off. The cow screamed miserably, and the gleam in the cow's eyes faded. The huge cow's body swayed and was about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, Subai struck out. He quickly circled the bull and threw a series of punches. The cows were dead, and would have fallen, but he hit them, and they stood hard. I'm super. Is this fixation? 666. The cow has to stand even if it's dead. Bully. So scary. Subai, are you sure you haven't killed anyone? Jesus Christ, that slash was too fast too. It was stumped. Killing a cow to keep it from falling down. What kind of supreme martial arts is that? Young master, when you grow up, will you let me be your concubine? Killing a cow to keep it from falling over. That alone is a real skill. Get the basin to catch the blood. Subai chided, and Su Fuchuan hurriedly brought the large basin. With a snort, Subai pulled out the boning knife. The cow's blood gurgled in a line of blood. Whether it is chickens, ducks and geese, pigs, sheep and cows, we have all seen them killed and bled. The problem is, the cow is still standing now, and it's weird how it looks. There are also those who are afraid of blood and are dizzy in the head. Subai is still pushing and pulling, keeping the bull standing. Why is it ghostly? Subai, in terms of killing cows, I would call you the strongest. Killing cows so well, killing people, feeling like I'm watching a horror movie. Little Master Tai, let the cow fall down. It's scary to look at it when it's dead. Don't say that many of the netizens are watching the live stream in their rooms. It was Selena Chow. With so many people around, her liver trembled. Covering my eyes while shooting with my cell phone, I was a little afraid to look. Uncle Tianzu was a real maverick, killing cows differently than anyone else. Families, it may get even gorier down there, so watch at your discretion. Don't watch if you have blood sickness or a bad heart. She didn't forget to remind the netizens that were scared and couldn't help but watch it. It's a nightmare to watch and a lifetime of regret if you don't. Chapter 14 True, not as good as elementary school student series. Which is the best pickpocket technique? Over 1,000 pounds of large yellow oxen, 2 tubs of blood alone. After bleeding, Subai looked around, not too happy with the place. A lot of the innards in a cow's stomach are unused. Just throw them in the river. It doesn't pollute. The fish and shrimp are edible, and there are microorganisms that break them down. It's on the river, but it's a bayou, and there's not enough water flow to get rid of the odor quickly. After thinking about it, Subai came under the cow's stomach and directly carried it. Great-grandpa is awesome. What a great place we have in Suzhai village. No, it's the good genes of our old Su family. Great-grandpa is invincible. The villagers were abuzz. Tai-grandpa can knock over an ox and carry it on his shoulders. This is the descent of the star of Wuchu. Sister Jo followed closely, and she, a girl, kept I grass. There was no way. The distance was too close, and the muscles on Subai's body were clear to see. A phrase came to her mind. Power to the mountains. If he's so small, what will happen when he grows up? I don't dare to think about it. The pop-ups rolled like crazy. I'll be damned. Xiangyu is not worthy of Subai's shoes. Really not as good as elementary school students series. Sister Zhou, this village of yours is really superb. Is there any special food? Brother Subai, grow up quickly and vent all your strength on your sister. Well, may I? I'm dizzy. Others are bragging. But you, Subai, are the real deal. Finding a suitable place, Subai put the cow down, still in a standing position. Then he began to skin the cow, along the underside of the cow's mouth, extending to the neck, stomach, and down to the hindquarters. Subai first made a long cut. If an ordinary cattle killer skinned a cow, this would be the time to use an air gun. Inflate the cowhide with an air gun so that the skin can be easily separated from the flesh. But he doesn't use it, purely with a knife. Thumbs up. The blade follows the fat under the dermis and pushes in quickly. Not long after, a complete cowhide was uncovered. Great-grandpa, doggy, I'm convinced. Receiving the cowhide, Su Fuchuan was convinced with 5 bodies. The other villagers were even more in awe. A cowhide this intact will fetch $200 more. TSK, TSK, TSK. Too good at juggling knives. This means, this efficiency is better than Judas Skimmer. If great-grandpa accepts me as his disciple, I won't worry about food or drink in this life. Some villagers already have ideas. Nowadays, I can't earn any money from farming or working. Business requires capital. It would be a free-for-all to learn this skill of killing cows. Others don't, but Judas Skimmer is quite dashing. Killing cows for people doesn't just bring in money, it also brings in meat. The villagers look at Subai and it's golden. Oh, my god, this is the work of an 8-year-old? Who's the best at pickpocketing? Good man. I can understand being born with divine power, but there's a natural way to kill a cow? Grass up. Were you a chow pow pie in your last life? Cow, stripped naked. What a shame. With the skin on, it's time to gut it below. Judas Skimmer took a few steps closer. I'll do the dirty work, little master. You're too small to see inside. He did see that Subai was a connoisseur. You can't come here for nothing, at least get some water back. And, he does have a point. With Subai's height, he would have to stick his head into the cow's stomach to pick the entrails. Who says I can't see inside? Subai retorted and began to open his belly. The netizens were confused, as were the villagers, all gazing at it. It would be a mess if Subai stuck his head into the cow's stomach. Ha, what do you make of that? It's a fine job. The heart, liver, lungs, whatever, have to be intact. Judas Skimmer even suggested the difficulty of it, which knew that Subai didn't take it seriously at all. Humph, not listening to me. Don't blame me if you get embarrassed later. Judas Skimmer skimmed his lips in a jokey manner. He knew that if the opening was too big, the intestines and stomach would drip out and be impossible to clean up. What do you know? Subai opened a small opening, then poked it with a knife, and the heart of the cow came out. Then another poke and the beef lungs came out. Ha, how did you do that? Judas Skimmer's entire body was petrified and dumbfounded. Subai merely stuck his hand into the cow's stomach and poked it with his knife, and that was the end of it. What kind of technology is this? Want to learn? You? Subai tilted his head to look at Judas Skimmer and continued to operate. After that the beef liver, tripe, and intestines fell out. Ha ha ha. Want to learn, are you? That's a really pushy line. Is the king of pussy you? 666. Can Subai see through? I don't think so. Don't be so strong. I understand that Subai is heart illuminated, not eye illuminated. Subai, you're so brutal. Sis is wet. Remove the cow's entrails with a 6-parent stance. The villagers helped with it. The rest is beef and beef bones. To this day, the cow is still standing. At this point, if you pull it off, you can just make a whole beef roast. Su White started cutting the meat. For a while, the speed of the swords was so fast that it reached an extreme. Moreover, the texture of each piece of meat was not quite the same, and the split was extraordinarily clear. Top brain, eye, sirloin, fillet, beef ribs. Gradually, 1,000-pound yellow ox was surprisingly reduced to bones. Most surprisingly, the entire cow bone remained standing on the ground. That's a skill I'm afraid I can't learn. Fool, learning half of it will be enough to last you a lifetime. Great-grandpa is our family's god of wealth. Little Bell seems to want to learn too. He can't learn. He'll have to call Lai Zu's grandpa. He's not as close as we are. Several villagers wished their children could learn this cow-killing skill. It's better to be rich than to have a skill. Sister Jo heard it in her ears and shook her head. Learn half of it? Dream on. The whole process of killing the cow by Uncle Tianzu's grandfather was like art, so beautiful that it had reached the peak. I'm afraid it took a few lifetimes of practice to get it right. I'm really impressed. It's a skill that's close to the way. Kneeling. I have a feeling he's killed at least 10,000 cows. He's too skilled. This kid is really a werewolf. I'm scared just looking at him. Mr. Subai, do you dare to say yes to being called a great-grandfather? From controlling the cow, to killing the cow, a cow to the end. Zhou Shui suddenly had an inexplicable uneasiness and angled her head towards the sky. That's a bit of strange behavior on her part. Sister Zhou, what are you doing? What's in the sky? Yes, Sister Zhou, you want pie in the sky? Naturally, it drew the attention of netizens. She was just waiting for everyone to ask. Looking at the pop-ups on the screen, she deepened. I've heard that pretending will be struck by lightning. I'm a little worried. Uncle Tianzu's wave is loaded with wildness. I'm afraid God will strike him dead. Netflix A? Netflix B, you're ing kidding me. Netizen C, son of a, whole job, right? Netizen D, don't worry, he's not pretending. He's a real bully. Chapter 15 Popularity Raffle. 10 consecutive draws. What is this realm? Judas Skimmer was stupid. He was still trying to make a move when Subai was peeling the cow's skin. Now, he was only filled with shock. It looks like I won't be the one to kill the cows in Sujai village from now on. There's no way around it. The meat is better than me. No, not just better than me, but my teacher. Comparing yourself to others is completely self-defeating. This is like the old ancestor of killing cows. The butcher is alive. The thoughts were in his mind and the look showed it all. An indescribable Jedi Zhan was growing wild. If Subai is willing to come out and kill cows, he himself will have to lose his job. No, I'm probably unemployed. A lot of young people from Sujai village want to learn just now. If they can only learn a tenth of Subai's level, what the hell am I going to do? Demons, demons, laughing. You guys, look at the cow killer. He can fit an egg in his mouth. Ha ha ha. He's trying to deny his life's work. Cow killer, I'm so pissed off. I can't believe I'm seeing 8-year-olds killing cows. Cow killer, I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Ha, he's got a leg cramp from singing and he's a little off stage. Insiders look in, outsiders look out. While the netizens just know about the Subai bull, Judas Skimmer knows what the bull is in. It's like playing with a stick all your life and suddenly you meet the Monkey King. Can you not panic? One is the bright moon in the sky and the other is the lonely lamp in the well. I'm ashamed of myself. He took a few steps forward, brazenly. Little Master Tai, from now on you will be my teacher. I would like to apprentice to you. Who wouldn't want to reach the level of a butcher's if they killed a cow? There's no shame in reaching out. But as soon as he finished saying this, the villagers of Sujai village disagreed. A group of people rushed over in great numbers, making a lot of noise. No, no, Tai Grandpa, you can't accept him as your disciple. Grandpa Liazu, my oldest too can't study. Let him learn from you. Great-grandfather, we're only the closest relatives. Take my son as your disciple. What next of kin? Grandpa Liazu, we're willing to pay the tuition. One-trick pony. Sobai's skill at killing cows is astounding. Who doesn't want to find a way for their kids? How good it is to kill a cow. If one person kills a cow, the whole family will have meat to eat. Ha, a teacher? After killing the cow, Subai was soothed and had an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I just don't think it's a bit enjoyable, and I want to kill it 10 or 8 more times. As a result, these people came around. Surprisingly, I want to worship. Be quiet, be quiet. The matter of accepting an apprentice depends on qualifications. I'll look into it before I say anything. Having taken in a disciple and playing on his own name, Subai was naturally cautious. Neither Judas Skimmer nor the villagers who wanted to worship the master dared to disobey. Grass up, I even want to worship. This is a Grandmaster level elementary school student. 8-year-old kid with a bunch of apprentices. That's a beautiful picture. Subai grows up quickly. Sister, I want to be a teacher's wife. People are worse than people, and a lot of them can't find a job after they graduate from college. Look at others. Subai, at the age of 8 years old, with a disciple, cannot be convinced. Awful and meat taken care of. In the end, Subai broke down all the cow bones as well. Big stick bones and big stick bones put together. Beef ribs and beef ribs together. Neat and tidy. Just so sharp. Ding. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing his first cattle kill. The host receives the title of butcher, and is able to display a butcher's temperament. In the future, when you slaughter pigs and sheep, you can mobilize your killing energy. Any living thing will instinctively cringe at the sight of you. Butcher? This bonus is so peculiar. It seems to be temperament-wise. Instantly, Subai felt a violent aura erupt from the depths of his soul. Some kind of scenario replayed in his mind. Once or twice, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Keep taking the lives of cows, sheep and pigs. Be ruthless every time. When this emotion came up, Subai's body or his eyes were in a butcher's stance. I'm going to be rich with such a heavenly ancestral uncle. At this moment, Zhou Shui looked at Subai and was overjoyed. It was just a cattle killing, and her followers went up by more than 100. 000. Suddenly, a chill ran through her body, and she only felt that Subai's body was filled with a murderous aura. That bloody aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood made people not dare to look directly at it. Hiss. So scary. Can't get close. Getting close to him is getting close to death. Oh my god. Uncle Tianzu, don't kill me. Instinctively she wanted to get down on her knees and beg for mercy, just so she wouldn't be killed. I'll be damned. That look in Subai's eyes just now seemed like a murderous demon king. Nima, I almost peed my pants. Good man. I'm getting goosebumps through the screen. What's going on? He's not awakened the soul of killing, is he? Subai, don't be like this. Sister is scared. Subai like this, so oozing. The netizens were also in a state of shock, especially since he had just finished killing a cow. Subai's body was stained with a lot of blood. Even the little face was bloody. This look is evil in itself. With the addition of the butcher's temperament, the image of the evil child comes to the forefront. There were crying children around who looked at Su-bai and stopped crying. And don't cry later, or I'll have great-grandpa beat you up. What was that all about just now? Great-grandpa? Wasn't it enough to kill a cow? Did you want to kill someone? Wu Xing descended to earth. He must have killed a lot of people in his past life. From now on, be more respectful to great-grandpa. The villagers are even more panicked. You're on the internet. We're living with great-grandpa. Su-bai didn't care about everyone's emotions. After experiencing the butcher's emotions, he quickly put away his murderous aura. He knew that this kind of thing still worked well. For example, many butchers who kill dogs, even the meanest of dogs will fart and communicate when they see them. It's like bloodline suppression. Instead of a butcher's temperament, it's a king's temperament. Ding! When the popularity value reaches 10,000, you can draw 10 times in a row. Is it a lottery? 10 in a row? Su-bai was happy. He knew that the system rewards could be good things. System, I want a lottery. Ding! The raffle is in progress. Maybe there were a bit too many 10 in a row draws and the system was slightly delayed. About half a minute later, the system voice came in succession. Ding! Hosts car racing skills, full level. Ding! Hosts 9 great bowls of running water, full level. Ding! Host weather forecasting ability, elementary. Ding! Hosts veterinary level, beginner. 10 rewards in a row, 2 full and the other 8 beginners. Feeling the 2 full level skills, Su-bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. One is cooking, the other is racing, plus a butcher's. That's trying to make yourself a running chef. The door to the east and west of the house. Weddings and funerals. On call. Nope. What do you care about other families? You're too busy with your own. Immediate rituals, dragon boat races, and all gatherings. Chapter 16 What the hell? Letting an 8-year-old ride a trike? Chapter 16, Fast in the Bend is really fast. Doggy, divide up the downers for everyone. Su-bai arranged it. Beef is used for ancestor worship, and the lower water is first given to the villagers for their teeth. Okay, Monson, bring the scale over here and divide it up for the big guys per head. Instructions are cascaded, from Su-bai to the patriarch, Su Fuchuan, and then to Su Monson, Su Fuchuan's third brother. Organized, so to speak, the villagers happily lined up. Su Fuchuan then came to Su-bai's side again. Great-grandpa, I've been talking to the big guy. Not only did you help kill the cow, but you also grew the ambition of our Suzhai village. What do we mean? The running hog in the village killed. Make a flowing banquet to comfort you. Great-grandpa, it's really not improvised. In fact, the big guys have been planning to have a seat together for a long time. But today, Su-bai was on a roll, and that excuse was more than enough. Okay doggy, getting better at this, and consoling. Now that you've all discussed it, then do it. One thing to say, the school food is genuinely not great. Su-bai had originally fated the bird out of his mouth. Plus he had to eat and drink well now that he was all muscular. Otherwise, it is easy to lose fat. Great-grandpa agrees. Getting permission, Sufyuquan shouted at the top of his lungs. The villagers roared their approval. Life is all about eating and drinking. Who doesn't like to eat and drink? However, looking at the time, Su Fuchuan got worried. Great-grandpa, it's almost noon. It's a little late. 8 Mile House does a good job of running the table. It's so far away. Besides, killing a pig is not the same as killing a cow, and requires different tools. Sufyan was full of worry. Since we're going to have a running dinner, we have to make a show of it. One is to convince the villagers to realize the happiness of being a villager of this village. Secondly, we can't let the other villages laugh at us. We have to make them envious and jealous. Envious to the point of eyeballs. Hateful but can't do anything about my faucet old Su. It's called rowdiness. It's called luck. It's called flooding. Don't have the tools to get it. Su-bai was disgusted for a while. Call this a thing? Ding! It was at this moment that the system voice sounded. Hint, host completes a grounding quest on his own to accumulate popularity value and receive a lottery X1. A grounding mission? It's a rural area, and there's a lot of grounding going on. That's good. That's good. Then I'll tell someone to get the tools and the ingredients. And then, Su Fuchuan hurriedly agreed. But Su-bai said no. Forget it, it's an emergency. I'll go. You guys tie up the hogs, get the water boiling. I'm coming back for the kill. When he said that, the internet got excited. It's fun to kill a cow and then a pig. Little master, don't be a killing star. Moo 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 moo. Su-bai's solo stance is so dominant. In Suzhai village, Su-bai is simply as big as a general. I can see that the young master is the kind of leader who rushes forward. I like it. Most of the netizens are working people. Really hot for Su-bai yelling at him. Su Fuchuan froze, then cracked his mouth wide open and laughed. You're going on a royal expedition, great-grandpa? Netizen, this word, you dare to believe it? Then I'll go too. I haven't been in a car driven by you in a long time and I miss it. You wait for me for a little while. Zhu de Skimmer was injured. I gave him the medical expenses, nutritional expenses, and lost wages. After all, they're working for us. We can't let anyone suffer. Letting Uncle Tianzhu drive? You can't, can you? Still want to panic. What do you mean? Uncle Tenzu drives well? No way no how. Look at Subai's height. Selina Chow shook her head back and forth. I think it's sitting in my great-uncle's arms. Isn't that how adults coax children? I don't have time to wait for you. Hurry up and give me the car keys. I'm on my own. The system had just rewarded the assembly line with 9 large bowls, and Subai now had an itchy technique. Addicted to killing cows. This cooking is addictive too. It's hard not to perform what you're good at. Can Sun Monkey stand it if he's not allowed to play with the stick? Let Simon Ching quit sex. Can he quit? Great-grandpa, you're all alone. Su Fuchuan couldn't help but worry. It's true that great-grandpa is a bully, but this is only half a man tall. You don't even have to pay to do the train. Great-uncle, why don't I go along? Eyes fluttering, Zhou Shuyi rushed forward. She came as soon as she could to help solve the problem. Thinking about driving your own car and letting Su White sit in your arms. Then again, it's for live effects. There's not much new activity on his own livestream for most of the year, and he's already losing fans. I was thinking of doing something new when I went back to the countryside, and I was worried about it. As soon as Uncle Tianzhu was on camera, man, his popularity skyrocketed. Kill a cow. Fans up 200,000. Now to drive. It's too rare an opportunity to call it Netflix if you don't follow. That's okay. Su Fuchuan hurriedly handed over the key, and Subai took it and left, straightening the bar and sitting in the driver's seat. That, Uncle Tianzhu granduncle, you ride? It's not what you thought it would be. Aren't you here for the kids? You're really riding, aren't you? The point is, how is an 8-year-old going to ride a bike when he's not even as tall as the windshield? Crap, I changed the bike. Of course I ride it. Subai's decisiveness staggered Zhou Shuyi. The key was that his tone carried an unquestionable tone of command, and Zhou Shuyi didn't dare to resist. Netizens are speechless when they see this. What the hell? Letting an 8-year-old ride a motorcycle? Nima, the people in this village that's really big-hearted. There's no one alive but Subai. So what? The road in the village is so bad, Subai won't fall off. Will he? Oh, isn't that what we want to see? Subai is a big boy. It's good to suffer a little. It's as if they specialize in punching people in the face. Subai slid the car keys into the keyhole. It hit with a whimper, cleanly, seeing that it was about to start, so Fuchuan accelerated and ran over. What a ride for great-grandpa. I have to ride. 67-year-old man and a half is pretty nimble and whooshes up. Selina Chow with a question mark on her face? A little bit of a kick? She really didn't understand what that meant. That's the way it is with great-uncle. Everything's a hit. Take a bite. It's delicious and energizing. Crops grow well in the ground. With energy. Buy a new suit. Bring on the energy. That's a compliment anyway. To describe driving, I think it means steady and safe. The most important thing about driving is to be safe and secure. Selina Chow is looking forward to it. Some of you are shaking your heads. 2 adults are there. You're letting 8-year-olds ride? That's not the way to honor your elders, is it? Some are happy that it is not uncommon for a dog to bite a man, but it is uncommon for a man to bite a dog. It's not uncommon for adults to ride bikes. It's the kids that are interesting. What the hell? You're really letting me drive, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Is that him sitting? But next to the edge of the chair. It's okay. Rural dirt road. Not many people. Little Master Tai. You don't want to use the gas as a brake. It's a trike, and it's a hybrid. Waiting to see the little master throw himself into the pit. Chapter 17 full of smooth talk. You want to study for the exam? The netizens watched the show with a teasing mood. With the previous outburst, they recognized Subai's position. But driving has nothing to do with status. Not only does it involve skill, but it's also dangerous to drive badly, which knew that once Subai was on the road. He was extremely skillful and decent. Doggy, how do you ride these curvy roads? Do you remember? What did I teach you? Won't you forget? While riding, Subai hadn't forgotten to teach his students. This doggy, he's so brain-dead. You have to mumble about him a lot to get him to do it. I'm sorry Atu grandpa. I'm a little hard to remember. Su Fuchuan bowed his head, with aggression still on his face. I'm just an old farmer myself, so I don't know how to get around so much. The stuff that great-grandpa taught. Again, mechanics, dynamics in the air, and what to watch out for in the wind. When he was like this, Zhou Shuyi was happy. My great-uncle really is a poor driver. That was going so fast too. My ass almost broke into pieces. Uncle Tenzu is definitely more stable than him. Just as he was about to express his approval, he didn't expect Subai to speak out of turn. What an idiot. How can you forget that? Just one word quick. Why do cars need to be modified? It's just to be fast. The most important thing is to learn to bend the rules. Fast around corners. That's really fast. What's a straight line? A fool's errand. Isn't stability the most important thing in cycling? How come it's fast? Who taught you that? Who taught you all this? It mustn't be Uncle Tianzu's own original theory, right? Oops, that's a theory. I thought it was an F1 racer if I didn't know. Speechless, can't refute. Change the car is to fast. Mud, I've been convinced. Blow it. It's easy to say. You overtake one and let's see it. On paper, an 8-year-old kid who can't even tie a red scarf. And he's still overtaking cars. Looking at the comments, Zhou Shuyi doesn't believe it either. She gave a snort. Let's not get serious. People, who can't stop talking a big game? My heavenly ancestral granduncle is just saying that for fun. Buzz. Just then, the triple trampoline warmed up and made the sound of a running car. That low hiss, like a tiger in heat. One accelerated and lurched forward. Ouch. Zhou Shuyi's entire body floated up and her face turned green. The flop landed on the car, and the organs were about to move out of place. The netizens burst into laughter. Kids driving. That's real fierce. Other people drive by swishing in a straight line. Subai is not. Bouncing around. 3 bouncers like a toad. It's a country road, not hardened and potholed. As a result, Subai actually soared. Full 4th gear and throttle to the floor. Ha ha ha. I kind of understand why this car is called a triple jump. And I'm really jumping. Little master. So accelerated. You're good. Deming Lake. Ming Lake is big. There's a toad on Deming Lake. A poke and a hop. Kids driving. This isn't the road to kindergarten, is it? Zhou's face? It's not a Parisian mother's grudge. It's an orphan's grudge. Su Fuchuan has experience riding in Subai's car, but not Selena Chow. She's really inexperienced. It's not as simple as bumps now. It's straight up takeoff. I'm in ing heaven. I landed again. She was shaken, all confused. Tianzu auntie. You still say great uncle. As a result, you're more upside down than he is. Could it be that the more upside down anyone is, the stronger they are? Can't be. That's not right. Suddenly, she kind of missed her great-uncle's car skills. Great-uncle at least had a deceleration maneuver when he took the corner. Uncle Tianzu didn't have this concept. Directly dumped over. Zhou Shuyi was depressed beyond belief. I feel like I'm being flung around like snot right now. When she said that, the netizens exploded with laughter. Don't tell me. She's got a lot of fat on her. She's very flexible. I'm not sure how much I'm laughing at you. The great netizen has become a snot. Just now it was snot. Now it's clothes in the roller. May I ask what Sister Chow's centrifugal force is? Sister Zhou, can you calculate the shadow area of my heart first? Newton, I don't control gravity in this part of the Little Master. When Selena Chow was dumped, the netizen's eyes had to follow. It didn't take long for the internet to get really dizzy. Tianzu, Uncle Master, slow down. It's going to be on the main road up ahead. Danger. An old one and a young one aren't afraid of the bumps. And Selena Chow doesn't want to admit that she can't stand it. Seeing the traffic on the main road in front of her, she finally found a reason. Dangerous what? Little girl, you're still not sure about me, are you? Subai is old and old-fashioned, and his speed that has not been reduced at all. The triple trampoline was like clockwork, just whimpering and bouncing forward. Tianzu, I'm 28 years old. It's hard to feel like crying. I'm ing 28. You're 8, and then you call me a little girl? Can it still be like this? Even though I'm of a lower generation, I'm older and bigger. How do you feel? Weird. Like a mouse calling a cat a second master. The cat must not be happy. What does a little girl know? My great-grandpa is invincible. It's called the romance of chasing the horizon. Su Fuchuan immediately defended it and even pulled the accent. Selena Chow is depressed. Romantic? Wave, I can really see. You two are really wave, but not slow at all. A doggy. You're good. Full of jokes. Want to go to graduate school? Subai flirted with an old man and a young man, answering one-on-one. The netizens are a little out of step. Graduate school? How does an 8-year-old know about this? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The kid's got a sense of humor. New word for drag racing. Chasing the romance of the horizon. The old man is so wavy. I sprayed. What the hell is an exam? Little master, you're such a... With the internet trolling, the triple bouncer has finally hit the main road. Finally not upside down. Selena Chow swore that she would never bungee jump in her life. Having experienced it, it was hard. Bastard, eat my tail, air kill. Suburban National Highway. Son tended driving a Lamborghini Diablo. After easily passing a private car, he howled. The farting ones are smug. The fart eaters hang their heads. Seeing the exasperated driver behind him, he even extended a middle finger of contempt. With that, the body swayed to the music in the car. Invincible. Invincible. How? Lonely is invincibility. Alone in the middle of the summit, the cold wind keeps blowing through. Seeing the front of the approaching county, the vehicle began to become more He is a succession of speeding overtaking, play with a heartbeat and a thrill. It's twice as good when you're racing. It's soaring. It's the feeling of freedom. Swish. It was beautiful. And suddenly swish, a three-wheeler went by. His whole body froze. What the hell? I got passed by three wheels? Chapter 18. The old man's waist and horse are one. Ha 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 ha. Did you guys see that rich kid's clueless face just now? Laughing at the master. It seems like an owl. Suddenly frozen. Damn it. I would have died of depression. Nima. Lamborghini is not even in your eyes. It's too awesome. Grass. Just now it was a toad. Now it's a rocket. Take it easy. I'm shaking. Three-wheeled supercar. What a full human. The netizens gloated a bit when they saw the sports car behind them through the screen. Sun Tianda was confused for about 10 seconds and snapped the music off. Invincible? Invincible hammer. It's been slapped in the face. Nope, this is not your average third wheel. He played with sports cars himself, and he was all too familiar with sports car sounds. That was ostensibly a three-wheeler just now, but with a modified engine. Players. Sun Tianda could not help but lament, but also played out a new atmosphere. People changed their cars from a single car to a motorcycle, and a Wuling to a Land Rover. This one has a unique, modified third wheel. It's wild, needless to say, a buddy from the drag racing business, but I'm not going to lose. The Lamborghini lost to a three-wheeler. It's too shameful to talk about it. As soon as he stepped on the gas, he drove after them. That's a quick one. Fast forward to the delayed playback effect of the trees falling back on both sides of the road. The wind was also too strong, and he hurriedly closed the carport. I don't believe it. I can't crush a three-wheeler. Day off. You seek death. Finally, I reached the intersection in front of me, thinking that the other side would slow down. Slow down at intersections. Anyone who's ever touched a car knows that. Which is to say, three wheels don't have that concept at all. The curve is wild. A dump and you can't even see the rear lights. Sun Tianda was so angry. How can you be more desperate than me? I can't take it. In the circle of rich riders, he was notoriously reckless. He's nicknamed Sun de Shang. That's great. Today was held down and rubbed against the ground repeatedly. Shame. He just felt like someone was punching his handsome face repeatedly. I don't believe it. He went after it frantically. The more we chase, the further away we get. It is said that when you enter the city, you are bound to slow down. As a result, the third will seem like a sick maniac and started changing directions like crazy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Zhou Shuyi was in the car, she felt that there was an east wind at one moment and a north wind at another. Being a snot himself, he was flung fluttering and swinging. Uncle Tianzu. She wanted to talk to persuade. A mouth. Well, filled a stomach wind. Haven't eaten yet. I'm full. Great uncle. I've misunderstood you. You're an angel compared to Uncle Tianzhou. The netizens couldn't take their eyes off of it. Kaobi. Trampoline driven as a race car. Ignited. If you don't go crazy, you'll die if you make a wave? Little Master Tai. Why were your childhood years so bright? Boy, there's a werewolf in the rabbit country. Brother Subai. Be careful with your life. Can you grow up like this? Because it's so exciting. Some timid netizens are afraid to watch it. Cover your eyes and look at it in a few seconds. It felt like something was going to happen in a few seconds. But the third wheel has never been in trouble and is still as wild as ever. The other cars look like a bunch of snails by comparison. So slow. How do you sit still? Great uncle? Holding onto the handrail with a death grip, Zhou Shuyi was about to be thrown off. What was particularly puzzling to her was the fact that her great uncle looked like he was enjoying himself. Am I worse than an old man? Could there be a trick to it? The old man's waist and horse are united. Su Fuchuan is totally a master of his generation. Zhou Shuyi was confused. Waist she knows. Horse she knows. She really didn't know what a waist horse was. Meanwhile, a program called New Style in a Small Town was being recorded. In charge of hosting the event were two traffic police officers, a man and a woman. Since we're doing a show, naturally we can't look bad. These two. The man is tall and handsome. The woman has white skin. Standing there, it makes you look good. Hello, viewers, and welcome to New Style in a Small Town. As we all know, our city is best known for its good traffic safety and its citizens are very observant of traffic rules. Yes, Wei Dong. Look at the main road. Not to mention drag racing, not even a speeder. Rosie, the female traffic cop, was just halfway through her sentence. Next, the north wind is bitterly cold. A car sped by. What kind of car? Didn't see it. Just a stump. One thing is for sure though, definitely speeding. In your face. The two traffic cops looked at each other and froze. Immediately after that, swish, another car went by. It's a double punch in the face. The two traffic policemen are blue in the face. Do you have any eyes? We're in the middle of a show. You guys really want to race? Can't you go somewhere else? Do you have to slap us in the face like that? Click. The program director was also shocked, and it took a while for him to think of shouting click. Wait on, one behind is a Lamborghini. I saw it clearly. Needless to say, it must be a dude racing. Agreed, they have to be treated well this time. Go, after them. Luo Shi and Chan Weidong both hurriedly got into the car to chase. As a traffic cop, you must be a top-notch driver. Otherwise how can you chase an offending vehicle? 2 men, 2 cars, dogs chasing rabbits. At first, they were confident, but it's not right to chase after it. You can't catch up. Less than 5 minutes. Lost him. The 2 men hung their heads and looked helpless. No, the other side is a sports car with powerful horsepower. Our car is not powerful. Contact headquarters. Gotta catch these 2 rich kids. The 2 men gritted their teeth, their heads sweating, and hurriedly contacted the traffic police. There's surveillance all over the city, and cars can't run fast enough to get away. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. We're the crew. On Akira Hill Road, there are 2 sports cars racing at incredible speeds. The front car was going over 100, the rear about 95. Requesting backup. Aha, that was a traffic cop, wasn't it? Jedi. There's more than one traffic cop uniform in plain sight. Put. Little Master Tai is on his way to the station. Young people don't go wild. They go wild and go to jail. Miserable. I wanted to see a pig being killed. I can't see it. Subai's little friend. Racing, right? Except society's beating. Netizens gloated. Everyone is jealous. Subai is only 8 years old. He's killing cows, modifying cars, and he's all muscular. Now it's even more soaring. How wanton. Netizens think about their own childhood. Straight up despondent all around. Either that or they're trying to learn. Either that or be miserable and help out around the house. For those with a good standard of living, there are all kinds of remedial classes. People are more angry than people. Compared to Subai, everyone's childhood is a vicissitude. It caused a lot of ill will to come up. You had a rich childhood, didn't you? Racing in the middle of the street. Ha, true torture. Go to juvenile hall. Children who are precocious must be premature. Doomed. Subai is like a shooting star that glimpses and then disappears into the night sky. And when they get out of juvie, they'll be obliterated. Chapter 19 I lost to an AE-86 on Akira Hill Road. Headquarters receives. Please check your phones. Surveillance has been synchronized. There are cameras everywhere. Surveillance information was quickly sent to the cell phones of 2 traffic officers. Ha, that's not right. Why is it a trike on a rampage? Is the Lamborghini racing a tripper? Chen Weidong frowned greatly, having never really encountered such a situation before. Drag racing speaks volumes. It's not just about speed, it's also about the model. It's got to be classy and luxurious enough. Rich kids are the ones who want to save face on the inside. Even if you're a good driver, you don't race in a 3-wheeler. Did the 3 wheels run? The limousine in pursuit? It's not a drag race, it's actually a bullying session. Needless to say, Rosie is beautiful and very cerebral. It had all occurred to her that the people who drove the 3-wheelers were poor peasants, oppressed by the luxury cars. The compulsion to start fighting for your life inspires potential. The limousine, however, is close behind and must put the poor farmer to death. This dude for the rich and ungrateful. The hatred was concentrated. Hiss. As he was driving, Sun Tianda suddenly felt a chill come over him. Looking at the 3 wheels looming in front of him, he was furious. MD, what kind of technology is this 3rd wheel playing? I'm kind of looking at it all. He's not the richest among the rich kids. He wasn't the best driver among the ticket holders who played with the car. But among the rich kids, he's the best at playing with cars. He was the richest among the ticket holders who played with cars. The one thing that stands out is that one would rather be the head of a chicken than the back of a cow. Now it's a little awkward. A broken 3-wheeler crushed him. How can he get along in the future? It's not a matter of what others think. Rather, it's about his inner self-evaluation. You made me. Pushing hard on the gas, he accelerated again. The district has 3 rounds. The range is not good. It should not last long. I'll never fling snot again. Everything today is retribution. Zhou Shuyi was really a bit overwhelmed, her heart jumping into her throat. Can't be beat, can't be beat, she yelled and screamed, trying to relieve some of the mental pressure. What? Big fat pig? Want to go home early and eat a big fat pig, don't you? I get it. I'll rush you. From the sun, it should be past 11. Man is iron and food is steel, and a meal without food makes you hungry. Women don't go through hunger. Su Fuchuan was still very much taking care of his juniors and started shouting at Subai. Great-grandpa, are you done warming up? Speed up, will you? My granddaughter is hungry. Drooling. Speed up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuyi's hair stood on end. Great uncle, what kind of ears do you have? I'm talking about being overwhelmed. You know a hammer. No, I didn't. Zhou Shuyi growled. This is almost ruined. And still accelerated? Finally, Subai turned back and gave her a look of contempt. Want some lard? What kind of city people are these? They have such strong tastes. Who made her a junior in her own family? How can you not be satisfied? Gesturing an okay, Subai began to boost his speed savagely. The speed that 100 or so had before. Now it's a straight-up spike. 102. Phew! The wind whistled, and there was even a chirping sound when the tail was thrown out of the air. The corners are even more non-stop. Suddenly steering, the third wheel went sideways and both tires bit the ground. Drift all the way. Sometimes the drift is so vicious that the front wheel is airborne. Just by one wheel. Don't tell me, it's more aerodynamic instead. Ouch, ouch. Passers-by were too scared to move. What is this precious thing? Can't see the big surprise. Read it and be amazed again. The pop-ups were even filled with exclamation points. Oh, my god, this is better than Fast and Furious. What's the matter with you? Would it kill you to slow down? What a great guy. 3 wheels aren't good enough. You're playing with 1 wheel? Van Diesel, I'll kowtow to you. Little Master. Nima. This is using the third wheel as a flying magic weapon. Little Master Tai, put away the avatar. My heart can't take it. Across the screen, the netizen can't stand it while having a good time. It's like a big girl going to the bridal chamber. Only joyful and dirty. Not to mention Sun Tianda. The more he chased, the more desperate he became. The last bit of pride wore away. What a crazy batch. How can you drive like that? Pulling the Lamborghini to the curb. His hands were shaking. Just now really drive hard. Fear but just like that, it froze. With his face a mask of pain, he stared dead at the 3-wheeled ass. Finally getting somewhere. AE86. Behind the 3 wheels are these alphanumerics. With reluctance, he hurriedly called out, Dad, I'm at MT. Akira, what about racing? I lost to an AE86. This man is a ferocious veteran, habitually drifting through corners with smooth curves and amazing speed. I was trying to catch up, but he hit the gas and ran in the opposite direction, so I couldn't keep up. Rosie and Chan Weidong's side saw the third wheel on the monitor though, but the 3-wheeler was too fast and passed by in a puff of smoke to see the driver clearly. The blurring of the images is eerie. The driver seemed like an alien. Very short. Attention all team members. Chasing the 3-wheeler is out of the question. You can't even see the silhouette inside the surveillance. Go after the Lamborghini first. Follow the trail. None of them can get away. Racing in the downtown area has major implications. A dozen police cars were sent from headquarters, and Rosie gave an account of the situation. When people think about it, Lamborghini chases 3 wheels, so there must be a grudge. For Subai, drag racing was just a means to an end, not an end in itself. The purpose was to buy cooking materials and to buy hog-killing utensils. As soon as the car stopped, Subai went into the store. Boss, give me a machete for unloading hogs, a sharp knife for boning, and a scraper for shaving. In the end, it was the butcher's profession, and Subai spoke in a well-organized manner. The boss, who was watching TV, half looked back and muttered, Where are you adults? Why are you letting kids buy knives? What if I hurt the baby? Muttering after mumbling, seeing Subai's red ticket of 100 flung out, the boss immediately smiled. It's the same with letting kids buy it. It pays to exercise more. Satisfied with having made a sale, he smacked his lips and went back to watching TV. Suddenly, the pretty hostess's face tightened. This is an urgent news item. A blue 80% new 3-wheeler is on a rampage on Autumn Hill Road. The rear number is AE86. It should be a modified car. The driver is vicious, and members of the public who see him should stay away and contact us promptly. The news was repeated several times in a row and the owner mumbled something, then looked to the doorway. 3 cars? Ha! Blue 80% new. Number AE86. Opened his mouth just to say something, saw Subai got into the driver's seat, stomped on the gas, and scampered away. The owner's mouth couldn't close. Aren't you the worst of the worst? How come you're a kid? Chapter 20. I thought Lamborghinis were invincible. Whose ministry is this? Now that we have a brigade of traffic cops to catch Lamborghinis. Roxy and Chan Weidong returned to the place where the program was originally recorded. There's a set process for the program new style in a small town. Today is all about praising main city transportation. So they picked up the microphone and repeated it again. As you can see, viewers, the transportation in our urban areas is truly excellent. Everyone, this is a speed measuring device. Not even over 30 kilometers per hour. Really? Rosie was about to think of some new words of praise when suddenly, swish, a tripper rushed by. Crap, who is it? As a beautiful woman, Rosie was never one to swear, making an exception today, chest heaving from so much anger. Thinking about her second taping of the show being interrupted again made her even more furious. Who's so bold? It's too much, isn't it? Complaint. She was tempted to sue. Don't be such a bully. I got a good look at it. It's the same 3 wheels that were just there. It looks like the third wheel should be here on business. Passed by on my way here. Finished my business which is going back. Chen Weidong's logical and analytical skills are pretty strong. The more Rosie listened, the more she couldn't help herself. Oh, it's okay for you to come on business. Why are you going so fast? We're recording the show to praise urban transportation, and you're straight up trashing it. This will be re-recorded and sincerity won't even play. Lawless go, chase. The two men held their breath as they got into the police car again and put on full power. Knowing that this third wheel is really a bit of a demon, they hurriedly reported the situation to the traffic police headquarters. The general's side didn't react for a long time when they heard it. What? 3 rounds? I thought the Lamborghini was already invincible. Who's the ministry in these 3 rounds? Don't worry guys, I'll send a large force there right away. I don't believe it. How can a 3-wheeler still turn over? It's a shame to say that we didn't catch a single 3-wheeler in half a day. At one point, the traffic police were out in force all over the city. Can't catch up. Can you? Just huddle up. Can Sun Monkey still jump out of Ka's hand? Uncle Tianzu, slow down, slow down. Zhou Shuyi's face was twisted, and she still hadn't gotten used to it by this point. As he was muttering, he suddenly heard sirens blaring. A total of 3 police cars rushed by from different directions. It's extremely obvious who to target. I'll go, Uncle Tianzu. This is going to be really slow for you. Traffic police. Traffic police. Any more racing and you'll get points and license and car impounded. Or jail time. Although Subai's driving was genuinely too pugnacious, but there was just this one Tianzu auntie, and Zhou Shuyi was still quite concerned. Except she would say this and the internet rolled their eyes. Ha ha. Looks like Sister Zhou is a bit slow. 3 police cars are coming. Does pretending to be pure work? Big snot to the mouth, you know to shake it off. Too late. You knew to brake when the car hit the tree. What were you doing? What's the point of buying a stock when you know it's going up? Seeing the police, Subai's little friend should pee in fear, right? There are bad people in the internet. There's watching and then there's gloating. Seeing other people's bad luck is a joyful experience. They all think that Subai must be afraid. After all, children, which knew that before Subai could say anything. Su Fuchuan opened his mouth. What's to be afraid of? We don't have a license. Ha? What kind of logic is that? Is that why you're so fat? Zhou Shuyi's tears came down. Great uncle. No license? That's driving without a license. That's not good. It's been a long time since I spiked this, and it's still an undocumented rack. But come to think of it, how old is Uncle Tianzu? Can he have a license? Great uncle, this kind of 2-stroke. He is lazy to do on him. What? There's no license plate either. That's not a negative. Great grandpa taught me that. It's called math. You know? Pride, said a negative and positive, and that made Su Fuchuan proud. See, after all that studying with great grandpa, this doesn't have to go on? Zhou Shuyi's listened and looked at Subai with full incredulity. Oh, my god, Grandpa Zhu, is that how you teach people? Great uncle, on the road without a license plate. Ha, it won't work. Wiping tears from her eyes, Selena Chow's liver trembled. You're not spending the night in jail, are you? Iron window tears. In my hand I hold a nest egg, not a drop of oil in the dish. Thinking of this misery, Zhou Shuyi huffed. What are you crying about? We've been doing this for decades. So what? Great-grandpa said it's called the call of the wild. It's called animal ferocity. Once again, Sufyan quotes. The netizens were dislocating their jaws in dismay. God's ing negative is positive. This math was taught by a gym teacher, right? Ha ha ha. Call of the wild? Think you're a wolf. Ha, ouch. Legend of the hungry wolf. Laughing, and animals are fierce. You guys are fierce. Little Master Tai, you really brought the old man to the ditch. See that they are not afraid at all. Selena Chow is numb. Is this trivial? It's not trivial. Driving without a license, on the road without a license, racing around town. Real torture, too much torture. But don't you guys implicate me. I'm in jail. Who's gonna bring me food? Uncle Tianzu, what about this? Why don't we turn ourselves in, confess and be lenient? In the end is a girl. The courage is small. Zhou Shuyi thought of a surrender. Subai shook his head repeatedly. What do you know? Confess and go to jail. Resist the law and go home for the year. That's what Confucius said. What kind of values are these? What kind of values are these? This 3 views, is it positive? Confucius, I really didn't say that. Let Confucius live. Once you do something bad is what Confucius said. Confucius is more wrong than Doi. Yen Hui, is my teacher so shameless? Kong Karp, my father's right. You just gave me a math lesson. Now you're giving me a philosophy lesson, right? The old lady is at least a sophomore. One of your little calves is only 8 years old. A schoolboy. An old yuppie who doesn't know a single word in a bucket. You may not even know that it's a 1 when the flat is down. You guys, you're giving me lessons? Do you deserve it? Uncle Tianzu, if we don't turn ourselves in, What should we do? Is it possible to be a fugitive from justice? It's worse for a fugitive. Trembling and precarious. Might as well die a clean death. Saying stupid things isn't. Being a fugitive from what? Only those who can't escape are called fugitives. Can't we just keep them from catching up? Sit tight. I'm getting serious. As soon as the words left his mouth, the three wheels rumbled as if they were tractors. Whoosh! Like a young hen meeting a frying pan. It was a rush. Seeing the tight pursuit of the traffic police behind, Subai also specialized in the downtown area to turn around, then go into the suburbs. Drifting along, sparks rattling, Selena Chow reached out and saw that the tires were lighting up. Fire! 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 She hurriedly cooled the tires with mineral water. Thumbs up! A plume of green smoke rose. Cough cough cough. Selena Chow choked and coughed. Ha 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 ha. Drive until you have a misfire. It's too much. So that's what a slip of smoke means. Laughing doesn't live. One person drives. The whole family puts out the fire. Sister Zhou is 3 rounds of leftover mother grudges this time. Little Master Tai, you're a real slugger. Chapter 21 I am not at peace with sin. Traffic police. Surveillance room. How is that possible? Dozens of cars? Full deployment. How can you lose them? The captain of the traffic police brigade stormed out. He took matters into his own hands and kept going through the various security cameras. Can't even see a shadow. The matter is so far-fetched that it is being circulated among the public and in the traffic police force. Even the leaders were alarmed and ended up giving the third wheel a run for its money. Captain, the Lamborghini kid is in custody. Luckily there was something to gain. Otherwise it would have been a real shame to pull a mill on my bear but and spin around in circles. The traffic police captain left the surveillance room in a huff and went to the interrogation room. Looking at the guy with yellow hair in front of him, he was even more furious. Racing in the city in broad daylight. Really don't take us traffic police seriously. Lee Tenda, what's your relationship with that three-wheeler? Why were you chasing that three-wheeler? Speak, or the offense will be compounded. As the first captain, he already carried an intimidating presence about him. Now that he was in a hurry, he was even more unapologetic. Not to mention, he would have been unable to look at this kind of dude second generation. With all that money at home you don't learn. You're either racing cars or getting into fights. Simply treating the law like child's play. 3 wheels? I had nothing to do with that third wheel. I drove a Lamborghini and was overtaken by a three-wheeler. I was not convinced. That's why I chased him. You can't convict me of anything. My father is Li Gang. You must have heard of him, right? Hurry up and let me go, or there will be no good for you. Casually explaining, Li Gang began to threaten. Li Gang? The other traffic police officers blushed slightly. Li Gang is not only a singer. He also runs an entertainment company. He's a big name in the world of politics, business and entertainment. It's said that his wife also has a background, the daughter of a bigwig from a state-owned enterprise. Such a family, that can be said to have money and people. Usually when you meet such people, you don't offend them if you can. But today the captain was on fire and wouldn't even shake it off. Li Gang? Your dad is titanium steel all the way. Racing in urban areas is reckless and just plain ridiculous and unbridled. I'm not done with sin. Whoever shut you the up will be severely punished. He was so majestic that Sun Tianda almost cried in fear. For the first time, taking out my father's name didn't work. What should I do? The traffic police captain asked a few more questions. It was determined that the other person really did not know the three-wheeler driver. Plus the three wheels don't have license plates or anything. The so-called AE86 you get is just a three-wheeled model. Where to find hundreds of thousands of this model of three-wheeled sold? Go inform the tech squad. Tell them we need tech support. The captain made the arrangements and went back to his office himself. The few remaining traffic cops stayed in the surveillance room, called the tech squad. While the tech squad was still here, a few people stared at the surveillance video with question marks on their faces. The image was blurry and it was kinda hard to see who it was, but vaguely, I was able to see that the three-wheeled driver was short. It should be a midget. Traffic police officer Wu guessed. When the tech detachment came, the first thing they did was to freeze the surveillance video, then increase the clarity, eliminate clutter, and enlarge the picture. After several techniques were used, the three-wheeled driver's mold revealed itself. I'll go. Elementary school kids with red scarves? I'm seeing things? Really? I thought it was a midget, but it's really a child. Elementary school kids racing downtown and riding a three-wheeler? He's not even as high as the windshield and he's playing drag race? The monitoring room was in awe. There's 2 adults sitting on the back of the key tricycle. 2 adults don't drive. They have to let the kids race. What kind of sense is that? Gotta make a quick arrest. Catch it and you can ask questions. Wu hurriedly printed clear photos and took them to the captain. You're right, Chief. Yes, I know. The repercussions are extremely bad. Definitely. We will do our best. Don't worry. I'll catch him even if he runs to the sky. Thanks for the trust of the leaders. We promise to fulfill the mission. Chastised by his superiors, The first captain grimaced. Seeing the lieutenant coming over, he was even more impatient. Results from the technical detachment? Nothing like this had happened since he had taken over this brigade. If you can't deal with it right away, it's going to hurt your reputation. Besides, Li Gang's son, who drives a Lamborghini, has been arrested. How can a guy with a three-wheeler get away? Yes, Captain, there's a picture. But a child, afraid that the captain would be too surprised, the lieutenant reminded. That's what handed the photo over. Kids? Middle schooler or high schooler? Kids these days, they're getting more and more unlikable. Had to clean up after them. Ha! While talking, he took the picture. Then the first captain's mighty face froze instantly. Holy, what's with you guys? My father, what have you done? How can you let Grandpa Kojo race? If something happens to him, what about the Ancestor Festival in our village? There's still 30 years to go before it's time to organize the dragon boat race. Can you host it? This? What about this? I got my own father. And my old man? How am I going to make it in the future? No, absolutely not. It's time to put the brakes on and not let this fester. Actually, if you think about it seriously, it's just that Grandpa Kojo was so excited. Then, drive a little faster. Is it a crime? If it's an adult, it's definitely against the law. But he's 8 years old and not civilly competent. It's no use arresting it. Not to mention the fact that you can't catch it. Ha ha. Captain, you're shocked too, aren't you? We were stunned when we first saw it, too. This kid, you say, is too good? I'm going to have a long talk with him when we catch him. Xiao Wu smiled when he saw that the always ancient captain was shocked. As a result, the captain looked up with a somber gaze. The expression on the knife man's face was unmistakable. What the hell? You want to arrest my grandpa? Captain, what's wrong? Wu was startled. Why is this coming at me? This kid is a pain in the ass. You're punching him. Nothing. You give me notice down there. Have everyone bring me all the evidence. Remember, it's first-hand evidence, including surveillance footage. You can't keep originals anywhere else. No copies. Got it? Hearing the captain's orders, Wu would smile. Now this case is a big deal. How many people want to take the credit? Who can take the credit when you bring all the evidence? Captain, I understand. It's just, what about the city council? They want the information too. And they say that if we can't do it, the city will send someone. Now this case is through the roof. The most important thing is to hurry up and do it. Otherwise, you can't even get a hair. Stay out of it. I'll contact them. Waving his hand, he told his men to leave. The captain pulled out his cell phone, but instead of calling, he opened WeChat, tapped the WeChat friend named City Bureau Su and sent a message over. Second brother, that was close. I almost got Dad and Grandpa Gaozu. Chapter 22 Crazy, worshipping an 8-year-old as a master? Hashtag bears back in the village for talent. Hashtag all muscle at a young age. Hashtag new age schoolboys, subdued bulls. Hashtag butcher reincarnated. Just started elementary school. As Zhou Shuyi's livestream festered online, so many video clips are starting to proliferate as well. All sorts of eye-catching headlines swarmed out. One of them, hashtag kids teach you to kill cows, even made the headlines on Weibo. I'm super. Thought it was another gimmick, but it's true. Oh my god, is this Subai kid not a regeneration of Li Yuanba? Who is this? Which village is this? Nima, are elementary school kids so fierce now? A new generation is changing. I'm getting old. Various comments even reached tens of thousands in a short period of time. Everyone wanted to see the original video, and Selena Chow's fan base began to skyrocket. A few short hours, 100,000 or so new ones have been added just by entering the live stream. Ah, I've finally seen Little Master Tai. The little Teiyukai drives like a thief. You're late, aren't you? You didn't see the Little Master's drift, did you? 8-year-old kid, drifting on 3 wheels? Who's got a video? Netflix Twitter. At this time, Subai drove the 3 wheels into the village. The system voice came on as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the randomized quest. Is it a lottery now? Completing the mission is all about the raffle. Can you not? System, I want a lottery. With a thought, the system roulette wheel also spun. It took all of 5 seconds to stop. Congratulations to the host for gaining carpenter experience. Level, elementary. With a slight giddiness, Subai felt a lot more knowledge of carpentry. That feeling of being able to craft a small bench at any time. This knowledge alone would take a year or two, if you counted learning, anyhow. But Subai couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of reward is that? It's not like carpentry is a great skill. Plus it's still a beginner level. It's really tasteless to eat and discard. Let's hope we can advance in the future. Otherwise, I'd be too embarrassed to show it off at this elementary level. Great-grandfather, the pig we have tied for you. The villagers came over and led Subai in a star-studded manner. It wasn't long before they came to a large black pig. Those of you who have seen the killing of cows before are used to it, but the netizens who just came in are fresh in any case. The kid killing the cow didn't see it live. Watch a kid kill a pig and have a good time. Little Master Tai. They don't understand. I'll give you a hand. Judah Skimmer was very hot and hard to help. Subai looked at him, then slashed over and stabbed the pig in the heart. Ow! The pig howled half-heartedly and came to a screeching halt. Then Subai gently drew the knife and the pig's blood gurgled. By the time the blood was drained, the hot water next to it was already waiting. Put the pig in a large tub of hot water to scald the hair, so hot that it's easy to shave. The scraping planer was in Subai's hands as if it was a blackboard eraser. Thumbs up. The sound is very melodic. Not long after, the whole pig was naked. Next, Subai made holes in all 4 legs of the pig. Have 4 people come over and blow into the holes. The 4 legs are then tied with rope and the pig is slapped with a wooden board. This is done to separate the pork from the skin. I'm going. What a professional. Nima. It's just a pleasure. It's true. So Little Master is a real butcher. I'm convinced. How many pigs has this killed? I deserve to lose to an elementary school student. On one side, Judah Skimmer's eyes widened once again. He looked closely, and the more he did, the more surprised he was. Subai merely held the knife in his hand, and the flavor of a master class bubbled up. After that it's all about disemboweling and sorting the entrails. Practice makes perfect. Subai has killed cows and earned the title of butcher. Now to do this job again. It's one word fast. Just a few minutes. Pork. Pork rinds. Awful. Bones. The division is clear. Only after doing so did he look over at Judah Skimmer. Why haven't you left yet? This question embarrassed Judah Skimmer. By all accounts he was injured and really should have gone back to rest. Especially now that Sujai village had Subai. He truly couldn't be used. Ha ha ha. Smiling sarcastically, Judah Skimmer brazenly said, Little Master Tai, I want to learn your skill in killing pigs. Just take me. Shall I kowtow to you? He's quite persistent. He mentioned it before, but Subai didn't agree. Now, just as I finished my sentence, I hit my head on the ground. Puff. Anyway, it's the ground that's dirt and soft. He knelt porcelain, not to mention hitting the ground with his head. Even he had knelt. Where would his several disciples dare to stand? Hooting and hollering and kneeling. The netizens were confused for a moment. Don't you kill cows? Why do you want to kill a pig? I'm going. Is Subai going to be a master? Crazy. Once Subai agrees, he'll have a disciple. Seniority is innate. Accepting an apprentice is based on ability. The best elementary school student. Will he say yes? The netizens are curious. So are the villagers. Subai neither agreed nor disagreed. He didn't say anything. Judah Skimmer lived up to his reputation of being a frequent traveler and understanding of the human condition. In ancient times, worshipping a teacher required a ritual of worship. You have to pay tuition for school now, so a great patriarch is here. Can he teach for nothing? Little Master Tai, from now on, for every cow I kill, I will honor you with 2 pounds of beef. Do you think this will work? Kill a head and give 2 pounds of meat. This is like the original dry shares. Judah Skimmer is very generous. Of course, he had a mind of his own. Don't you get to nag when you deliver the meat? Can't you just ask if you have a difficult question? That's how you worship to learn the real thing. Not that I care about 2 pounds of meat. Subai mused. He was telling the truth. But he can't kill cows all the time. It's pretty good to leave it to the big skimmer Zhu. He's kind of bringing his art to worship and it works right away. The fact that you are willing to give it shows that you have filial piety. Then in the future, Sujai village will need to kill cows for ancestor sacrifices, celebrations, and whatnot. Halfway through his sentence, Subai stopped. If you can't understand this, how can you talk about the human condition? Judah Skimmer hastened to assure him. In the future, when Sujai village kills cows, I'll do it all for free. Not only me, but my apprentice. My apprentice's apprentice. There's no charge. You're their grandmaster. It's a must. Apprentice. The apprentice's apprentice. The villagers were happy. What a bargain. Shu Tai Skimmer is a cattle killer. He's been killing cows since his granddaddy. I don't know how many more generations to come. Everyone looked at Subai adoringly. With a great-grandfather like that, can you not worship him? It solves the problem of killing cows in Sujai village for the next few hundred years. Okay, I'll give you my word. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, just ask. Subai also atmospheric. Now that you have taken on a disciple, you naturally have to teach with all your heart. They can all beat their own reputations later. Judah Skimmer nodded his head repeatedly and had a few of his disciples come over to pay homage to their ancestor and serve tea. What does the Grandmaster do? A reward for food. They were called solemn. The netizens looked dumbfounded. This is the Grandmaster? You can disobey Subai as an ancestor. But as an ancestor? Who dares to disobey? Oops. Broken. When the pig was killed, Su Fuchuan suddenly shouted. I've contacted several running chefs and they're not available. Upon hearing this, the villagers choked. In the past few days, other villages have been paying homage to their ancestors. A streaming seat is a natural must as well. Chefs are in short supply. There is one in Suzhai village who can cook, but he can't be contacted. You can't just wait around after you've killed the pig, can you? Chapter 23. You don't even have a stovetop high enough to cook? Just as the crowd was at a loss, Subai stepped forward. I'll do it. The villagers backed off in a row, and the netizens were even more unacceptable. What the hell? This young master is too capable of taking charge, isn't he? Managed to kill and do one-way service? I don't believe it. He knows everything. Funny, right? That's not easy in the countryside. The city's restaurants can rely on word of mouth, but also on a transient population. Even if it's not good, I'm not afraid to stop coming here. The mobile population is active and does not rely on regular customers. You can't do that in the countryside. Who doesn't know who in the neighborhood? Don't you dare do anything less than delicious, and you won't get any business in the future. That's why the running water table relies on pure word of mouth. Therefore, what comes out of a running restaurant has to be better than what comes out of a restaurant. Great-grandfather, it's not something you can do with a lot of strength. It's hundreds of people, and it has to be delicious. Su Fuchuan hurriedly advised. Don't think he's the patriarch, but sometimes he's afraid to solicit work. Do more, be more wrong. So big a running hog killed. If the cooking is not good, fall complain. It's just a couple hundred people. It's nothing. Get a couple of guys to give me a hand. And you're in charge of getting the tables ready and arranging the seating. Subai seemed to be lining up his troops like a great general. How dare Su Fuchuan resist? Hurriedly give arrangements for manpower. Zhou Shuyi doesn't know what to say. Uncle Tianzu only shouted, trying to persuade to come. But look at the number of followers you have. It's in the tens of millions. It's all thanks to Uncle Tianzhou. He's going to live a full life now. Can he be stopped? Is that stupid? This would be her yelling instead of stopping it. Families, my heavenly ancestral granduncle has stepped in. I'll do my best to give everyone a clear shot. Thank you brother Aaron for the rocket. Thanks to Triple Tramp Too Fierce for the yacht. Sent. Zhou Shuyi knew that she was now rich. Light went out and came back from a 3-wheeled ride. Good guy. The reward alone is more than $100,000. Great, though I'm going to puke from the bumps. But she didn't have any complaints and looked at Subai. How she looked at him. Pussy boy, you go borrow a steamer. Erchiang, Defu, you guys cut out the meat for me. Sort it out. 5 flake, 2 flake, lean, elbow. Chun Hong, you guys wash the plates and bowls. Siping, you go burn the fire. Subai seems like Li Yunlong. When the gun goes off, the whole regiment has to listen to him. Well organized. Today it's all about hard dishes and fast. The henchmen must give as well. Zhou Shuyi was seriously filming, the camera not leaving Subai. It's all money. It's all money. Subai yells a lot, but the netizens don't quite buy it. Oh, are you serious? It's not even as high as the stovetop, and it's still cooking? I'm here to see the authentic rural dam feast, not to see this brat fooling around. I came to see an authentic rural dam feast, not to see this brat fooling around. Kids cooking, isn't that a waste of food? Voices of disapproval were all over the place until Subai started cooking. He was seen pouring cold water into the cauldron, then the pancetta went into the pot, then ginger, cooking wine, peppercorns, star anise. What ingredients in small quantities? That's a twist of the hand. The old chef's pie comes out. After cooking the pancetta, drained it and greeted it by having it slathered with sriracha. Next, heat the cold oil in a hot pan until it rolls over and the pancetta squares are brown in the pan. Not too long after, the skin of the flesh became brownish red and blistered. Remove from the heat and place again in the large pot you just placed them in and continue to cook. I'm super. I know what this is going to be. Roasted white well. I did not expect. The little master is this piece of the. What do you mean roasted pork? We call it pork with preserved vegetables. I don't care. Little master Thai is from our old family. Groundwork. This hand goes back into the water and boils again. And the master's paradigm comes out. There are masters in the internet who can even tell what they are cooking. There were even quarrelsome ones who wanted to be Subai's hometown. To the clamor of the outside world, Subai did not listen. When the surface of the pancetta is beautifully and evenly wrinkled, order it to be fished out. Then came the slicing. You can't get anyone else for this one. Picking a cleaver, Subai pressed the pancetta, and master knife work went on. It's hard to see how it's chopped because it's so fast. Just see the pancetta turn into thin slices. Then the seasoning sauce was spilled, and bowl after bowl was yards away, backside down. Oh my god. This meat, it's delicious just looking at it. It's been a long time since I've had pork, and I'm hungry. This technique is so much better than what my mom does. Envious of Sister Zhou. If you follow Subai, you'll eat 9 meals a day. Not to mention the netizens, these people who followed Subai to help also froze. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. A few women, in particular, sked. With that start, everyone cooperated even more. In the meantime, learn it secretly when you have time. People are finding out that great-grandpa has a lot to offer. See how eye-catching the other Chutai skimmer is. Coming up to pay his respects. We're from the same village. How can we lose to outsiders? Young people learn too. Learn more so you can get a wife. Great-grandfather, the dried plums are ready. After making the pancetta, Subai waited. When the dried plums came, he began to direct the group, pouncing on the pancetta. When finished, put on the steamer. This dish must be delicious. Helping the kitchen lads drooled, because it's just one pig and only 4 elbows. Time is urgent. Subai also dealt with it. On the steamer, while steaming, the people were not idle, and they were instructed to clean the entrails. Subai stood on the bench and started frying. Slipped fatty intestine, dry-fried pork lung, sautéed pork liver with celery, cold pork heart, stir-fried bitter intestine with sharp pepper, cold cashew flour, stir-fried pork skin, one course after another, all meat dishes, piggybacking on a pig. The old ladies and boys helping the cooks looked stunned. Cooking in the countryside is sometimes a no-brainer, as long as you can eat, but the characteristic of the meals made by others, Subai, is that they are exquisite, color and flavor. Great-grandpa, I'll serve it. Grandpa Tianzu, wipe your sweat. Grandpa Liazu, have a sip of tea, good tea. In admiration, they were that hot. It's not just for a bite to eat, it's a long way to see the world. If I can follow and learn a trick, won't I be blessed with a mouthful in the future? The attitude of the netizens is just so, bearing neck spring waist with a weather vane sticking out of your head. Seeing Subai's skillfulness, he immediately turned. Humph, whoever said our little Teyukai can't cook, stand up if you have the guts. I was wrong. How the hell do you know how to do everything? You can kill a pig and a cow. You can drive a car. You're a sparkler. You're a chef. Brother Subai. Sister likes you like this. Cool. Looking at Subai, I want to beat my husband to death. Is this an elementary school student? I'm scared. Chapter 24. Absolutely. This smells better than a banquet in a restaurant. Uncle Tenzu can cook. Zhou Shuyi was so close that she naturally recognized it. In order to give the internet a full picture of what the running table is all about, she left the kitchen and went outside. The camera panned out, and Great Uncle Justice was making arrangements. It's just that the arrangement is a bit unorthodox. The big guys are here. I'll give you a clear explanation later, no matter what Tai Grandpa does or how he does it. You all give me compliments, okay? Don't give me no big, blind truth. I'll beat up whoever tells the truth, okay? Tables were arranged in the square in the middle of the village. Su Fuchuan was surrounded by a crowd. Men, women and children. When he said that, the adults naturally understood, but the children could only nod in ignorance. It was obvious that he didn't have much confidence in Subai's cooking. I know. I'll make sure not to talk nonsense. It's all about people with eyes who tell the truth. And I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. We'll tell lies. It's the most basic form of human kindness. Let's say people have a baby that's pretty ugly. Can you say ugly? I can't. It's rude. Even if it's ugly, you can't say it's ugly. You have to at least say it's cute. I can't really say. It's classy. It's got personality, and this kind is fine. Seeing this segment inside the live broadcast, the netizens' faces were wonderful. Mad. So true. Don't tell me. It's really a traditional culture. For the honored one. 666. Can it still be like this? Ha? Why do I feel these adults are so childish? You look down on the young master, don't you? Ha ha ha. Not allowed to tell the truth. What if it's really delicious? My great uncle, you're a real talent. Shame on you. Selena Chow doesn't shoot these guys anymore. It's a good thing you're faking a meal. She was back in the kitchen, filming the finished meal. Even the village adults don't believe Subai, and the netizens are starting to bounce back. It's nice. It's really nice. But is it good? It's not good enough to eat. These seem like props from a TV show. After all, what can an 8-year-old kid cook? It's good to be able to make instant noodles. Ha 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 ha. Villagers, please start your show. If it's really bad, we'll have to test the villagers' acting skills. On Subai's side, the main course is buckwheat with dried plum and vegetables. Eyes are almost steamed. When he waved his hand, Zhou Shuyi understood and went out to yell. Ready to serve. The villagers took their seats. Their faces ready. There are even people with glasses of water. If it's too salty, then, praise it no matter how bad it is. Serving food is a labor of love. Several dishes on top of one plate. That's several pounds. Back and forth. It has to be a male laborer. There's something to be said for serving food that can't be messed with. One dish at a time has to even out. Don't have several courses at this table and one at the other. That's not good. The young man was energetic, carrying wooden plates with 4 dishes on top of each. Coming. You also have to be able to yell when you serve food. You have to be loud, you have to be enthusiastic, and you have to come up with a waiter's attitude. A couple of the lads did a pretty good job. However, the villagers couldn't care less about these. Everyone's eyes are on top of the dish. The first course is the dried plum and vegetable buttons. Pork is too fatty and easily greasy. Cooking both highlights this fat. At the same time, it can't be mushy. Dried plums are a match made in heaven when it comes to relieving greasiness. When buttoned up, the panko skin is outwardly aesthetically pleasing. The color has to be bright and the meat has to be crispy. That's all. It smells so good. The flavor is so right. It must be delicious. My nose doesn't lie to me. Acting? Acting the hell out. People are already drooling just from the smell. So many dishes coming up. It's dizzying. Soft fried steamed pork, steamed spare ribs, steamed elbow, sandwich pork, salted roasted white. One of the mainstays is the 6 bowls. Other things like cold pork rinds, cold pork heart, these belong to the collocation. Some tables were pork hearts, some were fatty sausages. After all, there are too few of them to have at every table. Geez, did Grandpa really make this? I've been to that Grand Hotel, and this is pretty much the same as all the Grand Hotels. It's 100 times better than what my family does. I should have known to skip breakfast. The villagers were talking about everything. Jo Shui swallowed hard and walked a little unsteadily. She's also a spooky one, specializing in finding a table with lots of kids to sit at. Ha 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 ha. Sister Jo and the children at the same table. Also, she's so fat, she needs to eat more. There's one thing to be said for the people of this village who really rule. Yeah, the food is on the table, and not a single one of them has moved their chopsticks. Tutoring. Look at that kid. He's drooling so much he can't hold it in, waiting for the little master. If the little master doesn't come out, who dares to lay down chopsticks, just by having a meal? Everyone saw Subai's majesty again. However, Subai didn't let everyone wait too long. He made 2 soups, a pork ball soup, a lean fig soup. Just simmer it in a pot first and have it served when it's time. When he came out, the villagers stood up. Su Fuchuan took the lead in boasting. Great Grandpa, you are amazing. Others have changed their compliments. That's all I can see the emperor eating. A pig in a poke would want a bite. It's like a dragon's liver. Can you not be uniform when you've negotiated? It was truly one world, one voice. Subai swept his gaze over everyone. Just then, a small child had a tangled look on his face. Seeing Subai looking over, she only said in a resigned manner, "This dish looks awful." Dissonance came out. The point is, the kid's eyes kept going to the food. That drool was more like a waterfall. What's going on? Is this kid out of his mind? Laughing. Why are you drooling if it's hard to eat? Murphy, did he secretly taste it? What kid from the Emperor's New Clothes? Which kid is this from the Emperor's New Clothes? Netflix wondered. The child's parents, on the other hand, were terrified and rushed to get the child out of the way. Subai waved his hand and told them not to. Stepping forward, he patted the child on the head, like a kindly grandfather. I'll be good and tell Grandpa Tianzu what's going on. Why are you telling lies? What Subai asked was exactly what the villagers wanted to know. It's also the netizens who are wondering. It's just that, barring that, Su White is 8 years old herself. The kid in front of me looked 5 or 6 years old. 8 years old telling a 5 or 6-year-old to be good or something is so creepy. The feeling of being a young adult is too strong. Because the matriarch said not to tell the truth. That would be to tell a lie. These dishes look especially delicious. If you tell a lie, you have to say it's not good. Am I wrong? The child was very stubborn and held back tears. He struggled to make his words clear. Subai was happy to hear this and went up to give Su Fuchuan a brain crash. Who told you to teach people not to tell the truth? Everyone laughed along. Hospitably, he invited Subai to sit in the first place, then sit down in order of seniority. The wide-eyed ones all looked at Subai, until Subai said something. Don't you want to taste it yet? That's what started it. For a while, the wind swept in. Chapter 25. Old woman, can't you watch what you eat? It's worth a lifetime to have this meal. Ouch, where's my meat? How come celery tastes good too? How come you're not a picky eater? This kid? I thought you didn't eat vegetables? The villagers had their chopsticks down and their eyes were straight. One by one, with the light of a thief. It's not eating vegetables, it's swallowing. Adults can maintain a demeanor. Kids can't. You're scrambling, and it's a matter of hand speed. Ooh-hoo, I only ate 3 pieces. Why not? There are kids with slow hands that cry with anger, but it's no use crying. Others that hand speed remains. Hurriedly, he wiped away his tears and joined the fight. The adults are polite, but those hands are not slow. Come on, try this. This is delicious, crispy on the outside, with a kick. Gee, it smells good. Top of the sky. They commented on the fact that you were not far behind with your chopsticks and I was not far behind with my chopsticks. Those who can drink start drinking. A mouthful of meat and a mouthful of wine. That's even more beautiful. There's no heaven on earth. And where great-grandpa is, there's heaven. To grandpa don't go to school in or out? It took a great-grandfather to bring us happiness. I'm stuck with great-grandpa. The food is so good that some people are already showing their loyalty. There are those who can eat big bellies and those who have small meals. Grandma McFlurry, at the east end of the village, stood up. She had never lost her mouth in her life, because her man is the hotel cook. She followed decades of working as a helper cook. Many of the previous pots and pans were borrowed from her family. Great-grandpa, it's not that I want to kiss your ass. Your cooking is 100 times better than my man's. My man is a senior chef. Those who have eaten it and seen it have marveled at it. The others, that is, don't know what to say. Now in front of Subai, it's not good to walk the world with a single word of crouch. All you can do is keep hollering, until a man wailed. Great-grandfather, can you help me control my daughter-in-law? Her cooking is awful. I am determined not to eat it in the future. Crowd side-eye. This guy's still a help cook. His name's Pussy Boy. His daughter-in-law is notorious for not being able to cook. He's a wifey again, and he didn't dare resent it before, but now he can't help it. Check it out. Now that's what I call a meal. Subai was speechless. Your own daughter-in-law. Your own management, she doesn't cook properly. Beat her up. In desperation, he gave an idea. It was the netizens' turn to be speechless. This was an 8-year-old's idea? Brother Subai, how about hitting your sister? I'll get you with a stick. The cowardly boy said nothing when he heard about beating his wife. I can't beat her. Ha ha ha. The villagers burst out laughing. The pussy daughter-in-law, on the other hand, ranted. She's over 200 pounds and the pussy is under 100, so she can't really fight. Thai grandpa, I'll cook well from now on. Obviously a big old lady of over 200 pounds. With Subai, she can be honest and guaranteed. However, with those words, she hurriedly sat down. Others use chopsticks. And good lord, she just picks up the plate and pours it into her mouth. Well, even the oil and water are all gone. What the hell? That's what I call a liquidation. Little Master Thai, I want to eat too. So hungry, so hungry. The camera was on the wussy daughter-in-law for a while. Soon, Cho Shuyi was on the table, facing herself. She couldn't help it. This is when the benefits of chicken thieves become apparent. With a table full of kids, you really can't eat much. You're not going to eat this plate, are you? Quite politely, she asked, then reached for her plate and peeled it into her mouth. After stealing a plate, he then asked, you guys aren't eating this plate either, are you? If a child said they wanted some, she'd skim some for someone and then keep skimming. It was all about image. If you don't know, you'll think she's a foodie. Numb nuts, just by looking at the way she eats. I know it's delicious. Nima, the Boston lobster in my mouth instantly stopped smelling good. I can't. I'm so hungry. What a 5-star Sichuan restaurant I have. It's really not as good as the 9 bowls made by human children. Sister Chow, is that still your mouth? It's bottomless. 6666. Sister Joe is really the oldest 6, sitting exclusively at a table with children. The entire village of Suzhai, to say the most eaten scene. At the same time, the one who knew Subai best had to be Su Fuchuan. He was shocked even after a few bites and couldn't even believe it. Chun Hong, Siping, you guys follow Thai grandpa to help. Did grandpa really make this? When Chun Hong and Siping heard this, they hurriedly put down their chopsticks. Patriarch, this can still be false. Could it be that you, matriarch, think it was one of us who did it? When they said that, Su Fuchuan couldn't even believe it. He didn't know the level of Thai grandpa, but the level of these people, he knew too well. 1 by 2, not that talented, but to say it was made by great-grandpa. So here's the question, when did you learn that? Not in the village. He's watching. That can only be at school. Great-grandpa, that school you go to, is it a proper school? It's not some new Oriental, is it? He knew it even if he couldn't read. Cooks are not taught in elementary school. A good number of villagers also looked over in confusion. Yeah, where did Thai grandpa get all this skill? Doggy, what are you talking about? I was in elementary school. Where did I get new Oriental? Subai was hungry too, but unlike other kids, he doesn't eat in a hurry. Sitting on the slab notwithstanding, it's the pinching of the food that's all svelte. It's like you've eaten everything and seen everything. That's not right, Thai grandpa. Not in grade school. How did you learn this cooking skill? Su Fuchuan was even more perplexed, and the villagers were glaring. The millions of people watching were also quiet. Everyone looked at Subai with unblinking eyes. Everyone was puzzled, and Subai was directly surprised. Learn? Do you still need to learn how to cook? There's a book, can't you just look at it? Still? The villagers froze for a moment and began to nod. It's okay, great-grandpa was not like the others. The internet wasn't as receptive and blew up. I'm super. What the hell? That's why. Good guy. Subai is still confused. I don't know. You need to learn how to cook? so you know how to cook just by looking at it. What kind of talent is this? What a gift! The netizens couldn't take it, so Fuchuan Su was light on his feet. It's worthy of being the oldest ancestor of Suzhai village, pulling out his share. Great-grandpa, I've lived for decades and this is the first time I've eaten such a delicious dish. So, can I ask you something? Scratching his head, he had an idea. A good number of older people also looked out, apparently understanding what Su Fuchuan wanted to say. Something's up. Subai didn't take it seriously. There was no rush to eat the sloppy fat sausage, as he did, so Fuchuan saw hope and got excited. Great-grandfather, ancestor worship also requires a table, so you can take the helm. People from outside the village will also come to see it then. The food in our village must be 100,000 miles ahead of the other villages? Let them go with their gas. Our dragon head, Old Su, is still number one. A tree lives on a tree, a man lives on a face, so rampant and energized. Chapter 26. No, is your home-cooked meal okay? The ancestor festival is also handled by great-grandpa? Isn't there a next meal? The villagers are excited. Life is all about eating and drinking. Who doesn't like to eat and drink? Although it's true that things are better for everyone now, but as the saying goes, it takes 3 generations of officials to know how to dress and eat. There is no shortage of food, but when it comes to eating well, it's not even close. It's not that I'm short of materials, I just don't know how to do it. Besides, ancestor worship is a big deal to show your face. If you do it right, you can honor your ancestors. Doggy, you want to. Subai wanted to say you want to tire out your great-grandfather. The words hadn't even been finished when suddenly the system voice rang out. Ding! Detected the host completing a grounding quest, making a running dinner. Reward lottery times *1. It's nice to be able to trigger a system reward for doing a running gag. Subai's eyes lit up and he directly changed his words. Doggy, you have a good idea. We in Suzhai village should always strive for first place. Second place is a disgrace. In a hurry you'll call some of the village boys over. When I do, let them learn. Don't be uneducated all day. Saying it out disgraces our Suzhai village. Not only did you agree to do it, but you have to teach the students. Several villagers looked over with bated breath. Rural people can't get rich just by farming. They have to have extra money. Get a tech. Start a small business. It's all there. But there are those who can't do anything. There is no doorway but to sell hard labor. Su Fuchuan, as the patriarch, had a clear idea in his heart. Siping, your family is large. A family of 8. It's not a good idea to rely on selling labor alone. Tell you what, don't let your man work outside. Call back. Let him take the dolls. And you, and your family learn to cook with great-grandpa. To say the hardest, it's Jan siping her family. Not much land, lots of people. 3 male dolls alone, 3 female dolls, and an old lady on top. The dolls don't have that talent for school either. The bigger one is a job. The smaller ones are hanging around the house, and the half-breeds are eating the old man to death. These 2 are sadly pregnant. Upon hearing that she could learn cooking from Subai, Yang Siping was overjoyed. That way, the man of the house can come back. This is going to be a red-hot day for sure. This craftsmanship of great-grandpa, it's a masterpiece. If you really learn it, you'll have to come to all the villages to find it for wedding ceremonies in the future. Thank you, great-grandfather. Thank you, patriarch. Great-grandpa, you are a benefactor to our family. I'll kowtow to you. Unable to express her excitement, Yang Siping came to Subai and directly kowtowed. So many people looked over. Subai hurriedly helped her up. No need for that. Eat. Yeah, right in the middle of dinner. So many people were patronizing. This turnaround. Oops, what the hell? Most of the dishes on the table were already dry. Telford, you guys, you're so cocky, aren't you? We all watch the fun. You bury your head in the sand. Uncle Cumulus, I thought you guys were full. Eat your fill? Who's full? We haven't let go of our bellies yet. The big guys started showing off their dishes in droves. It hadn't been long since the table opened, and the guy who knew how to eat had already dipped his toe in the water. The others were naturally unimpressed. Those chopsticks are used up. It wasn't even a sandwich. It was used as a shovel, and one hoeing with several slices of panko. Throw it in your mouth and your lips will smell good. I was interested in chewing more, but I couldn't. It was too good. Didn't chew a few times. Couldn't help but swallow. Zhou Shuyi is a good strong character and even more ferocious when she dazzles. She was at the table with the kids and would have occupied the day. Eat the sudden hi-yos. Not just eat. She's going to drink. His face was red too, and his cheeks bulged like a hamster. She even burped because she ate so hard, and he coaxed the baby. Hiccup. Kids, I'm going to show you a big appetizer. Do you guys think I can finish this plate in 3 bites? Don't believe me? Then I'll show you what I'm made of. Aw woo. The kids at the table looked dumbfounded when a plate of food just disappeared. It's nice to look at, but how are we going to do it now that you're done showing off? The netizens are even more speechless. I'm so sorry. Worthy of being the legendary mute bride, I really can't open my mouth. Be reserved. Old woman. Please. Shame on you for being a fan. Actually, Sister Jo is quite pretty. It's just this eating manners. Hey, hey, hey. Don't eat it if you dropped it on the table. Sister Jo, have you never eaten in 8 lifetimes? I'm all curious about how delicious it is. Showing off an 8 or 9% full. Sister Jo's mouth was red with oil. Also saw the netizens' comments and started to act demure. Ding. It was at this point that the tweets came in. At first glance, she saw that it was Dull Girls, and she hurried to check it out. I cracked. And you're too strong? The child killed the cow. The child is really your Tianzu granduncle? What the hell? There's this big trick you've been hiding until now? Dorky girl, that really cracked up. It would have been all flagging anchors. Good lord. Now people's Sister Jo is on the hot list. There's a sense of being outclassed. His name is Su Bai. He's my kissing Tianzu granduncle. Oh, it really is. After freezing for a moment, dumb girl hurriedly linked up with Sister Jo. It's a great time to dabble in traffic. Sister Jo picked up her cell phone and pointed it at her face. In a row, the dorky girl called out, Sister Jo, what are you doing back in the countryside? As soon as she showed her face, the netizens trolled. 2 mute brides join forces again. Not opening your mouth makes you want to commit a crime. And when you do, you want to kill yourself. I'll marry these two. I'm deaf and I can take it. Sister Jo ate too hard just now, so it's just the right time to take a break. It's not a blind date. My mom says city boys can't stand me and told me to come to the countryside to find out. What if the rural ones can't stand me either? And she sat on it. Over there, the dorky girl giggles. I like rural. Strong. The pop-up immediately gives a reaction. Oh, my god. You're about to drive, aren't you? I'm getting off the bus. This is not a kindergarten bus. Who says city ones aren't strong anymore? It's a hell of a thing to see you two and be strong enough to get up. The two of them talked and talked, and Sister Chow digested and started to eat again. You're eating? It's also good to eat some home-cooked meals in the countryside. Wild vegetables. What? To lose weight. I even ate nests when I was a kid. Didn't like it at the time, still kinda miss it. Dorky girl said to herself. The netizens are speechless. A home-cooked meal? If this is a home-cooked meal, what are we eating? Quanine clay? You're so right. I'm trying to lose weight. No, my heavenly ancestors' grandma made me a diet meal just for me. Here you go. Sister Cho stifled a laugh as the camera panned to the food on the table. Chapter 27. Nerdy girl wants to be grandma and grandpa for the day. Ha! Dull girl stumbled in surprise and almost fell over. This table full of dishes is mouth-watering through the screen. Seeing someone else around them feasting on the food again, the dorky girl was confused. Sister Jo, are you kidding me? This is a diet meal? What's the point of losing weight when you've got a treat like this? I'm going to be a micro-fat little princess. A second ago it was trying to be white-knuckled. Now dorky girl has only one thought. Being fat is good. Jo Shuyi was happy. We're thinking of the same thing. Nowadays, men like the fat types. To get fat, click. She bit into a piece of the rib and ate all the cartilage and meat, and sucked on it a few times. Nerd girl is a little too much to handle. Sister Jo, this whole thing is making me hungry. You turned out to be eating a big meal. Can I go over there now and still make it? A big netizen and anchor like Nerd girl. It was naturally impossible to nick the food. However, I've eaten at basically every restaurant in the city. I've never had a rural meal. It's rare. Besides, as an anchor, you have to give your fans the whole job. The most popular person on the entire internet right now is Sister Jo's uncle Tianzu. Getting closer, rubbing traffic. That's so middle of the road. More than catching up. That's too catching up. We're not even the main table yet. It's just a little running table. Dumb girl, come on. We have ancestor worship, dumpling wrapping, and dragon boat races behind us, all of which have to be made into big meals. By the way, there are especially many handsome men in our village. I'll introduce them to you. How can you not welcome your little sister when she's coming? Sister Jo was even a little too slow. If only I could get dull sister to ride in Uncle Tianzu's triple trampoline too. It's really LSP. Boys of Suzhai village. Watch out. Sister Jo, you're really good. How long have you been here? And you've already noticed the handsome man. Don't say. These two could definitely fool a man if they didn't open their mouths. As soon as she heard about the dudes, the dorky girl went back to her classic giggle. That looks like a raving Donald Duck. Then with a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly came. Introduce me to your granduncle Tianzu. With that one sentence, she disliked Zhou Shuyi. You're too colorful, aren't you? People are only 8 years old. What do you mean? You want to be my Tianzu's grandma? She was depressed and the internet exploded with laughter. I'm going. Nerd girl's ambition is not small. You've got to be kidding me. Su Bai is only 8 years old and you dare to book him? Ha 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 ha. Sister Jo shouted dull sister's heavenly ancestral grandmother. That's too good to be true. I treat you like a sister. And you want to be my grandma Tianzu. Sister Zhou has been hurt 10,000 points. I am most convinced by Su Bai, who was taken by a big netizen at the age of 8. It was supposed to be hot on Selena Chow's side. The two of them had a whole Tennessee grandma and grandpa job, and the viewership rubbed off on them. As a traffic anchor, this wave is a win-win. The dorky girl herself laughed miserably and stiffened her mouth. No, in another 10 years, your granduncle Tianzu will be 18, and I'll only be 36. A peony in style. Ah shucks, you still have peonies? Don't dream about it. People's young masters are looking at you, dreaming of marrying someone. You're thinking pretty well. Dumb girl, come on. I'm curious to see what Spark's dull sister and Su Bai can rub off on each other. The netizens made a mockery of it, and the dorky girl didn't take it seriously. After nagging with Sister Zhou for a while, she went straight. Sister Zhou, I'm really going oh. After that, surprisingly, it went off the air. There was a running wave of food, and everyone ate happily. It's all a bit of a New Year's Eve. After eating, the group didn't disperse and just walked around the neighborhood. I can't do it without a walk. I'm too full. Some kids lack parental discipline. And good lord, they drink. Then, drunkenly, he lay on the floor, falling over. Compared to the intoxication of most people, the cattle killer Zhu Disskimmer was extraordinarily sober. At dinner, he was not seated at the main table, but the eyes are on Su Bai. Seeing that Su Bai had gotten up and stood up, he hurriedly jogged over. The words were so respectful. Little master Tai master. Look, when will I learn a couple of hands from you? He was already struggling to maintain his sanity. In fact, the heart is about to be thrilled. It's like someone who has practiced kung fu all his life and keeps thinking he is a master. And what the southern emperor, northern beggar, eastern evil, western poison can have a fight. As a result, a cultivator has now come out. People play with flying swords to take heads and yuaning to defend their swords. That's really something else. Good point. There's a bull to kill next for the ancestor sacrifice. So you'll handle the knife, and I'll show you the ropes. This side of the village ancestor sacrifice is not a cow. In many places, ancestor worship is just a few dishes. Give it to this ancestor and then give it to another ancestor. Uncharacteristic. On the Suzhai village side, the ancestors are given a classification. Modern ancestors are a wave. Another wave of Ming and Qing ancestors. Tang and Song are a wave. Before Tang and Song, from Yao, Shun and Yu to Xia, Shang and Zhou, all have to come on. Ancestor worship is followed by heavenly worship. Can we do without sacrificing to the heavens when all things are born to nourish us? After sacrificing to heaven, the land lord, the Zao Wang Wang Ah, these also want incense and meat. Besides these, there are other surnames. Those who had done great favors to the Su family should not be given a chance to be forgotten. It is not said that the great things of the country are in the rituals and the military. Thank you little master Taiji for the opportunity. Puff, Judah Skimmer is on his knees again. What you're learning now is a big skill, and the future of the Zhu family is at stake. Is there a shortage of pig and cow killers in the countryside or in the city? No shortage. There are a few villages apart, but they rarely make it out of the circle. He was trying to get out of the ring. It's up to Su Bai to get out of the ring. Master, is this as far as you go? Speaking of which, Judah Skimmer is really far-sighted, but a couple of his disciples couldn't look away. They were all 20 years old and in the prime of their lives, confronted with an 8-year-old doll with an improper mindset, feeling ashamed. They all thought, it's just killing a cow. Why don't we just kill it? It doesn't have to be magical. Snap. Hearing that, Judah Skimmer slapped him across the face. All of you get on your ing knees. What a bunch of unintelligent dogs. When the little elder allowed me to worship, it was out of pity for me. For us. Not to mention anything else. If the young master only has to go out and kill the cows, we'll just drink the northwest wind. We don't need him to do it himself. Teach an apprentice and we'll have to go out of business. For poise, it would have to be Big Skinny Chew. After a few ear scratches passed, a few disciples kneeled down resentfully. For his part, Zhu Disskimmer apologized profusely. Sister Zhou on one side was confused. Is it that bad? Netizens on the sidelines have been praising Zhu Disskimmer. Mud. Come to think of it, the cattle killer is pretty smart. These disciples, what fools, people sue by this as an extra legal favor. I suddenly feel the power of the little master who says he'll make you unemployed. Chill, if I'm a cattle killer, it seems to be all I can do. What are you doing? You've got no idea what you're doing, do you? You guys say, if little master Tai also open live. Chapter 28 New Reward, Imperial Beast Art? There are orgies in reality. It's also a wild ride on the internet at this point. The scene of Su Bai killing a cow spread like wildfire. For one thing, the cow killing thing is so grounded that people like to watch it. Secondly, outrageous, way off the mark. Who wouldn't be confused by an 8-year-old killing a bull? Seeing the live broadcast site, so many villagers bewildered. Netizens empathize. Who am I? Where am I? What is this thing I'm looking at? Crap, the bears nowadays are too good, aren't they? I'm going. Isn't it the post-zero generation that's reorganizing the workplace? How come all the post-zeros are popping up? Good man. Elementary school students go home to show their talents. You sing and dance normally, but you slaughter cows? Cow, I'm counting on you. It's not unfair to be eaten by you. Killing cows without blinking. The cow is afraid, and so am I. That's the way things are on the internet. The hotter it gets, the more it leads to fire. Sue White's live cow-killing broadcast is something everyone has to watch. If you don't read it, you're out of date and behind the times. What? You've never even seen a child return to the village to kill a cow? So what am I going to talk to you about? No common language. Once this trend took hold, people who normally don't brush up on their live streams started watching. Burst. The chain keeps popping. Inside and outside the Guan. North and south of the Yangtze River. Fire all over the 9 states. And at this time, Subai was drinking tea after eating his fill. Suddenly, the system voice arrived unannounced. Ding! Your popularity value accumulates 10W. Rewarded with a permanent boost, physique plus 10 points, strength plus 10 points, intermediate skill, 1 upgrade scroll. Note, adult base values are around 10 points, varying up and down from person to person. Oops, finally the good stuff. Subai then felt, from the depths of his body, a surge of hot air. This heat flowed along the tendons. The whole spirit of the person has risen a lot and his eyes are brighter. With a gentle squeeze, the enamel cylinder in his hand was slightly deformed. Nice. He nodded repeatedly, satisfied. The previous system rewards of what primary carpentry primary farming genuinely not good. But this time it's different. I can't believe it's permanent. That alone is so exciting. Read the notes. It's increased fitness and strength for an adult. This is an area where Sue White can be positively offended. The 1,000 pounds of power given by the system before was only a transient one. As time passed, he had long since sensed it. Muscles are deflating. Strength is diminishing. It's all faded a ton. Now it's good and permanent, not to mention that it can continue to be enhanced in the future. He mulled over the system for a moment and felt that the popularity value was better than doing quests. Skills are important, but physique and strength are fundamental. There is also a scroll that upgrades intermediate skills. That's a good one too. Subai looked at his panel and hesitated. He had quite a few intermediate skills now, but there's really nothing like it. Never mind. Let's keep it. In addition to the popularity bonus, making a running table also triggered a system bonus. There's a raffle too. System, I want a raffle. With a thought, the system roulette wheel spun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sentinel Beast technique. Grade, Intermediate. The Beast? Subai felt a buzz in his head. Countless messages poured in. It was surprisingly full of all kinds of beasts communicating inside. It's not just beastly voices. It was also vaguely possible to sense their emotions. It was as if he had always lived among the beasts. Extraordinarily familiar. The beast? What's the point of this thing? Woof woof woof. While this was going on, the sound of dogs barking came from outside. Other people heard it as a dog barking, but Subai clearly heard it talking. Hungry. Smells so good. My dog wants it too. Bones will do. Whoever feeds me is my master. Mad. This dog is shameless enough to have milk. Then there were puppies next to it that were eating it and making whimpering noises. OMG. Yummy. Missy, you're wonderful. Looks like the youngest sister in the village feeding the puppies. Stop. Subai shook his head and hurriedly stopped the Imperial Beast technique. These big dogs and little dogs, they're so unproductive. It's like there's nothing else in a dog's life but to eat. System, that's chicken too. He sighed. Yes, the level of this Imperial Beast technique is not bad. It's not beginner anymore. But what's the point? Birds of a feather. Finish your tea and consume your food. The crowd dispersed. The eye is on the end of the song. What? This is a breakup? I haven't seen enough. Sister Zhou, keep shooting. Follow Little Master Tai. I'll send you a rocket. Yacht. Supreme salute. Netizens watch live to get a kick out of it. You're not going to leave until you've had a good time. They have a way of doing that too. With gift smashing. Zhou Shuyi was so drunk that she was energized to see that she could still harvest gifts. Lotus steps forward, posing as a lady of the house. Uncle Tianzu, Guagua wants to go around the back of the mountain. Can you take Guagua over there and check it out? As a city-grown child, she had never been to the mountains behind Suzhai village, but she'd heard it from her mom. Backcountry water play, catching fireflies in the backcountry, backcountry frog fishing. She had been longing for the backwoods of Suzhai village for a long time. Suzhai village what? The netizens have seen. The beautiful view of the backcountry had to be opened up as well. For this reason, she went out of her way to use her nickname. going to the back of the mountain? That would never work. The backcountry is all old woods, and that place is too messy to go to. Not if I say no. Su Fuchuan rushed over to stop it. There was a wave of disappointment from the internet. Backcountry and all that. Just thinking about it makes it rare. It was at this moment that Subai spoke. Although her surname is Shou, she is also a member of our Suzhai village. Can you not familiarize yourself with your own home? Is it still your home if you can't recognize the road? It's okay. I'll take her over there. When great-grandpa spoke, Su Fuchuan nodded his head like garlic. Then you guys be careful. Ha ha ha. Your sister. It's up to you whether you go or not. Grass up. Didn't you say you absolutely can't go? Matriarch Sama. Your principles? The netizens joked and were in high spirits. Subai led Zhou Shuyi through the village and headed to the back of the mountain. The villagers greeted each other. Hello, great-grandpa. Grandpa Liazu, you're walking. Grandpa Nosy, your cooking is so good. Grandpa Tenzu came to sit at home? Subai responded one by one with courteous manners. Through the village, follow the zigzag path into the backcountry. Elsewhere trees have been cut down so badly that there are no big trees left for a long time. Not on the backside of the hill in Suzhai village. The trees were green and lush. It was supposed to be a loud sunny day and the temperature wasn't too bad. Once inside the mountain, it was suddenly cloudy and cool. The sunlight doesn't penetrate and it's surprisingly a bit dim. I go. The flavor of the original Linsanity is coming out. Sister Zhou, look to the left. Netizens were alerted, and when Selina Chow looked to her left, her liver trembled even more. Only the small hill on the left was covered with tombstones from top to bottom. Phew! When the cold wind blew, Zhou Shuyi felt even more eerie. Because she was too scared, she scrunched her neck and pulled Subai. Tianzu, Uncle Grandpa, here. There won't be ghosts here, right? Chapter 29 Sister Chow. Compulsory education leakage. Ghosts? Subai shook his head and casually said, wherever there is a ghost between heaven and earth, it is not the spirit of a dead man that does it. They are all the result of a man's thoughts. Zhou Shuyi felt her head explode when she was on her feet. Froze. It wasn't as if she'd had some kind of epiphany, or enlightenment. Rather, TM didn't get it. What do you mean? Ah ha 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 ha. You guys look at Sister Zhou's pussy face. She definitely didn't get it. Nima. Another 9-year education leak. Whenever there is a ghost between heaven and earth, it is not the spirit of a person who becomes one after death, but it is caused by people's thoughts and imaginations. Upstairs is a learning experience. To summarize, don't you think about it. Let's put it this way, the less educated you are, the easier it is to see ghosts. Laughing. That's not saying Sister Zhou? The netizens have been flirting with her, and Zhou Shuyi's face is a little bit hung up. Cut. Hurrying to get rid of the embarrassment, a few steps behind Subai, she turned to the camera. Don't you guys think that my heavenly ancestral granduncle knows too much? This one resonated with the netizens. More than that, he had that tone of voice. Without looking at his face, he thought he was 80 years old. Grandmas, I've known pee and mud since I was 8 years old. I still wet the bed when I was 8 years old. Subai's brain, how did it grow? Savage enough to kill a bull, cultured enough to recite an ancient text. Naturally, Selina Chow couldn't figure it out. She was also a bit infected by the villagers and didn't think much of it if she didn't understand it. Uncle Tenzu is different. This explanation is sufficient. Figuring that out, she hurriedly followed. The scenery around us changed again. Before the fertile forest was general, but there were quite a few rocky mountains in it. It's not natural for forests to grow on rocky hills and for sunlight to filter down. Between the gravel, weeds and wildflowers flourish. So many flowers, yikes, and butterflies. Selina Chow got excited. Flowers in the mountains carry the scent of nature. Yellow, red intermingled. The breeze comes in and rocks it gently, sending a light fragrance. Take a deep breath and it's straight up refreshing. She's a leftover girl, but she still has a naive side. Sneaking through the grass, she tried to catch the butterfly. As it turned out, the butterfly fluttered its wings and flew away before it could get close enough. Stupid, catching butterflies with your bare hands. Are you out of your mind? Butterflies in the wild are so sensitive that it's not easy to catch them with a netting. City kids, so naive. Are all city kids so stupid? Nice guy, map gun, right? The netizens spat, and Zhou Shuyi looked disappointed. Just then, Subai made a move with one hand. The butterflies flew over as if they had seen a relative. 3 butterflies, 2 large and 1 small, all stopped on Subai's hand. Ha! Selina Chow could fit a goose egg in her mouth. What kind of talk is that? She rushed to the pop-ups, wondering how the netizens would explain it. Results. Your sister, scared the out of me. RM, so psychic. I'm really scared. Is there a zoologist? Explain it to me. Murphy. Well, I don't get it. Well, the Beastmaster's art is still a bit interesting. Subai revealed a bit of a satisfied look. Useless is useless. At least it's entertaining and relaxing. I know, butterflies are different here. Loved ones, aren't they? Come, come, Sister Butterfly, come to me. As a mute bride, this would be the time for Selena Chow to bring out her gentlest voice. What do you know? Just as soon as she got close, the butterfly flew away as if it disliked her. Fluttering his wings, he landed on Subai's shoulder. Selena Chow hurriedly turned around. The butterfly flew again and landed on Subai's other shoulder. She was instantly frustrated. Just annoying me. The butterflies are bugging me. Ha 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 ha. ITM no. These three are male butterflies that don't like leftover women. Butterfly, I'm sorry. You sound awful. Butterfly, come after me. If you can catch up, I'll let you heave-ho. Why? Why do butterflies never leave Subai's side? Do butterflies like the scent of milk on children? Want to touch it? Seeing her hanging her head, Subai faintly asked. Ha? Zhou Shuyi froze, wanting to touch and feel awe. It's no use me trying to touch it. These stinky butterflies won't let me get close. Uncle Heavenly Ancestor, could it be that you have a solution? The fires of hope are burning. She's watched a lot of idol dramas, but she knows, butterflies tend to stay only on beautiful women, like Shannon or something. If you have butterflies staying on yourself too, crunchy, then the old lady is beautiful too. Ha 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 ha. Sister Joe's look of wanting to eat a fart can be so spot on. Butterflies aren't human beings, can they still obey? The little eunuch has one word, but the TM butterfly can't understand human words. Sister Chow's wildest wish, wants to touch butterflies. Butterfly, you're so colorful, you still want to touch people? I'll be damned. Netflix definitely doesn't believe there is a way. They all thought that there was some kind of odor on Subai that attracted the butterflies, which knew that just then. Subai waved his hand in the direction of Zhou Shuyi. The butterfly seemed to understand. The wings flapped and flew gracefully. It slowly came to rest on Selena Chow's hand. That's not going to work for her. Instead of being happy, I was horrified. What's going on here? Uncle Tianzu, how do you, butterflies listen to you? No, you were just raving about no ghosts and no ghosts. What kind of operation are you running? As an anchor, you often have to PK with people. Seen a lot of tawdry maneuvers. What with swallowing geckos alive, dog poop on your face, and urinal for food. These things are frankly pushing the limits of humanity. But the situation at hand is not human. Not only her, the netizens were even more confused. What's this? A voice-activated butterfly? What does that mean? An electronic flying machine? No, it's a real butterfly. What the hell is this? Grass up. Shocked my old Chang for a whole year. Dizzy. I can't read it. I just think it's awesome. Little Master Tai, this is the butterfly you raised, isn't it? Everyone looked at Subai with wide eyes, wanting an explanation. Subai began to explain. The little yellow family of three is a good friend of mine. Xiao Huang? Zhou Shuyi took a closer look. Well, it's true. All three are yellow butterflies. So it's your best friend. No wonder he listens to you. She took it pretty fast. But the netizens couldn't take it. Little yellow? That's a ing butterfly, not a dog. Butterflies are man's best friend? A man of God, making friends with butterflies. I have nothing to say. Hey, Sister Zhou, you're accepting this? Three views are broken. How did Master Xiaotai see that it was a family of three? I'm so glad you're here. Subai's friendships are so wide-ranging. Subai, you have people above you. I have butterflies in the mountains. Chapter 30 Wild Boar? Give me a moment to stand at attention. Little Master Tai can make friends with butterflies. The netizens had a hard time accepting it, but they had to accept it. As the two continued to walk up the mountain, the sound of running water began to appear ahead of them. The sound of water gurgling. Greenery. There were also various bird calls from time to time. When one is in it, one only feels at one with heaven and earth. Green water, green hills. Used to travel to places like this. I didn't realize it was like that in my own old country. Families. I am a woman from nature. Selena Chow was overwhelmed with emotion. It's not easy to travel to places like this. The unusual attractions are crowded, really deep into the old growth forest. You have to hike to get there. It's good here. It's right on the edge of the village, a few steps away. This environment makes me want to live in seclusion. Sister Zhou, don't go away. Open the outdoor bar here all year round. Feeling nature and being in a much better mood. Sub-health, anxiety or whatever. Come here for a few days. It's good. It's rare to see another world. And netizens are overwhelmed with emotion. Living in the steel and concrete of the city, everyone seems to forget that there is such a world. It's a peachy feeling when you see it in a jolt. I'm going to build a cabin here. Zhou Shuyi thought freely. Just thinking about it makes you feel worldly. Humbug. Suddenly, a humming sound woke her from her fantasy. A glance in the direction of the voice scared her so much that she almost sat on the floor. Just a dozen meters away, two large boars were foraging for food. It looked like 500 or 600 pounds anyhow. Brawny and lean, with black body hair that seems like steel wire. The fangs glinted sharply. Pig eyes are even more reckless. The two large boars were followed by several smaller ones. The little boar is quite cute, with yellow stripes. Roar! At the sight of people, the two boars snapped their heads up. A threatening voice came out of his mouth, sinking and reckless. The nose twitched and bubbled with heat. The fangs, on the other hand, were a pick. The two boars shielded the piglets behind them in warning. OMG, that's too scary. It's so different from a white, domestic pig. Zhou Shuyi's face turned white and she looked at the two boars warily, not knowing what to do. The netizens didn't expect to run into a wild boar, but it's understandable when you think about it a little. It's just so nice here that it's normal for wild boars to proliferate. Old woman, be careful. Wild boars with pups are extremely aggressive. 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers. A boar is scarier than a tiger. The impact force of this thing is the same as that of a cannonball. 1 hit, the fangs don't top it, and half your life is gone. Mountain hunters are afraid of wild boars. Oh my god, something's going to happen, isn't it? Seeing that the two would not leave, the boar was in a confrontational mood. The grunt from his nose grew louder. The pig's legs stomped the ground and he leaned forward. That way, ready to arch over. Sensing the boar's irritability, Zhou Shuyi hurriedly said, "Let's go back. It's a bit dangerous." With those words, she went to pull Su Bai. "This one moves a little fast." The boar saw it and took it as a provocation. "What do you mean? You want to kill my son?" The two boars were stimulated and rumbled and charged. Sister Zhou's soul flew to the 9 heavens. At this distance, in this environment, there's no place to run. 2 wild boars are more dangerous than a poisonous snake. Being pouted by them will either kill or maim you. The key is still 2 boars with cubs now. They will trample repeatedly to protect their young. Seeing that there were only 2 meters to go, the netizens were also scared of their livers. Though they often flirt and taunt Zhou Shuyi, it's really just internet language. Since she is a fan of Sister Chow, she is still full of love for her. Not to mention Su Bai, the little friend, is still around. The child was arched by a wild boar. It's miserable. Run. Don't just stand there. Run. Old woman. Martyr. Don't look the boar in the eye. It will offend him. Run for higher ground. I can't climb a tree. Little Master Tai. MD, why don't you move? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Su Bai is a child in the end. This will scare him silly. BBQ'd. A child and a woman. There's no way around it. So many netizens are jumping up and down in a hurry. But water from afar does not quench the thirst of the near. It's not like they can drill out of the screen and save the day. It can only be dry. Selena Chow turned to run and flopped to the ground. This is the wilderness. Potholes. She takes it for a big road. Can she not fall? Uncle Tianzu, what should we do? Seeing that Su Bai was still standing steadily, Zhou Shuyi herself ran out of ideas. At this moment, treating Su Bai as the backbone, the white jade hand clutched Su Bai's pants leg with a deadpan look. Listening to the sound of the wild boar stampede, she closed her eyes as if she were a quail. Ancestors bless. Shout out and listen to God. The netizens looked on and cursed. You're an adult. You're a grown-up. You ask Su Bai an 8-year-old child? Usually whimpering. Why don't you have the guts now? Humming. Woman. No balls just won't do. Ancestors blessing? Your ancestors need your protection now. Old woman. You're such a wimp. Donkey dung surface light. What should I do? Can we call the police? Ouch. The two were about to be attacked by a wild boar. So many internet users closed their eyes. I can't bear to look at it. There are also netizens who stare in dead silence. Horror followed by bewilderment. The 2 large boars that were desperately running wildly came to Su Bai's front. There was about a meter to go and a steep stop. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Why? The boar's conscience is still intact? Super. Someone tell me what's going on. I'm yet watching a live broadcast. I almost had a heart attack. Is it? The boar just wants to scare the out of me? Wild boar with cubs? Absolutely unreasonable. But anyone who has seen the documentary knows that the greatest characteristic of an animal like a wild boar is its recklessness. Why do you say 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers? Can a wild boar really beat a tiger or a black bear? Can't. But for hunters, feral hogs are the greatest danger. Tiger or black bear. As long as you're not particularly hungry, you'll duck when you see one. But the boar will come across and arch the man. There's a military term for this, hog raid tactics. It means charging up like a wild boar without a life. Stopping in mid-stroke? That's not the boar's style. Zhou Shuyi waited for a while without waiting for the boar to attack and opened her eyes. Clueless. Yeah? Why does it have the eyes of a human being? Facing the boar directly, Zhou Shuyi instinctively went to look at the boar's eyes. It was seen that this boar was staring at Su Bai with a very anthropomorphic look. It felt like a child asking, who are you? I'm going to. Really like a person. What's going on? This boar's eyes. They're so confused. TM. That's probably what I see in the leader's eyes. Take this opportunity to run away. What are you waiting for? No, kind of like a stubborn child. Don't mind the eyes. It's dangerous. It was at this point that the two boars took another step forward. It's like not being convinced. It seems to be that the imperial beasts are too low in rank, Subai secretly said. It seemed that he could only use the upgrade scroll. Mindfulness. Ding. The host uses the upgrade scroll. The Beastmaster's art has been upgraded to advanced. Chapter 31 Up Fierce. See two wild boars learning to bark? The pain didn't go as planned. Sister Joe boar stared at each other for 5 seconds, and the whole thing froze. What's the situation? How does it feel that the boar has a posturing as a graduate student? What is it working on? Oh, my god. I almost pissed myself. Why isn't the boar moving? Mad. Is my screen dead? What's with the freeze frame? Boars know tactics too? The enemy doesn't move. I don't move? What? It can't stay stagnant, can it? As per the bystanders, the netizens are now confused. The smaller boar behind the larger one also stopped moving and looked on. Now it's not a video. The whole feel of an oil painting. Right at this moment, Subai obtained the advanced beast sentinel technique. He wasn't sure it was working. After all, the boar was a bit too big. So he took an experimental step forward to pet the boar's head. Ha! Zhou Shui's hair blew up. Do not bring such a death. She rushed to pull Subai. And the netizens even had a toothache. Oops. Holy. Oh. This kid's crazy, right? Your sister. That's a boar. Not a pet. Sister Zhou. Hurry up and pull him back. If the boar gets angry, both of you will be finished. Look at those teeth. One bite and your arm will be broken. The child makes a death wish. It's hopeless. The netizens are worried and they all think it's over. But the next moment, it hit the face. The extremely ferocious-looking wild boar actually lowered its noble pig's head as Subai approached. And it shook its head gently, with thirst and intimacy. It seemed to have been waiting for a long time, just waiting for Subai to get his hands on it. Subai's small hand stroked the boar's head a few times. The boar's tail wagged animatedly. There was even a glint of humanity in the pig's eyes, and his mouth grunted as if he was getting off on it. The netizens' eyes dropped. Super. Who gives an explanation why? I can't understand it. I can't accept it. Nice guy. What's with the boar? Where's your recklessness? Where's your ferocity? Crap. A boar is a wild animal. How can it have humanity? Seeing is believing. I saw it with my own eyes. I can't believe it. Selena Chow's white moist hand was stretched out in midair. She was pulling Subai, not pulling, and then, froze. Kids petting boars. Is this human behavior? As a woman from Suzhai village, he had also seen the power of the heavenly ancestor's granduncle. But she was still stupid. That's a big boar. She had heard her mother say that the wild boars in the mountains behind Suzhai village were extraordinarily brutal. And the reason is simple. There's a wild boar infestation. Competition between wild boars and feral hogs is fierce. Not brutal enough to survive. Now, the famously brutal boar is a puppy? Could it be that just like the butterfly before? This boar was also a friend of Uncle Tianzu. No way. Zhou Shuyi couldn't convince herself with this. A little kid making friends with a butterfly is adorable. A little kid makes friends with a wild boar. Naya. Could it be that the boar has just given birth and is intensely maternal? It's treating Uncle Tianzu as its own baby? Motherhood is strong. Just as he thought of this, he saw another boar grunt and come over. That hasty roar was rough and brawny. This must be a male boar, right? Tianzu. Subai. Leave another head. Come on over here. Climb a tree. Climb a tree. She jumped up in a flash and climbed the tree herself first. Being a city-raised girl, where does she know how to climb a tree? Oh, but this is going to be a rush for the ducks. She froze and hugged the tree, using both hands and feet, and climbed half a meter, legs clenched tightly around the trunk, hands straining, but it was hard to advance any further. The netizens were worried about the batch, which will not be able to help but laugh again. Sister Zhou, you call this climbing a tree? It's called hugging a tree, right? Ha 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 ha, laughed to death, climbed not as high as himself. What's the use? This is not a funny time, okay? Crawl your sister. Even a bear could be pissed off by you. Aren't you usually so tough? It turns out you're still a weak woman. Those who watched Zhou Shui laughed, but those who watched the boar were shocked. Not the same as a female boar in a quiet state. This male boar is just crazy. Accelerating his running speed, he rushed past Subai. Little master, I beg you, please don't play with the boar. Can a male not be angry when you play with a female boar? Grass. Is the boar jealous? Upstairs. Your brain is bigger than the sky. Ouch. Ouch. Hit it. The male boar actually crashed into it as many netizens shrieked. Puff. The male boar crashes into the female boar. Froze the female boar. The impact. It's scary. Zhou Shui turned pale and twisted her head to look, even more confused. What the hell? She aimed the camera at Subai's side, trying to get the netizens to give an explanation. The netizens are also confused, making wild guesses. Oops, I really don't get it. Grass. I thought the male boar was trying to beat up Subai as a mistress here. Murphy, you think your wife's hooking up with a guy? I support the male boar. His wife has a red flag. He deserves to be beaten. Asterisk 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 you. What are you talking about? RMs. That's a boar. What a mistress. What a red herring. It's all useless brain farts. After reading the netizen comments, Jo Shuyi shook her head repeatedly. That's talking. The knocked-over boar rolled and hollered as it stood up, rushing at the male boar. She charged as well. A boar fight? The netizens were that excited. Who doesn't like to see boars fight? As long as they're human? Good guy. From wild boar arching to wild boar fighting. Nima today this live broadcast to see the old me blood pressure high and low. I'm also confused as to how the boars got into a fight. In fighting? Could it be that the female boar is a peacemaker and the male boar is a war activist? Open up and fight. Fight and Sister Jo will be safe. My sister Jo, you can at least climb up a meter. The netizens were wide-eyed. I saw the female boar rumble over and arch the male boar, taking a roll. The male boar stood up and went back to arching the female boar. The fighting is getting less intense. Instead of arching, it's more like shoving. Both boars were pushing and shoving each other, trying to squeeze the other out of the way. Ouch. It was at this point that Jo Shuyi couldn't hold on to the trunk of the tree and balked. Come down, come down. She's still not happy about it. It turned out that you can't hold the tree anymore. A face of incompetent pussy. The netizens shook their heads and continued to watch the boar. Crap, I see. They're not fighting. Grandmas, I can see it too. They seem to be competing for favor? Stampo. God TM fights for favor. The description couldn't be more apt. I'm so stupid. I just realized now. Isn't this the same as my golden hair era? Male boar, Subai, please love me more. So boar, fight your sister. Subai loves me more. Chapter 32 Absolute. Female anchors riding wild boars in the mountains, realizing that the boars were competing for favor. The internet was speechless. It's such a contrast that two fierce, fat boars would compete for favor. Subai touched this and that. As soon as he was touched, the boar grinned. It's like a harem woman being turned over by the emperor. Come here, come and pet the boar. Subai turned back and waved his hand to greet Jo Shuyi. Jo Shuyi, who had been smiling and watching the boar fight, suddenly stiffened. Just looking at the boar's tusks she didn't dare go forward, let alone touch it. This won't be necessary. She's not stupid. Yes, the boar doesn't arch over Uncle Tianzu, but it might arch over me. It's been how many years since I've been back home? I shouldn't even be considered a local. Feral hog's bully. Not only is she not coming closer, she's hiding behind a tree. Groping a boar? This should never be done. It's okay, they're obedient. Isn't that right? Big black and two black? As if they understood what Subai said. The two boars giggled like pugs. Not only did they shake their heads and tails, they also looked at Selena Chow. Then shake your head. That look, as if to say, come here, come and touch me. Surprisingly enchanting. I'll be damned. A pig has become a sperm? The 8 rings, is that you? This is Suzhai village, not Gao Lao Zhuang. Little master, you're my own grandfather. How did you do it? Train a boar to be a dog. Sister Zhou, go on, you're not bold. The netizens were up in arms and Selena Chow was full of reluctance. Are you kidding me? Your big black and two blacks together weigh more than 1,000 pounds? I'd rather save my life for soup. Some timid netizens have already begun urging the two to go down the mountain. Sister Zhou is also panicked. With such a weird pig coming out, could there be more? The boar is close to Uncle Tianzhou, but what about the others? Can a jackal, tiger or leopard not bite? Even if she didn't bite she couldn't resist. Pet dogs she loves, pet cats she loves, pet boar, pet tigers and leopards. It's too much for my liver to handle mentally. Uncle Tianzu, let's go back. Time to get back to dinner. Unable to find a good excuse for a while, Jo Shuyi could only talk about food. Ha ha ha, that's an excellent reason. Well, who's the pig? Sister Zhou, is it hard to admit that you're scared? What are you dying for? Subai obviously also saw that Jo Shuyi was afraid. It's no fun to go back right after this. He hadn't been in these backwoods for a long time either, and wanted to turn around more. After a moment of contemplation, he patted the two boars. Big black and two black. Look at that. Why are you guys being so mean? My grandniece doesn't want to play anymore. He's talking to himself and the internet is a little dizzy. 666. So that's what Sister Zhou is. I'm going. There really is a generation. Descendant's son, the descendant grandniece of the young master's elder brother was at once bullish. How's that for a bit of a high? Just as the netizens were snickering, the two boars actually started spinning around. They first circled around Subai a few times, then ran over to Selena Chow for a few turns as well. The two big boars do this, and the smaller ones follow in circles. The little boar put down his stump and ran. shaking his head in a joyful manner. All of a sudden, it became a world of pigs all around, spreading all kinds of joy. It's like you're dancing. One little boar ran too hard and poofed to the ground. The little boars in the back fell one car after the other, in quick succession. The ones in front tripped over the ones behind them, and the ones behind them tripped over the ones even further behind them. The netizens watched and laughed. Ha 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 ha, little boar can't walk around corners, laughing my ass off. Why is it like a car rear-end collision? Nima, what about the skit? Uncle Benjamin, your skits can be so good. The original pig is so cute. I want to have one. Selena Chow snorted out a laugh. She was still a little scared of the big boar. With the little boar she got fat with guts. Kinda caring. She ran over to help the little boar up. Then he carefully picked up a small boar and was relieved to see that the large boar did not react. Yeah, it's kinda heavy. Jo Shui's mind flashed to the roasted suckling pig and she shook her head back and forth. It's too evil to think like that. After playing with the little boar for a while, the tension dissipated. Subai beckoned. Don't always play with the little cars, come play with the big trucks. Netflix? So the boar is really a toy in your eyes. That's a great analogy. Having played with the little boar, Jo Shui was more or less mentally prepared. Still, looking at the big boar made her a little timid. Coming behind Subai, she tried to reach out her hand, not daring to drop it for a long time. Don't be afraid, it's just a pig, Subai comforted. Jo Shui skimmed her mouth. This reason I cannot accept. I've heard the legend of one pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers. Seeing Subai speak, the 2 big blacks and 2 blacks looked at her with kind gazes as well. A few grunts and a dutiful come up, going out on a limb. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Jo Shui stretched out her white fingers and tapped on the pig's head. So hard, rebounding in general. She hurriedly retracted her hand. Meanwhile, complacent families, you must not be able to imagine what I'm doing. I was petting a boro, I did. I really did. Don't ever call me chicken again. I am, well, not average. Her index finger wagged with pride. Netizens rolled their eyes. Where's the face? You fell to the ground in fear just now. You couldn't climb over the tree in fear. And now you're bull ting? Besides, is that called touching? It's just a touch. With the first stroke, she was much bolder. After touching the boar several times and seeing that it was quite compliant, he started to really get down to business. Gee whiz, don't tell me. It feels good. Your name is Big Black, right? Hello. Obey ha. Ari is so handsome. I like you, she muttered, addicted to touching. Nor did he hide behind Subai, and touched it greatly, laughing. You see the old woman like that, just now scared to death, now look like she can't stand it. Should I say no? I'm still a little envious. Stampo, I've seen a lot of cats and dogs, but this is the first time I've seen a wild boar. Ha ha ha, absolute, jacked boar, no one would believe it. Jerking off the boar for a while, Jo Shui was cool. Seeing that her fans were envious, she began to stomp on her nose. Uncle Tianzu, can I ride the boar? Ha? The netizens were left with a question mark. Riding a boar? How did you come up with that, Sister Chow? But it sounds so addictive. Could be. Come on Big Black, let your sister ride. Subai greeted, and Big Black obeyed. On the contrary, Jo Shui was a bit bitter. Sister? Me? The boar's sister? Well, these are irrelevant and need not be thought about. Shrugging it off, she held the boar down for a hop, and well, rode on. Drunk. Sister Jo riding a wild boar, a sight for the ages. Sister Jo, you are at least a big girl, really riding a pig. Little Princess Piggyback Rider, is that you? Grass, I can't stand the sight of it. Or, I'm bitter in my heart, but I don't talk about it. Chapter 33. Where's this anchor's brain? Taking his head to the ground? The netizens were up in arms and cool to see Sister Jo riding a boar. There's one thing to be said for riding a boar that's kinda tiring. After riding for a while, Jo Shui's forehead was sweating. The white moist hands got dirty. Uncle Tianzu, I'm thirsty, let's go home. Okay, city girls come to this kind of mountain inside, this is not adaptable. After the novelty of riding the boar wore off, it felt good to be home. There's food for the hungry and a bottle of water from the fridge for the thirsty. Brothers, have you noticed? Sister Jo has become a child. No, it's not. Who's the kid? Sister Jo, is it okay to pander to an 8-year-old? Are you the one who's being pampered? Going home? Our mountains are full of treasures. Where do we need to go home to drink water? Subai finished and patted the boar's butt. Hear me. Thirsty. As if the boar really understood what was going on. It led the two all the way into the forest. The netizens can't read it. What do you mean? There's something to drink in the mountains? Little Master Tai slaps Pig's ass. I thought, you can't drink mountain spring water, right? I wouldn't drink it anyway. Baffled. What the hell is a boar leading the way? Crap. This boar is more obedient than a dog. Jo Shui was also full of confusion. However, Once we got into the woods, it really wasn't that hot. There is green everywhere, and in some places there is a mist rising. It feels like a place where immortals live. The clouds are deep, but only in the mountains. Sister Zhou, who was in a good mood, even showed off some elementary school poems. At this point, the boar stopped. Subai also stopped short. There's no water here. Zhou Shuyi is still confused. Look around. There are trees everywhere. This? You want me to eat leaves? Look up. Seeing that this guy was a bit slow, Subai faintly said, "Up there?" Zhou Shuyi looked upwards and was happy. Here was a surprisingly tall plum tree, at least 8 meters tall. The branches are full of plums, some red, some already purple, one by one, round and juicy. Quenching thirst can be too good. Wow, good stuff. I like it. Plums are not only clearing heat and promoting health, but also beautifying. Swallowing a mouthful of water. Zhou Shuyi hated to be swallowed alive. The netizens' eyes are also glowing. Who would have thought there were plums in a place like this? If you stay green, you're not afraid of losing your fruit? Greedy, greedy. I'll have some. Good man. Wild plums can be many times better than those sold on the market. Grandmas, the fruits on the market nowadays don't have any fruit flavor. Net TM preservative flavor. For sale? I'd buy $100 a pound. It's too good to follow little Master Tai, eating wild fruits after a big meal. It's really not expensive to talk about plums on the market. The problem is, it's not good. You really have to pay a lot of money to get the good stuff. $100 a pound would be a lot of people shelling out if they could get this wild. You guys want some too, don't you? Don't worry. I'll taste it for you first. Seeing what the fans were craving, Zhou Shuyi was pleased. You can only look but not eat. I can watch and eat again. It's not beautiful. Hey. With that, she even jumped up and tried to pick it. She's kind of naive to a fault. It's a mountain forest. The ground is loose leaves. Where to pop up? After several consecutive bounces, I was so tired that I didn't even touch a hair. Uncle Tianzu can't hook it. It has become a habit for Selena Chow to seek out Uncle Tianzu when she is in trouble. Subai waved his hand for her to stay away and then snapped his fingers. The two boars got the signal and started crashing into the trees. Clunk, clunk. The boar was very energetic and moved as if it were doing some kind of dance. Selena Chow giggled. The netizens were more amazed. When did pigs become instrumental animals? Ripe for the picking. The same is true of fruits that grow until they are almost ripe, and the fruit cannot withstand shaking. How strong is the boar? Within a few strokes, the plums fell like rain. The floor is soft and won't break. Zhou Shuyi hurriedly picked up a big handful a moment later. She was also really thirsty, and it was clear that the river was not far away. As a result, she dabbed at her clothes and opened up. One bite of this, and boy was it juicy. Within a few moments a plum was down to its core. Sister Zhou, save some for me. Nima, greedy old man. It turns out there's this good stuff in the mountains. Oh, my god, how come I don't have a heavenly Uncle Zhou? I never thought that there would be times when I envied Sister Zhou. It was looking like it was going to be a foodcast when, suddenly, a buzzing sound came on. Then I saw a swarm of bees flying down from the trees. The wild fruits are delicious and the wild bee stings are particularly painful. Ha ha, joyfulness. Sister Zhou, you're eating alone. The bees can't stand to watch. Unsurprisingly, there's been another accident. Laughs at me. Sister Chow doesn't have a life of happiness. Zhou Shuyi hurriedly retreated, afraid of being stung. She could see clearly that the bees were much larger than the domesticated ones. The body was still dark and carried a fierce end. The bees themselves are poisonous, and this is in the wild. 3 times more so. A sharp-eyed netizen called out, "There's a honeycomb in the tree. No wonder the bees are out." Honeycomb? Looking at the screen, Zhou hurriedly focused on the camera. Only about 5 meters away, there was a honeycomb the size of a round table. Zhou Shuyi's legs were shaking with fear. It just felt like the plums in my hand instantly stopped smelling good. She's nicknamed the Mute Bride, which means she's still good-looking. Only the voice is too thick and the speech is big. If your face is stung and your only beauty is gone, how can you broadcast in the future? Hurry up, Uncle Tenzu's grandpa. It's no joke. To protect her face, she covered it with her hands. That means it's okay to sting everywhere else, but not in the face. The boar probably misheard and thought she wanted more plums, and arched even harder. Snap. Well, the hive was shaken down. Those bees were just chasing people away earlier, but not anymore. Bringing down people's beehives. Buzzing. This is really blowing up. A huge black mass. Roaring over. Bees don't talk though, but the energy alone. The feeling. The rage. Can you not be angry? You're the one who lost your home. Aren't you angry? Mom, yeah. I'm going to be disfigured. What to do? Family, give an idea. Under the 6 gods, Zhou Shuyi's mouth shivered. Protect your face. You must protect your face. With that strong thought, she had a brainstorm. There it is. Puff. She flung herself to the ground and buried her face in the leaves. And then there was an effort to rake leaves over his head to cover it. Living like an ostrich with his ass up in the air. You'll be stunned later, so be sure to hold back. Only then will the delicate look be preserved. Otherwise it's a goner. Netflix? You. Chapter 34. Nice guy. Giving the anchor the whole won't. Sister Chow. You're so smart. Martyr. Even I can't think of a better way. So hot. Sister Zhou, you pout. Look, I've got an idea. It's so dangerous right now. But, Sister Zhou, you have a genuinely good body. Ha 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 ha. This is the legendary care for the head but not the butt. Seeing that Zhou Shuyi had at least thought of a way out, netizens began to flirt. You can't blame netizens for not worrying about Subai. Zhou Shuyi is on the ground like this. There's no Subai in the shot. Subai didn't panic at all at this point and asked, would you like some honey? Ha! All sprawled out, shedding their bodies to protect their faces. Sister Zhou, who heard this, hurriedly turned her head with a questioning face. Uncle Tianzu, are you kidding me? You want honey when the bee army is killing you? The bees are pretty much eating you. Do you expect bees to be as kindred spirits as wild boars? What's wrong with this kid? What's wrong with him? Good man. I'm convinced by this calming pie. It can't be helped. Kids like sweets. It's just not the right time. 666. Sister Zhou is on the ground, and Subai still wants to eat honey. I'm going. So many bees. They could really eat a man. By this time, the bees had begun to attack the boar. After all, as far as the bees are concerned, the boar is the culprit. Wild boars are covered in hair and are not afraid, as a rule, but there are some places that can't be protected, like the mouth. Suddenly attacked, the large boar threw its head one way or another. The little boar was even more scared and ran all over the place, chirping. The big boar wants to guard some of the little boars, but he can't really do that. So many bees in a decentralized attack. Anyone within a 10-meter radius is considered an enemy. For that matter, the bees were still coming out of the hive in a steady stream. These didn't attack the boar anymore and flew towards Subai. Zhou Shuyi sighed. Yeah, Mom. Zhou Shuyi crawled around in fear. Boo! All at once, head-butting a tree. She was dizzy and screaming. The heart was even more scared to the core. It's over. I'm losing my good looks. Without my beauty, my male friends won't tease me anymore. No hooligans whistled at me when I walked down the street. God, what's the point of living? The bees came too fast and furious and the internet panicked. Don't laugh. So many bees. They can really sting. Finished. Bees with poison tail stitches. So many. Barbecue is up. Sister Chow wants an explanation. Don't die, ah dumb bride. I still want to marry you. Run. Just jump in the river. Use the mud. Put mud on your face. They have all kinds of ideas. That's a valid point. The problem is, it's still a ways from the river. As for the thinning of the herd, there's even less room for it. Zhou Shuyi didn't make a move, holding her head and pretending to be dead. Buzz. The bee's voice was like a hellish cry, and all she could do was pray. Why didn't you come? 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, 1 minute. Selena Chow was confused, and Netflix has long been confused to the point of smoking. Just now, when the bees flew over, Subai simply waved his hand. The aggressive bees surprisingly tinged down. This? Tianzu, Uncle Grandpa, you don't be a god, right? Crazy. Zhou Shuyi felt like she was mentally unbalanced. In her eyes, Subai was glowing all over, stopping the bees with a wave of the hand. Is that indeterminate? The problem is, the bee is still flying, stopped in midair. It's nigh on tougher than a fixation. Help! What the hell is this operation? I'm not sure if this is possible, but it's a good idea. Are the bees also Subai's friends? I don't believe it. I can't believe you're making such a wide range of friends. This is outrageous. There's at least 1,000 bees here. Why aren't they moving? My family has been destroyed. How much hatred is this that can be forgotten? Even friends have to turn their backs on each other. Little master, are you the king of the forest? Butterflies obey, boars are pets, and bees don't even hate it when their homes are destroyed. Netflix is in a confused seizure. Society often says that there is someone behind and someone above. People sue white is a mountain of bees. Whoever offended Subai would be stung all over his face? That's all there is to it. Subai started humming, vaguely and inaudibly. It doesn't feel hard, it's just children's songs, but the bees listened with joy, dancing around Subai as if summoned. It's so rhythmic, it's clearly in tune with the beat. For a while, Subai was buzzing around him, as if a gray mist was lingering. Sister Zhou? She was dumbfounded throughout, directing the bees to dance. This is too tawdry. This is still a person? How did you do it? How did you do it? Show her. You're showing me. Subai, play bee. I would call you the strongest. We were worried sick, and it turns out you're the king of the bees? Convinced. Are these really not electronic bees? The feeling of a bee gala being held. Also, the bees that stung the boar flew over. Impatiently, as if he was afraid he wouldn't make it to the party. After all the bees had joined in, the sound was even more terrifying. Subai's silhouette was kind of invisible. With a rack that covers the sky, you can eat a person with no problem. The point is, they looked densely oozing and at the same time unusually dexterous. It felt like they were a group of musicians and Subai was the conductor. A chorus is roaring. As Subai opened his mouth and hummed, the black shadow-like bees went up and down, surprisingly extraordinarily energetic. Oh, is this the bees? Good rhythm. Why do you feel so energized? The feeling of seeing a concert. Jolin Sai. Is that you? Goddamn Jolin Sai. I'm still Jay Cho. Is the young master so infectious? You can fool the bees by humming? This ability. Subai mustn't have eaten some devil fruit, right? You're still a beekeeping expert. I'll kneel down, okay? Jo Shuyi didn't dare to come closer either, but she had to film it. This ing shot is hotter than killing a cow. Where's your honey? It was at this moment that Subai spoke. Buzz. All the bees flew in one direction, hovering. Oh, here it is. Subai nodded and picked up the hive. This big hive, bigger than his body. It's yellow and glistening with honey on top and dripping down. Selena Chow. Want some honey? Calling the generation is quite troublesome. Subai directly called the name. Having been asked this before, Selena Chow thought it was a joke. Now people bring honey all over. She climbed to her feet and peeled the dirt off her body. Dazed. Uncle Tianzu, did we raise this bee ourselves? On second thought, it's not right to raise it yourself. You have to wear gloves, a hat or something to get the honey. The big anchor, knowledgeable, froze to the hole won't be. What is it? She was in a daze. Chapter 35. Nice guy. Lupin woodworking air? Yes, everything on this mountain belongs to our old Su family. Subai said atmospherically. Jo Shuyi blinked her eyes. So that's how it was. Uncle Tianzu, I want to eat honey. Having wild honey in front of her shortened her brain circuits. Not caring about that much, he took a piece of honey from Subai's hand and nibbled on it. Wild honey looks as if it has crystallized and is richly scented and sweet. Just the texture, the color, that's top of the line in honey. Within a few bites, Jo Shuyi only felt a sense of well-being. What with being scared to the point of weak legs by a wild boar and nearly disfigured by a bee? Forget it all. Obviously eating and drooling. Yummy. So yummy. Selena Chow also gave honey a close-up. It made the internet crave for wow. What's wrong with you? Pure natural wild honey. How can it not be delicious? Sister Zhou, just eat. Can you not barf your mouth? These bees are evil. They don't get angry even when the honey is eaten? Little Master Tai, I want to follow you. Nima, Coke is so bad. Originally, I had a little pity for Sister Zhou, but now, there was only envy and jealousy. I was eating beautifully when the dorky girl called. What the hell? What are you eating again? If there's something good to eat, save me a bite. I'm on my way here. By plain O. Nerd girl swallowed, really getting a little anxious. She knew Sister Zhou. That was also the lord who had eaten and seen. Now just by the sound of it. Good lords, she doesn't even care about a little image. How delicious is this? Selena Chow giggled. Nothing. Just some wild honey too. You come quickly. There's plenty of good stuff. How sad that I can't eat it all by myself. Eating top quality wild honey. Sister Zhou is a bit of a floater. The corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears. I couldn't be bothered to wipe the honey from the side of my mouth. Okay, right away. Nerd girl hung up the phone in a hurry. She couldn't listen to it. The airplane meal in front of me that doesn't smell good at all anymore. Netizens flirted with the idea. I'm impressed. Nerdy girl is really good. She's efficient enough. As long as there is a seat, I'll come even if it's far away. Nerdy girl style. I'm afraid that what comes is a white bone demon and goes back as a piggyback. Don't tell me. I feel like Sister Zhou has put on weight. Ha. We'll be the dumb fat bride from now on. Subai picked up the best honey and ate a few pieces, suddenly sighing. Jo Shuyi wondered. This granduncle Tianzu is the one who doesn't change his color when the mountain is crashing in front of him. Why is he sighing? What's the matter, Uncle Tianzo? Something wrong? Say something. I've got your back. After the honey was eaten and the plums were eaten, Sister Zhou felt that it was time to put out her strength. The netizens are also curious. Subai has troubled? Ugh, these bees are so pathetic. What is a home without a hive? Subai had a sad and compassionate look on his face. Oops, Jo Shuyi almost fell on her face. The netizens are also speechless. The hive is shaken down by your pet boar. Honey is what you advocate to eat. Now you're pitying the bees? You're a good sport, aren't you? Then, Uncle Tianzu, what do you think? Jo Shuyi sneaked a bite of honey and said, the bees are pitiful, but the honey is really sweet. She had no idea anyway. We can't adopt this nest of bees, can we? Ruined the nest for the little bees. Had to make a hive. Su White looked up into the trees. contemplating the hive position. The saying goes that everything has a spirit. Don't look at the bees. They're smart. Just like choosing the location of the beehive. For example, it's all hand-picked. Many homes in the countryside will have wasp nests under abandoned eaves. That's because of the ability to get out of the rain. If it's on a tree, it must also have a leafy top to keep out the wind and rain. Yeah. Otherwise the little bees won't have a place to stay. And I'll be upset. As she spoke, she took another big bite of honey. Disturbed? There is no such thing. That heartless look is worthy of a girl from the Su family. Netizens shook their heads at the duo's conversation. Just the two of you? You're still making honeycomb? Honeycomb coal, right? Don't be paranoid. Honeycomb is a very complex structure. It's a big deal. Bees are known as nature's master builders. They're great at building houses in the air. I don't believe it. Bees are extremely demanding of the hive. My grandfather, who kept bees, didn't even dare to talk about making hives. He bought them. The netizens disagreed, and Selena Chow didn't feel much of anything. Su Bai, however, knew that it was time to use the woodworking rewarded by the system. Though that said, it's only a beginner. Making a hive should be enough. Distributed some honey to the boars and sent them away. Then he took Zhou Shuyi back to the village. Because there are no tools readily available at hand, he went to Old Six's house. Great-grandpa is here. Something wrong? Old Six just turned 50 today and has worked as a craftsman all his life. But all he does is furniture and such. Doesn't know much about hives. Even if you make furniture, there's very little work now. These days people don't make furniture. They just buy it. Old Six, use your carpentry tools. Su Bai opened the door, and Lao Lu hurriedly went to get the tools. The netizens are having fun again. 666. He's Old Six. Old Six, no problem. Hello, sixth brother. I'm Old Five. They were bored and farting and talking and grew quiet. Old Six had taken out 2 full boxes of tools. Hand saws, wood planes, wood files, grinders. It looks like an array of them. After coming to Su Fuchuan's yard, Su Bai asked for more wood, a compass, and a ruler. Zhou Shuyi froze as she watched. No, a beehive hive. I thought a nest would do. This feels like big work. Those on the net who know what they're talking about scoffed. Sister Zhou, you still have the same flavor. Uneducated. Ha 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 ha. Old woman is also too uneducated. That's a beehive, not a chicken coop. A little kid knows more than you do. But, he can make honeycomb? I don't believe it. There's a word for it. Could someone be making a beehive? There were inquiries, and there was a collective fire break. All theoretical, with zero hands-on skills. That doesn't stop people from nitpicking, though. Naturally, he stared at Su Bai dead in the face to see how he would get it. Su Bai didn't care about this and made the parts on his own. The hive is complicated to say the least, but there are really 3 main structures: the habitat, the nursery, and the honey storage. Both worker bees and male bees have a square hexagonal hive. Its base is made up of 3 congruent rhombuses put together. The obtuse angle of a rhombus equals approximately 109 degrees 28 minutes. The acute angle is approximately equal to 70 degrees 32 minutes. The male hive is slightly larger than the worker hive. In addition to these, of course, there are irregular transitional nesting houses, and the royal platform where the queen bee resides. Wantai is shaped like a case of pendulous peanuts. All this stuff is too specialized for the netizens to understand. Just the mere fact of it shocked them. Su White didn't use nails all game. Can it be stabilized without nails? Zhou Shuyi cocked her head and began to question as well. While this was going on, Su White began to make mortises and tenons. Crap! This is the mortise and tenon construction that only old carpenters use. Good man, this is a craft passed down from Luban. Kneeling, you're still the heir to traditional culture. Mortise and tenon is much more stable than nails. Young master is really good. Chapter 36, wrapping up the hive. Mortise and tenon technique, get it? Ding! Detected the host completing a grounding mission. Reward lottery times *1. Detected the host completing a grounding mission. Reward lottery times *1. Accumulate 2 times. The hive is being made, and the system voice arrives unannounced. Surprisingly, I gave 2 draws. Not bad, not bad. Su Bai nodded. It should be ahead in the backcountry, teasing wild boars and honey accumulating quests. He had done it a few times and had figured it out a bit. This mission accumulated according to the popularity value. There were no specific quantitative requirements, and anything that was grounded became a success. He didn't make the draw right away. Right now he needed to be fully focused on the top of the hive. I don't know about mortise and tenon and all that, but the parts are so decent. Uncle Tianzu, can you teach me? As the number of parts increased, Suki Chow, who knew nothing about anything, was amazed. Unexplained feeling. Just see Su Bai take a whole block of wood, measure it, scribe it, and then cut it. Things of all sizes and shapes came out. It was amazing. Well, Sister Chow wants to be a carpenter. There's a saying, Little Master Tai's handiwork is too good. Nima, compared to the hands of an 8-year-old, I'm a poser. Crap, he has such a strong memory. He doesn't even need a design drawing. Convinced. The eye is so square. My father is a carpenter, and Subai is better than my father. I want to change my father. Netizens marveled. Subai is willing to teach. If you want to learn, you can. Start with the basics. 1 material, 2 lines and 3 eyes. The planing material should be flat and smooth, the drawing lines should be prepared correctly, and the dado eyes should be square and vertical. As with his work, Su White teaches his students with a single-mindedness. Sister Jo blinked her eyes, feeling so hard. Scratching her head, she said, Uncle Tenzu, I just want to craft a little something, woodworking art or something. Being a leftover girl is nothing but beauty and talent. She was trying to learn some talent. A lot of girls are like that these days, to increase competitiveness in the marriage market. Learn some flower arranging, tea ceremony, cooking and so on. The carpentry is definitely more grungy. There was an ancient emperor who loved woodworking. Oh, so it's the little carpenter's work you want to learn. The focus has to be on the material. Small carpenter's stock, big carpenter's thread. It's all in the argument. Speaking, Subai's handwork didn't let go at all. Thumbs up, sawing and planing at one point and explaining it all at the same time. All sorts of terms come off the tongue. Whip a fast ox. Saw make 2 heads. A quick saw is better than a dull axe. Stand 1. Lie 9. Don't push yourself. Stand 1 down 8. And labor for nothing. The internet is stunned. Is this an 8-year-old? You're not an 80-year-old carpenter, are you? I Lua go. 8-year-old children speak. I froze, do not understand. Ha ha ha. Sister Jo, that expression. Listening to heavenly books like, Sister Chow, be a good Netflix star. You won't learn. Kneeling. So small individuals, learn from their mother's womb? Grandma, this is not a hive. It's a work of art. Your sister. I thought it would be enough to get a box to keep out the rain, but I didn't know. Su Fuchuan smiled. The little master is too powerful. He couldn't help. This was his courtyard, so he got tea and poured it for Subai. While this was going on, Carpenter Lao Lu also came over. Shout as soon as you enter. Let me help you. Great-grandpa, honeycomb is really hard to get. You, halfway through the sentence, the man was stunned. Look at the parts made on the floor, eyes bulging out like a frog. After circling around Subai, he was still confused. Great-grandpa, your technique is too good, isn't it? They say slow work makes perfect work, and you're still so fast. The technique is much more comprehensive than mine. In the old days there wasn't really much work that a rural carpenter could do. It's usually benches, tables, cabinets and all that. There are limited techniques that can be used. Don't look at the table cabinet. These things are not old and small, but it's all rough work. It's not like a beehive. It's a complicated construction. It's not bad. I'm just a schoolboy's level. When Subai said this, the netizens exploded. God's elementary school level. Grass up. Then I'm kindergarten level. It's too curly. A tsunami of backwash. At 8 years old, this is what happens when you grow up. Serious men are the most attractive. Subai, my sister is wet. Seeing that the technology was growing, Selena Chow had stopped asking questions. Forget it, it's better to be a muckraking netizen. It was the carpenter's oldest 6 who got the idea. Great-grandfather, this mortise and tenon work of yours, I want to learn. Although it is said that fewer rural people make tables and benches these days, but to come to one is a big job. Often entire sets of wooden furniture are built. There are also those who do woodworking models, which require meticulous skills as well. The mortise and tenon is the key to this. It's not only sturdy when you get it right, it looks good too. Busy, come back. Once the parts are done it's time to assemble. This soon. From the inside out, a hive gradually took shape. Carpenter Lao Lu took the initiative to take on the work of a laborer and was responsible for carrying it. When we got to the previous forest, we climbed a tree and hung on. Great-grandfather, this won't work. Wild bees recognize nests and won't go in if they don't build their own. Old 6 has lived here all his life. Know a lot about wild bees. It was a pity that he didn't know Subai. Without answering him, Subai whistled familiarly. Buzz. The bees flew black and blue. Listening to Subai's command, he entered the hive with joy. Ha! Carpenter Old 6's mouth couldn't close and he backed up. Look at Su White. Look at the bees. Cluelessness was written all over his wrinkled face. He even rubbed his eyes because he couldn't believe it. Ha 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 ha. Why does it feel like you're looking in the mirror? Was I this wimpy before? Having seen it, Selena Chow relaxed a lot. She got a kick out of seeing Old 6 so surprised. I'm Nima. Sister Jo. You still have the nerve to laugh at others? Stop it, old woman. You're much uglier than him just now. What's going on? Old 6 didn't know Subai was so powerful either. It's outrageous. An 8-year-old kid with deep pockets. It's numb. I can't make a surprised face anymore, since I promised Old 6. When he returned to the village, Subai taught him several mortise and tenon practices and how to combine them. But he comes with conditions. Take your time practicing these first. By the way, remember to make 2 large wooden nests and put them in the woods. Just do what your pigsty does. A pig's nest? Lao Lu couldn't make sense out of it. But he didn't ask when the great-grandfather commanded. Rather, it was Zhou Shuyi who realized. Oh, this is for the wild boar. Uncle Tenzu was so kind. A saying comes to mind. The heart is a tiger and the mind is a rose. Strong because of gentleness, and gentle because of strength. Good like. How is Subai not 18? Ding. Detected the host completing a grounding mission. Reward lottery times *1. The system voice came back. 3 chances to win the drawing. Subai is not polite. System, I want a lottery. Thumbs up. There was a flash of golden light. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the lion dance skill, full level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Taijiquan Kung Fu, intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to wrap dumplings, elementary. Chapter 37. There was a loud bang in the sky and the old slave shone. Well, not bad, not bad. There's a full level and a medium level. Subai was quite satisfied with this draw, especially after doing the hive. With just the beginner's carpentry ability, he knew basically all of the techniques, just with a lack of proficiency. Intermediate and full levels of proficiency are evident. After talking for a while here in Su Fuchuan and seeing dusk, Sister Zhou said, Uncle Tianzu, I haven't been to your house yet. Where do you live? Subai atmospherically said, come on, show you around. Ha, go to Subai's house. I'd really like to see how the rural accommodations are. I'm from the countryside. Everything is good in the countryside. Is this accommodation? Ha ha ha. It's time for Sister Zhou to suffer a little. Nima, I'm jealous after a big meal of wild honey. What are you thinking? There are no thatched roofs anymore. They're mostly tiled. But of course, they're still not comparable to the high-rise apartments in the city. The village of Suzhai is essentially a walled village. In ancient times, it was used for defense. The roads in the village are very rough in order for the enemy to get lost. Turning left and right, he finally came to a large door. There are several large trees planted in front of the door with green leaves. It's cozy just to head over here. A cool breeze and a picturesque view. The vermilion red gate is flanked by stone lions more than 1 person high. The face is fierce and powerful. With 2 stone lions alone, the feeling of a high family comes out. Not to mention, the lintel of the door had the words Su Residence written on it in seal script. The beams have been treated with flying buttresses and the shingles are carved with floral patterns. It was obviously just a residence, but it had the stature of a palace. Wow, it's so big and lofty. Not at all what I thought it would be. Zhou Shuyi was confused. She certainly didn't know much about old buildings, but she's seen a lot of puppet shows. It seems like only princes and nobles can live in places like this. This kind of house is no longer the concept of a yard. People are mansions. In one word, the compulsion rocketed. Oh, my god, this is the countryside? Isn't it a royal residence? I'm a fool. What's with the thatched roof and the tiled roof? Isn't this a proper Jumanji family? Juman's door stinks of wine and meat. That's the kind of mansion it's talking about. This gate is a masterpiece. It's an ancient work of art. Young master, when will you recruit the old slave to serve you? Young master, do you still need a personal maid? The netizens are going a little crazy, and the old slaves are coming out of the woodwork. Actually, you can't really blame them. Having experienced the poisonous beatings of society, one knows what this high gate means. If you can work for someone as a servant or something, there may not be no one to do it. Zhou Shuyi immediately felt her face light up, pulling the door ring curiously. That's funny. The lion bites the ring. That said, the camera was still focused for everyone to see. Subai shook his head. That's a mythical animal. Dragons have 9 different sons, and the mythical beast is the 5th son of the dragon. It was made into a door knocker because it was born to hide in a room. The explanation is very clear. It's just a shame that someone is uneducated. Zhou Shuyi opened her big innocent eyes. Garlic paste? Isn't pesto food? Garlic dip. It's delicious. I'm so sorry. Uncultured is terrible. Sister Zhou, as a fan of yours, I am groundless. Old woman. Read a book. Disgraceful thing. I'm so sorry. You don't deserve to be called Su Hubert's granduncle. I'm going. Garlic. What else do you know how to do but eat? Hi family, out of the trash. I don't have eyes. What a mountain gun. What a bumpkin. Zhou Shuyi also seemed to realize that her speech was a bit out of place, especially in front of such a brilliant and tall building. Pinky blushed and hurriedly shut up. Subai took out the key and opened the door, and a fragrance of flowers hit his face. Inside, white walls and green tiles with big red lanterns hanging under the eaves. The windows are bordered by carefully planted potted plants. So many things I haven't seen before. Sister Zhou looked frozen. Granduncle Tianzu, you can introduce me. She dared not speak out of turn. and asked for advice with an open mind. The netizens are also curious. A lot of furnishings have not seen. It's a shadow wall, to decorate and differentiate the space. This is the hanging flower gate, which connects the inner house to the outer house, where the ancient servants lived. Inside, the west wing east wing. I don't need to introduce you, do I? To the east is the ear room, and directly in front is the main room, which is where I live. Behind the main room is the back cowl room, which was inhabited by women in ancient times. His own home. Subai is naturally like a family. Zhou Shuyi listening to heavenly books like, what the main room compartment room back cover room. She was confused. It just feels like the house is too big. Nice guys, this yard could play a soccer game. The point is that this is still a 3-entry yard. The servants, masters, and ladies were each in different compounds. It can be said that there is a clear distinction between the primary and the secondary, and between the inferior and the superior. Crap. It turns out that little Master Tai was born at the finish line. This is a really good card, with ancient colors and carvings. Nima. This is called innate toughness. People are born with it. I can't struggle for my whole life. Little Master Tai's life is really wrapped in gold and silver. Subai. Call a husband. Do you dare to agree? This is definitely a mansion in ancient times. The netizens were shocked and incoherent, and Sister Chow was sour. As a big networker, she's a homeowner. I was pretty proud of it, but now I'm almost depressed by the comparison. This is an aristocratic quadrangle, 10,000 times better than your own little apartment. The key says it's an old house, but surprisingly it's all buildings. The east and west rooms are small 2-story buildings, and the main room is even 3-story and opulent. It was pretty hot in the summer and it was instantly much cooler inside. How nice it would be if I could live here. Zhou Shuyi secretly lamented, feeling as if she had entered a palace. The netizens are also thinking freely. If you were to retire in such a mansion, you would at least live a few more decades. Many people think about the environment they grew up in and cry, who can compare to the little master? The back of the mountain is picturesque, and the ancient mansion is majestic and gorgeous. This is not a young master. It's a king. The yard was too big and there were too many houses, so Subai just took a general browse. Finally coming to the kitchen, Subai casually asked, can you cook? Cooking? They'll like to label what goes up and what goes down. But that was all a joke. At this moment, being asked violently, Zhou Shuyi grinned. Does soaking instant noodles count? Can't cook. Only soak. She's kinda honest. Cooking instant noodles she tried, and it cooked thin. LOL. Looking at Zhou Shuyi, Subai let out a long sigh and walked away on his own. Ha 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 ha. Is desperate for you. Laughing doesn't live. Sister Zhou, you're disliked. Do you know that? I'm going. It's the first time I've seen Subai sigh. You're already dead. Sister Zhou, you're already dead. You can't eat anything. You can't do anything. Holy, that sigh from the young master is just like my grandfather's. Old woman, you won't be able to straighten out little Master Tai. Chapter 38. Isn't this a better deal than my Thai house in the city? Great grandpa, I'll bring you some dinner. After dark, Su Fuchuan came over, carrying a wooden box in his hand. When he came to the front room, he opened the wooden box, which contained 3 dishes and 1 soup. Had a big lunch though, but after a trip to the backcountry, I did the hive again. Subai and Zhou Shuyi were still really hungry. Niece, it's getting dark. I've made your bed over there. Let's go. Don't bother the great-grandpa. When the two of them had eaten and drunk well, Su Fuchuan wanted to pull Zhou Shuyi away. After all, only Subai has always lived here. Even when guests come, they don't stay here. Selina Chow's rank is even less. Ha, great-uncle, can I stay here? She had already seen her great-uncle's yard. That's a far cry from here. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. If you haven't seen this place, it's just a matter of time. But if you have, how would Selina be willing to leave? Moreover, the great-uncle's place was a bungalow, although the yard was not small. Haven't installed the air conditioner yet. This is a 2-story, 3-story building. Here, it's much cooler. Why don't you listen, you doll? As the patriarch, Su Fuchuan was very vocal in the village. It's pretty rare to see a kid who talks back like that. Sister Zhou, don't ever leave. I haven't seen enough of this ancient mansion. Mad. Live here for a while. This life is not in vain. It's very cultural here. Sister Zhou, you smoke it. Here, you're the lady of the house. It feels like the mansion itself is an antique. Old woman, where's your rascality? I want to see Subai. Netflix is all about wanting to see the good stuff. Sister Chow covets just as much. Enjoying, cooling off and satisfying fans. To reach his goal, Sufyan went to pull. Nice guys. Zhou Shuyi actually hugged the hall beam. Tai grandpa, look at this. They say that city dolls are hard to deal with, and Sufu Quan is experiencing it. How can a big girl be so mean? Kids, let them play here if they want to. Subai was like an old birthday boy treating his naughty grandson. The netizens looked eerie. The kid looks like an old man, and the zygote looks like a doll. Great-grandfather, then listen to you. After promising, Su Fuchuan didn't forget to explain about Zhou Shui. In the presence of your heavenly ancestor granduncle, be obedient, or I'll come over here and beat you up. Do you really think I'm a child? I'm almost 3 years old. Is it appropriate to talk about me like that? Sister Zhou numbly let go of Liangzhu and rolled her eyes, thinking that her great-uncle was really obedient. She's kind of getting the hang of it now. If you ask Subai for anything, and Subai says it's okay, it's like a holy decree. Ha ha ha. Waiting for Sister Zhou to be spanked. Dang, a big netizen, going back home to get beat up. I didn't think so before, but now I feel that Sister Zhou is really a child. Without Subai, I'm afraid Sister Zhou would have gotten her ass kicked. Ha, it's hot here at the old mansion, too. This ancient house may not be comfortable to live in. Waiting for Sister Zhou to suffer. There is no comparison between the living standards of ancient people and modern times. Granted, ancient emperors could have had a good time, but that was done with countless manpower. For example, having the courtesan fan herself, let the eunuchs help pound the legs, have a fast horse bring in fresh fruit, put ice in the room to cool it down. Modern times are different. Hot and cold are solved by one air conditioner. Selina Chow is obviously used to modern life. She asked instinctively, noting that the old mansion was not air-conditioned. Uncle Tianzu, there's always the fan, right? It's summer after all. Even if the old mansion would be cooler, it would be impossible to say that it wouldn't be hot. And it's a courtyard, closed on all sides, with no breeze in the room, making it easier to swelter. I never use a fan. Looking at Zhou Shui like a fool, Subai faintly said. The netizens staggered up. In fact, many older homes have modern appliances in them. This life of Subai is too ancient. Pity. I kind of pity Subai. Egu. No way. Little Master hasn't even had a fan. God is fair. The house looks lofty and is average to live in. Laughing. Kids are kinda paranoid. Fans aren't worth much, so why make a fool of yourself? Ha 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 ha. Sister Zhou cried. Or the air-conditioned room is comfortable. Finally finding a point to mock. The internet is very hot. Sister Cho muttered with a bitter face. How do you sleep then? Even if it's cooler in here than outside, it's still hot when you sleep. Uncle Tianzu, one must learn to enjoy. She's all set to educate Subai. The old mansion looks so grand. The air conditioner and everything is arranged. Ah, how nice to enjoy both the antiquity of the old house and the modern technology. What a curmudgeon. Subai didn't bother to talk to her that much and led her to a room. You'll sleep here tonight. Once inside, Zhou Shui's eyes almost popped out. Thinking about the antique color of the place, the bed must be a mahogany bed or something. Who knew that there was a jade bed in front of him? And it's still the look of a plucked bed, with the jade bed surrounded by a wraparound porch. It looked as if dozens of tons of jade had been chiseled and carved out. There is no shortage of jewelry for Selina Chow, and there is plenty of jade, but they're all jade goddesses, jade pendants and such trinkets. Jade bed. It was beyond her imagination. This is not luxury. This is clearly trenchless. She didn't believe her great-uncle before when he said something about the Su family being a luxurious family. Now she believed in a real one. Heavenly ancestor Uncle Grandpa. How do you still have this kind of supreme treasure here? Too rare. She was too scared to move. A look of an unseen loser. The pop-ups exploded even more. I'm super. What's this kid's family all about? Jade bed. I'm not mistaken, am I? Who makes a bed out of jade? What brain circuits? Nima. I've only heard of jade beds in martial arts novels. Blanking? A fan? How many air conditioners can you buy with this jade bed? Cow pieces. Dragon head old Sue. Scary as hell. The little dragon lady sleeps on nothing more than a bed of cold ice. And you're using a jade bed directly. Sister Zhou, your ING life is worth it. It's all stuff that's been passed down from the old days. Subai didn't take the introduction seriously. Zhou Shui swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cautiously stepped forward to so touch. Take off in place. It really is jade. And, not that simple cold. Instead, it was a warm, refreshing coolness. It felt like it was out of season. Oh, it's so nice here. Much more comfortable than air conditioning. Totally wonderful to be in the fall. After a couple yells, she pointed her camera so the internet could get a better look. Then there was the arrogant bragging. Family, I'm sleeping in a jade bed today. I just thought, right, that the jade bed was particularly in keeping with my style. Well, what do I do when my granduncle Zhu loves me too much? Chapter 39 Sweet Verses. Savory Dumplings Battle. Grunge? Are you kidding me? It's just Parisian leftover mother music. Don't mention the style. There's one thing to be said for really mooing. Crap. Who would have thought that Sister Zhou is really from a bookish, worldly family? Sister Zhou, you don't deserve it. Okay, mad. I feel like I'm lacking nothing but a heavenly ancestral uncle. Amidst the trolling and envy of the netizens, this night, Jo Shuyi tossed and turned until midnight, and from time to time, there were sounds of crunching laughter. Noble? A lady of the house? There is no such thing. The next day, many people in Suzhai village got up early. We're going to start wrapping dumplings today. To get everyone up, there were special people beating gongs and drums. What's going on? Jo Shuyi was woken up by the banging of the gong. After a night's sleep in a jade bed, she just felt refreshed. Jade beds are nurturing. She sighed and couldn't sleep. After getting dressed, washing her face and brushing her teeth, she grabbed her selfie stick and started into the live stream. She's been popular lately, so it's a good time to catch her. Hello family. Today is another day. Miss Jo is up. Oh. There were netizens who had gotten up early and immediately flooded in when they saw her on the air. In just a short while, it was over 100,000 people. The situation is delightful, and Selena Chow is even messing around with her cell phone. Aha! The camera panned out and caught a figure in the yard. Uncle Tenzu. Through the window Jo Shuyi could also see clearly. Only, at this moment, Subai was a bit strange, surprisingly swaying east to west. Live streaming is all about live streaming rare stuff, and she immediately pointed the camera and mumbled under her breath. What's this for? What are you doing? Oh, my god. You're not having a stroke, are you? What? The young master has epilepsy? I don't think so. Take it to the hospital. Let the doctor take a look at it. It's all a bit suspenseful this early in the morning. Jo Shuyi hurriedly went closer to look. I saw that Subai was boxing, and his small body was fighting with a tiger's wind. It's not just smooth, there's an intimacy to it. What is this? Tai Chi? I'm numb. Little Master Tai Chi. Nima. This kid is too disciplined, isn't he? He's playing Tai Chi even though he's on vacation. There's a problem. My grandpa practiced Tai Chi, but Subai fought too fast, didn't he? No. Isn't Tai Chi good for health? Why are you so fast? The stance is Tai Chi. The speed is not right. Kids, playing for fun. Anyone who has ever dreamed of martial arts? The netizens came up with enthusiasm. At this moment, suddenly a net named Taijiquan Magic City Deputy Director spoke up. This is absolutely standard traditional Tai Chi. I know you may not understand, but there are no more than 100 people who know this kind of Tai Chi. There's not one person who can fight to that extent, as far as I know. What he said was a little too shocking for the internet to recognize. Most of the stuff on the internet is not to be trusted. A lot of people scribble and talk nonsense, and that's just cool. Ha, how do you know? Forget it. Who's convinced you? Per capita professor on the internet? According to you, this 8-year-old kid has become the first person in Tai Chi? Laughing at me, don't blow it like that, right? It seems you don't understand that Tai Chi is soothing and about making circles. Yeah, Subai is playing too fast to be right. People say anything, but most people have a fixed perception of Taijiquan because of it. It's the kind that old men and women play in the park every morning. This kind of fight by Subai is too fast for people to recognize. Jo Shuyi curiously clicked into the homepage of the Vice Pavilion Master of Magic City and her heart was shocked. This person is surprisingly real. In other words, he was really the vice director of the Magic City Taijiquan Gym. Ha, this one. You're really the deputy librarian. She couldn't help but be a little proud. I didn't realize. That there were such characters among my own fans. It's really all over the world. All like Sister Jo Live. Netizens have followed up to check it out and are stunned. Crap. Deputy Director of Proper Taijiquan. Out of respect. I'm convinced. So, Subai is not fighting blindly? I'm cracking up. He's only 8 years old. Authentic Tai Chi? He's the first? Little Master. Are you really not an immortal? I'm going to spiral to heaven. Where did Subai learn that? Fascinated. Not only were they shocked, everyone looked at Subai as an enigma, so mysterious and mysterious. To these, Subai didn't seem to perceive them at all. After practicing Tai Chi, I was sweating and refreshed. He went back to his room to take a shower and greeted Selena Chow. Let's go. The village is wrapping dumplings today. For fresh stuff. Selena Chow is all for that. She had eaten dumplings, but to say she had wrapped them, never. I'm handy. I should be able to wrap it too. Perhaps taking her thin fingers as a dexterous hand. Selena Chow even boasted about it. It drew a lot of ridicule from the netizens. You're handy, aren't you? You're smart with your mouth, right? You can eat. Swiping the cell phone is fine. Working? Forget it. Sister Jo, don't humiliate yourself. I've wrapped rice dumplings. It's not easy, and if you don't wrap it right, it won't taste good when it's steamed. You guys say, will Subai? No, he can't be good at everything. Can he? I don't think so either. God can't possibly favor one person too much. Can he hold a dumpling leaf in his small hands? From mocking Sister Jo, it gradually turned into disapproval of Subai. No way. I was really surprised by Subai before. running with the basic theory that humans have limits, people have a judgment. Zhou Shuyi rejoiced and followed Subai to the village square. The place was set out with many square tables and packed with people. Great-grandpa is here. Grandpa Tianzu sit over here. Hello Grandpa Liazu. The crowd greeted Subai. There's no one else with this persona. Status alone. Seeing that everyone was wrapping dumplings, Sister Zhou suddenly brought up a controversial topic. Are we making savory or sweet dumplings? I like salty. The pop-ups exploded when such a desperate topic came up. Most undeservedly, Selena Chow herself had taken a stand, which was a death wish. Sister Zhou, I was wrong about you. You even like salty dumplings? Nima, if I had known you were a salty dumpling party, I wouldn't have powdered you. Oh old woman, no wonder I look at you with disdain. So you are my enemy. Silly, silly, silly. Of course we eat sweet dumplings. How can we eat salty ones? Those who have one thing to say and like salty dumplings, are they out of their minds? Immediately, the conversation seemed a little hot. The sweet rice dumpling party was so arrogant that it immediately provoked the salty rice dumpling party to share the same hatred. A scolding that intensified. If you ask me, sweet dumplings aren't dumplings at all. Aren't they just rice with sugar stuck to it? That is, eat sweet dumplings you eat what dumplings are. What's a savory dumpling? What's a savory dumpling? Isn't that a rice bowl? Sweet dumpling party, don't go after school. You've touched my scales. Salty dumpling party, top of the forbidden city or sort of Manhwa, take your pick. Chapter 40 Sister Cho, staunch salty dumplingist, dog's head. Sweet and salty, after all, everyone has different tastes. A sweet tooth, then a sweet tooth. If you like salty, then eat salty. Sitting at the square table, Subai picked up a reed leaf and wrapped it while faintly saying, he had that cloudy look about him, as if there was no sweet and salty in the world. The netizens are not happy with this attitude. Evil way, little master, you've fallen into the evil path with this statement. Only sweet dumplings can be eaten. Salty dumplings are evil. Those who eat salty dumplings should be killed. Subai, you disappoint me too much. I didn't think you'd be able to tell right from wrong, so cut it out. I do not share the same fate as those who consume sweet dumplings. The sweet dumplings and salty dumplings have been competing for 100 years, and today they must be divided into a winner. Looking at a screen of harsh words, Sister Zhou was speechless. As for that, naturally, she knew that people were just saying that for fun. Instead of a fight, it's all kinds of stunt play. Netizens say the meanest things, vent, and feel beautiful inside. They were soon attracted by the dumplings wrapped by Subai, Zhou Shuyi and the two of them. The contrast is too obvious. Subai wraps the dumplings as he does, with a twist, while being fancy at the same time. From washing and trimming the leaves, to serving the glutinous rice, it's all organized. Moreover, he chooses different leaves for different fillings. Raw bamboo leaves, mistletoe leaves, wild rice leaves, plantain leaves, lugu leaves. That's handy and familiar. There are all kinds of shapes too. Triangle dumplings, triangle pillow-shaped dumplings, cow horn dumplings, horseshoe dumplings, tower dumplings, long dragon dumplings. Each one is decent, as if they've been wrapping dumplings all their lives. The Chow Sukyi package takes on a completely different form. The leaves were not chosen correctly either and the wrap came out ugly. At the end of the day it won't even close. In the end, he could only look at Subai awkwardly for help. Ha ha ha, crafty? You're a coquettish hammer. What the hell is this? Dogs won't eat it. Laughing at me. It's ugly. Not to mention, you're showing your face. Sister Chow, are these dumplings? Isn't this your life? It's in shreds. What's wrong with your brain? Why are dates and pork wrapped together? How many brain cells do you have? Old woman? Wrapped several in a row and they were all a mess. The key? She also watched Subai and followed. The results were just not decent. And Subai wrapped out, placed inside the dumplings. Cranes, like fireflies in the night. It's my first time. Sister Zhou beamed and gave up on wrapping the dumplings. In order not to look too incompetent, he began to give Subai a hand. That is, when Subai needed any leaves, she hurriedly handed them over. It's basically the equivalent of a human conveyor belt. When the package is ready, put it on the steamer and start steaming. It didn't take long for the aroma of the dumplings and the freshness of the leaves to permeate the area. After drooling a lot, I finally waited until noon and the dumplings were ready. Don't look at Zhou Shuyi packaged dumplings cannot. People eat dumplings as a connoisseur. The dumplings that are specifically chosen to be wrapped by Subai, that's a pick of the litter. Peeling off the leaves of the rice dumplings, the glutinous rice inside is yellow and sticky, crystal clear. The rice dumpling leaves are stained with glutinous rice and are stretched. The key? She chose the abalone roasted pork dumplings. After opening it and taking an eager bite, I just felt my heart melt. The texture is soft and meaty and I just love the flavor. This popping of teeth is addictive. Family, I'm a savory dumpling. It turns out it really is the savory dumplings that are delicious. I, even more firmly embrace savory dumplings. Sweet dumplings belong to the demon path. As a member of the salty dumpling party, it was as if Selena Chow had found an argument. She ate so deliciously that she was naturally supported by the savory dumpling party. The sweet dumpling party immediately stopped. Sister Chow, you're too young to know the taste of sweet dumplings. Cut. Is that dumplings you're eating? Isn't it just abalone? Your behavior just proves that salty dumplings don't work. How easy it is to make sweet dumplings. You like salty dumplings so much, you have the guts to eat 100 of them and prop yourself up. The bickering was all a bit nonsensical. At this time, the sweet dumplings wrapped by Subai also came out. It opens up with all sorts of fresh aromas and is exceptionally long-lasting. Surprisingly, they are cinnamon and honey lotus root dumplings. In terms of looking good, it's no less than the abalone roasted pork dumplings. I think what you sweet party said, it makes sense. Try. I'll try this sweet dumpling. No, I don't like the look of this sweet dumpling. I'm going to eat it. Made so many excuses for myself. Pick up one and open it up to be a crystal dumpling with bird's nest. True to its name, this dumpling seems to be crystal-like and exudes sweetness. Regardless, Zhou Shuyi took a bite and only felt the flavor in her mouth. Couldn't help it at all. An automatic happy grin. Crap, it looks delicious. The sweet dumplings look surprisingly good too. What are you talking about? The sweet dumplings are authentic, right? Sister Zhou, this smile of yours says it all. Don't hold back. Recognize the victory of our sweet dumplings. Little Master Tai, your sweet dumplings are too tempting. I forgive you. A sweet dumpling was eaten. Zhou Shuyi was a bit embarrassed and said halfway through the day, okay, I was wrong. I'm actually the sweet party. From now on, I will only eat sweet dumplings and never eat salty dumplings again. I am at loggerheads with salty dumplings. Shoo, the netizens booed. The salty rice dumpling party, in particular, is not agreeable. Sister Zhou, you betrayed us. If you have the guts, you should stop eating salty dumplings. Nima, can you afford the abalone just now? Wallflower, fall with the wind. Old woman, you're a total mess. You scum. Since you like sweet dumplings, you don't want to be my woman. The dumplings are so good, although she knows that it is easy to get fat after eating. But Zhou Shuyi can't help it. She picked up another Subai wrapped dumpling. Open it up. The bungalow lives. Savory, black pork dumplings with porcini mushrooms. Sweet party just got excited for a moment and struggled too. This salty dumpling looks surprisingly tasty. Perhaps I'm narrow-minded. Mama balls, I actually have an urge to try the savory dumplings. Your sisters, don't be a demon. Appearances, they are all appearances. Look at Sister Zhou, she can't eat it all. Some netizens even said that Selena Chow couldn't eat it. As a result, not even a second. Zhou Shuyi took a bite. Good guy, half gone. Just eat it. She even licked the side of her mouth. One moment sweet and one moment salty. Her taste buds were so stimulated that she completely let herself go. Ha ha ha, I've decided. I'm going back to the savory dumplings position. The sweet dumplings are a bit small after all. Still, savory dumplings taste rich in all 5 flavors. Sweet dumplings and I have a deep-seated grudge. Good lord. Just for a moment, Sister Chow changed camps in succession. The netizens are numb, but they also see through it. Calculated. Admit it. What sweet dumplings, salty dumplings the key is Subai. It's not the sweet dumpling scent. It's not the savory dumpling scent. It's the fragrance of the dumplings wrapped by Subai. Grandma, I want to have a baby. There are thousands of children, but Subai is just one. Reality is cruel. Chapter 41 Luxury cars abound. And you're telling me this is a small mountain village? Ding. Reward draw times *1. Primary skill, upgrade scroll *1. I'm eating rice dumplings, and here comes the system lottery. Subai nodded. It was possible. The system was quite powerful. He didn't go to the lottery, and the upgrade scrolls weren't used. Wait for it. He likes the feeling of opening several prizes at once. Buzz. I had eaten and drank enough and was about to head back when suddenly the sound of a sports car roared up. Because she had eaten a full 5 dumplings, Selena Chow's belly bulged slightly. Walking is a bit of a hobble. She didn't expect a sports car in the countryside, and hastily put away her stomach and took on an elegant posture. Eyes and camera looked over. Maserati MC20. She recognized it instantly, because this is the ride she's been longing for, especially the design of the classic shark's mouth and the front face. Sharp and naive. Extremely high-forced. The yellow color is gentle, light and luxurious with an ethereal feel. Wow. Sports cars. You don't see many of these in the countryside. Mad. It's still a Maserati MC20. The latest offer is $2,800,000. This car, I can't afford it in my lifetime. Don't get lost, right? It's amazing to buy a 200,000 in the countryside. Who would buy this car? Just as Sister Joe and the netizens were in shock, the sports car slowed down and then stopped. The butterfly door opened and down came a well-built woman. She was born with snowy skin and thick ebony hair, dressed in a long, fitted dress with a heavy drape that is worth its weight in gold at first glance. Both ears wore pearl earrings that shone brightly. Get out of the car. Curling walk, warm and quiet beauty at the same time. Give people the power of the superior. It's so beautiful. Sister, I don't want to make an effort. This is a female president at first glance. Compared to this one, Sister Joe is simply a small dirt chick. What's she doing? Asking for directions? Fatty. So this is fat beauty. Aristocratic. This head of hair alone can't be raised without a few $1 million. The woman was in her late 30s, just the right time to be feminine. In one fell swoop, it blew the LSP out of the air. It was Selena Chow, who felt ashamed of herself when she saw her approaching. It was at this time that the woman came in front of Subai, obsequious beyond measure. Grandfather Sky Ancestor, I'm back, Grandpa Tenzu? Just by listening to this address, there was no doubt that it was someone from Suzhai village. Sister Joe was confused on the side. I'm called Uncle Tianzu. She's called Grandpa Tianzu. Same generation as me. Ernest is back. Tired? Freshly made dumplings. Go eat. Subai seems like an old man of over 100 years old, greeting his granddaughter. I'll go. Netflix almost jumped. The lady in front of me is a very expensive and beautiful lady. It can be described as a very typical urban female president. As a result, Subai called someone Ernyo. I don't know, so her name is Erniu. My illusions are shattered. Normal, a golden phoenix from the village. Her nickname won't change. It seems that Suzhai village is really a feng shui treasure. Out of Subai, also out of the female president. Little Master Bullpen. The golden phoenix is so polite. The netizens went wild. The noblewoman smiled. Holler, I love eating rice dumplings made by Grandpa Tianzu. After nodding, she rushed off to eat the dumplings. Very grounded. Subai took Sister Joe and walked through two intersections. Suddenly, a large group of cars drove by. Bentley, BMW, Mercedes. The cheapest cars were hundreds of thousands of dollars. More than 20 of them. Sister Joe was dazzled. And the netizens were even more dumbfounded. What's the meaning of this? Rented chant, supposedly for the holidays. It could also be a joyous occasion. Marrying a daughter-in-law is like that. Renting a lot of luxury cars. Alas, the world is going downhill. People are too vain nowadays. It's just that. Scenery this time. A lot of money spent. Figure what? Netflix thinks it's a rental car. But soon, it hit the face. Selena Chow is a person who asks questions when she has something to say. Uncle Tianzu, is this the car our village rented? She's been around a bit and seen it all. A car rented for scenery is generally called a float. Usually floats wear red flowers or something. These cars are very plain on the outside. Where? It's the village boys returning. Ancestor sacrifice is a big deal. This year is still the year of the once in 50 years great festival. The whole village has to come back. Subai explained flatly, as if everything was natural. The netizens, however, can't accept it. Cripes, what a bully feeling. Are there so many rich people in Suzhai village? 50 years of great sacrifice. How many years has your village inherited it? I'm convinced. They say the countryside is poor. This Suzhai village is so demonic. Traditional culture, modern civilization, the feeling of combining them together. What a drag. Driving a luxury car home to pay homage to my ancestors. Not to mention the kids in the countryside, but the kids in the city. Who hasn't had an idea of honoring their ancestors? Even if there is no hometown in the city, the neighborhood, the street is the hometown. If one mixes it out, it's bound to come back in all its glory and prominence. Xiang Yu has said that not returning to one's hometown when one is rich and powerful is like traveling by night in brocade. Although it sounds very petty, but that's still the mentality of most people. Netizens are envious. The limo doors opened and down came dozens of mouths. Some are bringing back their wives and children. They were all dressed up in their glory. The men are in suits and the women are in designer labels. It's all about the rich people. By the time Subai was in sight, everyone had a smile on their face. Some even got down and had to kowtow. Mouths calling out for Grandpa Tai, Grandpa Tianzu, or whatever. Don't kowtow. Everyone's pretty tired. Subai waved his hand and refused. And some people were still not satisfied. Great-grandfather, that won't do. Basic manners have to be in place. Hard to knock. Selena Chow was all embarrassed on the side. Some of these people who came over were 50 or 60 years old. She was a big girl standing beside Subai, and seemed to accept kowtowing as well. Hurriedly, she left the point. Grandpa Tianzu, is your old man's health still good? After you kowtow and say a few words, you have to leave. There are people behind you, but the greeting in it makes it feel bizarre. How can you be an old man when you're 8 years old? But it's not right to call him an old man. He's Grandpa Tianzu. I'm fine. Fortune, why do you have gray hair? Subai received it with open arms and chatted with everyone for a couple of minutes. He knew exactly what the other side was called and what the situation was. Even a few more gray hairs on his head can be seen. These people, one by one, saluted as if they were in a ceremonial manner, and were generous. The air of a rich man, that's what comes out. Though the words were very humble and the man was gentle, but that bottom line makes all the difference. Zhou Shuyi had also seen the world, but only felt rushed. Subai's face was like a flat lake, and he responded freely, hissing, "This Suzhai village, it's strong. I'm numb. So many tycoons in one village? Look at that guy. The watch he's wearing is $100,000 or so. Old Su, the faucet, is domineering." Chapter 42 Wild Boar? Isn't that a tail-wagging dog? Subai took Zhou Shuyi for a walk, skipped food, and returned to the old mansion. "Great-grandfather, I've finished the wooden nest. Will you take a look at it?" At the door, Old Six is waiting. He is also true in that he made it exactly like his own pigsty. Of course, his purpose was extraordinarily clear. Seeing Subai nodding in recognition, he hurriedly said, "When are you going to teach me about mortise and tenon, great-grandpa?" A lot of rural people are like that. Acute, the heart can't hold things, and it can't wait. "Don't worry, you'll be taught. Now take the wooden nest and follow me." It's all about the youngest members of your own family. Having an average day, teaching him would also help him improve his life. On my own, I certainly don't rely on woodworking for a living. A grandmaster should be a grandmaster. Having been assured by his great-grandfather, Old Six was excited. Technology has a threshold, and when you cross it, you're a master. Why is he having a hard time? The root cause is that the technology has not been upgraded. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just that there's no doorway. Read a book? No way. He can't read. How can he understand? Besides, no woodworker became a great craftsman by reading books. Follow someone else's lead? Who wants to teach? Who wouldn't guard against teaching an apprentice to starve to death? It's usually passed down from father to son. It's what the grandparents have lived on for generations. Who taught you an outsider? That is, great-grandpa took pity on me. Not only was he happy, but Old Six was a bit touched and wiped his eyes. "Thank you, great-grandpa." When he suddenly cried like that, Sister Joe looked sideways in surprise. What's the point of crying when you're 50 or 60 years old? There are older people in the network who have been beaten by society and can relate. What's wrong with the old man? What's wrong with him? 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Old Six is still an actor, and this is peeing on the dog? What the hell do you know? It's called the Grandmaster's Reward. Understand? Suzhai village is a cow, but there are poor people, too. Old Six needs this skill. I was a mason, with $20,000 to the door to worship. People froze, and then increased to 50,000, before learning. Grass. I almost forgot. Subai is a grandmaster. So much for killing cows, so much for woodworking. Someone said it live and everyone finally understood. Actually, it's the same in college. Big professors want to recruit graduate students, and the students aren't cutting their heads off? Some girls even trade their bodies for a chance. Life is hard and society is cruel. But anyone who touches a bit of competition understands. After understanding, the netizens immediately perceived the distance between themselves and Subai. For a while, the name of Subai in the live broadcast room was less, and the frequency of the 3 words Little Master Tai increased. 3 men into the mountains. On the way, Subai took a serious look at the wooden nest. It's still pretty good to have a say. Decades-old carpenter after all. Used to make simple tables and benches though. Lack of refined learning. Much less understand the detailed variations in mortise and tenon construction. So a lot of delicate work he couldn't do. The problem is that nowadays everyone is better off and wants sophistication. Is the bench still available? There are too few. Generally to create pure wood chairs and also ergonomic. The delicacy of the mortise and tenon can be so important here. A little less effort and the comfort level doesn't improve. System, I want to upgrade my carpenter level. Since he had decided to teach, Subai was a responsible grandmaster. Ding! Host's carpenter level is raised to intermediate. With a slight dizziness in his head, Subai felt a lot more woodworking knowledge. Even the muscles of the body were slightly changed. The understanding of woodworking has gone up a notch. Lao Lu Ah. I will now tell you about the making of mortise and tenon. You do it. Let's install the wooden nest here. When he arrived at the place, Subai explained, no matter what you're learning, the real world is the fastest. Learning for a year doesn't have the same effect as getting started for a day. Great-grandfather, installing a wooden nest in this place? Blinking his dim eyes, Old Six straightened and bobbed his head. The surrounding area is wooded and the ground is overgrown. The wooden nest is here. Why? Subai didn't answer and whistled. huffing and puffing. 4 or 5 big black boars with small piglets rushed over in a big way. That stance was much tougher than a hooligan in a gang fight. This, old Six was years younger in fear, his black face white. With a jolt, he was ready to flee. Thinking that Tai Grandpa is here, he hurriedly went to pull Subai. Great Grandpa, go, go. His expression like he had seen a ghost made Sister Joe laugh. There was a gloating look all over his face. Before he could even take Subai's small hand, he heard this kind of weird laughter. Who wouldn't be scared? Are you crazy? Can't you see the boar? Like a mouse seeing a cat. Lao Lu that was really scared. Fear of boars is one emotion. Fear of Selena Chow's laugh, another. There was also an infinite amount of amazement lurking in the fear. Ha 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 ha, you guys, look. Old Six eyebrows are flying off in fear. The old woman's an abomination. You were a wimp yesterday, weren't you? Now you're laughing at someone else? Nima, so many wild boars rushing towards us. I'd be scared too. The underlying reason is still that little Master Tai is too rebellious. A girl doll is laughing and a little doll is not moving. Just himself, an old man half his age, is scared out of his wits. Old Six felt a little embarrassed about his face, and his old face turned red. And at that moment, the boar stopped and grunted around Subai, waiting for many days, finally waiting for the owner to come back like a puppy. There are no words to express the joy and pleasure. It could only bounce around and rub against Subai. I've lived most of my life. Where have I seen this? Old Six is numb. It's not a boar. It's a tail-wagging dog. We're just out to make a nest for the boar. Selena Chow was quite decent and explained. It took a while for old Six to come back to his senses. These great-grandpas raised them? It's got tusks. Is it a wild boar or a domestic pig? Just about all pigs actually grow tusks. However, domestic hogs will geld for one thing and cut their teeth for another. Naturally, it won't grow. Wild boar, old Six, you now make the mortise and tenon as I tell you. Secure 2 wooden nests to this side of the tree. Wooden nests provide shelter from the wind and rain. However, things like wild boars have a habit of arching around. That's why the wooden nest has to be fixed. Otherwise, within a few days, they will be arched into the ravine. Okay. Gulping down a mouthful of water and holding back his nerves, Lao Lu began to create the mortise and tenon. This kind is the simplest one. Its purpose is to be fixed. It wasn't that Lao Lu hadn't done it before, only that he did it with too few tricks and not enough sophistication. He was more or less afraid because of the boar's presence. However, seeing that Zhou Shuyi is not afraid of a girl doll, she had to start hard. Chapter 43 The Shocking Mausoleum of Su. An Ancient History. Butterflies, boars, bees. After yesterday's continuous excitement, Sister Joe was already over it. More boars today. Still as rough-faced as ever. The boar's tusks could pierce the belly in a heartbeat. The boar's head could knock her 5 meters. The boar's hooves were capable of trampling her to death. But, she's not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid. It's a feeling that's really good. Not only did she jack the boar with her hands, she touched the tusks, so thick and hard. Quacking and grinning, Zhou Shuyi was bright in the sunshine. Grass up. Does this count as driving? Sister Zhou, there are either old people or children here. Can you be more reserved? The restlessness of the leftover women. It's scary. Sister Zhou needs men who are strong and can punch. And not coincidentally, I am. Ignore the netizens' banter. She was really just talking about boar tusks. Nothing more. It is indeed thick and hard and satisfying to hold in your hand. Want to ride a lap? Seeing that Zhou Shuyi was not afraid, Subai suggested. Horseback riding is a dashing pleasure, as is piggyback riding. It's not good, is it? Maybe it's because I've seen a lot of rich decent people before. She wants to be a lady. In the world, there has never been a lady who rode a boar. It is said that the boar is the mount of the forest nymph. With just that one sentence, Sister Joe was convinced. If a fairy can ride it, I can't? Cracking a smile, she picked the biggest boar she could find. Her hands nimble. In a vaulting motion, she got on the boar's back. Subai was even simpler, pressing one hand like this and sitting sideways on the boar. Giddy up, giddy up. It was like riding a horse, and Selena Chow even screamed. That look, just don't mention how crazy it is. The boar rises to its hooves and carries the wind-like woman through the forest. The woman squealed from time to time, and occasionally quacked with laughter. Oh, I've seen the anchor woman riding a pig again. Hey, Sister Zhou, you're at least a city girl, riding a pig. I'm convinced. Old woman, you're still wearing Pinu's dress. Nima, my eyes, a beautiful woman riding a pig. It's hard to see in the world. Messy, old man messy. Demonis, let go of that pig. Let me do it. Suddenly I want to ride a pig. Moo, moo, moo. 2 men, 2 pigs, running through the woods. Old Six has been honest and dedicated all his life. Where has he seen this? He could fit 2 eggs in his mouth. What's going on here? What if a pig hits a tree? He's worried. Soon he didn't have to worry. The pigs and the people were gone. Families. I'm a fairy. A pig-riding fairy in the woods. Ask anyone who's ever ridden a boar. No, right? The more she thought about it, the more pleased Zhou Shuyi became. There are many beautiful girls in the world, but I am the only one who rides a pig. Just getting carried away. Suddenly, the boar came to a screeching halt. With a huff, she rolled off the boar. Luckily, the ground was full of leaves and the dirt was loose, so it didn't hurt. Just a little confused. Stumbling to his feet, he looked up, startled. I only saw a 3-meter wide and 7 or 8 meter high old tombstone in front of me. It was carved with blood-red inscriptions. For big words, Sue's ancestral tomb. What's going on? She didn't understand and looked around. Ahead, densely packed, the hills are filled with graves. It was as if one of the undead were gazing at her. Ah! In a flash, she broke out in a white-haired sweat and backed away. What's all the yelling about? Subai elegantly rode the pig and came in with a great atmosphere. Stopped by Sister Zhou's side. This would have numbed Sister Zhou. City-bred kids. Where have they seen this before? It's so scary to see the mountains covered in graves. Uncle Tianzu, hurry back. We've come to a chaotic grave. Scrambling like a bereaved dog, she trotted a few steps, not even caring about the pig. Subai frowned greatly. What mass graves? Say what? This is our Su clan's ancestral tomb. The ancestors of the Su clan are all buried here. Ha! Her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Sister Zhou was baffled. That's too much, isn't it? Nima, really good blockbuster. How many mountains is this? How many generations has the Su family inherited? Convinced, I have only seen so many tombstones in the martyrs' cemetery. The World family. This is also the heritage of the lineage. That's not true. In ancient times, when wars were frequent, didn't the Su family ever migrate? I can't believe it. The wind blows and the rain hits, but the old Su family is standing still. Through the grave, everyone sees a life force that is strong and unmatched. Suzhai village here belongs to the River Bay area, the land of fish and rice. It was definitely a place of 4 battles in ancient times, and all sides would fight over it. As a result, the Su family was able to prosper through so much turmoil. That's something most families can't do, but anyone who knows history knows that. Warfare notwithstanding, there were plagues and dynastic changes. Many of the families are still around but have long since been displaced. They're all my ancestors. Realizing that these were the graves of her ancestors, Sister Zhou was much more at ease. But secretly, he chanted a couple of blessings from his ancestors. Examining this side of the ancestral grave again, the more I looked, the more shocked I became. I panicked too much earlier, thinking it was a mass grave. Now look where it's messed up. It's laddered and layered. It's old, but it's obviously been tended to regularly. The weeds are trimmed alongside the headstones. The cluster of headstones is flanked by large trees for shade. The ancestors of the Su family lived in style, and when they died, they wouldn't be exposed to the sun. Undoubtedly, these are by design. Ancestors atone, apologizing in the direction of the tombstone. Subai tersely sighed. Every year at Qingming, the village worships. You little girl. I've long said to Dog Egg that the younger members of the family have to come back to visit too, or else, they won't even be able to find their roots. Following Subai's example, Zhou Shuyi hurriedly apologized. Ancestors redeem themselves. Those who do not know are not to be blamed. Those who do not know are not to be blamed. The graves of her own ancestors, and knowing this brought her much closer. Going closer, I saw that there were words written on each headstone. Some of them say General of the West, Senator of Fengyang. Others are the right servant and the minister of the Shangshu. There are also the characters for the 9th year of Chunhua and the 2nd year of Tianqi, which are surprisingly from the Song dynasty. Count the time, less than 1,000 years. My ancestors have lived here for over 1,000 years? Zhou Shuyi suddenly had an indescribable sense of historical weight. Netizens are sharp-eyed and even more watchful. Who is this Mr. and Mrs. Su? Surprisingly, he's the Shangshu order. In the year of Tianqi, it would be the vassal of Song Zhenzong. It's good that it's the Song dynasty, with the reduced authority of the Shangshu order. The Tang dynasty is not to be missed. Guazi wouldn't even dare to take the position. During the Eastern Han dynasty, the Shangshu Ling was the one who crushed the 3 dukes, and his position was the same as that of the prime minister. This general of the Western conquest is also not bad. If we can compare it with the history books, it will be a major discovery. Kneeling, the tomb of the Su family is a piece of ancient history. I'm a bookish young lady. Shocked, Sister Zhou's arrogance was rampant. What Shangshu order? What conquering the West general? Old Mother's ancestors really broad-minded. Chapter 44 Tracing the Roots of the National Treasure Oracle? The mere fact of such positions as general and Sanguniang startled everyone. Modern people may not think anything of it, but converted to the present, what are people? Generals are equivalent to military district commanders. The Sanguniang, on the other hand, is a ministerial cadre. Anyone who has experienced a social beating knows that. Is it that easy to get into a street office? Not to mention a commander or a minister? As Joe moved up the hill, the writing on more tombstones became clear. I know this guy, Su Song, he's the Prime Minister. I know this guy, Su Song, he's the Chancellor. I'm convinced. Chancellor, Executive Vice Emperor, this position. Put it now, it's the Vice President. I'm not even qualified to meet him. Have you noticed that the higher up you go, the higher the position? But we haven't even reached the top yet. And the Prime Minister is popping up. Is there an emperor named Su? No, I don't think so. Another netizen was shocked. Zhou Shuyi also found out that this seems to be a Su celebrity tomb. You're not qualified to be buried here without a certain amount of fame. But come to think of it, if thousands of years of ancestors are here, it's really hard to let go. Sister Zhou, don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Go up slowly from below and show us the celebrities of your Su family. Just now, Zhou Shuyi ran so fast that she was almost all the way to the top. According to Netflix, she's back, and Su Bai had always been unhurried, walking slowly past each tombstone. Sometimes he would clean the leaves off the headstones. Sometimes he'll say a couple words, and kind and respectful. The pilgrimage is out. Knowing the order, Selena Chow moved up one layer at a time. Sure enough, the outermost ones. The accomplishments aren't that great, but for that, it's at least a magistrate, or a literary scholar or something. Ha, I know this man, Su Xian. He's a seal engraver. A master. Is it awesome? Let's put it this way. You know the Qingming Riverside Scroll? The seal on it was engraved by him. It's a big deal. He's on the outside, putting it in now. It's a professional bigot. There are all kinds of people in the network. All kinds of professions. Maybe there's someone who knows what they're doing. For example, who knows about the seal carving master? But when we linked it to Qingming Shanha too, we all stood in awe. This kind of character is really no worse than a chancellor or something. Zhou Shuyi came to a relatively new tombstone, and someone else recognized it. This one I know, Su Yuan Chun. He's not easy. Let's just say 2. 1. He suppressed the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, and 2. He was Feng Zizai's henchman in the Sino-French War. Strong and fierce, he fought the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and foreigners. A model for our generation. History records that he also stormed French gun lines. He was later dismissed by Cixi and called Cixi an old hen, cursing Cixi and the Qing. As soon as I heard someone introduce it, the internet was baffled. It was too strong. Next, there was Marshal Yufei's staff, who fought against the Jins. There was the participant of the Battle of Jingnian, who had protected Zhu Di. There were Tang Dynasty sectional ministers who suppressed one side. There are Qing Dynasty followed Dorgan Mix, met the Empress Dowager filial piety Zhuang. There are also those who have won the scholarship and become the scholar. Civilian and military officials. The list is endless. When they reached the topmost third level, where the chancellor had appeared before, the netizens were even more curious. The following looked like either a general or a sheriff, a governor, or at the very least a magistrate. What else is up there? Everyone knows that Su doesn't seem to have an emperor. Soon, a name came to mind, Su Qin. The old man is crazy. Su Qin is the ancestor of the Su family. Su Qin? Sounds familiar. Up there, you're too uneducated, aren't you? Su Qin, the crossdresser. Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Sun Bin, Pangwan's senior brother, Ghost Valley's disciple. No wonder, before that, he was the prime minister, and this one wears the seal of the 6 kingdoms. This is a crazy character. There's a biography in the chronicle. Exploded, with the appearance of Su Qin's tombstone. Netizens were thrilled. The point, by Su Qin, is that it hasn't even reached the top yet. There is another layer of headstones lined up neatly on top. Sister Zhou, get up there. I can't wait. Who could be up there? There is no emperor in the Su family. Who is greater than the chancellor of the 6 kingdoms? I can't figure it out even if I think about it. To satisfy the fans, Sister Chow focuses her camera on the topmost tombstone. Then she froze. That's not right. Why isn't the last name of the person up here Su? This is the ancestral grave of my Su family. What does it mean if it's not surname Su? Mentally upset, she even yelled. A very worn tombstone in front of him, with the name surprisingly Quingo on it. The netizens are also talking about it. What's Congo? I know that it is written in the classic of mountains and sees that there is a mountain called Mount Kunwu. What do you mean? The Su family's ancestor is a mountain? Popped out of a rock? That's the Monkey King. I grass. This is the Congo burial? Do you guys realize how historically significant this is? What happened to Congo? Most of them don't get it, but one netizen was shockingly shocked. Perhaps too surprised. He didn't answer for a long time. Just when the netizens were going to be waiting and anxious, this one's pop-ups flew up. What is the Yanhuang of the Yanhuang children? Do you know? When he asked this, the pop-ups were full of curses. Who does the RM look down on? Who could not know this? To make his pop-ups conspicuous, this one changed the color to red. Do you know how many sixth grandsons of the Yellow Emperor there are? 8. One of the eldest grandchildren lived in Congo. That's why it's called the Congo clan. Got it? In the middle of the Xia dynasty, Emperor Samuel sealed the Kunwa clan in Irisu, also known as the Su clan. Later, the state of Su was founded, and at the end of the Shang dynasty, the state of Su was extinguished. The people all have Su as their last name. Got it? Congo is the origin of the Su clan. Naturally the ancestor of the Su clan. The netizens were dumbfounded by this clarification from Brother Knowles, simultaneously shocked on the outside. Yellow Emperor, Xia dynasty, Shang dynasty, Su state. That's a long way off at once. The commentaries often talk about the 3 kings and 5 emperors to the present day. The Yellow Emperor is known as the 3 emperors, along with Fuxi and Shinnong. The Su family's old ancestor is really rooted in the right place, and he is actually the Huangdi Zhengxua. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How long has it been since Congo's? It can't be real here, can it? The Yellow Emperor is a legendary figure. This place is supposed to be fake, a clothesline. A lot of internet users don't recognize it. It's too old. As a result, Brother Knowles surprisingly judged from the form of the tombstone, the writing on it. This is the tomb of Congo. Here is a twofold tombstone, the other using an early oracle bone inscription. At that time, the oracle bones had just recently been formed and were very rudimentary. These words alone are a national treasure. Knowles even said the word national treasure. Netizens have been mocked. Someone clicked on this know-it-all screen name and froze. What? He's a real name. Professor of History, Peking University. He's not a know-it-all. He really knows it. So, this tombstone is really a national treasure? I'm so sorry. Watching a live broadcast, how can a national treasure appear? Chapter 45 Death by Death. 21st Century Unearthed Exemption Medal? A national treasure? There are national treasures in my family's ancestral tomb. Zhou Shuyi didn't even know what reaction to give. The Su cemetery is also full of hidden talents. And you're just leaving it like that? It's so atmospheric. How come no one stole it? On second thought, yes, it's supposed to be out of the way. Who would recognize it if they weren't professionals? To put it bluntly, it's a tombstone. That's all. After being subdued by the title of national treasure, the netizens were speechless for a while, until someone is curious. There's a little pavilion up there. What's there? I got curious too. The kiosk is naturally supreme. Higher than Su Qin? Higher than the 6th grandson of the Yellow Emperor? Sister Zhou, go up and take a look. Old man is looking forward to it. A bit confused, Zhou Shuyi rushed upwards. The first thing that caught my eye was the plaque above the kiosk. There were 3 words written on it in Dragon's Flight: Fu Feng Hall. Fu Feng. That's a pretty racy name. The kiosk was already at the top of the hill, and the wind was so strong that the name favored it. It feels like there is a dominance against the world. Inside the pavilion, on a pillar, there was a painting and calligraphy hanging, which looked mediocre. In the center of the pavilion is a stone table. A box was offered on the stone table, with an incense burner at its heels. Gold. Sister Zhou's eyes glowed. The box in front of her seemed to be solid gold. Only the age has taken its toll and there are many rust spots on the surface of the gold. But the more it is, the more expensive it seems. Did I read that right? Gold? Crazy, crazy. Holding things in gold? Isn't it guilt? This is definitely pure gold. I just don't know how much it weighs. I'm more curious about what's inside. The netizens were curious, and so was Sister Zhou. But after seeing the powerful ancestor from before, she didn't dare to mess around. General, Shang Shuling, Chancellor, Su Qin, 6th grandson of the Yellow Emperor. None of these people had made it to the top, so of course she wanted to know what was in the box. Could it be a family rule of the Su clan? I think it's genealogy. Impossible. Family rules. Genealogy is too easy to break. The relics? The relics of the Su family's oldest ancestor? Is it possible that it's a scepter? Crown. Didn't you establish the kingdom of Su? Fans are so brainwashed that even the scepter is out. But the guess is kinda on the money. It must be of special significance to be enshrined here. Want to know? At this time, Su Bai slowly walked in and asked blandly. Sister Zhou nodded her head like a peck of rice. After the last few days of education, she was already in awe of this old family of hers. Unless Su Bai opened it, she wouldn't dare. Although your surname is Zhou, you are of the Su bloodline. If you want to see it, naturally. Being so affirmed by Su Bai, Zhou Shuyi only felt so important. The word Su clan bloodline seemed to carry some kind of indescribable magic. Nodding and saluting, Su Bai stepped forward, opened the golden box, and what met his eyes was a side of black and heavy tiles. 4 big words glittered in gold on it, the gold medal of exemption from death. There are many small print notes next to it, all in gold as well. I've seen this one on TV. So expensive feeling. Sister Zhou sighed. Just couldn't guess it was this even if she thought about it. Even if you're not well educated, You know how powerful this stuff is. Once the protagonist in a TV show takes this out, the emperor comes and can't do anything about it. Really? A medal of immunity. Oh, this was a killer in ancient times. This thing is also called the Golden Book and Iron Scroll, and the end of the reward is this. Professor, is this true? It can't be true law. How come no one stole the gold? Some netizens are starting to at the previous BYU history professor. As a result, the professor was helpless. I study history. This is an artifact. I don't know if it's real or not anymore. However, it is extremely limited. Very historic if true. Not bad for a history professor who can't move for historical value. But the internet is cheesy and concerned about how much it's worth. The antique thing can be high or low. Soon after, one of the users gave an estimate. What a get out of jail free card. $20 or $30 million for sure. This estimate came out and the netizens laughed in disbelief. No way? Who would spend tens of millions of dollars on this thing? And it doesn't feel good either. Laughing master. Must be a fake. A glance at the fake. Such an expensive thing is placed here. Not afraid of wild animals? Not afraid of thieves? $20 to $30 million. It's really not child's play. Nima. I'll never make $20 or $30 million in my lifetime. The Su family's ancestral tomb is dedicated to a fake? Why? The previous estimator was also left speechless by the question. He wasn't sure if it was true or not, so he had to say, "Don't worry. I can't tell if it's real or not. My teacher must be able to. I'll call my teacher to take a look." Not long ago, a name called Antique Appraisal Master of the number of masters showed up, because he is also a podcaster, will help the network identify antiques and whatnot. Someone recognized it. Master Mao is a big internet celebrity with millions of followers. I know him. He's even on TV. The treasure teacher. More than a master. When it comes to antique appraisal, people are titans. The Peeping Tom Museum is his. I'm going. A private museum? Does Master Mao still accept disciples? It's natural for everyone to have respect for this kind of big brother. Master Mao was upset at being pulled into this broadcast. Where's the good stuff on the internet? Was about to criticize a few times and then wave it off. As a result, as soon as he saw the gold medal for exemption from death, his eyes wouldn't move. Yo, this is? The maestro rushed to send a pop-up. Can you come closer? Sister Joe rushed closer, and the only thing left in the shot was this gold tile. The master took out a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully for half a day. I just hate that I can't do it myself. It took a good half day to post the pop-up. Strange, just strange. Not a single netizen is posting pop-ups today. The whole screen is just him talking. Netizens are left with a question mark. How weird is it? First of all, it's the real thing. It's a real get-out-of-jail-free card. The dynasty, if you will, is the early Ming dynasty. Everyone knows about Zhu Yuanzhang, right? It was issued by Zhu Yuanzhang, the great ancestor of Ming. Therein lies the problem. Ming Taizu issued a total of 28 gold medals for exemption from death, and they have all been found. Where did this piece come from? The master scratched the few hairs that weren't on his head, confused. He couldn't figure it out. The water boys, on the other hand, were shaken. Grass. Really? Or was it issued by Zhu Yuanzhang? Shocking old me for a century. Is it really worth $20 or $30 million? Why did you put it here? This is not the way to do it. You don't take money seriously? Curious to ask, what is this place? Tomb Raiders in tears, we work hard to rob tombs, but you put the treasure here? Who by, insult me, right? Chapter 46 Netizens Numb, Zhu Yuanzhang and Special Forces? When netizens realized that the immunity medal was real, the emotions braked a bit. Tens of millions of dollars of stuff left outside. Is this a human thing? Zhou Shui also didn't react for a while. Always thought the old family graveyard was where people used to cowboy up. How could I know that there are still bullish objects? Heavenly ancestor uncle grandpa. Is this true? She asked. Subai hasn't come back yet. Master Mao, the titan of the treasure appraisal world, was already sending out pop-ups. The medal of immunity is real, not to mention that this pavilion is not to be missed. The beams are of goldenrod, and of such thickness. The stone table is a whole piece of alabaster. This piece of square table, how can it be $8 million? The box is fairly simple, in gold, but this incense burner, if I'm not mistaken, it's a ticked red tangled Lotus 8 treasures pattern incense burner, right? This incense burner alone, when it goes to auction, will be at least $50 million. This kiosk is worth more than my museum. Clueless, the netizens are clueless with smoke. The gold box that surprised everyone before turned out to be the most austere in existence. Wouldn't this pavilion be in the hundreds of millions by this casual count? Even? Hundreds of millions? Nima, this is too scary. Speechless, people couldn't respond for a while. And that's when Subai started answering Zhou Shuyi's questions. Of course it's true. See this painting? This is Zhu Yuanzhang's real handwriting. Why else would it be here? Ah, Zhu Yuanzhang's real handwriting? No way. Zhu Yuanzhang can also draw? I can't accept it. Isn't Zhu Yuanzhang the immediate emperor? Master Mao. Really? Too fierce. The water boys couldn't believe it. Master Mao also froze and hurried to look at the painting and calligraphy. There were too many good things for him to see, and he hadn't even paid attention to this painting just now. Now, upon closer inspection, he was stunned on the spot. This, Zhu Yuanzhang's calligraphy is really great. There is a clear evaluation in the calligraphy world, divine and heavenly, majestic and strong. The words on this calligraphy and painting are indeed from Zhu Yuanzhang's handwriting. But the painting, I can't tell if it's real. Then this painting is the only painting of Zhu Yuanzhang. The antique value, the commercial value, the historical value contained herein. Even Master Mao was a bit speechless. A sentence that holds so much value. Seeing such comments, Zhou Shuyi was dumbfounded. Once again, I surveyed the painting and really didn't see how good it was. Uncle Tianzu, why is this painting gray? The netizens see it too. Not only was the painting gray, it had a lot of little black spots on it. If I had seen it anywhere else, I'm afraid I would have just taken it as a scrap of paper. Oh, back then it wasn't about eradicating feudal superstitions. This painting and calligraphy almost burned. Thanks to your great uncle for saving the day. Su Bai lamented. Divine objects obscure themselves, and this thing has been through the ups and downs of history. It seems to have more substance today. What? And this history? 666. A painting than I've ever experienced. Spanning several hundred years of history. It's so rare. Master Mao, how much does this cost? How vulgar people are nowadays. They just like to ask for money. This put Master Mao in a difficult position. The thing about antiques is that it's very much about heritage. Let's say a painting. This is what age the artist was and under what circumstances he painted it. Who are the back hiders in the back? How it's circulated until now. It's good to have all these things clear and in good order of inheritance for valuation. The thing is, this thing in front of us simply belongs to the secret. Not to mention, the fact that Zhu Yuanzhang can draw can shock the historians. I'm not 100% sure because of the various screens. If it's really Zhu Yuanzhang's real handwriting, the price alone would start at least in the hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions to start. Gradually, the network has lost a bit of its concept of money. Move millions, hundreds of millions. The problem is that it can't be refuted. If it's true, it's definitely more than 100 million. Zhu Yuanzhang's only piece of calligraphy and painting. What kind of concept is that? Mad. I'm numb. You guys go ahead. Hundreds of millions, tens of millions. Trance. I feel like I'm rich too. I don't believe it. Fake, fake, fake. When did Zhu Yuanzhang paint? What's the evidence for that? I don't really believe it when there is one. There is also the Medal of Immunity. Zhu Yuanzhang, to whom the Medal of Immunity. History has recorded. There is no surname Su. After too much shock, netizens began to regain their reason and logic. A lot of people outright don't believe it. Zhou Shuyi cocked her head and thought about it. It was indeed outrageous. She also reads history. Yes, Zhu Yuanzhang did grant a lot of meritorious ministers a gold medal to avoid death. But the truth is that these death exemption cards are precisely life suppressors. Any meritorious officials who got the gold medal for exemption from death were basically killed by Zhu Yuanzhang. How come the ancestors of the old Su family are okay? What's with the gold medals and the calligraphy and painting? Great-grandpa? She wanted to be proud with it, but the doubts in her head were real too. Honor is good. Doesn't false honor become sin? Of course it's a royal gift from Ming Taizu. Ming Taizu had two sets of ministers, bright and dark. Su Da, Chang Yuchun, they were in the bright. Our Su family ancestor was the head of the dark division, in charge of intelligence, assassination, etc. The dark part is latent and cannot be rewarded openly. Therefore, few people know about it. Anyway, the dynasty had long been changed. So Su Bai explained. The netizens just feel the sky is the limit. A shattered view of life, of the world, of values. What the hell? Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang even has a dark meritocracy? But it makes sense when you think about it. A lot of merit can't be rewarded. Let's just say that back in the days of the underground, there were identities that were kept secret for life, or even, never solved the mystery. In ancient times, information was not well developed, and once hidden, I'm afraid it was truly annihilated. It was at this point that the previous BYU history professor began to speak. I've studied Ming history slightly. There was a recently unearthed bamboo slip called the Taizu martial strategy. There are some very rare situations in there. Like, for example, when Ming Taizu took over Taiyuan city with just a few dozen soldiers. Some historians speculate that Zhu Yuanzhang should have had special troops. These troops don't just conduct intelligence, they also turn the tables. The problem was solved before the regular army came, and a couple dozen soldiers just came to take over. Maybe the Su ancestors were attached to the special forces, Ming Taizu's special unit. The netizens were left with nothing but a face full of question marks. Really? The history professor came in at the end. I think that's true. People have nothing to say when an expert says that. Master Antique Forensics Mao also said. I'm sure the words on the calligraphy and painting are from Zhu Yuanzhang. Subai didn't realize that everyone was bickering like a chicken coop. Seeing that the system hadn't made a sound in a while, I drew the last raffle I was given. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Feng Shui Master, Advanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Book of Joey. Chapter 47. Sister Joe cried in fear, how do I feel cold? Feng Shui Master? Could it be that the system rewards have something more to do with the location? Because I'm standing on the Feng Shui treasure that is my ancestral grave. All the bonus Feng Shui Master abilities? He was even more certain when he felt a lot more Feng Shui Master knowledge in his head. This Shui. What's the reward for a book? Besides, he's read the book. When he opened it from in the system storage. Surprise! The complete book of the week. The Joey that is now in circulation is only a part of it. The true Joey is composed of 3 parts, Joey, Lianshan, and Guizong. It is said that the 3 books are not only able to read Feng Shui, reach a certain level of competence and even be able to predict the future. Good stuff. Subai revealed a smile. Having already allowed Zhou Shuyi to pay a visit to her ancestral tomb, Subai took Zhou Shuyi away, and the internet can't get enough of it. The gold medal of exemption, the imperial painting and calligraphy, the hidden history. The Su family is not simply a generational powerhouse anymore. It's practically a history. This kind of family's hefty war effort can be fully described as a majestic historical lineage. In terms of gate status, it is even fiercer than Yuan Benchu, who was the 4th of the 3 dukes. Families, please call me Missy from now on. It was too heavy before, and Selena Chow started to joke about it. Only this time, she hadn't even laughed out loud yet before doubt showed on her face. Coming down from above, she had long seen the 2 boars. What she didn't understand was that the 2 boars were right next to the cemetery and didn't dare to step in at all. If a boar is really disobedient, it tends to just eat an arch. It should have come in a long time ago. If you are obedient, then you should follow the person. But the 2 boars froze and didn't move their nests, as if they were tethered. Big Black, come here, she tried to call. She'd tried it before, and the boar was obedient. Pretty much go wherever you're told to go. Well, now, the boar just grunted, but didn't move a muscle. Why don't you listen? Still just hanging around outside the cemetery? What's stopping them? Then she thought about the sudden breaking of the boar earlier before she fell. Could it be that the boar can't move forward when it gets here? Look around. There's nothing there. If there's a good explanation, the problem is that there isn't. Sister Joe frowned. It felt like a very weird thing was right around the corner. Taking a few more steps closer, she was even more surprised. Upon closer inspection, the boar's eyes actually held the slightest hint of fear. It's as if the front is a minefield. Boars have something to be afraid of? A big boar would have dared to fight a tiger when he saw it. Can't figure it out. In that case, you can't just wonder to yourself. She hurriedly aimed her camera so that the netizens could see it as well. I'm going. What is this boar afraid of? Why is Nima so eerie? Leaning on the brakes before the wild boar suddenly brakes. Did it see something? What does that mean? Boars can see ghosts? Don't talk nonsense. I've got goosebumps. Sometimes the behavior of the beast is more real, because people can disguise themselves, but beasts can't. That fat boar had a look of fear and worry. Also, both were outside the cemetery, which is not normal by any stretch of the imagination. It felt like these weren't 2 boars, but 2 horses. Still bolting horses. Would a boar be obedient enough to do that? Can't be. Even dogs and cats in the house don't do that. To say that wild boars eat grass and stuff, there's grass inside the cemetery too. Why don't they eat it? Thinking about grass, some netizens blew up again. I'm super. Have you guys noticed? The cemetery is so neat. What's wrong with neat? Fools, this is the wilderness. Wild beasts are rampant. How can it be neat? Even if it's fixed, the beasts will mess it up unless the beasts are afraid to come in. I'm timid. Don't scare me. Look closely. On the tombstone, around the tombstone, there's not even bird. What does that mean? The land of the spirits? No living souls allowed? What a brainchild the internet has. The logic is very sound. From the looks of the cemetery, someone does make repairs, but obviously not too often. In the middle of summer, the beast should be willing to lean against a cool tombstone. There's also the matter of bird poop. How birds love cemeteries, because people come here to make offerings and leave food behind. Not only birds, but the cemetery will be full of ants. But this cemetery in front of us, no such phenomenon. The brainchild is creepy enough. Soon, other brainstorms came back. There's neither a fence nor guards here, so why doesn't anyone steal? There may be only one reason outsiders can't get in. Grass. It's getting scary. Is it a boundary? Why? It's so reasonable. Why? God. Give an explanation or I won't be able to sleep tonight. People may not believe in any ghosts or gods, but there's definitely an excitement for ghost and spirit-related stories. The tomb of the Su family is full of legends. Now it's shrouded in a weird metaphysical aura. Everything is like a mist, unreadable, but it makes you want to see even more. Hiss. Selena Chow, who was on the scene, winced. It's cold in the middle of summer. She's scared too, and she needs to explain. Uncle Tianzu, why don't the boars dare to come in? People in the city have less exposure and care more about these ghosts and gods. Once you encounter it, there's really nothing you can do about it. Scared a little bit of a baby face. Not only her, all the netizens were looking at Su Bai with a baba. If anyone can explain it, it's about this little tyke. Everyone is in a hurry, and Su White is in no hurry. He was calm and collected, walking slowly down the steps. That slow and easy look, as if there was nothing important under the sun. He didn't smile disdainfully until he was on a level with Sister Zhou. What do you think we are here? Su's ancestral tomb. Can it be anyone who wants to come in? Those few words of his were full of arrogance. It's not even an exaggeration to say that it's out of this world. It's like he's the king and it's all his kingdom territory. Zhou Shui froze. Su's ancestral tomb. Ordinary people can't get in. If I can get in, doesn't that mean the ancestors recognize me? Suddenly she had the feeling that her ancestor was in charge. Netizens have their doubts, but most of them can't agree with this one. Look at that. He's even pretending. I'm not convinced. There are many capable people buried here. We are in awe and won't mess up. That's for the history and the lintel of the Su family. But what does a wild boar know about it? I know. I think it's the animal repellent. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Nima just now scared me to death. It's an animal repellent. By the way, there's a secret sentry. Someone from the Su family is secretly watching. So naturally there are no thieves. Laughing my ass off. The answer is so simple. Chapter 48 Land of the Buried Bones. Ancestral Tomb of the Elephant Mound. The words roundup seem to have helped the internet. They're not afraid anymore, and they don't wonder anymore. But soon, a question was raised. There's no medicine to repel wild boars, is there? Hurriedly, the netizens rushed their search. What information is not available online? Soon, the internet was confused. No, there's really no animal repellent that can repel wild boar. The problem is back. Why are the boars afraid to enter the Su's mausoleum? Uncle Tianzu, because it's Su's ancestral tomb. The wild boars won't dare to come in. Is there a reason for this? Even if she wasn't too smart, Zhou Shui knew that there must be another reason. The netizens seemed like wailing birds, looking at Su Bai. Su Bai was still so frank and atmospheric, and said lightly, "This place is the Elephant Mound." The Elephant Mound? Zhou Shui then didn't understand what it meant. Helpless, Su Bai had to explain. Elephants of the same herd, at the time of death, gather in one place. Just as humans have ancestral graves, so do elephants. Hence the name Elephant Mound. That's when Selena Chow caught on. It is the dying place of the elephant. Su's tomb is surprisingly above the Elephant Mound. Crap, I don't understand it, but it feels so awesome. What do you mean? What's a mausoleum built on top of an elephant mound for? Could it be that man and nature are in harmony? Ha! It's not possible that the elephants are the guards of Su's tomb, is it? Nima, it's too metaphysical, isn't it? Most of the internet doesn't get it, but someone understands. The previous history professor spoke up. It is written in the rites of Zhou that a mound, sealing the earth as a mound ridge, resembles a burial mound. It was the custom of the great families of the Zhou dynasty to use the land of the elephant mound as the root of their tombs. Do you guys realize how scary this is? This mausoleum may date back to the Western Zhou dynasty, thousands of years, and the use of an elephant mound as a mausoleum was the highest specification for burials at that time. In a nutshell, ancient and oxymoronic. Netflix is confused. It's amazing that there is such a custom. Several times the questioning has been like this. What people say about Su Bai is well-founded. A mausoleum was built on top of the elephant mound. Either way, it's kind of creepy. This is tantamount to building human burials on top of elephant graves. The problem is, modern people can't understand it, but ancient times liked it. Unbelievable. Only the Son of Heaven enjoys the highest etiquette in the Zhou dynasty, right? I've heard of the elephant graveyard. There's a place elephants go when they're dying, but elephants usually go to the land of canyons, and this is a hill. The netizens are wondering a lot. Once again, the history professor clears up the confusion. The Western Zhou was a feudal system, and locally, the vassals were the largest and used the highest etiquette, and the Son of Heaven could do nothing about it. Everyone knows about the ask, right? It was King Zhuang of Chu who asked the Son of Heaven about the weight of the tripod, intending to replace it. Even this kind of thing can be done, and grave etiquette is even less observed. Elephants do go to canyonlands when they die, but the canyon won't be a canyon when more elephants are dead. Ha, what do you mean? Elephant carcasses filling the canyon? The thought of the sight sent chills down the internet's spine. But when you think about it, it's really possible. Elephants have been around for over 50 million years. If there are elephants with large families, generation after generation, all going to one place to die, the bones of those corpses piled up could indeed fill the canyon. Just how long a time dimension is this? And how big a herd of elephants? It's unimaginable. Sister Joe's little brain is a little short. Fascinated for a moment, he wondered, what does the elephant mound have to do with boars being afraid to come in? She asked bluntly. Previously the internet might have mocked, and now it just feels good. Good question. Do you know what characterizes an animal like an elephant, whether it's in the grasslands or the woods? An adult elephant is safe as long as it's standing. Tigers or lions or hyenas don't attack, because a standing elephant is an invincible being. All things fear the uncrowned king, so even when an elephant is dying, it remains standing. Though dead, the spirit lives on. Strong people always have a sense of pride and dominance. Even if they die, they don't completely dissipate. Chinese medicine uses tiger bone as medicine for the same reason. Bones from other animals just don't work. This I know. Elephants do die standing up. Crap, what a dominating feeling. Stand and die. Kneeling down and kneeling down. I'd rather die standing up than live on my knees. It's a bit of a white beard. An elephant, coming to the place of the elephant mound, stood dead. Even if Zhou Shuyi wasn't too sensitive, she felt a majestic life force. Everything has a spirit. Elephants naturally have spirits. Uncle Tianzu, are you saying that the elephant's aura deterred the boar? Fantastic. It's really kind of weird. Unluckily, Sister Zhou is particularly fond of such metaphysical colors. If it's just an elephant, naturally it won't work. You should know that the elephants that died in this elephant mound were at least 100,000, on the verge of death. They die in groups. Standing up, corpses and bones litter the valley, and the smell of death is constant. 100,000 elephants. Also at least. The internet is speechless. You know now, there are only a few tens of thousands of Asian elephants. Such an elephant mound, not to mention the wild boar, or even a human being, will be greased with fear. Think about it year after year. 101 years. Countless elephants have come here and withered their bones with death. Simply the land of the dead. Not to mention, the elephant chose this place as the elephant grave. So I'm afraid that this place itself is not simple. I really don't know how the ancestors of the Su family found this place. Uncle Heavenly Ancestor, how come I didn't detect the elephant's undead shock? Breaking down the casserole. Selena Chow is too curious about this. Su Bai smiled. This place is a treasure of feng shui. The internal qi sprouts, the external qi takes shape, the internal and external multiply, and the feng shui is self-contained. Back then, the old ancestor of the Su family used feng shui to domesticate the elephant spirits of the dead. The countless elephant undead are nothing more than guards for our Su family's tomb. Since you are of the Su family bloodline, the guards naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Feng shui, here comes something new. The point is, this stuff isn't really a superstition. Not only in the East, but all over the world now. Feng shui is being studied. Sister Zhou was dumbfounded and completely confused. Feng shui could even tame the undead. It was too strong. The netizens are confused too. There really wasn't any hidden dragon or dragons among them, though they were well versed in feng shui. An 8-year-old kid talked me into a corner. Truly worthy of being the young master. From elephant mounts to feng shui, there's nothing he doesn't know. Nima, the Su family's old ancestor, is also really ruthless, taming 80 million elephant spirits of the dead, hanging in the air. If outsiders come here, they'll only be haunted. 100,000 undead elephants. Even grave robbers' livers are trembling. Chapter 49 Reward. The Book of Zhou, the absolute gem of feng shui. The netizens were shocked for a long time. From the heart, they really don't want to believe it. But Su Bai was much more powerful and incredible before. Together with the words of such a, don't even believe it. They didn't believe that anyone could take a boar as a pet before. But Su Bai did it. Who would have believed that people could manipulate wild beasts before? Su Bai did it too. He had shocked everyone so much that there was really no reason to lie. Not to mention, those two boars really didn't dare to take a step forward. Let's go. The undead need to rest. It's better not to disturb them too much. The two mounted the boar again. When a person gets on a pig, their temperament immediately changes. Never mind how elegant and dignified they usually are. Besides, Sister Zhou can't usually be described as demure. You can't even pretend to be ladylike for 3 minutes on a blind date. Now riding a boar fuels her wild soul. Giddy up. General Piggy, follow this princess to kill the enemy. Robbing money and food and men. Wake up in charge of the world. And get drunk on the knees of a beautiful man. No beautiful man in the world can escape my clutches. Grass up. So this is the lady of the house? Ha 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 ha. Crazy batch of A. Still want a beautiful man it. Guarding the cucumber over it. Sister Zhou. Your sister. You're also a 10 million netizen. Pay attention to your image. Laughing at me. I'm a beautiful man. But I don't want to be your drug scum. Wanting a man is crazy. Little Master Tai. Be more careful. Old women. Ugly men are better. They know how to love people. They're ugly and strong. Isn't that good? Leaving the mausoleum, the group quickly resumed their jovial atmosphere. The two men returned to their original spot, where the wooden nest had been installed. Subai inspected it and pointed out a few words to Old Six in passing. Old Six, your questions are still not fine enough. Mortise and tenon. Whether it's flat or slanted. Don't undulate. Don't leave a seam. Once you leave a seam, the wood has room to go and it will warp. The eye of the dado must be extended in proportion to the location of the draft and retention lines, taking into account the wood and considering future exposure to sun or moisture. Half dowel, round dowel, slant dowel, with varying points of attention. You start by practicing with the half dozen or so. It was rare for someone to point out something, so Old Six nodded his head repeatedly and memorized it to death. Still, the afterglow of glancing at the boar was a bit of a shock. Tai Grandpa and this little girl are so tigerish, they dare to ride a wild boar for fun. It's scary how young people are these days. In this world, people have changed, and so have pigs. I have to keep up with the times. Learn well from Great Grandpa. Maybe I'll have my moments in the limelight. Subai was already bursting at the seams. All sorts of whole jobs again today, exploding all over the place. Of course, everyone has different concerns and watches different videos. At this time in the yard of a single house, several young men were watching the elephant mound, the feng shui piece. They're not easy. Everyone's covered in designer labels. However, they are neither rich nor demolished. Instead, he's the disciple of feng shui master Qin Xianting. Nowadays, feng shui reading is in extraordinarily high demand. Those who are rich, in particular, are willing to pay a lot of money to hire a feng shui master. Reading in-house, yang house, reading room arrangement, stores orientation, bigger projects like building rivers, bridges, roads, ponds, towers. So the ones who play feng shui are getting rich. As the eldest brother, Li Zuinshan was even more richly endowed. When he saw Subai talking about the elephant mound and feng shui, he laughed out loud in contempt. Ha 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 ha, this little kid is such a dog's ass. It's almost comical. Isn't it sick to build a grave where the bones are buried in the elephant mound? When he said that, the other few senior brothers naturally agreed immediately. Today many small jobs can be done by Li Zuinshan himself. Anyone who is willing to take anyone can follow and make money. Can't you do better than that? What eldest brother said makes so much sense. It's just Netflix claptrap. How can a little kid talk about feng shui? A jumping clown. There were martyrs in ancient times, but no one would build on top of an animal burial. Elephant mounds are often in the mountains and forests, so how can we find them with this much effort? They murmured and scoffed. It was at this moment that Qin Xianting came out from inside the villa and stopped. Cough cough cough. With just a few light coughs, the disciples were immediately silenced, not daring to utter a single breath. What are you talking about? What elephant mound? The master has asked, and no one else is qualified to answer back. Eldest senior brother Li Zuinshan rushed forward. Master, it's an 8-year-old doll talking nonsense. How ridiculous do you think it is to say that one's ancestor's tomb was built on top of an elephant mound? A mausoleum on top of an elephant mound? Chen Xianting's eyes flashed with brilliance as he snatched the cell phone. Read Subai's paragraph stating the elephant mound. Feng shui over and over again 3 times. Gradually, his face began to tremble, and he muttered even more under his breath. Does the elephant mound burying place really exist? It can't be. It can't be, can it? Again, excitement with a dash of worry. Then came the look of ecstasy. Afraid of being too excited to bear it, he hurriedly took out a gourd-shaped porcelain bottle. Pouring a few quick-acting pills from it, he swallowed them before he could continue his thoughts. It is written in the Zhou rites that a mound is a ridge of earth, like a burial mound. This is very typical of Zhou dynasty burial places. The place of the elephant mound is itself a feng shui treasure. Otherwise, the elephant would not have chosen to die here. Such places were so hard to find, he thought. There was no hope. Unexpectedly, with hope, he couldn't help but remember his master's explanation before he died. The lineage of the ancestral tomb of the elephant mound holds the secrets of the Zhou Yi in its hands. Ask yourself what the secret was at the time. The result was a smile from the master. It should be a full copy of the Book of Changes. It was then that he shook. The whole book is easy to read. Anyone who studies feng shui knows that. The existing Zhou Yi is a fragmentary text, and it is precisely the most important, the most valuable part that is lost. His own research shows that the extant Zhou Yi focuses on the trigrams. The other 2 missing books, Lian Shan and Gue Zhang, were supposed to be the way to feng shui and body cultivation. This is equivalent to a divine art. There was only a flowery framework, but no more internal heart method. The mysterious masterstroke. As a feng shui heir, he became famous as a teenager and traveled around the country. The purpose was to find the lineage that used the elephant mound as a mausoleum. A full 50 years had passed and nothing had been gained. I thought it was just a joke on my master's deathbed, but I don't want to see hope now. If this elephant mound mausoleum really existed, wouldn't the full version of the Book of Changes really exist? The whole Book of Joey. What's the point of dying if you can see it in your lifetime? Master, you are right, it is impossible. This little kid is just bull ***** ting it. Seeing the master's expression change, eldest brother Li Siyuan hurriedly agreed. As a result, this angered Chen Ting. Says who's bull ***** ting? I think you're the one who's bull **** ting. Your whole family is bull **** ting. Chapter 50 The police investigation chased the village. Back in the village, Zhou Shuyi hurriedly took a shower. It's cool to ride boars, though. She didn't want to smell like wild boar all over her. It is after seeing how good the countryside is that she wants to keep up a good image. Maybe there's a handsome rural boy who's got his eye on him. Get it clean and turn on the live stream again. Knowing that everyone wanted to see Subai, it was natural to go to Subai. What do you know? Just after coming to Subai's room, dumb girl's phone call came. Sister Zhou, I got off the plane and am now in your county. And then where to? What township are you? What village? It's also a strong woman. And the nerdy girl even tried to touch it herself. Zhou Shuyi still understood hospitality and hurriedly asked Subai for instructions. Granduncle Tianzu, my friend is here. Let's go pick him up, shall we? All the while laughing strangely inside. Ga ga ga, dorky sister must let you sit in my heavenly granduncle's triple trampoline. Otherwise, your life is incomplete. That's natural. Our Suzhai village is the most hospitable. Having gained the support of Uncle Tianzu, Sister Zhou was beaming with joy. Look, the deck. Dumb girl, stay there. We'll go get you. Since we're picking up, it goes without saying, then, that it's natural to ride a modified triple trampoline. Subai pushed the cart from Su Fuchuan, and Sister Zhou was in pain and happy. It hurts to be upside down again. Happy that the dorky girl is going to be upside down as well. Families, my heavenly granduncle is going to perform his cycling skills again. The internet has long been abuzz. Master Cheng Hui, TM my favorite thing to watch is Little Master Tai racing. A life is incomplete without having seen Little Master Tai racing his car. Little Master Tai, let the wind clamor. Full grade elementary school students, fly. Sister Zhou, why are you smiling so lewdly? I think I see the tears of a dorky girl. Ha 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 ha. What would a nerdy girl's face look like? The netizens were getting excited, and Sister Zhou was even more excited. This time it had to be in front of the dorky girl and in place. By the time she was scared less, tears were flying. Will tell her myself. Dumb girl, why are you such a coward? It's just the feeling of flying. Can't you handle it? Look sis, how come sis isn't doing anything at all? Crunchy, I'm going to meet the adoring gaze of the nerdy girl. I'm going to play the ratio in the wind, showing off my nobility on a Mercedes-Benz tripper. Enchantment. Zhou Shuyi was deeply mesmerized. Just get this ratio loaded and have no more regrets in life. Bouncing around, she even went to her room and grabbed a silk scarf. 3 bounce sparks with lightning, silk scarves fluttering in the wind. Ah, wonderful. I was just thinking about it, when suddenly, a figure walked up. The man was tall and lanky, wearing a large brimmed hat and a traffic police uniform. It was the previous chief of the traffic police. Sister Zhou was directly dumbfounded on the spot. Her heart chilled. It's over. It's over. The traffic police are coming after us. Her face went white at the thought of possible arrest and possible jail time. It was whiter than the cool white she had been seeking. Don't you take me to jail. I'm only 18. I'm still a yellow girl. Too scared, she screamed. Along with the incoherent words came the snot bubbles. That look is distinctly that of a nerdy female simpleton. Oops, it's really coming to arrest people. I told you, you can't drive that fast. Old woman, have some face, you're still pretending to be 18? Crap, this snot bubble is awesome. Just say it, where do you usually store it? The yellow flower girl, I'll believe the hell out of you. What do you mean? You're sorry you haven't played with a man. Ha, 2 bars and 3 stars. The police rank is chief of the traffic police brigade, and it really has the power to arrest. Sister Zhou, you can go to jail at ease. I'll bring you food. The more people who have done bad things, the more scared they are when they see the police. That's what happened to Selena Chow. She hurriedly prepared to pull Subai and run. It was at this moment that Subai twisted his face. The captain's stern state face suddenly became fawning. Grandpa Gaozu, it's you. Ha ha ha. Where are you going with this? Ha? Zhou Shuyi didn't move as if she had been frozen. This is the descendant of my heavenly ancestor's granduncle? Netflix is also confused. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. How is it that a man is Subai's grandson? Subai, I'm not afraid of anything. I have grandchildren all over the world. Bungbu lived. Not catching people I'm convinced. Master Shaotai's connections are so weird. Sister Joe hurriedly sucked back her snot bubble. It was then that Subai laughed. Erdnase is back. Erdnase? The man was 6'5". The growth is even more full of heaven and the earth's cabinet is square. It's all about leadership. As a result, his name is Erdnase? Pust. Laughed. Sister Joe laughed. Genus a little taut. That's a good one. The snot bubbles are coming out again. The traffic police captain glanced at Sister Joe and grinned. Women who play with snot. So different. Then, scratching his head helplessly. Hey, Grandpa Gaozu. I'm San Rongzi. You can't always tell me from my brother. San Ruiz. It's not much better of a name. Sister Joe spat darkly. The older brother is a douchebag and the younger brother is a dishabag. Isn't there another big brother named Daredevil? Well, she's reasoning. Well, yes, your brothers look so much alike. It does look different on closer inspection. You're a bit younger than your brother. Subai nodded his head, sort of making sure that it was San Rouge in front of him, not Air Rouge. Sister Joe was a messy batch. Her head tilted. How normal for the younger brother to be younger than the older one. Uncle Tianzu, what nonsense are you talking about? Which, I know. Triple Rascal was overjoyed. Thank you Grandpa Gaozu for the compliment. I am younger than my brother and I will take care of it. Holy, you're proud of yourself? That's very nice of you. The fear in Sister Joe's heart was suddenly alleviated. Trifles laughed for a moment and explained. I'm talking to you, Grandpa Kojo. The one in the traffic cop's uniform is me, San Ruiz. The one in the white shirt and black jacket is my brother. I'm at the traffic police brigade and my brother is at the district office building. He was there to explain. The netizens, however, were shaken, all of them big shots. Not to mention, the traffic police chief is not to be missed. Little Master Tai. I'm sorry for not treating you with enough respect before. Crap, Subai's grandsons are all this strong? Tears. I'm not worthy to carry Subai Shin-sun's shoes. Drunk. I didn't even get into an auxiliary police exam. Nima, the little Teiyukai was properly born at the finish line. Subai, do you still lack a grandson? I want to be your turtle's grandson. As the saying goes, even if a man is rich, his urine is sweet. And even if he is a big official, his farts smell good. Anyone who has experienced society knows that traffic police captains are definitely not ordinary. At the local level, it was also a figure who coordinated a party. The netizens had a flurry of horse's ass, and Subai couldn't hear it, just nodding to San Rouge. I know, your boy's a brigadier and your brother's a district governor. The traffic police captain was beaming. That's right, my Grandpa Gaozu. It was as if it was a great honor to be remembered by Subai. Sister Good Chow only felt a mixture of flavors. The man came and scared himself out of his wits. It turned out to be a junior whose name Subai couldn't quite remember. She couldn't help but be thankful at the thought of being okay. It's damn good to have a heavenly ancestor uncle. Chapter 51 Rampage 2.0 Scare the hell out of police checking Uncle Dan. The netizens were also dumbfounded. People Su family does have a little bit of heritage the county and the traffic police brigade chief, and the district mayor. Crap, these two brothers, a frontline police officer and a public official. This is something. In the end, it is a famous family. This passes to the present also still have an official position. I would be more miserable. Want to test a street office. 3 years did not pass the test. Also thought Suzhai village is a little bit of money it. Do some small business. Who want in there are people in official positions There's one thing to be said for having money that still can't be compared to an official person. Thinking about it, the Su family's ancestors have produced prime ministers, and there is a tradition of going to the civil service. Everyone was torn and envious. Sister Joe straightened her grooming. Nervous. Subai is still dashing, pushing the 3 trampoline, but also greeted Sister Joe. Go on, pick up your friend. With that said, he got into the driver's seat of the triple trampoline. It's not going to work for Sister Joe. She didn't dare to move. She truly didn't dare to move. The traffic police chief is right here. Uncle Tejo, you're too tough, aren't you? You can't screw up like that even if you're related. I'm on my knees. Little Master is really overbearing. Ferocious. In front of the traffic police captain. Froze to go racing. Is Zilong you? It's full of guts. Zhang Fei, I lost. If you want to talk about recklessness, you have to be the young master. Traffic police captain, I don't want to lose face. Do I? I don't give a damn about anyone. What kind of temperament is this? How did you get it? Sister Zhou, are you touched? Netizens are flirting. The traffic police captain was speechless. One has a duty to perform. But to say that to stop Grandpa Gaozu, this, really doesn't he have the guts? After a few moments of hesitation, he smiled sarcastically and stepped forward. Egu, Grandpa Gaozu, why don't you stop riding your bike? The last time you raced around town, You made a big enough fuss. Soar again. You have mercy on me. Begging? That's the attitude when you're facing a suspect? Suddenly, Sister Zhou's back straightened up a lot. There's a backbone now. You can be tough. Meanwhile, the weirdness is back. I'm 28 years old. Is it appropriate to be a child in front of an 8-year-old? Whatever. Let's get high first. She took a few steps over and got on a 3-wheeled. Just listen to Subai wonder. What drag race? I'm driving normally. Ouch. Without holding her steady, Sister Zhou almost fell off. Only after grasping it did he look at Subai with an incredulous face. Uncle Tianzu, it's okay. To be shameless, it's you. You're doing 120 in the city and you're driving normally? The key is this innocent expression. But it's so on point. I have to learn it. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So that's called normal driving. Normal. I have a new appreciation for those two words. Mr. Little. What do you look like when you're not normal? Are you crazy? Breaking through the imagination. It turns out the young master is still straddling it. Nima is so crazy. Redefine drag racing. Then drag race normally. Tawdry maneuver. I'm normal. It's the world that's wrong. What a powerful confidence. Subai and normal. So that everyone has a new understanding of the language. Oh, so everyone understands language differently. What we think is crazy, others, Su White, think is normal. Apparently, the traffic police captain also knew Subai quite well and said helplessly, yes, you're right, Grandpa Gaozu. But, as you know, you're so far ahead of your time that the law hasn't kept up with you. So, it leads to a fallout between your behavior and the law. Of course it's a matter of law. You're right. Ha, Sister Zhou or the netizen. The law can't keep up with the little tyke. That's a great way to put it. It makes sense when you think about it. Sometimes the law is behind the times. Could it be that the law is really wrong? No, that's not true. Almost breaking up, the internet struggled, because a horrible sight came to mind. If the law keeps up with the little tyke, the roads are full of crazy batches of racing cars. Terrible, terrible. But, finally, the traffic police captain regained his senses. Oh Grandfather Gaozu, do you know? The last time you raced a car in the city, you alerted the chief, chased you in the back, didn't catch up with that Li Gang's son, and now he's sentenced. So can you please accommodate the law? Crap, even the chief is alarmed. The netizens that was really shocked. Earlier it was thought that the little Teiyukai was too fast to be checked, which, I realize, is a shock. It's just that the commissioner was alerted. Why wasn't he arrested? Can't understand it. Is it because Subai is too small, so it's useless to catch him? What do you think? Even if it's small, you have to arrest it. It's jeopardizing public safety. Kids don't get caught. Look for guardians. Is it possible that the chief is blinded as well? I'm going. I wish I could see the chief's clueless face. When the little master strikes, God shocks the ghosts. For a while the internet was kinda excited. Especially if you've seen it before. There's a sense of engagement. Together, we'll wreak havoc on the world. That's what it feels like. It's energizing. While this was going on, suddenly question marks began to float up on the pop-ups. The source is endless. Until someone posts a text. Li Gang? That name feels so familiar. I've heard that, too, and, well, have a bad impression of it. Beanpole, Li Gang's son, Li Tianda. You all don't know about him? Martyr Li Tian Tat. This guy has been screaming on the internet all day. My father is Li Gang. I've asked around. His dad is really Li Gang. And he's awesome. Li Gang's assets should be around $1.8 billion. Someone pulled out Li Gang's assets, and the crowd sucked in their breath. $18 billion. It's safe to say that 99% of people will never earn it in their lifetime. This kind of capital predator. That's a handful. As a result, his son went in and Subai was unharmed. What's going on? I don't understand. Meaning, Subai's strength exceeds Li Gang's? Can't be, right? Li Gang also has an entertainment company under his banner. And many stars are also in his company. The key, he only has one son. Surprisingly cannot save. Shock after shock. Netizens just feel a little bad about their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs and kidneys. Subai didn't seem to have much of a concept of all this. I don't know who Li Gang is. His son racing should go in. As for alarming the commissioner, alarmed is alarmed. What's wrong with the chief? What's wrong with the chief? Netflix is going to spit blood. First of all, how can anyone not know Li Gang? They're a luxury family. Just saying that rhetorical question is even more outrageous. Director Kid, do you know how many people are squeezing their heads off to take the public exam? The likelihood of being admissible is very low. Even if accepted, the chances of being promoted are almost non-existent. Even if you can be promoted, it's not 1 in a million that can reach the real power of a director. To be in ancient times, the director was tantamount to a dominant presence. Do you know how much of an official you are? Great power to live and die. Chapter 52 Racing a three-wheeler. I admit, you still want to race a police car? Hearing that the director was such a high-ranking being, Sister Joe's waistline softened. She pulled Subai's sleeve and opened her mouth to persuade. The traffic police captain took a step ahead and said more respectfully, "Yes, the chief is your Gentoo grandson, the one you watched grow up, but we have to be safe, right? If something were to happen to you, the whole village would be worried." Sister Joe? Xian Tai's son. She really couldn't tell how many generations down the line it was, but it's one of our own when you hear it. Or Uncle Tianzu watched him grow up. Okay, that's a bit of a bizarre statement, but no matter what, it's a relative of the family. I can't believe I have a relative of the director. I don't even know. I didn't know I was a member of a worldly family before. Slept in a jade bed, went to the ancestral tomb, and knew. That's a real oxymoron of an old ancestor. Now it's even better. Not only are the ancestors bullish, but the current generation is just as bullish. With a director to protect him, he'll fly. Instantly, her back was up again. I'm not only the son of a worldly family, I'm also the son of a rich family, and I'm also the son of a government official. Couldn't be more hairy. It took 28 years of living to realize I was so high and mighty. The netizens were even more struck by lightning and smoldered. Chow chow chow. The chief is also Subai's junior? The first grandson of the first generation. It feels like a direct relative. This relationship, iron. 666. Thought it was the kids not catching it. The relationship is here. Nima, the director can be several ranks higher than the captain. No wonder. The police investigation can't arrest them. Xian Tai-sun can't agree to it. That's the chief. He's in charge of the whole city. The good guys, the Su family is worthy of being the leading bully. Bullish. We're watching a drag race. The young master is treating downtown like his own backyard, isn't he? What has been the most powerful since the beginning of time? Gate valve. Isn't Tang Tai's only Shimon enough of a bully? By that time, he had already been proclaimed emperor and was in a position of great power. As a result, he had his men sort the nobles. The Li family froze in second place. The first is the Bowling Chui clan. And this result is recognized by almost everyone. The reason is simple. People's Chui is an old aristocrat, an old gatekeeper. Go forward 1,000 years and it's sparkling. Later, Li Shimon wanted to marry his daughter to Chui's son. It turned out to be even more of a slap in the face. Chui refused outright for the simple reason that the door was not right. That means, your Li family is royalty, but you don't deserve my family. Same in foreign countries. What's the noblest? Old money. Even richer now. These old plutocrats can't afford to look down, even taunted as a thug. The Su family, a family that moves back thousands of years, is a family that moves back thousands of years. It's really a bit of a gatekeeper. You need money. You need people. It's not the concept of a groundhog anymore. People are dragons and tigers here. Netizens flirting with the heart is faded. The gap is too far off. The juncture where everyone stands in awe of the chief. Subai had a flat face. Did you say doggy? The traffic police captain said in a hurry. Yeah, he was worried about you, so he asked me to come back. Doggy? Isn't he the chief? What's with the name? Ha. Can't help it Suzhai village people's nickname is too grounded, right? The director of the high level of existence of in the eyes of Subai is a dog leftover. The director of the much higher order of the existence of in the eyes of Subai is a dog leftover. I'm home. Open the ing door. Doggy, air, Saner, doggy, old 6. Director, Grandpa Tianzu. Keep your voice down. The director is crying. Don't call people by their nicknames. For a moment, the pop-ups were cheerful. The chief is intimidating. And the name Dogwood is so relatable. Sister Joe grinned at the name. But it seems to be a custom in Suzhai village. His own mom's name is Sani, and he's still called Guagua. At the thought of it, the worldly children and whatnot don't smell good anymore. What's wrong with being a family man? Princess Guagua, Miss Guagua, Sheriff Guagua, dog left young master, dog left prince, dog left male. No, with a name like that, no noble title is going to help. Does Uncle Tenzu have a nickname? Unable to help herself, Joe Shuyi thought of a treacherous question. Oh, doggy said so. So okay, you're driving, aren't you? Pick up someone for me. Subai nodded. He couldn't make it difficult for the juniors, couldn't he? He did, and the traffic captain was overjoyed. Got it. Completion of the mission. The traffic police captain rushed to the car door. Selena Chow honestly sat up. Instantly, the traffic police captain's face changed. You're Guagua, right? In theory you're my niece. You can't sit here. This is the seat of honor. It has to be grandfather Gaozu. And the seats in the car are divided into seniority and inferiority? Sister Joe was speechless, but she also knew that the old country was all about that. Hurriedly giving up his seat, he had another perception of Subai's status in his heart. The most respected person at all times and places is Uncle Tianzu. True line. I really don't know how he did it. Just by seniority? You can't. Can you? The group got into a police car and headed out of the village. A police car on 4 wheels is naturally more stable than a trike. Sister Joe let out a long breath. Didn't let the dorky girl experience the triple bungee though, and didn't get turned upside down myself. Pretty good. But, hey, dorky girl realized it was a police car coming to pick her up. I wonder what the expression will be. She whispered to Nettie. Immediately, say anything. It won't scare the dull girl. That man lacks a bone. On the outside, a pretty girl, but on the inside, a tough guy. It's a shame that I won't be able to see the dorky girl in a trike. I thought of a beautiful scene. Sister Chow and dumb sister sleeping together in a jade bed. Nerdy girl riding a boar. You guys don't want to see it? Nerdy girl being chased by bees. Ha 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 ha. Everyone talked about the dorky girl and for a while, they all missed it a little. Can't wait to see it sooner. I was about to ask Sister Joe to rush it, but I didn't want to. But Subai spoke. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's too slow. Tripe. How are you going to overtake if you don't give any gas in a straight line? And you don't give any gas in a curve? There's a car in front of you. You change lanes to overtake it. Drifting around corners. Ah, can you drive? Shall I? The traffic police captain had a bitter look on his face. It's really not about not overtaking. Crossing the line to overtake. That's a traffic violation. It's going to take 3 points off at a time. Corner drift. It's not just points. It's outright illegal. These words can't be said. It's useless to say them. Mumbling half-heartedly and coyly. That, Grandpa Kojo. I'm a traffic police captain and have to follow the rules of the road. Ha 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 ha. Subai. You're bullish. Laughing does not live. Directing the traffic police captain to violate the law. Real criminal. Traffic police chief. Are you going to be punished? Traffic police captain, stick to your principles. It's so hard. Crazy batch. The little master's eyes are either overtaking or drifting. Wild. Little master wants to race a police car? Chapter 53. Police car chases wildly. Scaring and crying dull little sister. Got off the plane and backed up the shuttle. Dull girl drew many stares as she exited the county station. Not just boys, but girls too. It can't be helped. Who makes a beautiful anchor woman? Boys look at beauty. Girls look at dress. She's still very presentable today. With a fluffy ponytail and a youthful look. Clothing has also been carefully selected. Silk crushed short sleeves look slim and girdle-like. She is known for her small waist on the air. It's all covered now, but that lusciousness still looms. The blue and white jeans outline the long legs in a delicate and gentle way. It also looks exceptionally thin. Girls nowadays go for this kind of beauty, called white slim young, skinny and at the same time, not dry on the body, through delicate and beautiful. The face is made of pure lust style makeup, innocent and not too delicate, plus pink sneakers underfoot. The whole thing smells like a city girl going to the countryside. From a distance, I really thought she was a fresh out of school college student. I have to say, the dorky girl definitely took the cake when it came to the pretending to be innocent piece. As a live streamer, it's all about bringing fresh stuff to the table. Coming to Sister Chow today, that's a breakthrough. The hottest thing right now is Sister Chow's live stream of kids killing cows. She came to Sister Joe when the traffic naturally went up. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Waiting as well as waiting, she pulled out her cell phone and began to live stream. Family, I'm here at Sister Joe's. Oh, speaking of coming, this efficiency, are you guys convinced? I'm really impressed. Are you nuts? Flying all the way here for a meal? Older sister is mean today. When is the bikini go? The meeting of the century between two old women is coming up. Dumb bride face off. Too conservative? Where's the gutter? We have to open the eyes of that little eunuch. To I also love to read. Don't go deeper than that. Some male internet users are just looking at beautiful women and their bodies. Even. It's mainstream. The nerdy girl had no problem at all with all the flirting. If there is, it's only with pride. It's a compliment how many men cry to see themselves. Brothers, we must collect today. I'm a guest in the countryside. I can't be too exposed. Besides, I'm here to eat at the table, not have someone else eat me. That line wasn't about letting people eat me. That was really spot on. There's nothing wrong with rubbing the edges together. And what about at the same time? It tickles the internet. That's what Nerd Girl is capable of. That's what everyone was waiting for. The pop-ups were all over the place. Dumb girl, save some flavor. I'll eat you someday. For food. Don't tell me. I'm hungry just thinking about the banquet in Sujai village. Crouching. Mama. That sauce elbow. That roasted white. Aha, so you can't see the kid who killed the cow? That's my idol. Nerdy girl, don't lay a hand on little master. He's only 8 years old. Chatting away. Dull sister thought of the delicious food in Sujai village and was also greedy. She's really not short of money. The problem is, having been to a lot of restaurants, it doesn't feel that way. Not to say it's good or not, Just looking at it is not authentic. The kind of meal in Suzhai village is different. There is a nourishing human dominance across the screen. You have to have it, or else, regret it for the rest of your life. Jingle bells. I was just swallowing my saliva when Selena Chow's phone call came. Nerdy girl, I'm going to be there. Oh, okay, I'll wait. Hanging up the phone, the dorky girl came to the side of the road and looked from side to side. Since we're here to pick up, we're bound to make a stop. But after waiting for half a day, no car stopped. Smaller counties don't have that much traffic to delay. She then continued to have a chat with her fans. Suddenly I looked up and saw a police car coming, and signaling to pull over. There's a police car. There can't be any criminals here, can there? Out of concern, she also looked around. A look to identify the bad guys. Of course, if you can see the police checking out the bad guys, then you have to film it. This is all good live material. The netizens flirted. What are you looking at? Here you are. You're so ugly that you're affecting the cityscape. Don't tell me, it really follows you. Have you been spoiling innocent young men lately? Oh, that night, I didn't turn you down. And that night, you hurt me. Dumb girl, you're the one who, thousands of miles away, took my knuckles. Because the police cars are getting closer. Nerd girl hurriedly pulled her suitcase aside. I wondered if I was standing too far out and taking up space. And then he thought, the police car is tracking the prisoner, so don't hold up the others yourself. She was on the verge of standing up in the flower bed on the side of the road to get out of the way. Just then, the police car stopped. The window rolled down and it was a country-faced, middle-aged police investigator. Now the dorky girl was really confused. There's no one in front of or behind us. We're alone. What's the police doing with the windows open? She had a question mark on her face and the internet had to be serious. There has to be a reason why this police investigation has come to your door. I'm going. No way. Is dorky girl really a criminal? Confess and be lenient. What is your crime? Turn yourself in. Don't be afraid, huh? You go in. I'll bring you food, okay? I'm reporting that nerd girl is an LSP, specializing in flirting with young brothers. I'll prove it. I'm one of those little brothers. Ahahaha. The first anchor ever to be arrested for being ugly. Generation of old women. Going down. The netizens are just watching the fun. But what they're talking about. Nerd girl really hasn't done it. Frowning, she hastened to explain it to everyone. Don't be ridiculous. I can't do anything wrong. Don't you guys know me well enough? I'm just an innocent girl paper from a good family. Clean and dry. I didn't even run a stoplight, lol. Ha! In fact, she didn't just explain it to the internet. Also, what about explaining it to the police investigation in the back? It's not good to be mistaken for a criminal. But as she spoke, she gave a sudden ah, and her heart was written all over her face. Now, the argument goes to the netizens who are confused. It was just flirting before. But look at the dorky girl's face. How is it kind of true? Who can take it? A nice singing, dancing crazy batch of female internet celebrities is a criminal? You can't. Can you? Crap. Nerdy girl with this face. A lot of criminals are like this when they get caught. Scared the hell out of me. I've thought about marrying dull sister. Crime girl? It's kind of exciting. Grass. You're not going to be on the news, are you? Because one thing came to mind. Nerd girl wasn't in the mood to look at the screen. She could really be breaking the law. There were so few cabs on the road when I got off the plane earlier. The first and second wait is annoying. She then found a black one and paid more. Could it be that this was discovered? That's not really an offense, is it? More or less undignified. Ouch. Police cars are pretty oppressive. Nerdy girl did not do anything. See all the heart of a bunch of weak. Chapter 54 Nerdy girl, who picks up people in police cars. Ouch. We can't afford to lose face. Especially now that a lot of fans are still watching. Nerd girl's thoughts flew and she quickly came to a decision. In order to look innocent, she put on an innocent face and told the netizens, let's go over there. It's a nice view. With that, he pulled his suitcase forward at a brisk pace. Doesn't seem to realize there's a cop back there. Just wanted to show the internet the view from the front. But I'm laughing. The view? Isn't that a ramen restaurant up ahead? Nerdy girl, what have you done to make your heart weak like this? Aha! Could the cop in the back be nerd girl's ex-boyfriend? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Nerdy girls only like handsome men, not middle-aged men. I'm dizzy. It's not like the dorky girl is doing a whole job. Netizens watching live often like to see something real. Now the dorky girl's expression is so real that people can't stand it a little bit instead. That doesn't fit the nerd girl's Netflix persona. Nerd girl is one of those beautiful internet celebrities who occasionally wears a bikini and makes scatological jokes. Then there's the rude and snappy speech, even the profanity. To put it bluntly, it's the trinity of hilarity, beauty, and bravado. It's never serious. What's wrong today? Well, I just want a bowl of ramen. The dorky girl continued to justify herself, occasionally turning around, looking at the police car. To her horror, something happened. The The way the police car was clearly going to stop a moment ago. It was driving after her at the moment. Not only that, but the stern-looking police inspector waved at her. It's over. It's over. Dull girl only felt her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys go cold, and complained accusingly. Enough to blame you, Selena Chow, for luring me with food. My whole life is ruined today. Mourning for a second, bitter and negative. In order not to let the netizens get the wrong idea, a hasty explanation was given. I did something bad. I'll turn myself in okay. Families, you don't have to go to jail for writing in the black, do you? In the black? Netflix is happy. Ha 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 ha. Nima, scared the hell out of me. Writing in the black should just be a public order violation. It's fine. You're such a coward. Grass, that face just now. I thought she killed someone. What a white rabbit. You call that meeting the world? Usually pretending to be crazy batch. How do you know it's so pure? The dorky girl was in no mood for everyone's banter. She just wanted to get it over with now. Since she gave up resisting, she gave up. It seemed like a valiant effort to walk to the police car. With a bitter voice, Uncle Police Inspector, I'm wrong, I'm guilty, I'm bad, I'll review. I shouldn't have taken a wild cab. I'm willing to pay the fine. Don't put me in jail. Being penitent, his eyes glanced over and saw the kid on the passenger side. So handsome. This child has red lips and white teeth, and his eyebrows are divided into 8 colors. Despite the boyish look on his face, there was a determined gleam in his eyes. There's a kind of domineering paradigm. Must have grown up to be a fangirl arsonist. I wonder how many women's hearts would be broken. It's just that this handsome to the core face looks a bit familiar. Isn't that the cow-killing kid from Suki Chow's live show? While her beautiful eyes were widening, Jo Shuyi stretched out her hand. Snap! Shot her in the head and gave her a brain crash. Then came down with a push of the car door, huffing and puffing and crossing his arms. After chasing you for ages, we take one step after you and you run. It's no use my cousin's uncle waving his hand at you. What are you running for? Dumbass. Normally, the dorky girl is still very much plucked. You won't get stage fright when you see a big occasion. The two stood together, very much a female and female duo. But today, the dorky girl is acting like a simpleton. When she saw the car she fled. That cowering look, all without the style of a big netizen. Nerd girl had frozen at this point, dumbfounded. The aquanauts in the live room couldn't live with their laughter, quacking and shrieking. Ha 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 ha. The dorky girl's look totally explains the word dorky. I'm laughing my ass off. I'm still confessing. Crap, this is not the right thing, Sister Jo. Right, said to come to pick up feelings. You drive a police car to pick up a nerdy girl. Life's ups and downs. Isn't it exciting? Surrender meets old friend. May I ask what is the psychological shadow area of the dull girl? It's a nightmare. This twist can be too good. Sister Chow's brain is so powerful. It's not a whole life anymore. It's a drama-filled reality. With all the twists and turns, it's better than the TV show. Rubbing her head, the dorky girl's little mouth deflated with tears. Who knew you were picking people up in a police car? Scared my heart out of my chest. I'm a flower girl, still a flower child, and I almost confessed to the crime. Aside from being aggravated, the dorky girl was kind of glad. Well, that's great. No police investigation to arrest me. She had thought about it a lot just now. What do the fans think when they do go to jail? Or even prison? What do friends and family think? What would those guys who have been matched with themselves think? They must be shocked, right? She can't handle this. Now an oopsie. Pretty good. Dumb girl, we're really here to get you. I sent you here. In fact, as a dragnet. You're down for the count now. Jo Shuyi's eyes rolled and she suddenly became serious. Ha! Glancing at the police car, the dorky girl was in shock. Sister Jo, don't joke. Which knew that Jo Shuyi didn't look like she was joking at all. She shook her head, decisively. Dumb girl, you're really guilty. Remember last spring when you accompanied me on a blind date? Ha! What's going on? Sister Jo is trapping the dull girl? Wonderful. My curiosity got the better of me. Last spring, what happened? Sister Chow is a big matchmaker. It's not unusual for her to go on a blind date. Murphy, on a blind date, the dorky girl commits a crime? What kind of a person are you? Don't be so sure you're not tempting the boys. The crowd murmured, and the dorky girl nodded instinctively. There was this thing last year when Selena Chow was on a blind date. Remember? Why? Nothing happened then. She stabilized her emotions and made a good defensive gesture. Jo Shuyi grunted coldly. The blind date wasn't very good looking at the time. I didn't fancy it, but the dude he came with was pretty handsome. I was going to go after his buddy and, well, you asked for the phone first, and you dare say you're not guilty? You have a great sin. LSP sin. Ha 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 ha. After a bit of posturing and scaring the nerdy girl, Sister Jo was cool with it. When she smiled, everyone realized that Mud, again, was doing the whole job. When these two get together, It's a crazy batch party, and the internet is guilty as charged. Q. Pouting at Sister Zhou, the dorky girl returned to normal, followed by getting into the police car, his eyes gleaming at Subai. Chapter 55 Cute and powerful. Love it. Ding. Reward draw times *1. The system voice rang out just moments after the dorky girl got into the car. Subai nodded, a joy in his eyes. Nerd girl is worthy of being a flow anchor woman. This just came and triggered the reward. It seems that the popularity value added a lot. System, I want a lottery. Ding. The host obtains the title of Dragon Boat Building Expert, full level. Yo, full grade. Nice. What are you looking at? Never seen it before? He is my heavenly ancestor granduncle. Sister Zhou had already introduced herself, talking about Subai with honor. Since shooting Subai, she's now a phenomenal anchor. So many people followed her lead and even imitated her. But it's all useless. Who has Subai's skills? Ha, he's the one. Hello. For a while, the dorky girl was a bit unsure of what attitude to face with. Definitely not with kids. People Subai's seniority is high. Timidly, she stretched out her green onion white jade hand and shook hands with Subai. The heart was amazed at the magnitude of the situation. Subai's look she'd seen on her cell phone. What she didn't expect was that this Subai was not even on camera. He's also a little handsome on the air. Except, in person, his skin is so much better. The whole person exudes a vibrant energy. If you're a little older, you're a sassy, beautiful boy. Dumb girl, you're rude. When in Rome, do you understand? Why are you shaking hands? When she came to her own place, Sister Zhou was fuming. She had that look of a veteran bullying a new recruit. Bluffed the dorky girl. Still, she understood the principle of following the customs of the country. I just don't understand what Sister Zhou is talking about. So what should happen? Cluelessly, the dorky girl asked with wide, innocent eyes. Seeing that she had subdued the dorky girl, Sister Zhou's cow pen broke down and crossed her arms. He's my heavenly ancestral granduncle. You, on the other hand, are my sister, a non-biological blood sister. Then you have to call him Uncle Tianzu's granduncle, too. Quick, call someone. Hey, I suffered. Dorky girl, you have to do it all over again. Sister Zhou is beautiful, and netizens have all sorts of emotions. It's too much. Sister Zhou is being a dog and bullying the dorky sister. Ha ha ha. Dorky girl, call it. Who made you Sister Zhou's BFF? Deja vu. That's how the doggy egg patriarch got Sister Zhou to call him. When you come to Suzhai village, you have to call it even if you don't. Nima is still true. Everyone else is called. Dumb girl can't call Subai, right? The atmosphere has been set up to this point. Dumb girl, just submit. I'm going to call Tianzu's granduncle too? Watching Sister Chow live, I saw her call an 8-year-old kid Tianzu auntie-grandpa. Almost hiccuped myself laughing at the time. I didn't expect it. The wind and the water have turned around, and it's come to me. I really don't want to scream. Not only is that a bit too high of a title, but it's also because the other person is 8 years old. Calling an 8-year-old child Uncle Tianzu's grandma. It's weird how you think about it. The dorky girl was too shy to speak, her little face reddening. It seemed like pins and needles were moving back and forth under his ass. This won't be necessary, will it? Almost instinctively, she declined. Can Sister Chow say yes? It's a wonder you can. Immediately she began to move for help, looking to the traffic police captain. Uncle cousin, judge, is my sister lacking in manners? The rules of our Suzhai village are that Tianzu uncle grandmasters are top of the generation. Anyone who comes here has to be called according to their seniority, right? The captain nodded his head back and forth. It was more than a rule. It can be said that there is an order of seniority and inferiority. It's been the motto of the Su family for thousands of years. It is not only the people of the village who have to abide by it, but also outsiders when they come here. He glanced at the dorky girl. Don't you call out to your friends' parents when you meet them, too? Aunts and uncles who don't say such things? I'm curious. Where are you from? The words didn't come out right, so the meaning could be a bit unfriendly, even kind of accusing the dorky girl of being uneducated. Nerd girl thought about it carefully, and it was true. If you meet a friend's parents, you should definitely call someone. You don't have to call them if they're too high up in the pecking order. Even more wrong. As a rule, the higher the other person's seniority, the more one should call. Uncle Tianzu. After half an inkling, the dorky girl called. Just barring that, the voice was small and raw. Aha! Subai promised, and the netizens went crazy. I'm sorry, dorky girl has become a child's granddaughter too? Speechless. If I marry a dorky sister, won't that be called too? Above. You want to fart, eat it. RM. For the first time, I realized that it's damn good to be senior. Having a friend like Sister Chow. What a pit. Nerdy girl breaks through the psychological barrier and calls out. But Sister Zhou is still not agreeing. Not sincere enough. By the way, you can't just scream. You have to kowtow. We all kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times here. Outsiders kneel 8 times and kowtow 32 times. Now the netizens on both sides of the aisle are not agreeing. I've been watching the broadcast for 2 days now. I haven't heard of this rule. Then I looked at Sister Joe's villainous face and understood. Oh, my God. Sister Joe, you're really good. Lighten up and live like you hated it in the first place. Some people even posted screenshots of the first time Sister Chow called someone out. That embarrassed little, pathetic look. As a result, she's now forcing the dorky girl's hand. Don't be ridiculous. It was good that Subai had spoken. And Sister Joe immediately became honest. The dorky girl relaxed. She's a girl who grew up in a big city and hasn't been to the countryside. Through the window of the car, I saw the fields outside were lush and green with neat crops swaying in the wind. Not far away were high, verdant mountains, with mist rising from them. Wow, it has the feeling of coming to Wonderland. Sister Joe, your old home has mountains and water. It's really a great place to live. This is from the heart. People can get stressed after living in the steel and concrete of the city for a long time. Stress builds up and it's easy to develop anxiety, depression, whatever. People living in rural areas have less of these. That has to be. I'll take you to the back of the mountains in a couple days. It's even more beautiful there. By the way, we still have horses in the back of the mountain. I'll teach you to ride. On horseback? It's an aristocratic sport. The dorky girl got even more excited. The two sisters chattered and exchanged cheerful words. The netizens rolled their eyes. On horseback? Aren't you riding a boar? It didn't take long to reach the village of Suzhai. As soon as she stepped out of the car, the dorky girl didn't have time to get a breath of fresh air before her eyes swept over the simple parking lot at the entrance to the village. Instantly the pupils quake. Rural? It's the countryside. Ha! There were rows and rows of luxury cars in front of them. 110 of them. Among them are also sports cars like the Maserati. What is it? It was as if she had been bitten by a snake. Subai was bashful. This don't want to pay homage to the ancestors. The juniors who are outside have all returned. Crap, is that such an understatement? Then the juniors in your village are really bullish too. Shouldn't success be hard? Nerd Girl recognizes this very well. The fact that there are so many luxury cars shows that there are extraordinarily many successful people in Suzhai village. Terrific! A wave of reverence rose in her heart. While this was going on, several villagers trotted over. Great Grandpa, it's not good. It's not good. We have a big problem with the keel of our dragon boat. It's very troublesome. You have to go there. No one else can fix it. Got a problem with an 8-year-old? Nerd Girl was so dumbfounded. Her fans were so giddy, she forgot to spit. Subai didn't hesitate to take the plunge. You guys are so worrisome. Lead the way. I'll fix it. It was as if the Imperial Army was on its way. The crowd flocked further and further away. TSK, TSK, TSK. I was prepared for this, but Dumb Girl was still stunned on the spot. After all, with his own eyes, Subai was really only 8 years old, but what he showed was the sophistication of an elder. The strange sense of impact was too strong. Chapter 56 Sister Joe, Dull Sister wants to marry and cry. Subai is the main character. Can he go? Sister Joe and Dumb Sister both hurriedly followed. By the time they reached the river, the dragon boat was stretched out across the river, a good 10 meters long. The two sisters had only seen it on TV. It didn't seem like much of a big one at the time. I didn't realize it was so big until now. Almost all the villagers are here. None of them had a clue in their minds. Su Fuchuan, the patriarch, also sighed repeatedly. However, seeing Subai followed by a doll girl, everyone looked over when a stranger came to the village. Sister Joe rushed forward to explain. Great uncle, this is my friend Doll Sister. Nerd Girl herself is beautiful and has a great body. Wearing good behavior today. Very much in line with the aesthetics of many older people's daughter-in-laws. Su Fu all but couldn't help but ask. What a watery, handsome daughter. Got an in-law? There are many excellent male children in our village of Suzhai. Ha! The dull girl was surprised for a moment. No, how did we get here? There's still a call for marriage? She was at home all day listening to her parents push her to get married. And that was enough. You can't live in peace if you don't want to go far away. It seems like getting married is a real-life event. Ha 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 ha. Dorky girl expression is absolutely amazing, isn't it? Urged to marry. Older women can't escape their fate. A girl from one family is sought after by 100. Normal. It's not bad to marry in Suzhai village and be Sister Zou's aunt. Don't tease. Who wants these two? I'll take it. It's cool to hug left and right. Just don't let them talk when you're married. Bullseye. Can you keep these two quiet? If her parents had pushed her to get married, the dorky girl might have just avoided it. But now it's in a strange place. She's being good. Not yet. Once he heard that she was not married, Su Fuchuan really took it as a matter of fact. After mulling it over for a moment, he clapped his hands together and said, after the Ancestor festival, a girl from our village got married. That's when the dolls came back. Take your pick. There's bound to be something you'll be happy with. It's not that easy. The dorky girl smiled on the surface, but in her heart, she disagreed. To find a marriage partner. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it seriously. Rather, they have thought a lot about it and even listed various conditions. The blind date went quite a few times too, but every time, it's always the opposite. Meet a career crook with money, right? Often it's not long enough to look good. The good-looking ones, I guess, don't have much money, not to mention that they don't have a clue what they're talking about. The older ones are afraid that the other one is not very fit. Younger, no common language. I really met a career, talent, and good looks all in one. Well, the other guy can't see himself again, so not up and down. That's why we're here today. Ha, great uncle, who's getting married? Hearing that someone was getting married, Zhou Shuyi asked in a hurry. Not that she wanted to make a scene. It's just that if someone's getting married, it's going to be a party again. The feeling of a flowing seat was something she loved so much. That big elbow. Crunchy. There's also a win/loss issue in there. You can continue to have a table with the kids yourself and eat his ass off again. You don't recognize the village juniors, not having lived in the village for a long time. But the rules can't be broken. Everything has to be done back in the village. At that point, it's all hands on deck. Speaking of this, Su Fuchuan's eyebrows flew up. The patriarch's duty is to help the Su clan to continue for generations to come. Marriage is the best symbol. Watching the juniors get married and have children one by one. Not to mention how beautiful it is. So that's what it was. It wasn't a big blind date? Sister Joe laughed, intent on making it bad. Good drop. When the time comes, I'll help find something for the dorky girl. You don't know, great uncle. She's wanted to get married for a long time. Several times wowed and cried, saying they missed their in-laws. Nerdy girl wow. Thinking so, about that in-laws? Ha 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 ha. Sister Joe, you're bad. Did you see them crying? Dumb girl, really? You want to get married so badly. This old man is funny. How can a nerdy girl look at a country boy? Sister Joe, you're so mean. What do you think you're doing? A woman who hates marriage? Sister Chow was poking fun at the dorky girl. However, Su Fu Quan really didn't hear it. As the saying goes, a woman is too big to stay, and she stays to become an enemy. Never heard of male bachelors. Female bachelors hardly ever. On the one hand, there are more men than women. There is also the aspect of the girl dolls growing up and needing families more. Or rather, women are less able to tolerate loneliness. Female dolls in the countryside will really wail if the oldest can't find an in-law. It's not just talk. And, girls are outgoing. Once a girl doll marries into her in-law's family, she tends to turn toward her man, her in-laws. The mother's family immediately comes second. In a nutshell, then men need women. Women need men more. It's more than 100 times more intense. Sufuquan doesn't know anything about science either. But after decades of living in the countryside, that's what you see. That's good. It's good to know to cry. Don't keep quiet. How normal for a girl doll to want an in-law. How old is your friend? Rural people are truthful. If you cry, you cry. There's nothing you can't say. Then again, don't male dolls cry when they can't find a wife? Who's looking down on who? Men marrying women. It's only natural. It is also the greatest desire and longing as a human being. The tradition of the Su family is to prolong the heir. So naturally it is impossible to oppose this. Enlightened. This was one of the reasons why the Su family was so powerful. She's 2 years younger than me, 26 today. Unceremoniously, Sister Cho told the dorky girl how old she was. It made the dorky girl angry, her cheeks puffing out. It's not enough to say you want an in-law. You're exposing my age. With a best friend like that, what more enemies do you need? 26. Ouch. That's really not young. Many of our rural dolls are married off at 18, 26, and the kids are in elementary school, that old without an in-law. Alas, suffer you, girl child. Confronted with the doll girl, Su Fuchuan gave great sympathy. In the countryside, unless it's for school yet. Otherwise, at 26 years old and unmarried, the girl child would absolutely cry all day long. It's not a human life in your mother's house. Only with an in-law family can you be smooth. Ha, and I'm the one who suffered? Nerd girl had a black line in her head. Sister Chow, you grandpa, you make it sound like I'm dying to get married. Being depressed. Suddenly Su Fuchuan looked at Zhou Shuyi. Melon, you're the same. You're in more of a hurry, aren't you? Go along with the selection when the time comes. Your parents specifically told me to. They say you miss your in-laws so much that you can't sleep all night and break things. Ha! Sister Joe instantly collapsed into a batch face. I can't sleep thinking about my in-laws and smashing things? Father, mother, I was playing a game. What were you thinking? Yeah, Sister Joe, then you need your in-laws more than I do. Flirting, the dorky girl laughed. Ha 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 ha, two old women who want to be in-laws can't hold it in. That's a great image. Grandpa is so humorous. Extreme pulling, 2 female netizens can't take a hit. Chapter 57 I don't believe it. An elementary school still teaches you to make dragon boats? While they were talking and laughing over here, Subai had already circled around the dragon boat a few times. There was no confidence at all that he would be able to restore the dragon boat. Why are you bothering great-grandpa again? It's good enough that Thai grandpa can kill cows and pigs, but he can still repair dragon boats? Nonsense. That makes us look so unproductive. Let's see. Old Six is confused too. Making and restoring a dragon boat is a matter of skill. Others were discouraged, but the carpenter, Lao Lu, was full of joy. He had been instructed by Subai. The old carpenter still has a sharp eye. Not to mention the fact that Subai's carpenter's hand was at the top of his game. Dragon boats are also made of wood, so it must work. What are you guys worried about? With great-grandpa's hand, this year's dragon boat competition will be a sight to behold. To Subai, he already had a devotion that bordered on faith. It seemed like there was nothing Subai couldn't do with his hand. The netizens have been watching and can't agree. No, Subai only knows the mortise and tenon technique. He doesn't know how to make a dragon boat. In carpentry, it's called shipbuilding, and it's a big job. I don't believe it. Subai knows enough. He can't know everything. A dragon boat is a thing that goes in the water. A kid, has he ever been in the water? In the face of questioning, Subai's reaction was simple. No reaction. He inspected the dragon boat inside and out. It also gave the conclusion with a few shakes of the little hand. Not this dragon boat. No? The carpenter's oldest Six was surprised. He thought it was just a modification. Glitches and stuff. If it's a no, that's a whole lot of negatives. Ha, that's what my father taught me. Great-grandpa. He's been a dragon boat all his life. There's never been a problem. Carpenters, cattle killers and whatnot, tend to be legacies. Father to son. That's how it was with the old Sixth family. For many generations now it's been the carpenter. Dragon boat racing is a matter of honor. And Sujai village does it all by itself. Kind of like a race-modified car. Old Six's father was very famous for this. Subai shook his head at this statement. Then you're doing it wrong. Is the dragon boat unstable in the back? As soon as you accelerate up, the person sitting in front of you playing the drum shakes violently? When sprinting, even when accelerating at full power, the speed increase is not noticeable? Dragon boats are meant to be raced. Naturally, I'm going to go with the strong and healthy lads, practiced long ago. This newly made dragon boat also had a problem with practicing. Originally, everyone didn't believe in Subai, but Subai said the fault in 3 or 2 times, not to be convinced. Nerd girl and sister Chow are looking at each other, biting their ears. I'll go. Your heavenly ancestor uncle grandpa is so cool. How does he even know something as out of the way as a dragon boat? Really? The villagers froze, and Su Fuchuan was even more shocked to the point of scratching his head. Dragon boat races are held on a rotating basis. The last time Sujai village hosted it was 30 years ago. Don't say you've seen it. Subai wasn't even born yet. Logically, it was impossible for Subai to have seen a dragon boat being made. As for reading from a book, that's not true either. It's unlikely that a small school library would have anything on this. Ha 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 ha. Little Master Fierce. A few words, shocked everyone. Bungbu lives. Look at their expressions. Is Subai right? What the? I can't understand it. How do you see the problem? A few turns on land and you know how the dragon boat is in the water. I'm convinced. Kneeling down. This is the dragon boat expert? 8-year-old expert. I'm getting a faceful of this. Sure. What's wrong with your brain? People are such animals. It is necessary to understand what you do not understand in order to be at ease. Su Fuchuan is naturally no exception. After thinking about it for a while, he did think of a possibility. Which one of you told Thai grandpa about the dragon boat training in advance? Stand up for yourself and stop fooling around. Since it was impossible for Subai to touch the dragon boat, the elementary school library didn't have any of these books either. So it's unlikely that Grandpa Thai would have been able to build a dragon boat. He knew about the dragon boat problem. It didn't run. Someone tipped him off. He asked this and the crowd looked innocent. We're all pretty busy. Who's got nothing to say? Besides, if there is anything wrong with the dragon boat, naturally a carpenter will fix it. No one will remember the specific faults of the dragon boat. It was only when Thai Grandpa said so that everyone corresponded. Patriarch, we haven't even talked to Great-Grandpa. I didn't say that either. How can I trouble Great-Grandpa with such a small matter? Great-Grandpa is so busy. I haven't seen him all day today. They all have a point. Sufukun won't be able to all of a sudden. In a hurry, he looked at Subai and asked, Great-Grandpa, how do you know about dragon boats? It's not from reading a book, is it? Everyone saw it. What is it? Got to hear it. Subai looked at Su Fuchuan like a fool. What a book to read. The dragon boat is right in front of us. Don't you know it by looking at it? Don't look at the size of this thing. It's really just wood assembly. It's the same thing as a child stacking blocks. He said it as a matter of course. Su Fuchuan took it lightly. Oh, so that's what it is. Reasonable, very reasonable. Netflix is numb. Before cooking and killing cows, you at least read books. Now what? TM this realm. It's a direct reading of nature, isn't it? Fill the cup. One look at a dragon boat and you know? I definitely don't believe it. Nonsense. How can that be? Dragon boat making is complex and a lifelong craft. Could it be that Subai is a prodigy? It's supposed to be bragging. Kids do that. Claptrap. What Netflix is questioning is the theory. The villagers care about reality. Since Tai Grandpa said he understood it at a glance, he believed it. The question is, what now? You see, great-grandfather, what should be modified? Old Six asked eagerly. This dragon boat has cost him a lot of effort. It's best to be able to fix nature. He is too old to race dragon boats. I'm proud to watch others row. Can't fix it. Redo. With a wave of her small hand, Subai made her decision. He could see clearly that something had gone wrong from the keel and had to be redone. Great-grandpa, it took me 2 months to make it, and 5 or 6 guys helped with the felling. That's wasted? Old Six's eyes were red. It's very much a feeling of working hard for decades and going back to the past overnight. The villagers are also unacceptable. Astonished murmurs. Ha, a redo. But it's too late. That's true. The ancestor sacrifice is just 2 days later. And after the ancestor sacrifice is the Dragon Boat Festival. 2 days to do it at all. No way? We don't have any new dragon boats in Suzhai village? No. The other villages will laugh at us. The old Su family can't afford to lose this man. Finished. Our Suzhai village is going to leave a stain in history. Chapter 58 Change a dragon boat. You get your hands on the drawings? The villagers were in a state of frustration. The sense of honor is superb in a family-run village with such a long heritage as Suzhai village. There is just such a sense of honor. That's how it's been able to stand after all that time. For failure, for shame, they cannot tolerate it. The mere thought of that possibility had been agitating. The netizens are fine as they are, flirting and joking. Little Master Tai, you are blindly teaching nonsense. Pure handmade special dragon boat. Want to finish it in 2 days? Funny. 666. Now Subai has hit the iron plate. Timing is impossible. I'll see what you do. Laughing. Kid doesn't think he's the king of heaven, does he? It's not good to be too wild. It's good to take a hit and learn a lesson. Before that, Subai was too outstanding. There were those who watched and those who were jealous and envious. As soon as you wait for such a juncture, it all bubbles up. The biggest difficulty in making a dragon boat is the handwork. Because Suzhai village this is special. You can't even find standard parts when you go to the factory. A 2-day redo is not at all likely. Great-grandfather, how about refining it and making do? Can't have a new dragon boat without it. Old Six is still meant to be changed. Something is better than nothing. Don't get to the point where all the other villages have new dragon boats. Just Suzhai village with an old dragon boat. It doesn't matter if it's Baliwan or Zhangjia village. Their dragon boats can be new and improved ones. It would be doubly humiliating to lose again with an old dragon boat. Make do? What are you babbling about? 30 years. It took 30 years before it was our village's turn to host the event. We are the hosts. The honor of the whole village is at stake. How can we make do? Dragon boat racing. Ah, you kid just want to fool around? Big deal. Not to mention that dragon boat racing is a big deal in itself. The host of the 30-year turn, Suzhai village must be brilliant in scenery to be able to do so. Organize dragon boat races. It would have to be like no other before or after. For some time in the many years to come, it will be the benchmark. The one that will be out of sight, out of mind. How can the name of old Su, the dragon head, be tarnished? Subai made such an accusation, and old Six's face was disgraceful. But there's really nothing we can do about it now. Ouch. Great-grandpa, old Six has no choice. What do you say? You can't really redo it in 2 days. Although he is not a carpenter, Su Fuchuan knows how difficult it is to make a special dragon boat. The first step is to make improvements. Other villages have improved. Suzhai village can't be left behind. And then it has to be carved and painted. It's not just good, it's also powerful and dominant. There is so much involved in it. Other villagers are also worried about what to do. The netizens are watching carefully, also wondering how to deal with the dilemma at hand. Go, get me a pen and paper, and a compass and ruler. The great general generally gives orders. Old Six's eyes lit up, and the 50 or 60-year-old man went off in the wind. It didn't take long to bring the paper and pencil and the toolbox. Time was urgent, and Subai started making drawings on the spot. With just 2 tools, a compass and a ruler, all kinds of diagrams came out. Circle, square, rhombus. From the tip of the dragon to the stern of the dragon boat, double gongs to the drumming bit, dragon flag position, dragon gut position, keel position, floating cable position, then the dragon stick, the dragon head. barn boards, drum boards, paddler's seat boards. Each location is labeled with a serial number. The interior has been treated with dotted lines, and the whole dragon boat is as if it were in front of you, except for the overall diorama. He also gave drawings of each individual structure, length, width, height, what material, how to assemble, assembly requirements. It's almost like a drawing of instructions for making a dragon boat. The point is, it's also very fast. Do what I'm doing and it'll be done in a day and a night. Got to leave the boys a day to familiarize themselves with the new dragon boat. A few minutes to draw. Subai explained. Not only was he able to make a dragon boat, but he even took training time into consideration. The villagers were really clueless tree, clueless fruit. All clueless. Several people pushed forward to get a better look. As a result, no matter how you look at it, you can't read it. Crap, it's too divine, isn't it? This level of graphing is better than a college professor. How did he memorize it? There's at least a couple hundred figures in here. Unknown. That decimal point gives me a headache to read. No, this is 8 years old? I couldn't even draw a straight line when I was 8 years old. And you were doing structural drawings when you were 8? Genius. Little Master is definitely a genius. Everyone is appalled. Sister Joe and Dull Sister didn't even dare to say anything. Don't get it. A know-it-all kind of don't get it. Talk now and make people laugh. They are of the same mind and just want to be quiet. Beautiful girls. To Grandpa. You draw too high. We cannot understand. Old Six's eyes were about to glaze over. He more or less looked at the diagrams, but they were abbreviated diagrams of benches. Tables. Dragon boats are too complicated. What's so hard about it? This way, one step at a time. First step, make the parts first. Step 2, follow the steps I've given you and assemble it. Simple, isn't it? Always recognize the numbers, right? When faced with a difficult problem, the basic solution is to break it down. Even putting an elephant in a refrigerator is only 3 steps. Open the refrigerator door, put the elephant in, and close the door. So explained. The villagers nodded their heads. The chart as a whole looks high and deep, but if you separate, you are faced with one part at a time. The requirement is that the wood is numerically up to standard. Netizens are mostly highly educated and have long understood. Flying, Little Master Tai is definitely a man of great deeds. Mad. I feel like I could make a dragon boat. Who would have thought that you would learn to make a dragon boat by watching a live broadcast? It's boiling. Seems to be involved. Leadership charisma. 8-year-old kid. Full of leadership charisma. I pity my son. I can't compete. Sister Joe. Dull Sister. You're really so gentle and beautiful when you don't talk. The carpenter's oldest Six was the executor in the end, and looked at it over and over again for a while. Too deep to read. But the overall structure is clear. Big guy. Drawings I can see a big probability. But just from that approach and the build process, I guarantee it's faster than any dragon boat in the past. And it's going to be awesome. He perked up. As a carpenter, it is an honor in itself to be involved in such a production during one's lifetime, and can bring honor to the village. That is even more energetic. The villagers rejoice to see him say so. Long live great-grandpa, grandfather, heavenly ancestor. Don't worry, I'll work hard. Our village of Sujai must take first place. Dry up and stay up tonight. Good steel is used on the edge of the sword. Now is that time. Once in 30 years it is the turn to organize a dragon boat. If you do it right this time, you'll be able to press the other villages for the next 30 years. Trees live in one skin. People live in one face. This time, it must be taken. Chapter 59. The school teaches everything but learning? The big guys were uplifted and encouraged. And naturally Su Fuchuan was happy. In the meantime, barring that, it's more or less confusing. For real, who watched who grow up? It was he who watched Subai grow up. I see it almost every day except when I was in elementary school when I couldn't see it. That elementary school, isn't that a problem? Or is that what they teach in elementary schools these days? No. The other kids are normal. They don't kill cows or build dragon boats either. Our great-grandfather was the star of literature and the star of Wutsu in the world. Follow Tai Grandpa and you'll definitely be able to crush the other villages. Carpenter Old Six yelled. Su Fuchuan dispelled all doubts at once. Yeah, well, great-grandpa was different. It was a starry night. How do the other kids compare? Wow, that's so strong. Can you read it, Sister Joe? The more nerd girl looked at the drawings, the more stunned she became. It's not a superstition or anything. Some places like to have some kind of spirit child descent or something. No, people Subai play with sophisticated drawing designs. It's to be manufactured. The actual dragon boat is coming out a day and a night later. You can't play this one by making up stories. She was even more shocked because it was so solid, not being a spirit child or anything. 8 years old, drawings of such a precise standard. Creepy. Know every shape, know every number. Put a piece of it and you don't get it. Sister Joe shook her head. Drawing a line with a ruler is easy. Designing it is harder. Precise, practical, completable. There are so many things to consider. She had nothing but uncertainty as well. No. This dragon boat is 28 meters long? It's too tough, right? Why do I feel like I'm drawing this blind? I've seen dragon boats. They're really not that big. It's true that it's not right. The purpose of the dragon boat is to be fast, and this can be fast? It's a joke. Little master. A dragon boat is a sports car, not an armored car. Ha 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 ha. Parts match up. It's a tease if you can't assemble them. Let's have a land dragon boat. Don't sink when you enter the water. If someone else runs 100 meters and you stop at the starting line, it's not a spinning shame? Dragon boat racing is something many people have seen. A dragon boat is not an aircraft carrier. The bigger the better. If it's too big, the draft is deep and naturally laborious, especially if you race on the river and lose out on turns. So, the quest for the dragon boat focuses on being narrow, thin and narrow so that there is less resistance, while at the same time taking into account the stability. It's a matter of precision design as to how big and how many flexors are needed. Numerous netizens felt it was too big. At that point, there was a sudden outcry of opposition. You guys really don't know anything. It's a precise calculation. That's all numbered. How could it not be assembled? It's big, but using aerodynamics, it doesn't increase drag at all. The voice came out. There was a burst of mockery from the others. They say there are a lot of experts on the internet, but here we are. It must be so hard in real life that you can only fill cups online. Oh, my God. Brother Knowles is here. Brother Understanding will be late, but never right to be absent. We said no, but you said yes, so you're showing off, aren't you? Nima, how about aerodynamics? Now you know a new word. Brother Know-It-All says what principle of aerodynamics? Ha 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 ha, I'm afraid that's the only word he knows. If you want to pretend to be more than you are, at least make more preparations. In the face of ridicule, Knowles didn't say anything for a while. Just when everyone thought the suppression was going down, Knowles made a magnificent entrance. He came first. Of course I can talk, just in case you don't understand. That beginning alone would be an old man in the world of pretending. Naturally, there was another round of taunting, but soon, the crowd was silent. Knowles started the show. First of all, this dragon boat uses laminar flow control to minimize frictional resistance. This technique involves delaying the turning of the boundary layer by taking control measures to expand the laminar flow region on the object surface, thereby reducing drag. Secondly, the principle of wind resistance is used. You know what? Carriers take off against the wind. This dragon boat also takes into account upwind conditions. The keelboat increases in size. Not only does it not slow down, but it also utilizes the torque when going upwind. This bracketing force will dramatically increase impact acceleration. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Understand this explanation. People confused. Cannot understand a rebuttal? What's the point of a rebuttal? Who can refute the unknown? For a moment, the screen in the live room was clean. It seems like a conquered land. There are too many know-it-alls on the air lately. Right, really? With a curious mood, Sister Joe's tapped on the other party's name. Nice guy. Real names again. The blurb says it all. Postdoc in aerodynamics. Well, really no brother. I've got a lot of professors and PhDs in my fanbase. Are they all coveting my beauty? So bad. What are you looking at? Go after me. Thinking about falling in love with a professor. A postdoc. Sister Joe's heart is beautiful. She thought about her parents' earlier request. You don't have much education and your IQ is low. Make sure you find someone who is educated and has a high IQ so that it doesn't affect future generations. Is it possible that the high expectations of my parents are about to be realized? Since such highly educated people come to my live room, they are bound to be in love with me. Nope. How come there weren't any of these highly educated powerhouses before? A pang of frustration ran through her at the thought. Understand. These people are there to see Subai. Uncle Tien Zoo. You're too good. Come to think of it, how can I have such a high-profile fan base when I'm a ing scum-sucking body? She's floating around. The dorky girl on the side smacked her lips together and said quietly, Sister Joe, tell me honestly, are you working on a script? Sister Joe was confused for a while before she responded. It would be unusual for a live podcaster to get scripted. However, there is a categorization. One is to explicitly tell fans that it's scripted. Fans don't care about that. It's just fun to watch. Then there's another one that's a little more egregious, in the form of deception. It doesn't seem scripted, but it is. Dorky girl, what do you mean? If this is the script now, it's undoubtedly the latter case, deliberately letting a little kid know everything to generate heat. With caution, the dorky girl probed. She'd had this thought before, and now she just couldn't resist asking. Q. He's really my Tianzu granduncle. If you don't believe me, go check the family tree. Besides, what the do I know about this ing dragon boat? How do I get a script? And so many village people that I can mobilize? A few words later, the dorky girl's face reddened. Yes, it's really impossible to think about it. Afraid of being heard by Subai, Dull's sister hurriedly shushed her. Hey, keep your voice down. I'm just asking. I admit I suspected it before, but, live, it really doesn't look like a script. Our heavenly ancestor Uncle Grandma is hard power. She a wee. Sister Joe suddenly a burst of jealousy. That's my Uncle Tianjo, not yours. Chapter 60 Nerdy Girl, where are your principles? As Sister Joe went further into the live stream, Subai's hotness on the internet that is intensifying. It wasn't that long ago that people were shocked that kids were killing cows, and right away there was a new shocker. Crap, he can cook, too. A running dinner? Damn it. Why are the butterflies and bees listening to him? It's so funny. A female internet celebrity riding a wild boar. What's the idea? What mysterious family is built on top of the elephant mound? 80 million dead elephants protect the ancestral tomb. Could it be the Feng Shui family? Teaching old carpenters mortise and tenon techniques. An 8-year-old child is crazy as hell. This is a luxury family. TM Beauty Jade as a bed. Crazy, right? Aha, he can draw? Making dragon boats? Even because there are so many shock points. Different sites use different titles. The results all hit the Hot 100. In order to attract attention, the title is taken that is suspenseful. Hashtag sneaky. Hashtag the kid who killed the cow. He's from a mysterious family. Hashtag the 8-year-old boy who turned out to be the king of the beasts. Hashtag why are midnight pig squeals coming from the tomb of an ancestor who killed a cow kid? Hashtag little dragoness's chilled bed was found, defiled by Netflix. Hashtag 10 million Netflix nerds, crying day and night because they miss their men so much. Hashtag 2 of the most beautiful webmasters, surprisingly, are white-knuckled and have no problem with 8-year-olds. Hashtag the 10th spirit child, who knows nothing. Hashtag. With this kind of headline, it's hard not to be on fire, right? Not only is it hot, there are also many people who analyze Subai from various angles, even, right in both Sister Chow and Dumb Sister, but both of their basic personas are villains. It's either that or a white-knuckle image, either that or it's just mediocrity, used to tarnish others. What the hell? It's too good for bull ******, isn't it? Who's white-knuckled? Because it's Netflix. Sleeping in a jade bed is tainted, isn't it? What son of a wrote this? The two men who saw this had a fit. Meanwhile there was nothing to be done. Society's perception of female netizens is generally negative. Not to mention that their main content is still dancing and pampering like this. In a villa abroad, Chen Xianting had a serious face, since learning that Su's mausoleum is on top of the elephant mound, and he's been paying attention. The eldest disciple, Li Siyuan, had been reprimanded a few times and was still a bit unconvinced. Master, this? He's only 8 years old. What does he know? There must have been a behind-the-scenes team arranging it, and he's just acting accordingly. Elephant mounds, mausoleums and all that, even more gimmicks. How crazy is Netflix to get traffic? Li Siyuan didn't believe in that at all. As a result, Chen Xianting sneered. You've been with me for years, and you haven't learned a thing. I didn't see the elephant mound, but I saw the mausoleum. The law of feng shui is to get water, and to hide the wind is second. This mausoleum is surrounded by a river, nourished by heavenly water, and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, which in turn hides the wind and gathers qi. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Xian turtle yin yang. This kind of feng shui is rare in the country, not to mention that it's still an elephant mound down there. What do you trashy snacks say about gimmicks? You get me one of those gimmicks and see a stupid pig being scolded. Li Siyuan was confused. Really? Is it possible that what the little kid said is true? For a moment, he was solemn. If it is true, it is a great deal. I was wrong. That's the best thing about Li Siyuan. He recognizes his mistakes immediately. Seeing him like this, Chen Xianting commanded, "You've always read dead books and lacked aura. Tell you what, you go back home first and go check this place out for me. Check it out and I'll be back soon too." This kind of thing is more important than making money. Not to mention the fact that he had just made a fortune helping a Chinatown tycoon read the feng shui of his in-house. Now it's time to fulfill the division's expectations. If you can really get the whole book from Suzhai village, just thinking about it excited him to no end. Although it was said that he was already a top feng shui master, but it doesn't reach the level of prying into the heavens. Lack of learning materials. Joey he was about to turn over. He really couldn't learn anything new. He wants to see Company Hill and he wants to see Return to Tibet. Well, do as I say. The villagers were given a clear explanation of the essentials of dragon boat making. Subai then took Sister Joe and Dull Sister to quench her thirst. You have to come up with something good to entertain your guests. just in time to make dumplings both days. It's readily available. Dumplings I like to eat, but I'm a salty tamale party and only eat salty tamales. I heard about eating dumplings, and nerd girl poses as a sophisticated girl. What does it mean to be a sophisticated girl? Be picky about everything. Be picky about your clothes. Be picky about what you eat. As for bags, cosmetics and stuff, not to mention, as an equally sophisticated girl, Cho understands this mindset. However, she had nothing but disdain for the dorky girl. Looks like you have principles, doesn't it? Dorky girl, there's only one reason why you're a salty dumpling party. You've never had a good sweet dumpling. The dorky girl immediately retorted to this claim. That look, reserved and noble. It's not loud, and it's petty. Oomph, you think I'm like you? The will is not strong at all. I tell you what, I only had sweet dumplings when I was 8. Never had it again after that. Those who don't even eat white or brown sugar. It's both persistence and nature. Because savory dumplings are my natural food. She also came up with a new word, nativity food. Sister Jo rolled her eyes. You're gonna get all petty with me, aren't you? I'll make you cry. And no more. Wait until you come to the hot, fresh from the steamer dumplings. Sister Jo took a sweet dumpling, or the most common yellow rice dumpling. After opening, the crystal yellow rice is full of grains, and the deep red dates are hidden. The air was filled with the sweet scent of brown sugar. Take a bite. It's sticky and doesn't stick to your teeth. The flavors are very simple and very deep. I feel like it's delicious. Watching Jo Shuyi eating sweetly, dumb girl was a bit overwhelmed. That sweet, silky scent that went straight to the head. Still, she held her tongue and picked up a savory dumpling, and it's with both hands, as if the hamster is eating. It looks lovely and soft. The mouth only opens as wide as 15 degrees. It seemed like a sappy bite. Together, her legs stomped slightly. It's really yummy. I'm going. Nerdy girl, what are you pretending? Your sister. This pretentious gesture is so contrived. Brothers, what do you think? Will dull sister eat the sweet dumplings? No, no, no. Nerd girl is also the barkeep of the salty dumpling bar. As a guest, she has said that she will only eat sweet dumplings, so she can't just punch herself in the face. Netflix has faith in nerd girl. By this time, Sister Chow had finished one and picked up another fruit pineapple dumpling. The fresh aroma of the fruit is refreshing. Combined with glutinous rice, it gained a certain sublimity. Sister Jo, let me have a taste. Nerd girl finally relented. Still so reserved. I took a small bite and my eyes lit up instantly. This one's for me to eat. A handful. She snatched right up. Nice guy. Still small mouth. But, like a rodent, it eats fast. After eating it, I completely fell in love with it. Forgot my reserve, and my mouth was wide open. I want 2 more sweet dumplings. Nima, where are your principles? Laughing. This is too real. Dorky girl is a loser. Chapter 61 Oil Splash. Breathing soul into food. After eating a couple of dumplings, the dorky girl still felt that she couldn't get enough. I've traveled thousands of miles on airplanes and shuttle buses, and a few dumplings are all it takes to get rid of me? I can't. To Subai. She even pouted. Uncle Tianzu, I'm still hungry. I see that you have made so many delicious food for Sister Jo, so you give people dumplings? Oh, as good as the dumplings are, I want to eat the others too. When it comes to pretending to be pure and young, I have to say that the dorky girl is better. She spoke in this manner, her eyes darting, eyelashes fluttered and fluttered, fluttering out a lot of coquettishness. The little lips had just finished eating the dumplings and were bright and oily. A mouthful of people. Sister Jo bared her teeth. It's good enough to have dumplings to eat. You still want to eat dragon's liver and phoenix skull? Why don't I make it for you? Sister Chow cooks. Dull girl winced. She had seen Sister Jo's cooking, and it was miserable. Nima bean sprouts can be fried like fried dumplings. Steamed fish she could forget to salt, so clear you'd take 1 bite and spit out 2. Forget it, you were a pig farmer in your past life. I'm not eating your pig food. Just like Tianzu's granduncle's cooking well. Just the same style as the previous runners. At this moment, the dull girl was like a pampered little girl. Where's the gruffness that was there on the air? As for swearing or anything else, even less. Crap, is this still a mute bride? Such a nerdy girl. I like it. It's too fake. Dumb sister, don't hang on to your voice. Is it hard? Obviously a tigress. Pretending to be a white rabbit here? Dorky girl, you're a man. Remember, the netizens were mocking. But Subai didn't think anything of it. He still treats his juniors casually. It's not that hard to just make a meal. Showing your hand can increase your popularity. Why don't you do it? Okay, wait, haha. After that, he was going to cook. How could a nerdy girl miss this? Uncle Tianzu, I want to go over and take a look. Learn to cook after you. In fact, she was a little skeptical in her mind. Could an 8-year-old really cook? Let's say Subai's head is not as high as the stove. How can he do it? Her fans also strongly support her in this behavior. Nerdy girl, had to check it out. I don't believe it anyway. I've seen the video and am just as unconvinced that it might have been edited. And what about AI, which is very powerful now? Seeing is believing. So I'll trust the dorky girl's footage. You can't learn something like cooking just by looking at it. The key involved in it is a fire. Can Subai be afraid of her looking? A nod of the head says yes. So the three of them came together in the kitchen. There's still some pork left from last time. This time Subai is going to do some home cooking. Braised fat sausage, boiled pork slices. These are the classics of Sichuan cuisine, but they are also the most testing. Anyway, it was just a few people eating, and Subai prepared it quickly. Pork, parsley, shiitake mushrooms, white onion, garlic paste, grated ginger. If it's in a big hotel, this is all done by the helpers. These jobs alone are very much on the level. Chopped ginger. Subai, that knife clicked and flew up. There was a flash of the knife and the cut was done. There were also chili pepper segments that clicked a few more times. Piece of. Little Master Tai definitely knows how to cook. Just this knife work, this sharpness. It's just cooking. Why is it so energizing? Little Master Tai's style is to go all out in everything he does. Ignition. Watching him cut up chili pepper segments got me all emotional. Youth. This is youth. Woohoo. Little Master Tai's spirit has infected me. People live to fight the dragon and the horse. I have to say, the nerd girl fans are really out of touch too. Subai showed just a little bit of knife work and they shouted. In the next step, Subai cut the meat and added egg white, pepper, a little salt and a little cooking wine, then half a tablespoon of raw flour and stir. After marinating for a while, heat oil in a pan and add the meat. As soon as the sound of giggling was heard, the smell of meat began to rise out of the air. Stir fry the meat and fish it out. Stir fry the peppercorns, bean paste, ginger and garlic paste, one step at a time, in an organized manner. The dorky girl looked dumbfounded. Even if Sister Zhou has seen it once, looking at it again, I still can't help but be amazed. This really doesn't look like the work of an 8-year-old. Too skillful, too authentic. Whether it's knife skills, technique, ingredient handling, it's all first class. Ha ha ha. Shocked nerdy girls all day. I'm going. Nerdy girl, wipe your mouth. I don't blame her. She came over on a plane just for the smell. I want to eat it too. I'm convinced. How did the young master practice? Just as the crowd murmured, a bowl of boiled meat came out. The aroma of the sliced meat, the aroma of the ingredients mixing together was very exotic. Red chili pepper segments dotted the top, oozing some kind of danger. You can't really take it without some spicy eating prowess. When it was done, Sister Zhou volunteered to go up and hold it on the table in the yard. Nerd girl couldn't resist getting close enough to share with her fans in a hurry. Fragrant. It really smells so good. You can't smell it. Let me tell you, the whole yard smells like meat. It feels like the first time in my life I've smelled such authentic meat. Fans on Sister Chow's side have long been convinced. Looking at it now, it just feels like torture. Your sister, Sister Zhou, is engaging in this food attack again. I was calling the dull girl stupid before, but now I see that she came to the right place. Grass. So all I've been eating is garbage. Can it not smell good? Running mountain hogs, plus Little Master Tai's handiwork. TM, I'm so pathetic. I'm eating instant noodles right now. The two women were still very disciplined and didn't start eating. However, seeing Subai take out the fat intestines to make braised fat intestines, they all resisted a little. Where can a dandy eat this? Uncle Tianzu, you're going to make fat sausage? This is actually enough for one dish. Both of them had difficult faces. Subai doesn't understand. What's wrong with making fat sausage? He didn't think much of it and remained clean. That said, the flavor of the fatty sausage was actually punchier, not to mention the other things. The aroma starts to permeate just by heating the oil in a cold pan and sautéing out the seasonings. In order to make the fat intestines soft and flavorful enough, Subai also used a pressure cooker. Slowly, another scent filled the air. The rich aroma of fatty sausage fat goes straight to one's nostrils. Get it out of the pressure cooker. Subai cooked the star anise, grass nuts, cinnamon, allspice and fennel over a hot fire. Then when the fire is at its peak and the oil is a nasty mess, suddenly the pot starts. Pour it on top of the braised fatty sausage. Bared. The oil flowers screamed and the heat rose, as if all at once, infused with soul. Whoa! Whether it was Sister Zhou, Dull's sister, or the fans of the two, they all screamed inwardly. Chapter 62 Sister Zhou, fatty? I'm just going to die and jump from here. I won't. It looks delicious, but I would never eat a fatty sausage. Me too. Watching the fat sausage get done, the two bite their ears. Surprisingly, they were all adamant about not eating fatty sausages. Subai didn't hear it, but the fans did. Most of the fans of the two mute brides are guys, but there are still girls. Some of them are there to learn how to dress. Some are there to learn how to interact with boys. Sister Chow, Girls like nerd girl who can mingle with the boys. That was envied by many girls. Now it resonates even more strongly with the two of you. Me, girl, and won't eat the fat sausage. Fat sausage, definitely poor man's food. It's a matter of style, and I'm not going to compromise. Only women eat fat sausage, I think. What? A female fan has emerged? The fat sausage is delicious. Girls give advice to guys. Don't buy girls fat sausages. Female fans come out and talk. No profanity or exclamations on the pop-ups. Clean and crisp. It just doesn't make sense to a lot of guys. What's wrong with eating fat sausage? The fat sausage is done and tastes better than the meat. They couldn't understand it, and only occasionally voiced a little skepticism. When Subai was on the table, Sister Joe and Dull Sister began to move their chopsticks. Sister Joe has just eaten a lot of dumplings, but the food is in front of us, so let's go out on a limb. I rubbed my little belly and told myself that I could eat a little more. Boiled pork slices should be served with rice. Yeah, perfect match. Dorky girl responded by chucking a slice of meat. Even before I put it in my mouth, there was a refreshing aroma that made people's fingers tingle. Unlike Sister Joe, she was a guest after all. With that thought in mind, a small mouthful was opened and eaten. Once the meat is in your mouth and gently chewed, the rich protein is instantly invigorating. The aroma reaches all the limbs directly. Just one word, awesome. The dorky girl winced because it was so delicious. Sister Joe is even more nonchalant. How chicken-hearted she is. A chopstick went straight down and caught 2 slices of meat. Eat with a shaking head and a contorted face. It was called a beauty. There was no need for them to comment on anything at all. The internet craved it. Abominable. Look how well they're eating. I'm going to eat too. Tianzu auntie, can you make some for us as well? I'm starving to death. I'm starving to death. Ha ha ha. Sister Joe, it's still you. 2 tablets at a time. What's wrong with the dorky girl? Eating all over the place. These two are gourmets. Eaten and seen. They are like this. How delicious in the end. Nima, old man's curiosity is up. Don't look like 2 girls. This will be a chopstick for you and a chopstick for me. It's a bit of a windstorm. However, the 2 only target boiled meat slices. That's a blind eye to braised fat sausage. Subai naturally saw it and wondered, don't you want to try the fat sausage? The question seemed to step on the 2 men's tails. The 2 girls shook their heads eagerly. It's like if you negate slow, the fat sausage will run out of your mouth. Forget it, this really isn't edible. Me too. Never had a fatty sausage since I was a kid. Actually, I think food like fatty sausage can be eliminated. Really? What's the point of eating this stuff when people aren't short of money anymore? Not only did they refuse, but the 2 criticized. Subai froze and didn't understand. What does having money have to do with eating fat sausage? Everyone has everyone's opinion, and he doesn't force it. The 2 don't eat, and he moves the fat sausage to his side, and then chucked a chopstick. It's not like the fat sausage and meat feel the same. It's Q-bomb when you pinch it, wobbly, and the flavors are gushing out. The oil on top was snowy and crystal clear. Once in the mouth, the sound of chewing is also different. Truly gorgeous. Gollum, talking about not eating and even being disgusted, even to the point of eliminating the fat sausage. Seeing Subai eat a chopstick, Sister Joe actually started to swallow her saliva. Yummy, it looks so delicious. It also sounds good when you eat it. Tianzu's granduncle ate it. Why can't I? Uncle Tianzu, eating fat intestines is also a rule in our family, right? It's not going to work if you don't eat it, is it? In order to be able to take the next step, Sister Cho began to pave the way for herself. That means, Uncle Tianzu, as long as you force me, then I will eat. There is no such rule. What you eat belongs to your personal preference. Where is this rule? Said another chopstick, clicking and squeaking with a very upturned sound. Sister Joe was a bit anxious. Doesn't Granduncle Tianzu emphasize rules? How come there's no rule about eating fat sausage? She's like this, where the netizens can't see it. Ha 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 ha. Sister Joe, what is this for? Twisting what? Snake shedding skin ah? Laughing. Obviously you want to eat it, and you want to be forced to do it. Sister Joe, you have a peculiar brain circuit. Hold on, don't fall. Beautiful women can't eat fat sausages. Grunts grunts. Remember, it's only grunts if you don't eat fat sausage. Forever noble. Fat sausage is the devil. Fat guts make women go away. Sister Joe didn't care anymore about everyone's teasing. No amount of grunge, no amount of image, could squelch her curiosity anymore. No one's forcing it, right? Then I'll do it myself. Hey hey hey. Smiling first, Sister Joe made a vague, Uncle Tianzu, I see you eating quite well. I'll try it too. The words fell, and the chopsticks went up to the astonished eyes of the dull girl. Just to satisfy her curiosity, Sister Chow chucked a very small piece. She was still a little overwhelmed by the fact that the fat sausage was in front of her. A clench of the teeth, a close of the eyes, whatever. A mouthful goes down, eyes open, a look of excitement, a feeling of flight. Crunchy. It went into my stomach without a few chews. It's not fun. This time she took a large slice of fat sausage and opened her mouth wide to show off. That look. Liangshan Black Widow-like. Even the legs are crossed. It's so close to being some kind of five quartet. 666. Sister Zhou, why are you like this? Dull sister's face was more aggrieved than sinus. Didn't we agree? Determined not to eat fat sausage. Mournful mouth bubbled up. She was grieving. And then she looked at Sister Chow. Nice guy. Posing with innocent eyes like a negative man who started a fight. Did I say that? No. The children and grandchildren of the Great Mountains love fat sausages. How can my daughter of the mountain not eat fat sausage? You're from the city, so you don't eat it. Flip-flop. Then flip-flop. Nerdy girls can be too understanding. It's a tone of voice that gets the better of them. Why don't I have some chopsticks too? One taste doesn't count as breaking the fast. It's so easy for people to convince themselves. Well, since you must let me eat it, I'll try it. As if forced by someone, the dorky girl said so. Sister Zhou is confused. What did I say? Without reacting, the dorky girl started. I ate a piece and couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from rising. Another chopstick. And what I said before was like gravel in the wind. Going nowhere. I thought you didn't eat fat sausage? Tough talk for fun? Look at their grandchildren. It's guaranteed to be delicious. More than eating, the two of them have been robbing. Chapter 63 Up Fierce, you say Moncler Jacket's outlet can cartography? Ding. Completion of system tasks triggers system rewards. The host has obtained the title of Qigong Master, Intermediate. I had eaten my fill and was drinking water when the system reward came. Surprisingly, he is a Qigong Master. In an instant, Subai felt that his brain had a lot more Qigong aspects. At the same time a stream of warmth flowed down the Renwu 2 chakras. It feels like you can drive these Qigong. Not bad. Not bad. Subai nodded. This was a reward for improving his physique. The body has gained a great deal in just the intermediate level. In the future, if he could advance to full rank, wouldn't he really be able to fight a bull across the mountain? Breaking taboos and eating to her heart's content. The dorky girl's entire body loosened up. The two of them were quite diligent, scrubbing the dishes clean. Having just arrived in the village, the dorky girl was curious. Her fans also want to see what's going on in the village of Suzhai. Subai then took the two of them for a stroll around the village to cool off. Uncle Tianzu, is there any hilarity? There's nothing more beautiful than eating, drinking and watching. Dull girl asked with anticipation. She had been to the countryside, but she was not at all familiar with this kind of village. It feels like the houses here are so strange, one after the other, and bunker-like. There's definitely a buzz. The Ancestor Festival is in 2 days. Then tug of war, dragon boat races. Subai briefly introduced. He'd taken a leave of absence to come back just to all that up, and that was all too familiar. Tug of war this nerdy girl has seen and played. Tug of war for kids. Nothing to see here. But dragon boat racing, she really has never seen. If I must say, I've seen it on TV. How do you race a dragon boat? One question after another. Sister Zhou on one side also stared with wide eyes. She is also unclear. Dragon boat racing is easy. It's kind of like running. 30 starting points in the river. Then one dragon boat per village. Whoever gets to the finish line first wins. 30 villages take turns hosting it. And this year it's our village. In fact, something more. Subai didn't say. It is one thing to organize a dragon boat race. Suzhai village is hosting it. And that's the host. There's also a lot of hospitality etiquette involved. The village of Suzhai must show the king's temperament. First of all, it's a hidden head start on the other villages. Secondly, without seeming overbearing, the way of the king is as simple as that. As for whether or not you can win a dragon boat race, this one involves a lot more. The case of the dragon boat. A case of scratching your hand. Unexpected circumstances. Let's just say that there's nothing to be done about rushing to first place and not getting it. What about 30 dragon boats? What a spectacle. Can you show us where the race is? Both girls were impatient. Said it was similar to the race. But imagine 30 dragon boats racing in the river. How can the excitement be the same? There is also competition between villages and villages. That atmosphere, that scene. Fans are blessed. Could be. After 7 turns, Subai led the two to the river where the dragon boat was stuffed. After arriving at the place, Sister Zhou and Dumb Sister were stunned. Is this the river? From one end to the other. Good lord. Hundreds of meters. Looking over, it's a total wavy frame. Uncle Tianzu, it's too wide here. Wider than even the Yangtze River. I guess. It's easy to say stupid things when you're in shock. Sister Chow is at it again. Subai shook his head. The Yangtze River is 90 kilometers wide at its widest point. It's only a few hundred meters. How does it compare to the Yangtze? But it is enough for dragon boat racing. It's true that she's a mute bride, and when she speaks, she reveals herself. Sister Zhou, you are also too uneducated. Compared to Subai, Sister Joe and Dull Sister are two silly girls. Knowing that she had said something unnutritious, Sister Joe didn't feel anything. Who else can't say the wrong thing? What's wrong with being wrong? Am I proud? The water is so calm here. Dull Girl looked at the river and was soothed. Excitement builds at the thought of 30 dragon boats racing soon. The place where the dragon boat races are held is specially chosen. These are still waters and the channel is straight. Listening to Subai's explanation, Nerd Girl kind of can't help but show off. Families, 30 villages, 30 dragon boats. That will be a dragon fight when the time comes. I'll be sure to find a good spot so you can see it all. Before it was all talk and no feeling. This will come to the edge of such a wide river. The netizens are excited. Goodness gracious. I feel like it's more exciting than the NBA. It's better than the NBA. Nerdy girl, you've come to the right place. Powerful. A dragon boat is more than a dozen people. Together they exert themselves. Spectacularly. I really want to go there and see for myself. This kind of scene only happens once a year. Suzhai village is so extraordinary. The other villages aren't far behind. The competition is fierce. And shouting slogans. I've seen it. It's good. Watching dragon boats and eating running water feasts. TSK TSK TSK. This is what life is all about. Bringing a wave of heat to the fans. Nerd Girl is satisfied. She was also naughty and wanted to take a trip to the river. The result is to see the river bank. The old six with other village people are busy. The ones in charge of logging are in the woods. They mainly cut and sand. Old six is in charge of keeping an eye on it, as well as assembling it at all times. One by one, under the big sun, sweating, many are already well into their teens, with gray hair. There are also old men in their 70s and 80s who are not idle. A hot, big job. Nerd Girl wondered, why don't they find a shady place to work? Actually, once you get not too far from the riverbank, it's the woods. It was cool when we got into the woods. For one thing, it's for speed, and when it's done, the dragon boat goes down right away to soak in the water. It says on my design drawings that timely soaking is necessary to ensure the stability of the mortise and tenon construction. Plus there is the fear that towing will have an effect on the dragon boat. We have to come up with the perfect dragon boat to do that. Wow! The two girls were shocked. They always thought dragon boat racing was just fun. Looking at the situation in Suzhai village, it was a must-win. It's all a bit Olympic. See also a copy of the drawings for each of these lords. The division of labor is clear, and from time to time you look at the drawings and tinker with them. That drawing of yours, these people can read? That's what's so amazing. They had seen the drawings and couldn't read them anyway, not to mention making it. Many of these people are old men. It's normal to be illiterate. After all, education wasn't widespread in the old days, and really not everyone could go to school. What's so hard about it? Wouldn't it be simple to just recognize words and have a little foundation in drafting? As natural as it was, Subai didn't take it seriously at all. Sister Joe and Dull Sister looked at each other, dumbfounded on the spot. The oldest man in the countryside is lucky to be able to read, and has a foundation in drafting? Is that funny? How is that possible? Does it mean that the oldest man in the countryside is now catching on and learning to draw? It doesn't make sense. Drawing. You don't learn it in elementary school or middle school. It has to be something you learn in college. Chapter 64 Where the private school is. Don't have a hole in the ground. Netflix is a bit of a bungalow dweller. The pop-ups are flying. Nima, what's so great about the countryside? No. Why don't you follow the basic law? Can you follow the basic law? Are you kidding me? This kind of 50 or 60-year-old rural grandpa. It's good enough to recognize words, but also the foundation of drawing? What do you mean? Early compulsory education, right? Gross. Compulsory schooling began in 1980. Moncler Outlet Online. It's too late to catch up. Little master, you're a rare person, but you've brought a village of rare people with you. Are they all prodigies? No. All prodigies? Sister Joe. The two dorky sisters couldn't understand it either. They are city girls, yes, but they know more or less about the countryside. Not to mention, even the city. Not many Moncler jackets at that age can read. Not to mention something as advanced as mapping. Heavenly ancestral uncle. How is this possible? The illiteracy rate for rural adults in their 50s and 60s should be over 95%. How is it that all of our village knows how to read and write, and has a foundation in drafting? The two were wide-eyed. Everyone loves the weird and wonderful. More than anything, I want to know the original reason behind the eccentricity. Our village used to have private schools, mainly for the imperial examinations. Then, for policy reasons, the program was dropped after elementary school. What's so strange about a village man who can read and write? Subai is talking about the general situation in Suzhai village, but this prevalence is outrageous. The netizens were confused. What? Private school? Everyone reads and recognizes words. Crap. Private school is a name I've only seen in books. Coward. It's the ancient times. Only the powerful families had private schools. I'm from the countryside. In the past, In my village, there wasn't a single person who knew how to read. The family. Is this the heritage of a lineage? I wish I lived in a place like this. What do you mean? Suzhai village is full of cultured people? Unusual village. It's a blast. I've been losing since my grandfather's time. From my grandfather's generation. I've already lost awe. No wonder there are so many rich people in Suzhai village. Seeing both girls was a shock. Subai mused for a moment and continued to explain. It's not just literacy. There's drafting basics that are basic as well. Otherwise you can't build a house. You can't make a fishing boat to fish. It's all about living. There's also farming, animal husbandry, all mandatory courses. You see, there are a lot of mountains and water here, and not a lot of fields, and without skills it's not going to be miserable? What's so strange about farming and studying? The root of the family? In fact, what he said was very clear. Suzhai village is a very upwardly mobile family. Any dynasty has to live better than others. How can that be done without all kinds of skills? But it was the logical sounding words that refreshed everyone's worldview. I'm a ninja. So, everyone in Suzhai village is a little competent? What a peculiar private school that also teaches drawing and farming. Bragging about bragging. More countryside. Where is this? In ancient times, no one in a village knew how to read and write, and farming depended on the weather. So how come you guys are different? I don't believe it. That's a good one. Man, it's like a fairy tale. Outsiders couldn't believe it. That is, as a person from Suzhai village, Sister Joe couldn't accept it. Listen to what Subai said. This private school that is teaching everything. Good no more. Uncle Tianzu, if the private school in the village is so good, what school do you go to in the county? She asked in surprise. Private school can be different from today's homeschooling would be. Homeschoolers also teach for just a couple hours. Mr. Private school that's live-in. It's not easy to find a private tutor for a big family in ancient times, because only rich people can study for the imperial examinations. Who would be a private school teacher if they weren't poor to a certain point? The dorky girl on one side was also shaking her head and mumbling. The private schools are here. Is it really not Sister Chow's script? It just sounds so fake and similar to the people who wear old costumes on the scene. Don't believe me anyway. Subai wondered instead. Is that weird? You can't recognize words until you have a private school. And you can't pass on culture until you recognize words. How can you progress when you can't even read? When you can't accumulate knowledge? Besides, isn't it an animal to be uneducated and ignorant of manners? A few rhetorical questions and the internet cried, Little Master Tai, you're so poisonous. My father and grandfather were animals. Grass. He's got a point. Mencius seems to say the same thing, that there is very little difference between man and beast. Crazy. In that case, most of the world's population are animals. Nima. Africa's billions don't count as people, do they? Can you be considered a human being if you have one word and can't even read? What kind of elite theory is this? It's atrocious. The cruel side of the gentry family. I feel it. It feels so high up. Very good point. Both Sister Chow and Dumb Girl are a little bit of a dime a dozen. It's still easy to accept this theory of the high gate. However, the word private school was ultimately too foreign. Uncle Tianzu, so our village, do we still have private schools now? With a great desire to explore, Sister Joe asked. There was a regret within her. How come you didn't grow up in Suzhai village when you were a kid? Having gone to private school. It sounds understated and luxurious. Of course I have. Let me show you. Led by Subai, the few people walked through the rugged path, then through a section of cliffs, 3 more caves and 2 pontoon bridges. Where is this going? Nerdy girl, be careful. They sold you out. Isn't this a private school? It's 2 miles out of here. Wow. The scenery here is so beautiful. Oxygen forest. I love it. Open the map. This is? I have the urge to fight monsters. The 2 dork sisters were giddy from just walking past. Is it a private school or a secret base? It was a full 10 minutes of walking. Just as the 2 were shouting that they were tired, suddenly, the front opened up. Buildings appeared. The style of the house is completely ancient. Just by looking at the patina on top of the masonry, you can tell it's been there for many years, but each building castle-like standing. It looks solid, surrounded by mountains and huge trees. It was very cool. It's also both stealthy. Without Subai leading the way, it would have been absolutely impossible for the 2 to find this place. My, how big is your village of Suzhai? Anyway, Sister Zhou, this is your old neighborhood. How much do you know about it? Looking at the building that suddenly appeared in front of her, the dorky girl was stunned. Out of nowhere, she had the feeling that there was something else going on. It turns out that Suzhai village has not only good food, but also beautiful scenery. Tell you the truth, to this day, I don't know how big it is here in my old neighborhood. I really don't blame me. The roads here are rugged, not to mention cascading. Take your time to explore later. I don't know, but I think about it. Sister Joe's spirit shines through the ages. Chapter 65. Is this a private school? This is my dream love yard. With the mood of exploring, the two followed Subai close to these ancient buildings. Soon the sounds of catchy reading and children laughing and playing came. It's obviously extremely secluded. With a voice like that, it seems vibrant. The nearest building is a courtyard. There is a giant stone figure in the doorway, and it is not clear who it is carved from. Just standing there, as if able to see through 1,000 years of frost, on the plaque at the main entrance. On the other hand, there were 4 big words in dark red: Su's Academy. I'm going. It's just a village, but it has its own academy? Num, Shoyuan. Ah, one of the ancient centers of power. I've heard of the Uelu Academy. I've heard of the Uelu Academy. I've heard of the Stone Drum Academy, the Ingtian Academy, the White Deer Cave Academy, and I haven't seen it yet. A family that owns an academy. No wonder the people of Suzhai village have a very different temperament. Yes, the people of Suzhai village are very dignified and cultured. Nima is really from the aristocracy. Sister Zhou, Miss Zhou. Once again, the internet has seen it all. Ancient academies could be more than just places to teach and educate. More importantly, the academy is the source of producing readers and scholars. These scholars that are going to control the country and the court. Once upon a time, the Donlin Academy of the Ming Dynasty crushed an entire era. The major events of the court are basically the words of the Eastwood Academy. So much so that the so-called Donlin Party was later formed, wreaking havoc on the world. Why did the ancient clans stand for hundreds or thousands of years? Because there are readers in their family who are well informed. In many big things, people are the trendsetters. Even the people were involved in such a big thing as changing the dynasty. To everyone's astonished eyes, Sister Zhou stepped on the high threshold and had the feeling of entering a mansion. Nerdy girl, I'm a great lady of the world. Now you believe me, don't you? If it were in ancient times, you wouldn't even be able to enter the threshold of my house, unless it's as a maid for me. Show off. She's showing off wildly. The nerdy girl was speechless at this. A village with a school is definitely an unrivaled gentry in ancient times. Ha ha ha. Sister Zhou is arrogant. Nerdy girl, refute her awe. What's wrong with you? You're acting like a pussy. Where's your poisonous tongue? Sister Zhou, just show off. Even if it's a mansion, you're still a relative. Nerdy girl, so I'm the little dirt girl, the world's greatest lady. TM has such an unorthodox great lady? I have to say, Suzhai village is really good at exaggerating. Shuyuan the substance is out. The bottom is out. The dorky girl huffed, genuinely unable to refute it. If it was ancient times, one might really be Sister Zhou's maid. Sadly, it was in the moment. Sister Zhou, a child of a worldly family, could beat her down. People's ancestors are from a family of gatekeepers. Nowadays, the Su family also needs money and people. Even the village grandpa can read the pictures. The force is standing up. You, carry me in. Seeing the two hanging around the doorway, they were a little afraid to enter. Subai pointed at Sister Zhou and gave an order. Sister Zhou was confused. What the hell? Dull girl was even more horrified. Ever since he came to Suzhai village, Subai had been acting like a small adult. Now you want to be held? Soon enough, though, the two realized. The threshold was so high that it was up to Subai's chest. He'd have to come over only to crawl over, and that would be a bit too lugubrious and unseemly. Having figured this out, Sister Zhou hurriedly picked up Subai. Die laughing. Little master is so cute. Grass. I'd forgotten that Subai is only 8 years old. Mud. I already think of him as an old man. Misplaced. Who the hell is an adult? What do you mean you're pursing your lips? Upon entering the courtyard, the whole bookish feel came out. Moon door, arched door, carved dragon. The center of the yard also has a couple of large, potted marigold pines. The pines are green and lush. It's not like the classroom everyone imagines. Children are not sitting upright in a classroom. Instead, they piled into the shade and sat one by one on small benches, split into piles and piles. There's an adult in front of 3 or 4 kids talking about something. Their activities vary. Some were doing crafts, some were singing children's songs, beadwork, etc. Because the places are different and far away, they don't affect each other either. Seeing Sister Zhou's few people come over, some kids looked away, some simply ignored it. Crap, a teacher with 3 or 4 kids? It's too extravagant, isn't it? Convinced. Even if it's a cram school, it wouldn't be this ratio. In that case, it's the same as every child getting a small meal, or such a privileged environment. Gosh, it's so humane, isn't it? Teacher speaks in a warm voice, so gentle. RMs. I didn't get into college because I met an animal teacher. My family is poor, and I can't afford to go on the exam. The kids are so clean and tidy. I'm envious. How many people can have a happy childhood? I'm afraid that's rare. Even in families with a bit of money, children are forced to learn this and that. It's not so bad yet. The childlike innocence in the child is long gone, but not the kids here. Everyone is so natural. They're not trying to put on a show for anyone. That's how they live. The feeling of being at one with life blooms with brilliance. The three of them looked into the classroom, seeing that there were also very few people inside, less than being 10. So for such a big academy, there are actually only a few dozen kids in total. Grandpa Tianzu, who are they? Some kids are naughty and come over to talk out of class. The teacher won't say anything. They're two of my juniors, Subai explained. The child's black and white eyes twinkled. It took a moment to reach out a small hand. Greetings, latecomers. Sister Joe and Dumb Girl were instantly amused. They have discovered that the children here are really different. Not like the kids at school who are deadened by homework. It's as if you're being forced to do something every day. The children here are very spiritual and naive, especially filled with confidence. This confidence seems energetic and very charming. Don't call me a junior. You should call me sister. Yeah, I'm a sister too. Sister Joe and Doll's sister hurriedly said. That look, lest she be called auntie. That's what older women are most guarded against. The little boy immediately milked it. Two sisters, you are so beautiful. Better looking than even my mom. I just heard about my sister. And Sister Joe and Dumb Sister are overjoyed. Then the tears flowed. Why are you comparing me to your mom? I'm laughing my ass off. You two failed to act young. I have to say, it's really great here. RMs. I'm really envious. When I was a kid I looked at people with a sad face every day. No wonder there are so many talented people in Suzhai village. Peach Blossom, what a feeling of paradise. Chapter 66 Imperial Academy. This educational environment envy. Seeing the little boy chatting with Sue by several people, the teacher in the room smiled and didn't snap. Instead, he took the initiative and walked over and made a nodding bow. You're here, great-grandpa. As he did, the other kids stood up, called anything, Grandpa Tianzu, Grandpa Taizu, and Grandpa Nose. The kids were very polite. Their gazes towards Subai were tinged with admiration. It's not at all about looking at what your peers look like. Good, all good boys. Kong, go ahead. I'm just showing them around. Subai waved his hand and didn't say much. The teacher paid attention and waited for Subai's trio to walk out some distance before continuing the lesson. Merely saying hello revealed the Su family's depth. You know, a lot of people these days are well into their teens and don't say hello. Therefore, it will not be able to reach the hall. I can't talk about the scene. I'm scared. It's internet celebrities like Sister Chow and Nerd Girl. The normally sharp-tongued man was also in a state of consternation. The reason is simple. They don't know the rules here, and they don't know what their position is. It's like a beggar entering a palace, looking at everything fresh, but not understanding anything. The only reference is Sue White. They followed Subai's ass, following in the same footsteps, like schoolchildren. Netflix is looking happy. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you two ladies? Nima. It's okay to become a little family man in front of the young master. Sister Zhou, show your manly side. Okay, dorky girl, you're a man. Remember? I have to say, the atmosphere here is really solemn. I'm a little nervous. Just being a college makes me feel like a loser. The courtesy of the scene. The old man doesn't know how to do it either. Etiquette. I realized for the first time that this stuff is so important to learn. Education today is sorely lacking in the teaching of manners, also known as coping. What people should be addressed and what attitudes. How to say hello when you meet and how to say goodbye when you part. It sounds like something as simple as can be. However, most people actually won't. For one thing, schools don't teach it, and for another, moms and dads don't understand it. It doesn't usually feel like anything. When it really comes down to it, you panic and get in and out of trouble. When you meet a cultured character, you can't help but feel ashamed of yourself. To put it mildly, most people, they have little education. There are quite a few highly educated people on the net, and the same lack of educated etiquette. So instead of them envying such an environment, actually more envious of the cultural elements within. Here in the village of Suzhai, a traditional education was first started. To put it in 6 words, sprinkle, cope, in and out. It seems very simple, but it is the basic of life education, character education. The rows of yards over here are for the little children to study. They're here to learn manners, to learn to communicate, to learn to work with others, sort of have a preliminary training. Originally the backyard was for the older kids, start developing their problem-solving skills, but it's all empty now. Subai briefly led the two to look around. Surprisingly, there are a lot of quadrangles in the back, not one, but row after row. You can't see how many there are at a glance, because a lot of it is hidden in the mountains. Just like that, Sister Joe and Doll's sister had been stunned. What a masterstroke! What a masterstroke! Kind of understand why there are so many rich people in our village. Sister Joe was overwhelmed with emotion. The tone was thick with chagrin. Why did you grow up in the city yourself? How nice to grow up here. Doll's sister was even more envious and hurriedly asked, Uncle Tianzu, This many rows of courtyards can't see the head. Just how many are there? Even in the countryside, having a courtyard house is definitely considered rich, but this place is surprisingly full of good guys. There are over 300 sets in all. A brief statement of the numbers. Ha! Nerd girl's mouth never closed again. Crap! What's this? To build over 300 yards just for education? Are you crazy? How much? Did I hear you right? I'm dropping a good boy. I feel the dominance of the dragon head. Old Sue. Oh, my god. Shocked me to death. Could it be that the Sue family is a legendary superpower? I don't believe it. More than 300 courtyards. That's too much. Why? I wonder. What a bookstore. This is more expansive than the buildings of a major university. I think I'm getting a glimpse of what's underneath the iceberg. The mansion is so bullish? The netizens were shocked out of their minds. From where a few people were standing, you couldn't really see much of it. Who knew it was this scary amount? These compounds, what are they for? Nerdy girl at least comes from a middle-class family, but what was in front of her was still beyond her imagination. It's all for training. Each compound is a scene. Actually, our whole life is made up of many scenes. The key scenes are handled well, and you can live a good life. Subai opened one of the courtyards. This yard scene deals with bullying. Whether you go to school or to the community, there are situations that you may encounter. There are a lot of props in there. There are also many famous quotes on the walls around it. It's all about how you face your fears and how you face bullying. There are also many books inside the room to teach people how to face it. There are literally hundreds of ways to deal with just one bully in there. Once again, Sister Chow and Dumb Girl shook. How many kids will just do nothing after being bullied? But the children in the village of Sujai have hundreds of ways to deal with it. Strong. It's a strong one. Grass. This is called elitist education. This is not raising a child. It's clearly the rhythm of raising an emperor. With this kind of education, it's hard not to succeed. What starting line? What finish line? They're flying an airplane. Because the backyard hadn't been activated in a while. It was pretty dusty. After showing the two a set, Subai did not continue. Return the way you came. Both Sister Joe and Dumb Girl had a change of heart. It's so nice here. Instead of reading and learning, we should be practicing. Look at the surroundings. It's truly a world of beauty. This private school of the academy was originally established by the emperor when our forefathers were high school scholars. I hope we have a lot of talented people in Su. Then it took hundreds and hundreds of years of repairs and additions to make it what it is today. Coming to this place, Subai also sighed a bit. Sister Joe and Dull Sister were speechless. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder it's so powerful. People have accumulated it over thousands of years. And this scholar was mentioned there in the tombstone before. So real. So thick. So noble. Chapter 67 Sister Joe, I suddenly feel a bit inferior. Su Shuyuan, with its scale and culture, shocked all the netizens. After waiting out of the academy, Subai was about to say something when he heard the system's voice. Ding! The popularity value has accumulated 1 million. And the system mall has been opened. Side quest initiated. Promote our traditional culture and you will receive corresponding exchange points. Current exchange points, 125. System mall? After Subai froze, he couldn't help but rejoice. With a thought, he opened the system mall and was even more ecstatic. There are so many skills in there. Various aspects, not limited to rural areas. However, each one requires a large number of exchange points to make it work. For example, a sculptor's skill, at full level, was a surprising 10,000 exchange points. And a mid-level upgrade scroll also required more than 3,000 exchange points. Promote traditional culture. That's not too hard. I guess the effects achieved are different and the exchange points gained are also different. What can I do with only 125 exchange points now? After looking at the system mall for most of the day, Subai had an idea. System, I want to exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the horse riding skill, elementary. This consumed 100 exchange points. However, Subai was not anxious. It should be too much of a drain on this system mall. That's why there are only so many skill points. As long as you promote traditional culture properly, you should gain a lot from the redemption points. The territory occupied by the bookstore is really big. This is usually a bookstore. It was also a rear base during the war years. Seeing that it was getting late, Subai took Joe's sister, Dull Sister 2 back. I can't get enough. Mad. It feels like there's a lot of good stuff left to read. The Su family has been passed down for thousands of years, and definitely has unrivaled educational wisdom. Magnificent family. Today is the day to see it. Netflix lamented. When she came to Subai's old side of the mansion, Dull Sister was surprised again. Crap. So lofty. After maintaining a ladylike persona for half a day, she finally broke. This is not a courtyard. It's a royal residence. Ha 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 ha. Scared? This is the courtyard of my heavenly ancestor's granduncle. Luxurious, isn't it? By the way, You know what bed I'm sleeping in right now? Jade bed. So big. Seeing the dorky girl confused and smoking, Sister Joe was cool, but on second thought, he couldn't help but frown. Couldn't resist asking a fan, did I look like this unseasoned turd when I first got here? Yes, that's what you look like in this batch. Ha 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 ha. You're even more humiliated. The harumps are flowing. I remember you said wow at the time. That was dirt cheap. And you call yourself Missy. The previous embarrassing incident was rehashed, and Sister Joe was speechless with a head full of black lines. In an effort to ease the situation, she hurriedly dragged Dull Sister to see the jade bed. Then, dislike the face shot, takes the dorky girl who hasn't seen the world and shoots her in the face. That night, the two little Earth girls slept on the jade bed. Again, it was a toss and turn until midnight, with occasional screams of excitement. Fortunately, Subai and the girls were not in the same courtyard, or else they would all be affected by the rest. The next day, Subai got up early to play Tai Chi. Sister Joe and Dull Sister both got up pretty early too. Kids playing Tai Chi, how nice, 2 straight on live. Only, this time, people couldn't see it even more. Subai was not playing Tai Chi, but was even incorporating Qigong as well. Play faster. And, there was a heat in his body running with the circumference. It is naturally invisible to outsiders. Changed posture. Is this still Taijiquan? Impossible. Taijiquan doesn't fight that fast. However, it feels like the strength that Subai strikes is not simple. That's a must. Look at his muscles. How strong a willpower must this be to practice like this? This self-discipline alone. Most people just can't do it. The crowd admired it. The two live viewers, Sister Joe and Dull Sister, were even more shocked, especially since Subai wasn't wearing a top. A sinewy, angular body, so stylish. Sister Joe, your granduncle Tianzu was like this when he was 8 years old. What's going to happen when he grows up? If he practiced sports, he might actually win a gold medal. Can't imagine what he'll be like as an adult. Unable to resist, the dorky girl is starting to think freely. However, halfway through thinking about it, I couldn't come up with anything. It can't be helped. Subai is only 8 years old now. It's just that it's still another 10 years until I'm 18, so I really can't see that far. The two chattered and discussed a bit. It wasn't good to keep shooting Subai, so he went out and turned around. As a result, there are more luxury cars at the entrance of the village, and there's a trend of getting more and more hoity-toity, with about a dozen sports cars alone. Both were a little numb. Generally speaking, when people from the city come to the countryside, that's where they have a sense of superiority. All the two have now is an inferiority complex. Go back and put on a good makeup before you dare to go out for fear of losing the face of the city people. Uncle Tianzu, I see that many people have gone out outside. What are they going for? While eating breakfast, Sister Joe asked. So many people in the village were heading east into the mountains that she didn't understand. The Ancestor Festival is coming up soon, so it's natural to go to the market to purchase things. Catch up? The two looked at each other. Excited. Rural catch up. The two of them had heard about it for a long time, but they hadn't experienced it. A big fair, especially on this side of the village, is unheard of. I'm going too. Can people follow? Sister Joe is still so direct. Dorky girl, on the other hand, tries her best to maintain a ladylike persona. In her perception, ladies referred to themselves with the word people. Both of you made the right choice. How lively it is to catch a big fair. A village fair. I've never seen it before. I don't think there's much to see. Isn't it just a bazaar? It's hard to say. The fairs are standardized now. The village fair. It should be different. The scenery along the way alone is also worth seeing. The netizens are buzzing, but overall it's all wanting to go. Watching the live stream is a refreshing experience. The village fair, as fresh as it sounds. Go on then. You guys can help carry stuff too. For the juniors, Subai's attitude has always been simple. Just don't try to repress them. Instead, they should be shown the bigger picture. Having eaten and seen, the temperament comes up naturally. Thank you, Heavenly Ancestor Uncle. This time, the two men spoke in unison. Sister Joe held back a bad smile, thinking that this trip would be on 3 wheels as well. It can take a dorky girl by surprise. I didn't know that my great uncle had brought over a horse. The robust date red horse is majestic. The better ones hadn't been out and about in a long time and were thrilled, their noses puffing one after the other. The 4-wheeled wagon in the back was also very wide. Going to the market inside the mountains, the road is uneven. It's easier to ride a horse. The 3 wheels are also too small to carry much. In passing, Subai gave a mouthful of explanation. Chapter 68 Sister Joe Helljoke. Subai Karma? Eat seed ah. Real horseback riding. Nice guy. Both Sister Joe and Dull Sister were shocked. In today's society, it's not unusual to ride in a car. It's unusual to ride a horse. They had only seen horses in TV shows since they were kids. Looking at it live I realized how big and strong the horse really is. Sister Joe, You said you'd take me horseback riding before, so you didn't lie to me. It's so wrong, and my fans told me you were trying to trick me into riding a boar. Now look, you're a good sister. Nerd girl was kinda touched. Riding a boar or something? That's too bad. Horseback riding is different. Horseback riding is an aristocratic sport. Ha, your fans say that about me? They're really bad. Oh, how could I possibly let you ride a boar? Surprise! In order to get the performance right, Sister Zhou's eyes were wide with innocence. In the back of my mind, I was trying to trick you into riding a boar. This horse, I've never ridden it either, let alone having ridden one. I didn't even know there were horses in Suzhai village. Shameless. Sister Zhou, you have to have some face. I like this kind of Sister Zhou. Lies come out of her mouth and her feelings are true. It's still you. Even the dorky girl can be fooled. Nima. Before, it was clear that I wanted dull girl to ride the boar. Ha 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 ha. Dorky girl is still touched. I was touched too. It's food and scenery and horseback riding. Fantastic. How come there are still carriages in Suzhai village? Horse-drawn carriages and sports cars both. A sense of time and space chaos. What's it like to ride in a carriage? Both were jumping at the chance. Especially this wagon. Good man. It's still open-topped. It's pulling. Uncle Tianzu, are we just going to take this car? Where's the horseman? Who's going to be the horseman? It was my great-uncle who helped us drive the horses? Says it's a horseback ride. The two men were no fools, and both understood that horseback riding needed to be learned slowly. They're not so heartless as to ride a horse when they see one. The only one who looks like he can be a horseman is Su Fuchuan, which knew that Su Fuchuan shook his head. There's a lot going on in the village and I have to keep an eye on it. Let me find you guys someone. As the patriarch, with the sacrifice in front of him, he was always all kinds of uneasy. Lots of things to check so many times. It's the dragon boat he's not comfortable with. That being said, that's what makes him different from Subai. When Subai does something, he does it and puts it down. And Su Fuchuan will always dwell on it. Looking for what? I'll do it. The festival. The dragon boat race will start soon. Who isn't busy? To be able to trouble less or not to trouble others. Subai stood out dashingly. Sister Zhou? Nerd girl? Suff queen? Three faces of confusion. Nerd girl's fans, Sister Chow's fans, are all abuzz. Nima. 8-year-olds can really die. Nearly 2 meters high horse. A hoof. Children still have to be managed or they will always go over the cliff. Little master. Save your breath. Don't be like this. You do everything. Ha ha ha. Two big leftover women are all confused, but it's too good to be true. Subai, can't you grow up in peace? Sister is still waiting for you. Sister Zhou, say something. Persuade. It's also really untouched. Once it came to this kind of time, Sister Zhou or dull sister, they were directly petrified. They really didn't know what Subai thought. A kid that big is like a little sesame seed in front of a tall horse. To grandpa, riding a horse is not for fun. It's not a three-wheeler. A three-wheeler has 3 wheels. Horseback riding can really break a person. Su Fuchuan hurriedly discouraged it. The family horse knows itself. This date red horse has a violent temperament and recognizes its owner. What it doesn't see, it doesn't let ride at all. The head of the great-grandfather alone was impossible for the date red horse to look at. On one side, Sister Zhou cocked her head and looked at Su Fuchuan with a strange look. Great uncle, what are you talking about? What 3 rounds of 3 rounds? 3 wheels, not 3, but 4? If 4 wheels, it's called 4 wheels. Also, why are you talking about the 3rd wheel like it's not dangerous? Racing to 120 miles per hour won't break anyone? It's worse to fall off a 3-wheeler running on the road, isn't it? But in a stall like this, she could only echo her great-uncle. Yes, Grandfather Tenzu, it's dangerous. It's okay if we fall, but what if we fall on you? The dull sisters on one side were also advising one after another. Uncle Tianzu, although the carriage is good, safety comes first. Obviously, they didn't believe that Subai could ride a horse either. That's a bit of a gap. Subai rode on the horse. The ants messing with the elephant flavor came out. Cannot line. There are so many people. The turtles are crawling around. The 3 of them gave a flurry of persuasion. And Subai sked impatiently. He doesn't nag. And he doesn't argue. Stepping forward, he took the horse's reins with one hand. Malima didn't agree. Hissing and exploding, his head held high as if insulted. If it could talk, it would immediately say, "How dare you?" There was the slightest hint of scorn in his eyes. It's like a goddess looking at a loser. I'm not a woman you can handle. You're looking down on me, aren't you? A sudden stubbornness rose in Subai. He had the ability to control beasts, but he didn't use it, wanting to conquer purely by strength. The horse struggled, didn't break free, bared its teeth in anger, and began to shake its head. A man and a horse were surprisingly stalemated. Subai, let go. It's scary to look at. Once a horse gets angry, it's a big deal. Don't fight the animals. They'll get reckless. Little Master Su, why are you so stubborn? Too good. Too crazy, easy to get into trouble. Su Fuchuan couldn't look away either. Hastily advised, "Great-grandfather, this horse has the blood of a wild horse in it, with a strong temperament. If you get hurt, what about the Ancestor Festival tomorrow? Ancestor sacrifice. It's a topsy-turvy event that must be presided over by great-grandpa. If something goes wrong, it's a lost cause and you'll be laughed at." Dull girl followed suit. "Yeah, there's an eventuality that prevents you from attending the Ancestor Festival." All very valid points made up to this point. Suddenly, Sister Joe didn't know what kind of nerve she was committing. Her eyes rolled in a master logic gesture. "That's not quite true. Injuries are also divided into situations yet. If you go to the hospital with an injury, naturally you can't participate in the Ancestor Festival. If you're hurt so badly you can't get to the hospital in time. Hey, that's fine for the Ancestor Festival, but it's a lie-in. It's gone from ancestor to ancestor. Being sacrificed." The netizens laughed hard at these words. Coaxing great filial piety from the hall. "Sister Joe, you're really filial. Nima, what a hell of a joke. Ha 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 ha." Laughs to death. Sacrificing the ancestor did not work. Became the ancestor to be sacrificed. "You're going to join the memorial service right after you die, aren't you? That's great. Selena Chow, do you want to see what you're talking about?" "I don't want to talk about it. Subai karma, but also really immediately become the ancestral spirits of the dead." "Sobek, are you polite?" "Subai, I've got to come back for you." "Sister Joe, there should be a limit to how much you can talk out of your ass, right? It's still you, with your unusual brain circuits." Chapter 69 Horse. I admit I was a little loud earlier. Dull sister is also speechless. Joe's sister, this big mouth. Really? She couldn't help but think of Sister Chow's famous whole job, "My mom is gone." It was a sensation at the time and became a timeless classic. Another one now. I'm afraid, only this one is even more hellish. However, I'm afraid it's a really big deal if Subai is really gone. Eating a seed is a sure thing. Why do I think that? It's not allowed. I'm a lady. While disciplining herself, she glanced at Su Fuchuan and secretly rejoiced. Luckily, great uncle was worried about Subai and didn't listen carefully. Otherwise, with his rule-heavy personality, he might not educate Sister Zhou. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Subai and wanted him to stop, Subai secretly used his Taiji Kung Fu. Seeing that Tai Chi wasn't working, Qigong was also used. Violently, the date red horse's lofty head was pulled and yanked down. The huge horse's eyes flashed with a flash of incredulity, and the horse's mouth bit down on its chew, its limbs fidgeting. The ground was shaking as dirt flew up. How strong is this? The dorky girl was dumbfounded. It's okay to disbelieve all the online rumors about how it's going to be. It's on the spot now. She was confused. Is this an 8-year-old? Under Subai's brute force, the horse tossed and turned for a while and gradually became powerless. This time, Subai completely relied on his hard power after being strengthened by Qigong and Taiji. It's kind of hardcore with the date horses. Woohoo! The now date red horse was no longer condescending, and a pleading sound came out of its mouth. Something like tears welled up in the large horse's eyes, wetting the tear trail. What kind of power is this? What kind of divine power is this? So brutal, a force to be reckoned with, strong and fierce. The horses are crying, frightened by the young master. Really subdue a fiery horse. The equestrian champion has to give you credit even if he comes. Horse, I'll be your horse from now on. It's too manly. I like it. Sister, grow up. Nowadays, all men are like eunuchs. Subai is the man. Subai, let me be your mom, okay? Subai came down too hard this time, and blew out all kinds of bulls and snakes. There's girlfriend fans and then there's mom fans. It's a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. A lot of male fans look at it with jealousy. Only 8 years old. Subai's girlfriends could almost line up in Malaysia, but it's not a good idea to disobey. This strength is only comparable to that of an ancient general. Seeing that the date red horse begged for mercy, Subai immediately loosened the reins. No! Su Fuchuan shouted. Animals like horses are not easily subdued. A moment of weakness is more than equal to surrender. Sure enough, as soon as Subai loosened the reins, the jujube red horse grumped. 4 hooves kicked and snorted from their noses in a flurry. It was also very calculating, taking a dozen steps back in a row and suddenly accelerating. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Subai. Punch! This is arguably the Mustang's strongest attack. The horse's teeth were not convenient for tearing, but with its height and weight, the tiger could not withstand such a charge. Be careful, Uncle Tianzu! Sister Joe also shouted. Face is white. A good number of netizens stood up in amazement. Finished, finished. Subai is really finished this time. The reined-in wild horse. It's stronger than Subai. Crap, it'll kill you. Subai, run away. RMs, no way. A generation of geniuses has fallen? Su Fuchuan is really something. Why let kids play with horses? Ouch. 1 hoof and you're dead. 2. Don't die. Subai. Sister Chow's crow's mouth. Online and offline. There was panic. There's no way to live under the galloping horses. Just in the nick of time. Suddenly, Subai moved. A classic move in Tai Chi, white crane shining wings. This was supposed to be a starter. Doesn't make much sense to a lot of people, but in Subai's hands, it was infinitely powerful. Just see him jump upwards and rub his horse's head so. A ring passed through. The galloping, fiery horse rolled over and flopped to the ground. With this fall, the date horse wowed. That yelp. It's not even a horse's voice anymore. Crap, I thought it would kill a man. I was wrong. It would kill a horse. Sympathize with Subai. I'm sympathizing with the wrong species. Kid falls off a horse. How can you be so outrageous? Horse, are you polite? Subai, subdue? I'll beat you to death if you don't. Bullying. An 8-year-old doll with the power of a mountain and the strength of a world. Sister Chow, your ancestor is really awesome. Nerdy girl, I want to change my ancestors. Wrestling a date horse. Subai stood in the area, abstruse. Surprisingly, he had the aura of a great master. Taking 2 steps forward, he pressed the horse's head and tapped it twice. You could see in the horse's eyes that the horse was convinced. Just serve it. Subai gentled down and used the imperial beast technique. At this, the horse's eyes changed again. If it was fear and awe a moment ago, it was now heartfelt. Looking at Subai was like looking at a relative. It's all there, so there's no need to hold it down. After stroking the horse's mane a few times with her small hand, Subai was ready to let go. Su Fuchuan was uneasy hastily reminded. Tai grandpa, don't let go. This horse holds a grudge. Beware of hoof revenge. Whether you train a horse, simmer a hawk, or even train a dog, it's really all the same thing. It's all about getting animals to listen through rewards and punishments. However, animals tend to be wild and untamed. Not in a day or two. How about boiling? It's useless to clean them up just now, even if you're ruthless. The harder the beating. Instead, the more the animal will be inspired to retaliate. Like a horse, it has to be cleaned up and fed all day. It takes a little over half a year of this to tame it. The period of training is precisely the most dangerous time. Normally, it's basic to keep your spurs on and your whip on. Like what's online, on TV, it's so metaphysical. Something about just taming it and it recognizes it in a moment. No such thing. How can a horse that big not have a temper? A hoof that starts a fight and breaks the bones of an adult. Besides, Subai is only 8 years old. His strength is even greater. His defense is weak. That makes sense. Subai, be careful. Yeah, it's no joke. It's useless if you can dodge it 10,000 times. Just one hit and you're done. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Seeing what everyone was saying, Sister Joe and Doll's sister backed up. Panic was spilling out of his face. It's backed up all the way inside the house, and it's still not reassuring. That's when Noel showed up again with the words, Subai made a big mistake, and this way of training a horse is not right. Train your horse, from the ground up, first by controlling the diet, then the punishment. A sudden lesson will cause the horse to hate and fight back. As an equestrian trainer, I would never be wrong about that. When a child lets go like that, the horse will immediately fight back, and may even bite. Finished. Someone's bound to get hurt. He speaks professionally. Sister Joe shouted in a hurry. Uncle Tianzu, don't let go. Keep holding it down. Chapter 70 Skillful Horsemanship. Taking the 2 daughters to the market. Everyone is reminded. But it doesn't work. After letting go of the horse, Subai took 2 steps back, not listening to anyone at all. Capricious. It didn't end well. The netizens already had a prediction in their minds, and their eyes were dead set on the date red horse, possibly battered. This time the date horse stood up slowly. Holding a grudge? Counterattack? There is no such thing. To add to everyone's dismay, the date horse behaved carefully. The horse's head slowly approached Subai, and the horse's face was full of intimacy. There are still wet tear stains under the horse's eyes from the tears that have just flowed. But it's such a damaged horse that there is no revenge, only love. It looked as if Subai was its own father. As a horse, he's got a dad. Excited, joyful, relieved, converted. Various emotions were presented through the horse's face and body movements. Su Fuchuan was holding his strength. Once the date red horse counterattacked, he had to protect his great-grandfather. Who knew this was the case? What is it? He knew the date horse quite well, to say the least. Though already familiar, it has Mustang blood after all. Even with him, the date horse sometimes kicked back and disobeyed, due to the innate arrogance, much less this intimate look. Horses with dignity. That was his perception of the date horse. Where did I know that the horse was now so submissive? It's no longer whispering or being submissive. Rather, it is a love that comes from the heart of a horse. Sister Joe and Dumb Sister both don't know what they're doing. Faces looked at each other for a while, and realization dawned on them. Great uncle, why are you rambling too? Look at this horse. What a difference between before and after. Now that it's a living, breathing, clingy little princess. Where's the grudge holding? Great uncle is not very good. In Sister Zhou's mind, there was already this perception. Su Fuchuan's face was bitter. You can't blame me for that. Let's just say that great grandpa is not ordinary. Online, the know-it-all from earlier had a red face, even though no one can see it. A disgrace is a disgrace. He rushed to his defense. The calm before the storm. This horse is plotting a conspiracy. I tell you, the horse is a cunning animal. It won't let Subai ride on it. Definitely wrestling Subai. It's called retreating to advance. It's over. If Subai is bent on having his own way, he'll only fall half to his death. Many users have already identified this true equestrian master. And a little anchor. Not a lot of followers though, occasionally posting a video of a horseback ride or something. When he said that, everyone got nervous again. Only, it would be too late to warn. Subai stepped on a bench and rolled onto his back. With a tug on the reins, the date red horse pranced up on its legs as if it was about to go to war, standing on the ground with only his back 2 legs and a violent hissing sound coming from his mouth. As an 8-year-old child, at this moment, Subai was as if he was a great general in triumph. Mighty! Sister Zhou and the two watched in amazement. So skillful, so on the line. Oh, that's a great move. Handsome, true TM Jedi Little Master Tai. I want to follow in your footsteps to the ends of the earth. Brother Subai, take me wandering. There's no man in the world but one who's only 8 years old. Aha, equestrian coach. Why don't you say something? Yeah, where's the intrigue? Where's the cunning? How dare you slander a horse? Nothing but awe. The pop-ups were not without mockery. The previous equestrian trainer was called a guru and showed the style of a know-it-all brother. As it turns out, what he said was bull ********. The date horse was docile and obedient, without intrigue. I was wrong. Sent a comment. The equestrian trainer felt like his face had been smashed in. What's going on? Is there anyone who knows more about horses than I do? He looked at Subai with indescribable fervor. Sister Chow and Dumb Girl are already applauding. If Subai was a grown-up, that was clearly a great hero. A great warrior's vigor just now. Blazing winds, knocking over steeds. Cool. Su Fuchuan had long since changed his face and cursed. Who said my great-grandfather couldn't ride a horse? Simply outrageous? My great-grandfather was the descendant of the star Wuxiu Xing. What wouldn't he know? Not to mention horses. My great-grandpa can even ride a dragon. He got proud. Sister Zhou rolled her eyes to the sky. My great-uncle, weren't you the one who advised me before? It's not some Mustang bloodline you're talking about. Fiery or anything. Flip-flopping is like flipping a book. You've got to have some face. While spitting on her great-uncle, Sister Zhou and Dull Sister got on the carriage. Subai rode his horse into the rugged paths of the mountains. On the way, the two couldn't help but ask questions. Uncle Tianzu, why don't you fix this road? Yeah, is it bad to fix a road to be able to run a car? How is it getting to the mountains? Never been to a big rural fair. Both of them also know that it is now a village highway. All convenient. It's a wild goose chase now. The ground was potholed, not to mention literally overgrown with weeds. If you don't look closely, you can't even tell it's a road. But there are still a lot of people on the road. There were horseback riders, ox carts, and people on foot. All primitive tools. Tradition, Subai faintly said. There was a fair here over 100 years ago. That's how the grandparents used to catch the market in those days. The famine years war, moreover, became a secret trading place. The two girls were secretly surprised to hear the tradition. A lot of people are looking for convenience these days. I didn't realize there was such a tradition here. Even if it means sacrificing convenience. Keep it. The two asked many more questions, and Subai explained them one by one. Only the big festivals. This bazaar is open. 30 surrounding villages and hamlets are jointly organized, either with money or barter. The inside is reassuring. Talk. It took about an hour to finally get to the fairgrounds entrance. Only a dense mass of heads shrugged. A wide variety of goods on the floor stand. Animals like cows, sheep and horses are kept in cages. There were also jugglers, with swords, guns, sticks, and tigers. There is even more to eat and drink. Something about aged homebrew, something about homemade bacon and so on. Sister Zhou and Nerd Sister that are both self-proclaimed literary young women. They're not interested in dancing with guns and sticks and all that. Instead, I was mesmerized by the shadow puppets. Shadow theater. They've been seen in a lot of movies. Ancient, beautiful, allegorical. Each of us is, in fact, a shadow. After watching for a while, the dorky girl sighed like a sad poet. Sister Zhou, on the other hand, slurped and exclaimed. After watching the shadow puppets for a while, I lingered at the monkey and snake juggling booths. There are also magicians and fortune tellers. Combined with the aroma of incoming food, it wore a smoky flavor. A good number of villagers also wore bucket hats to shade themselves from the sun. adding to the ancient flavor. I miss this feeling so much. People coming and going, peace on earth. It's great. I'm going. And the storyteller, so old-fashioned. If this were in the city, there would have to be an entrance fee. Man and nature, so harmonious. The beauty of tradition is something I've experienced. Chapter 71. Whose son? This is my family's great-grandfather. The number of fresh gadgets at the fair is still growing. Many of the vendors surprisingly came from 100 miles away. Come on in and set up a booth in a hurry so you don't miss the crowds. Big sister, look at the children's clothes. I don't just have children's clothing here, but also formula. Sister, does your son still take formula? It's good to have more. For calcium, and I have not only cow's milk powder, but goat's milk powder as well. Aren't you coming? The three were walking when suddenly a vendor came forward to greet them. I can't believe I'm promoting children's clothing, formula and the like. His eyes fluttered as if he wasn't sure which of the two was Subai's mom. The people, however, were very welcoming. The situation, caught the toad clutching out urine, had to sell the two whatnot. You're calling us? Sister Joe and Dumb Sister both gave the whole won't. We're not even married, and you're calling us big sisters with a face full of frills? That's all. You think we can produce a son that big? Don't be so insulting. Ha 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 ha. Two old women sitting on their asses. Sister Joe, dull sister, the smell of mom is too strong on you. You really aren't big girls anymore. The eyes of the masses are discerning and have not wronged you. Two old leftovers, you should have been moms long ago. Laughing to death. Sister Joe's face, it's going to eat people. The water boys laughed their asses off. The two Joe sister dumb sisters were so embarrassed and annoyed. The point is that you can't go into explanations for this kind of stuff yet. The moment it was misunderstood, the insult had been reached. This big brother, it's her you're calling, right? Dull sister was also damaging enough to take a wrong step and point at Sister Joe. Sister Joe? The vendor blinked, not understanding. In his opinion, Big Sister was an honorific, which could not be called just one. No, both are big sisters, but which one is so blessed to have such a rich son? Complimenting the person, the vendor even wanted to touch Subai's head. This is typical of the misbehavior of many adults, showing intimacy to a child but lacking respect. Just about to touch it, Subai passed with a look. Butcher's eyes, it's as if they came out of a mountain of corpses. Fierce, cold and sharp. Ha, sorry. Taking several steps backward in a row, the vendor almost sat on the ground. It's horrible. It was the first time he had seen such a terrible look in his eyes. It felt like if I touched it, I would lose my life. A look scared off the pestering peddler, and Subai continued to walk towards the front. The two Joe sister dull sisters felt an instant sense of security and hurriedly followed. Subai stopped at a place selling firecrackers. Fireworks. Whether it is ancestor worship or dragon boat racing, firecrackers and fireworks are not to be missed. I was about to buy some when I suddenly heard someone yelling, killed someone, he's going to beat me to death. Ooh, screaming and crying at the same time. The three of them turned their heads to look, only to see a big man with gray hair crunching and running. Tears were falling down his face, soaking his short shirt. After all, he was old, running out of breath and walking a little unsteadily. The crutch in his hand thumped the ground to provide a little support. But still, you have to stop from time to time and rest with your hands on your knees before you can keep running. The body was hunched over and looked extraordinarily wretched. Occasionally, he turned around, horror written on his face, and accused under his breath, slapped me about 10 times, yanked my hair, and kicked me. Is this an attempt to beat me to death? God, why is my life so bitter? Such a dismal run for the ages Moncler outlet store. There were also beatings, insulting slaps and hurtful kicks. Look at the way his shirt is torn. The wrinkles on his face are written with the sorrows of life. When you see a scene like this, it's really sad to hear and tearful to hear. At that moment, there was a commotion in the crowd behind them, and the abusive voices were full of violence. You son of a, I'll hit you. I have to kill you today. You run again. I'll see where you can run to. Can you run to Nim's mother's belly? Muddy bastard. I'll yank your hair out and knock your teeth out. Not only is the swearing profane, but the content is vicious. Pulling hair, knocking out teeth. This isn't a fight, is it? This is clearly torture. If it's a young man fighting, it's okay, but beating up an old man, that's too much, right? The surrounding crowd burst into righteous indignation. Assaulting an elderly person in broad daylight. Is there any law? Is there any law? We have to stop it. We can't let the villains have their way. Makes sense. Seeing justice together. Boss, don't be afraid. We'll protect you and see who dares to bully you. There is justice on earth. In particular, a dozen or so rich and strong men stood out, became the mainstay of the defense of justice. Sister Chow and Dumb Sister are not far behind. The girls didn't have much strength, but they weren't the least bit weak either. Bravely stepped to the front. Nice guy. That's quite a bit of warrior woman. The road is full of pain. The wind and the fire will break through the 9 states. The warrior woman is here. Please accept my obeisance. Give it a go. Girls are still able to see justice. A glass of wine in the spring breeze of peaches and plums. And 10 years of lights in the night rain of the rivers and lakes. A hall full of flowers drunk with 3,000 guests. A stick of frost chills 14 states. 2 big netizens bravely fought the robbers. A model for our generation. Netflix followed suit. There was everything said. From flirting to encouragement. The live streaming industry. Doing everything. But to talk about live fights. That's not really true. Especially look at the posture of the 2 men. This is to personally hand. Great. Both of them were obviously doing this kind of thing for the first time as well. And they were both a little excited. Don't hit the head later. It's not good if you kill it. Makes sense. Hit the murderer in the leg so he can't commit murder. Rush to the police after stopping him. Yeah. The 2 are still discussing it. There are rules and regulations. All exasperated. You're still hitting people when they're that old. It is simply intolerable. I'll kill you, loser. The curses drew closer. The crowd that wanted to roadkill suddenly dispersed. Because the one who committed the murder and cursed was surprisingly older. Not only is it full of gray hair, it's also thinning. His back was also more hunched, as if he were a shrimp. Look at the age. How it's 80 or 90 years old. Gramps chasing bosses. What's going on? Crucially, these 2 passed by Subai's side with a look of shame on their faces. Running's not running, walking slowly. The one who cursed in the back also stopped cursing and lowered his head, not daring to look at Subai. Joe's sister, dumb sister, and the 2 of them were confused and rushed to Subai's side. They're both from Sujai village, with Haiwa in front and Old Bolt behind them. This guy, Hiva, likes to skulk around and misbehave. It's time for the Ancestor festival soon, and the old bolter has to call this son back. Without waiting for them to ask, Subai spoke up. Not just the 2 of them, but everyone around them who could hear them was shocked. This? Father and son, 80-something-year-old son, chasing and scolding his 60 and 70-year-old son. Chapter 72 Shadow Puppets and Painted Candies. The Centennial Fair is so lively. Crap, I was sympathizing before. Envious. I hope my dad can still beat me when I'm 70. I hope I'm 90 years old and I can still yank a crutch and beat people up. Ha. These 2 fathers and sons, both have longevity genes. I'm more envious of the one who is the son. At 70 years old, he can still not mix properly. What is he playing? The netizens snickered. And the 2 dorky sisters of the week didn't know what to say. 90-year-old father chasing and beating his 70-year-old son. The one cried a lot and the other shouted and fought. But it's so festive in every way. What do you mean by success? To live to this age and still have this spirit is definitely a success. The 3 of them bought some things and returned to this side of the carriage. See, the Shadow Puppet Show has changed from the previous Saving Mother by Malian to the 3 White Bone Demons. For the play, Malian saves his mother. Sister Jo, dull sister, is unfamiliar with it. But 3 strikes against the White Bone, that's all too familiar. Apparently most people do too. There weren't too many people here at the Shadow Theater before. Now it's a crowded, shoulder-to-shoulder crowd. The crowd watched, staring at the shadow of the skin with interest. As the music of gongs and cymbals sounded, the Monkey King flew out first on one heel. Don't look very small, but it's quick and agile. Behind him was the long-mouthed, big-eared Beiji, carrying a rake. The robed Tang monk rides a white dragon horse and holds a 9-ring tin staff with a solemn appearance. At the end, the bearded Sha Wushan carried the luggage with a solo staff, walked for a while and started to rest. The presentation of Shadow Theater is very staccato, even bordering on comedy. Take for example the 8 Rings. When he rests, he just throws the rake and sits on his butt. The movements can be described as staccato. Clickety-clack. A bit of an old-fashioned robot. The little demon saw the Tang monk and flew to tell the White Bone Demon to go. The White Bone monster is pretending to be a village girl with a rice basket in her hand. The 8 Rings smiled nervously and greeted up. It's all a familiar plot though, but the unique presentation of shadow puppetry is still enjoyable to watch. It's nice. I didn't realize shadow puppetry was so interesting. It's so addictive. Totally childhood memories. What's national is global. And this good stuff should really be carried forward. It's nothing like the flavor of the TV show. Actually, it's kind of a live TV show. We've forgotten that there's this traditional culture. After watching for a while, Sister Joe and Dumb Sister both went back to buy candy men. No one is going to run out of candy these days, but it was different in ancient times. It was hard to get candy in ancient times. That's why eating candy is such a solemn event. That's why the Sugar Man was created. In ancient times, proper super luxury. Many poor people have never eaten this stuff in their ancestors' 8 lifetimes, not to mention their entire lives. I want butterflies. A small child screamed. The owner of the candy maker is a middle-aged man, cleanly dressed. He was seen scooping up the sticky syrup with a spoon and then drawing on the aluminum plywood. As the syrup flowed out, a butterfly came out. Then press a bamboo stick to finish. In fact, whether it is the principle or the production, it is extremely simple. Sugar is heated to melt away and solidifies once cooled. Syrup is kind of like ink for painting. Simple to simple. Can only say that it is easy to get started, but to say that make the level, is it great? Like a lot of people can draw. How many people could possibly reach the level of Chi Baisher? The middle-aged uncle in front of me was very skillful in his technique. The butterflies he drew were lifelike and extraordinarily light, as if they could fly at any time. Smell the aroma of the malts and follow the line behind a group of kids. It took a while before it was their turn. Sugar Spinner is very informative. The 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac, the dragon and phoenix, all kinds of animals. Ah, that's basic. I want a dog. Selena Chow has a tendency to talk like a little kid. Oh, so Sister Joe likes dogs. Sister Chow is a dog. Old Chow, you like me. Just say it. Dog of dogs, is that you? No matter what the anchor does, it's inevitable that netizens are going to say something about it. Nerd Girl is reluctant to buy outright. She chose the turntable. For $5, you can spin the wheel 20 times. As it turns out, it's obviously $5 a Candyman. She spent $20 and didn't turn one. The owner of the sidewalk smiled. This turntable was deliberately tuned out by him. Don't look at 50 spaces and 50 Candymen. It feels easy. In fact, even if you spin it 10 times, you may not be able to win one. Uncle Tianzu, help me, will you? Beaming, the dorky girl pouted. Sue White started to get on top of it. As a result, $5 went down and 20 Candymen arrived. The owner on one side of the room's eyes went straight. Turntable genius. Nerdy girl couldn't even hold it and was giving it to other kids. For a while, she became the king of children. Boss, transfer another $100 of it. Not being able to detect words at all, the dorky girl pulls out a red ticket for $100. The boss wants to die. Ha 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 ha, dorky girl, but you're so damaging. Nima, the little master spinning wheel is so powerful, there's no heavenly reason for it. Boss, I thank your whole family. Dumb girl, Satan is tattooed on the wicked, but Satan has to tattoo you on his body. It feels so good. For a long time, the boss froze and didn't take the money, but instead took pity on him. Auntie, I'm a small business, so raise your hand. Why don't I give you all your money back? Hurriedly, he pulled the money out of the dorky girl's pocket. Dull sister naturally wouldn't want it and looked at Subai. Uncle Tianzu, are we still playing? Forget it, people need to eat too. Subai shook his head and walked away. It was clearly a big brotherly vibe. The boss's liver trembled as he watched. So this was the man of the hour. Ha 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 ha, Little Master Tai is so awesome. Bung Bu lives, and it's reasonable and legal to smash people's fields. Little Master takes care of your business. Just ask you if you're afraid. Boss, tears, almost bankrupt by a kid. Sister Chow and Nerd Sister hand several sugar figures. Mela. While this was going on, a team of sellers came on the road, driving a large cart with several mouths to feed, took up a space and started dancing with big swords and shaking the air. Seeing more people come, out came a short black fat man, yelling aground. Those who have traveled south have ventured north. Those who have swum the mountains have played in the water. Those who have stayed in school and visited the U.S. Those who have pressed their legs on the train tracks. The street has been kissed, and everyone has come to see it and look at it. Dangling. The fat black man also had a gong in his hand, which he struck with a tinkling sound. Another man, holding a small flag, read, power pills. Then the black fat man started boasting about how awesome the power pill was. Suddenly, an 11 or 12-year-old, skinny kid came over. Seriously, eating it gives you energy? I don't believe it. I can't even hold a brick. He also literally went to grab the brick and couldn't get a grip on it. Looking very weak, Fatty Black opened a wooden box containing a black pill. Try eating one if you don't believe me. Kid show off, pinch it up and eat it. Ah! Suddenly shouting at the top of his lungs. Someone had already prepared a half-meter high stack of tiles in the evening. The kid slammed his palm across the room. Click! Dozens of tiles, shattered into pieces. Chapter 73. A charlatan. Cheating on my family's great master? Skinny, bony little kids who can split shingles. The crowd was amazed and the clapping continued. Awesome, this power pill. If this is going to work out, why don't you just take a pill? Whoever bullies me, I'll eat and fight him. And they fantasized about it. Manpower is sometimes poor. The situation is sometimes difficult. Life would all be different with such a helping hand. Sister Joe and Dull Sister looked at each other as if they had thought of something and looked at Subai. Uncle Tianzu, that's what you ate, right? No wonder you're so strong. I have to have some too. The two men were in a hurry to look like they were going to pay for it. They think pretty well too. Being a girl is not as strong as being a boy. With this powerful pill, it makes up for the shortcomings. Isn't this reached by a full human? What for? This is obviously a fraud. What a powerful pill. You guys believe it too. Liar? The two blinked, not understanding. Hearing is not believing. That kid splitting the tiles just now was no fake. Fake? But it looks awesome. I've heard a lot about it. Is there a power pill or not? There is one in Naruto. It's called the army ration pill. Don't say no. There are capable people in the jungle. Could this be doping? The netizens are saying anything and everything. Nowadays, a lot of things are either traditionally passed down or technologically added. There really are quite a few rarities, and it's really hard to deny them. Many countries are also working on something like the power pill. Eating it can make you stronger, not afraid of pain, and invigorated. So this stuff isn't empty. Tianzu anti. This is also traditional culture. Maybe it's true. I didn't feel much about traditional culture before, but now, well, Sister Zhou is talking about it. Subai was also speechless. Traditional culture. Traditional is not always good. Take the good and leave the bad. Don't you understand that? Really? You tell him to try a different tile. A brick chop. If he can split it, I'll buy it. Subai walked up after saying that. Sister Zhou and her sister are still confused. Changing tiles? The fat black man from the jungle cellar yelled again. The water of the flooded lake. The waves. This quality is just great. Face to face, present to present, in front of friends as a test. Dangling. One hit of the gong disc and the skinny kid tumbled over a couple of times. That means, the force hasn't been used up yet. Seeing Subai walking over, he thought he was going to buy it and hurriedly greeted him. How many pills would you like, little friend? One pill is only 300. We don't want more. There were all sorts of looks around when they heard it was 300. There are those who are too expensive, those who are hesitant, and those who are eager to take the leap. 300 doesn't sound cheap, but this kind of thing is a contraption for emergencies. In case something comes up, it can help. Can you split rocks if you eat it? Subai was as calm as ever, and took out a stack of tickets in his hand, all of which were large. Seeing the money, the black fat man's eyes glowed. Old people and children make the best money. Kids nowadays have money too, so it's a waste of time not to earn it. That's for sure. And, with this power pill of ours, there are no side effects. Eat every day. 3 to 5 years down the line. Force splitting Huashan is not a thing. In order to get Subai to pay, Fatty Black spoke even more exaggeratedly. It felt like it was no longer a simple vigorous pill, but an elixir. He said this, and the hoots and hollers went up around him again. Then show me a rock splitter. Chopped. I'll take $30,000. $30,000? This kid is ing rich. Whether it was Fatty Black or anyone else, all of them showed joy. No problem. No problem. Several people agreed and were about to go to the box to get the stones. Suddenly, Subai spoke up. I'll pick the stone. Then he had Sister Zhou and Dull Sister carry over a large green stone from the roadside, 10 centimeters thick and pitted. It's 30 or 40 pounds anyhow. The two girls were tired and puffing. No, we have rocks here. We don't need yours. The fat black man panicked. With the stones you prepared, that's okay? Besides, our rocks are bigger than this one and heavier than yours. We don't split small ones. How resourceful the runners are. They immediately have something to say. Subai sneered. Not splitting the little ones? You guys can't be splitting, can you? Now. Subai was stuck in like a nail. A flash of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the black fat man. Looking over at Sister Zhou, the two dull sisters, they chortled in a low voice. Trying to trash us? I'm warning you, don't make trouble, or you won't have a good time. Then righteously exclaimed. Whose kid? You too? Hurry up and claim it, ha. This is the real thing, and it works immediately. But you kids are too young to eat it. It has to be at least 12 years old. Go go go. Don't make a mess. I have to say, this fat black man is very good at dealing with unexpected situations. He stopped taking Subai's words and didn't say whether he could split it or not. Just say Subai messed up. It seemed like a directive, and immediately everyone else came over to get rid of them. Blocking someone's way is the same as killing their parents. They naturally wouldn't be polite, and incited the surrounding villagers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not easy for us to sell our skills in the jungle. I've even done it against the rules of my ancestors by taking out this power pill, only for the benefit of the townspeople. I don't want the kids to be naughty and make a mess, so what do you say? The black fat man spoke with particular sincerity. It is especially painful to talk about going against the rules of our ancestors. It's like 8 generations of ancestors are blaming him. A lot of villagers around are thinking about how to take the vigor pill. Where would you listen to a child like Subai? They have followed suit and rushed people. With everyone's support, Fatty Black and the others were not polite. At first it was just verbal expulsion, but slowly it started to push and shove. Liar. This looks like an absolute dead liar. If you're really good, wouldn't it be fine to split the rocks? Nima. These are the scum of the jungle. It doesn't help that the netizens support it, only the mental effect. Fatty Black glared viciously at Subai. Why don't you get lost, kid? Want to get beat up, don't you? Believe it or not, I'll beat your ass for your parents. Threats, intimidation, and insults came. He thought he was occupying the right place at the right time, but he was wrong. An old bolter with white hair and a dragon head cane exploded. Put your mother ********* ing ass on the line. I'll see who dares to touch a hair on my great-grandfather's head. Brains for you to crack and feed to the pigs. And you, can you talk? What brat? He is the old ancestor of our Suzhai village. Come here to run a job. You guys don't pay your respects even if you don't. How dare you be reckless? I see you don't know how to write the word death. Chapter 74. You're quite a big man. Calling this little brat master? Old Bolt is cranky. If you beat your own son to death, how can you be polite to others? Not to mention, his grandson-in-law is young Siping. Subai had previously promised to teach young Siping's family how to make a flowing banquet. What kind of favor is this? This is the great-grandfather blessing his children and grandchildren and is pitying his family. I was too embarrassed to say hello just now. That's because I was afraid of losing face. If someone wants to bully Grandpa Tai, that's really too old for him. Tired of living, he came in humongous and was followed by several of Hiva's men. The field was subdued. The surrounding villagers were also astonished. So many people don't recognize Su White, but these people in Suzhai village, they still recognized them. Hiwa in particular was a streetwalker, traveling east and west, going everywhere. They knew that Hawa's generation would be no less. Hiwa's father, Lao Biao, is the oldest living person in Suzhai village. This is gonna be good. Calling a kid a grandpa? A little dizzy. A little dizzy. The Jianghu lie are the few people numb, half a day to return to their senses. To make sure, he also looked Subai up and down. It's a child. It's a childish child. If there's anything special about it, it's that the kid is so handsome. Not much else. Treadmill. This kid, is this old grandpa's great-grandpa, shaking me down? The old man is the king of liars. Eyes fidgeting, the fat black man changed his words. What the hell do you guys do? Peers? Ha? Trying to steal our business? Peers are enemies. It belongs to a bitter hatred. Who else would mind their own business? Who the hell travels with you guys? Being crooks together? People are old. Ghosts are old. Old Bolt is over 90 years old. How can he not see the doorway here? He chortled. But the other villagers in the surrounding villages were less supportive. The reason is also simple. The one questioning is Subai, an 8-year-old child. Who would believe an 8-year-old? Old Bolt, talk sense. He's such a small child. What does he know? It's not good to talk blindly when you're of a higher generation. That tile of the others, the stone is several times bigger than this one of his. It's right in front of us. How can it be fake? Old man, quickly take your great-grandfather away. Yeah, what's with the fooling around? The mouths of the people were so long that they were surprisingly all in favor of the black fat guy's gang. For one thing, they were bluffed by Fatty Black and the others. Secondly, I also want to buy power pills. Sometimes it's like that. You try to help people and they turn against you. Sister Joe and Dull Sister felt a sense of disinterest, and seeing that the other side is so crowded is not a conversation starter. Then he wanted to pull Subai away. Unexpectedly, Subai went straight for it. With one hand, he lifted the stone on the ground and slammed it down hard. Bang! It was like a muffled thunderbolt exploded and stone chips flew. The large blue stone is however largely intact. The crowd gazed on, stunned. I'll go. That kid's got a lot of strength. Dozens of pounds of stone. And you lifted it with one hand? I can't even do that. Kids these days are well nourished and energized. Stand back. Don't piss him off. This lump of rock can whip a man to death. Not only were they surprised, but most of them were a little intimidated. An 8-year-old, that's lamb-like to a lot of people. Neither had the claws and teeth that could hurt people, nor this ruthless mind. But not anymore. Subai wrestled the green stone with one hand. His force was strong, not to mention his eyes were firm and calm. There was not a trace of the child's ignorance and uncertainty. This kid is not someone who can be bullied. The dominance is all sideways. Ha 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 ha. Scared? Little Master Mighty. A bunch of rabble-rousers, looking for death if they want to take a shot at Little Master. Laughing my ass off. The fear in their eyes is so real. Who is the tiger and who is the goat? You've got it backwards. A brat? Our Subai is a dragon. The netizens were in high spirits. Give it a shot. That's how grumpy you have to be when dealing with scammers. It's not over yet. Subai picked up the green stone again and walked a few steps. Come to the stacked stone tiles. The stone brick was more than a meter tall and looked very intimidating. As a result, Subai slammed down a green stone. Wow! The sound was crisp, not to mention the more than 20 stone tiles, all of which were sparsely broken. Look at the blue stone again. And good lord, it's intact. Stone on stone. How's that work? And it doesn't sound right. The crowd was very confused and froze for a while. Slowly, people began to react and mumble. So these jungle walkers are crooks. The fat black man is not a good person at first glance. People are black. I almost fell for it. Young Master Su, thank you. being cheated out of money, not to mention, take what power pills indiscriminately, and then eat out of the disease. Bad luck. Fatty Black and the other charlatans panicked. They go around scamming and still have a high success rate. That's not to say that everyone under the sun is stupid, but there is a filter. Once you filter out the ones who want to believe and fool around, the sale is made. As for the smart people who aren't good at fooling, it's also usually an option to be clear, not actively looking for trouble. I didn't know I'd run into trouble today. Little brats, coming up and smashing the place, not giving any face. Once the counterfeiting, the nearby 10 miles and 8 villages cannot earn money. Bad reputation. Folks, listen to me for a second. It's not us, it's the Kids Rock that's the problem. False. The stone is a special one, designed to make a mess. In order to stabilize the scene, the fat black man came up with another set of words. Everyone will be convinced. Yes, oh, bizarre indeed. How can a kid do all this? Could there really be something wrong with the stone? In the face of many questions, Subai was ancient and just picked up the green stone, getting lucky in front of everyone. The other hand was clenched into a fist, and it looked like it was actually going to punch the green stone. Oh my god, what's he going to do? Old Bolt, the children in your village? Do you really not care? It would be a problem to break your hand. The villagers are persuading. Fatty Black and the others laughed coldly. Death? What a way to die. The stone tiles just now were props though. The fact that it might have broken so many stone tiles meant that the lapis lazuli was not low in hardness. Not to mention children. Even adults don't dare to strike. As the saying goes, don't touch the egg to the stone. Some people don't believe it. Oomph, you'll be crying later. Son, don't be funny. You can't hit a rock? You don't have the guts. In order to get Subai to make a move, Fatty Black even used the method of provocation. Old Bolt and others in Sujai village were worried. It's a battle of the field now. Once you lose the scene, it's not easy to get behind it. Great-grandpa, they're obviously liars. What's the point of fighting them? Really, if you want to prove that the stone is real, just use a hammer to break it open. Old Bolt hastened to discourage it. Things can't be overdone. They're easy to put away. Besides, what about tomorrow's ancestor worship if Grandpa is hurt? Sister Joe and Dull Sister hurried forward to persuade as well. They knew that Subai was strong, but strength is still flesh and blood. Flesh and blood against stone. Isn't that asking for trouble? Chapter 75 Popularity Rewards, Traditional Martial Arts Profession. Uncle Tenzu. Sister Joe had just called out an epithet and hadn't finished. Next, Subai's tiny fists clenched tightly as he punched the lapis lazuli. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom. It was as if a bomb had exploded between Subai's fist and the green stone. Limestone crumbled and stones flew. The air is producing strange fluctuations. The wind is rising from the flat ground, huffing and puffing, blowing the clothes of the crowd. A dead silence fell over the room. Some people couldn't believe their eyes and looked searchingly at others. Some people's mouths were hanging open. Some teeth were knocking together, making clicking noises. Consternation was pervading. Ah, a punch that shatters rocks. Crap, this is humanly possible? Is this 8 years old? Everyone was completely confused. Sister Joe and Dull Sister's hands were clenched tightly together. It's as if the only way to take it all in is to band together and hug it out. I'll go. What kind of power is this? No. Is his hand harder than a rock? Golden bell or iron cloth shirt? An 8-year-old child with a divine power to protect his body? Can't be, can it? Did he use his inner strength? The 9 suns or the 9 yin? Dragonfall 18 palms? Is there really such kung fu? It was too much of a shock, and for a while, the crowd was loud. It took a long time before it tapered off. Looking at Subai, it was as if he was looking at a martial arts ally. Sujai village's Old Bolt, Haiwa and the others were first shocked, then overjoyed. They had more or less seen Subai's power before. Killing cows, pigs and building dragon boats. That's all in the village. Now it's good. Subai showed his face in the bazaar. With honor, Great-grandpa, you are simply a god from heaven. See, that's my grandpa Tianzu. Shocked? I'm not shocked at all. It's too normal. Who made my heavenly ancestor's grandfather a Wookiee? Talk to me nicely from now on, or else. Hey, the old ancestor was so bullish that the people of Sujai village felt honored. What do you mean by pulling? What does it mean to be wild and cool? What do you mean by dangling? You've seen it, haven't you? Convinced? They look at themselves with more pride than a large rooster. Then look at Fatty Black and the others. One by one, like frosted eggplants. Don't look at them as out-of-towners, making money by selling their craft and cheating people. Actually not bad at all, at least when it comes to fighting. But after seeing Subai's shocking punch, they all didn't know what to do. It looked as if a bird just out of its shell was lost and confused. Ha 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 ha, liar has no smile on his face at all. Laughing doesn't live. The crooks are dying. Arrogant. Why don't you continue to be arrogant? Keep calling me a brat. Little master strong and fierce. One hand to cover your face, and you're on your own. Liar, I'm a prop. You're playing for real? Liar, my heart, it hurts. Subai is righteous and powerful. All the villagers were on his side. This time, if he says a fight, it's either that or beat the out of these crooks, even if they clean. The black fat man's legs trembled, and he hastened to speak softly. This, young master, I am sorry, much offense. Just think of us as an ass and let us go. He sort of saw it clearly. If Subai didn't give the word, none of them would be able to leave. A man has to bow his head under the roof, and he's afraid of getting punched in the face. The villagers were abusive. Mother asterisk 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 You're begging for mercy now? Wasn't he strong just now? You've come to the wrong place. This is Little Master's territory. Almost got you, you bastard. Grandma. Kill you mother asterisk 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 The crooks just have to keep their heads down and take it. Until Subai said something. Get lost. The villagers made way, and the crooks fled with their tails between their legs and their greys, thinking about how they were almost deceived by this kind of scammer before. Everyone thanked Subai. Some even shouted as they couldn't get enough of it. Little Master Su. One more. Yes, Grandpa Tianzu. Let them open their eyes. Come one, come all. Long live the Little Master. One more? I'm not a performance artist. Almost without thinking, Subai intended to refuse, but at that moment, the system voice arrived unannounced. Ding! Detected that the host has been empowered by a large amount of popularity value, and the Qigong level has been raised to advanced. Occupation awakening, traditional martial artist, power increase doubled tenfold, unlocking primary Tongbei fist, iron sand palm, and unlocking primary copper skin and iron bone. Popularity value. Subai looked around. Good lord, there was a sea of people. Suffice it to say, half the fairgrounds came over. The site was popular and really gave it a run for its money. Almost within a second, Subai felt that the breath in his body was more mellow. Qigong is different when it reaches an advanced level. For this kind of reward that could change his physique, Subai was a favorite. After all, the body is the capital of the revolution. Also gained a new career. After the butcher, this is the second profession. Countless references to traditional martial arts fill the brain, especially the understanding of Tongbei Quan, iron sand palm. It just felt like the muscles were changing with it. Clenching his fists slightly, surging power rushed through. Despite appearances, the hands were still white, but there was a vague extra film on the face of the hand. The famous iron sand palm. That's unusual. However, this coppery. Do I already have the power of a sword or a gun? There were so many abilities unlocked at once that he was a bit unsure. If he was really bronze and iron, ordinary cold weapons wouldn't be able to hurt him. As for bullets, this is hard to say. The young master shows his hand. Yeah, let's open our eyes. The surrounding villagers were still pleading. Subai laughed. Since career awakening, let's have some fun. He walked to the center in an old-fashioned manner and clasped his fists in salute. A gracious favor. Then I'll make myself at home. I don't need props either. So please go and pick up some bricks. There's a buzz going on, and people are enthusiastic. In droves, they went and moved dozens of bricks, stacked up to a meter, almost as tall as Subai. Open! With a loud shout, Subai slashed his hand, and the bricks shattered from top to bottom. Yes, wow, real kung fu. That's what makes a jungle master. The hoots and hollers around the room were heartfelt. It's so believable that the bricks were moved by everyone. Sister Joe and Dull Sister looked at each other with bright eyes. They could see that it seemed to be something Subai practiced in the morning. Originally thought it was just Tai Chi for exercise. Who knew that the other Subai was really practicing? In the live broadcast room, the netizens were near frenzied. Crap, Subai knows Kung Fu? What's this? A Vajra palm? It's already so awesome, but it still turns out to be a deep hide. The Su family has been passed down for thousands of years, and private schools exist in the academy. Will there be any martial arts secrets? Martial arts? Maybe. 1,000-year-old family with too much heritage, right? Little Master, do you accept disciples? Chapter 76 Chestbreaker, Beast Spirit Pill Reward. Splitting bricks for this one really doesn't take much effort. Subai's own physical quality had already reached an extremely high level. Add Qigong and it's basically a done deal. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, I thought we are all children of China, so I should teach them a little. Guys, this hand is mostly hardcore. Be strong and vigorous. If you don't have enough Qi, you'll hurt your body. And if you don't have enough energy, you won't be able to do anything. Although the body is short, but Subai this old-fashioned explanation. The surrounding crowd is not serious. Real work. Who teaches this lightly? To be able to listen to it now for nothing is chance. It's kinda like the world of martial arts when you're angry and strong again. After a bit of chatting, someone else called out, Little Master Tai, can you show us some more of your skills? Yeah, let's grow up. 8-year-olds with powerful feats. This can be so rare. There were those who were watching and those who wanted to learn something. Both Sister Joe and Dull Sister were also shining with beautiful eyes. Old Bolt from Sujai village and the others, on the other hand, were escorting the surroundings. With that look, it was clear that he had become Subai's guard. Everyone still wants to see it, so I'll do another chest bump. The stuff that sellers often play, but they all take tricks. I'll come for real. Just use that tablet. Subai pointed to a large stone slab on the side of the road. The stone slab was as big as a door panel. How could it be thousands of pounds? Usually the people who rush to the market are tired and sit on it to take a rest. This is better left alone. Yeah, it's too big. In case, the little master, your body cannot withstand it. The villagers wore a hard look on their faces, originally quite energetic, but now they all refused. No other way, this big slab of rock could really crush a kid into a meatloaf. This is the old ancestor of Sujai village. If you really hurt someone, no one will be able to explain. Even old Bolt was persuaded. Great grandpa, why don't you teach everyone a few kung fu moves? How troublesome is this chest breaking? Grandpa Tai gave the village a long face, but he was only 8 years old after all. Old Bolt feels a responsibility to protect. Sister Joe and Dull Sister were stunned. Good lord, this big slab of rock, you can sleep 2 people on it. Subai is actually going to use this thing to press on his body and play with breaking boulders? You can't be that stupid. What's the matter with you? Thank you all for caring. It's fine. You just carry it over and put it on me. I can stand it. Then get a hammer and just smash it down. In order to let everyone see clearly, Subai also found a table. Then he made a trip to the top of the table. He's making it difficult for everyone when he's like this. We can't afford to take the blame if someone gets killed. In the end, it was at Subai's order that a few people from Sujai village were allowed to carry the stone slabs over. A few people, Haiwa, led the way and slowly placed the large stone slab on Subai. Non-stop inquiries. Grandpa Tianzu, are you alright? Mustn't be strong, you tell us, lest they crush Subai. And Subai said one after another that it was fine and okay, until the whole slab pressed up. Whoa! Some people were afraid to look, others stood on tiptoe. That alone really calmed everyone down. Get on the hammer and smash. Su White even prodded. Hiva had no choice but to hammer down. Click! The boulder slab shattered into several halves. In the midst of the raging crowds and the exclamations, Subai peeled some gravel and stood up, not a hair out of place. The crowd was stunned. The pop-ups are even more exclamation points. Mud. Is this still a person? So big slabs of stone. I rub. How to withstand it? I'm convinced. Little Master Tai, you'll be my idol from now on. I'm sure. Subai must have the secret of martial arts. I'll be damned. How old did he start practicing martial arts? See this ability. People in the rush forgot to buy anything and all sorts of questions were asked. Subai couldn't keep playing around with it and said simply, I'm just performing for you to see, not for you to learn, haha. All of these things are just side issues. You still need to exercise to be strong and healthy. Being strong in oneself is the way to go. Slap. He said it simply, but it was the truest thing. Those sellers and runners always like to play bluff. Where's the truth in what Subai said? The crowd applauded, and so much adoration poured in, with a kind of childish admiration, as if Subai was really the oldest master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully promoting traditional culture. Reward Beast Spirit Pill, Primary, *1. Remarks, the Beast Spirit Elixir can add spirit to animals. Spirit Beast Pill? Subai nodded, still satisfied. At least it's fresh stuff compared to so many previous skills. Saying hello to everyone, Subai began to buy things. However, he didn't purchase much of what he needed for the ancestor sacrifice. The village will be responsible for purchasing these items. He bought a lot of firecrackers, fireworks, and things for the family to eat. Instead, the two of them, Sister Joe and Dull Sister, bought quite a lot, especially the clothes. The carriage was still a little empty, helped the village pull some candles, paper money, and then headed back. Uncle Tianzu, why is there a shed here? Passing by the river, see a lot of sheds up. Sister Joe surprised. Subai said with a glance, this is the sprint area for the dragon boat races, and it's not much farther to the finish. This section of the game was the best to watch. A shed is also convenient for viewing. With that, he stopped the wagon and went to the river to wash his hands. Sister Joe and Dull Sister both got off the carriage as well. At this time, the setting sun was still shining, and the western sky had a fiery cloud. The sound of running water along the river is soothing. Boo boo boo. In the heat of the moment, the dorky girl swung her hand and hit the water over with a pebble. The stone pieces skipped across the surface of the water for a good 7 or 8 hits. Yeah, this is fun. As if she had discovered a new continent. Sister Joe wanted to play too. It's just a shame that she obviously hasn't played it much. It's amazing how a pebble can hit and only have 1 or 2 drops. That clumsy look, like a dorky goose. Ga ga ga. Sister Joe, you are a pig, right? So stupid. Oh, I'm going. You're so cruel. What's wrong with pigs? That's not the way to slander people. Sister Chow is really dumb enough to know how to hit the water. Big dummy. Sister Jo was furious and hurriedly questioned Subai, secretly vowing to defeat the dull girl. Subai then went over the main points of the water fight. For example, the pebbles should be flattened, and in posture, look to hold them diagonally and parallel to the water. After teaching for a while, Sister Chow progressed, hitting 3. It's not even close to passing level, though. Ha 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 ha. Sister Jo, you're just not cut out for this. When I was a kid, I could do it 7 or 8 times at random. A good man doesn't talk about his courage. I just played yesterday. 18. Anyone else? Chapter 77 Playing with water rafting. The world record is not just broken? Uncle Tien Zhu, how many water shots can you get? After practicing for a while, Jo was more or less frustrated when her highest level was only 4. Su White did everything like she was curious. Hitting the water seems to rely on a combination of strength and skill. Subai didn't say anything and stretched out a finger. 1. No way. That makes 10? That's not much. She still thought Subai would give a very impressive figure. It was the dorky girl who was puzzled. It takes you to hit 10 waterfalls. I can do it sometimes. Played well. She could hit 10 or so yet. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that there are things that Subai is not good at. 10 is not much. I'll do it. Will it be 100? Nima, don't tease. Who can fight 100? Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to count them. 10. So mediocre. Oh, even worse than my child. Really worse than the child series. What do you think he is? Does he know everything? There's something about a person being too strong that can make them hard to get close to. So many movies have protagonists that tend to have a little bit of a downside. If the downside of Su White is that hitting the water doesn't work, pretty good. Just when everyone had accepted the persona, Subai spoke. What 10? I mean float all the time. Sister Chow and Nerd Girl give the look of a subway senior citizen looking at her cell phone. Even the prettiest girls are ugly when they make that face. God keeps floating. What does that mean? The stone has a paw? No one would believe it. That's too much. There should be some limits on bragging. Then if you take a dive into the Pacific Ocean, won't you be able to float to the United States? Little master, don't be you drifting, right? The netizens didn't believe it, and Sister Jo even laughed. Uncle Heavenly Ancestor, you're joking, right? Are you kidding me? Subai leisurely picked up a pebble from the ground, throwing it a few times, feeling the weight and feel of it. He faded. Instead of counting times, I usually use halfway through, out of hand. His own physical qualities were already extremely strong, paired with the strength of a martial artist, easily hitting with 10 times the power of before. Swish swish swish, pebbles fall on the river's edge, stirring up water. Then it flies up, then it falls down, and so on. It seemed like a mischievous arrow, floating up and down. The powerful impact resulted in extreme speed. Just now it was in front of me, and in a blink of an eye it was already 20 meters away. The cobblestones continued on as if they would never stop. Crap! Sister Jo was a bit unresponsive to all the direct expletives coming out of her mouth. Just now I just felt something whoosh and fly out. Then there were pebbles flying over the water. What with a few? A dozen? A couple dozen? It's long overdue. This is too much, isn't it? Suddenly she was reminded of Subai's pretentious remark, floating all the time. What before felt like a pretense that deserves to be struck by lightning is now a write-up. It's really flying all the time, almost out of sight. The dorky girl stared wide-eyed and stood on her tiptoes, only able to see a little bit. Just know that the pebbles are still flying. I'm going. What the hell kind of hand is this? It's too strong, isn't it? This is a world record, isn't it? This is a world record, isn't it? Just checked. Guinness World Records. Most jumps 88. Furthest 122 meters. Over. Definitely over. The pebbles have become fertilized, haven't they? From a distance, I thought it was a duck. Throw a rock and break the world record? The netizens were dumbfounded. Not with this. Subai casually threw. Directly broke the record. Sister Jo and Dull Sister looked at each other, then back at Subai. It was as if the party had just realized that there was a huge gulf between themselves and Subai. It's not mortal. They, as beautiful netizens, are quite demanding of their future husbands. Because Subai was a small child, he never looked at Subai as a man. But when you compare them carefully, it's a bit too much to take in. If Subai was a grown man, it was simply an existence they couldn't look up to. This fact is becoming more and more prominent. If Subai was a grown man, people would be male gods. Both of them got a little lost thinking about it. Subai was still so leisurely and plain. He picked up another pebble and threw it at the river once more. Gulp! This time, the pebble didn't give off a watery drift and surprisingly disappeared into the water all at once. Failed. Sister Jo and Dumb Girl were a little happy instead. This little ancestor is a super bull in everything he does, and both of them are a little put out. Let's just say play a water game. People break world records all at once, and they only hit a few themselves. In comparison, it seems like two turds following a little rose. Phew, I'm all relieved. Little Master Tai also has his failures. It's good and good. It's also stressful to be surrounded by people who are too good. Dwarfed. With a genius, one would be inferior. Subai, who will fail, instead shows amiability. That's basically the same mentality of the internet. Almost everyone has a control when they are small, and that comparison is other people's children. In the mouths of parents, in the mouths of teachers, other people's children are a kind of legend. They are not only top in academics, but even in sports they are first class. On top of that, not inevitably, he plays the piano and can sing and dance. One day, they will also be photographed by a reporter for helping a grandmother cross the street. Then became the outstanding student representative. Without taking the test, people can enroll in prestigious universities, all sorts of labels to look up to and aspire to. But many years later, it was realized that it wasn't like that at all. The so-called other people's children. Maybe it's just a nerd who reads to death. When I got to college I didn't fit in and became a nervous wreck. The so-called piano playing is the simplest of tracks, and the playing is still hard to hear. I can sing and dance, but it's just two tigers running fast. It's all make-believe. It's all made up by others to combat themselves. As I grew up, that myth was busted. The emergence of Subai has yet to reshape such a myth. At just 8 years old, powerful beyond measure, failing to hit the water once makes it all feel approachable, more human than divine. It's okay, Uncle Tenzu, everyone has failures. Sister Joe couldn't help but comfort. The words aren't even finished yet. Guru, guru, guru. Suddenly, the water bubbles up. Not one or two, but a lot of blisters, as if something was trying to come up. The water bubbles formed a circle and rippled, spreading out more water ripples. New patterns. She instantly understood. Where is the failure? Oh, people Subai play new tricks. Too late to be surprised. Subai picked up a few more pebbles. Throw it with your hand. A row of water floats flew along the arc curve. It's like an aerial fighter jet show, with a long trailing tail and an amazing sound. The pop-ups were even more awe-inspiring. What failure is clearly a greater success. Just now he was talking about breaking the record, and now Subai is breaking the record in a fancy way. Ugh, forget it, it's not in good shape, it's not in good hands. Rubbing his hands together, Subai lamented, looking rather lost. Ha, Sister Cho and nerd girl black question mark face, you've got a flower in the water. You call that bad form? Chapter 78 8-year-old philosopher. The exit is the central idea of Taoism. Not in good shape. Young master, must we talk like this? That soft sigh really got you loaded. Little Master Tai, go break the world record. It makes sense that the world records for water fighting are in the hands of foreigners. Wow, Subai is going to be famous all over the world? We'll be the original fans from now on. Seeing the comments of the netizens, Sister Joe was also up in arms. It's a world record. You will follow the light yourself. After all, it was his own shooting that made everyone aware of Subai. Then everyone realized Subai's talent. I'm Bol. Hastily, she told Subai about this, obviously never having thought about this. Subai froze. Records? That little number is considered a record? None of them are enough to make me a fraction of what I am. It's not much fun. What a broken record. What a big deal. Subai was surprisingly uninterested. Sister Joe really can't understand. So indifferent to fame and fortune? That's not true. The ancestor sacrifice was just around the corner. But Subai was very concerned. The honor of the village of Suzhai and all that. Wouldn't the record be more honorable? Heavenly ancestor uncle. It's because they're no match for them that we have to break their record. Shouldn't someone who can win a championship go for it? How is it not fun? If it's really going to be a record, it doesn't have to be me. Suzhai village could break the record by pulling out just anyone. Still shaking my head. For a while, Subai was permeated with a flavor of seclusion, avoiding the world and living in seclusion, not wishing to be tainted by the red dust. But you are the strongest, and how nice for everyone to see. You beat them, crushingly. Sister Zhou is still persuading. The world is divided into black and white, and there is a struggle for honor and disgrace. How many people strive to be better than others? As long as you can occupy an ace, it's enough to eat and drink for the rest of your life. She looked at Subai in a daze, not understanding. By now, the sun was about to set. The afterglow of the setting sun disperses the summer heat and instead adds a bit more calmness. Subai stood in the residual light and said blandly, "What's the point of arguing with them? It's not the fight that's the big fight. Have you not heard that if the man does not contend, no one in the world can contend with him? Not to contend is to clear the flow of the source." Ha! Sister Joe and dull sister were half listening. Unknown. I'm so shocked I don't know what to say. This is the sentiment of an 8-year-old? Nima, how can an 8-year-old say something like that? Physical strength can be innate. This culmination and knowledge base can only be acquired. You must have read a lot of books if you can talk so well. Whoa, the two women shrieked, and the dorky girl couldn't help but fantasize. In a room with a strong aroma of books, Subai was immersed in a sea of knowledge, so focused, so attentive. It's almost like a model of humanity. A child like this is like a treasure. What's the best way to protect him? I'm really a shrimp and pig heart. He's always been the one protecting me, and I'm trying to protect someone else? He is a master of chest breaking. Crap, Subai, don't tell me you're still a philosopher? 8-year-old philosopher. Who is this going to roll up on? An 8-year-old's thoughts on a sunset. So deep. There's one to say, who understands? What the hell? If I could understand, would I have to work as a laborer? These two old women didn't get it either. Where's Brother Knowles? Netizens love to mock Knowles. But, right, when it comes to times like these, you have to summon Brother Knowles again. The good thing is, the last thing the internet needs is a know-it-all. This know-it-all was still humble enough to explain it to everyone, not to contend, and that no one can contend with, is the central idea of Taoism, but while many people don't understand it, Subai has stated the central thrust. Not to contend is to have a quiet mind. Zhang Sanfeng has a saying that tranquility is the root cause. When there is nothing, the mind is immovable, and when one mind is immovable, the mind gives rise to all dharmas. He who does not contend, embraces. The netizens were horrified when Knowles said that. Subai's one sentence that speaks to the center of Taoism? The point, after Knowles explained it so well, was that it actually made good sense. It felt like there was an abundance of heaven and earth gathering. Awesome, my little Taijin. Everyone was more convinced. Sister Chow and Dumb Sister aren't feeling these things. They just want to hit the perfect waterfall. Anchors need talent, and this is certainly an interesting talent. Think how gallant it is to be a beautiful woman and suddenly hit the water beautifully. What handsome man wouldn't be impressed? The two men got excited and had to learn. Subai didn't hide anything and also gave instructions based on the two people's situation. You have little strength to go far and to hit more water. Focus on flying close to the water. Dragonflies like that. Touch the water and get up. When you wrestle out, don't just use your arm strength. Use your whole body. The power of the whole body is gathered in one point. Then the hand shape determines the details of the flight. The direction. The use of spinning power too. It is only when you teach according to the material that you will see results. It's not realistic to have two people increase their power all of a sudden. Subai taught directly on the basis of the two men. The internet went nuts listening to it. Crap, a live lesson from the master of the water fight? Nima, this is more valuable than gold. Stealing a lesson. I'm so obscene. It makes so much sense. I've come to my senses. Ha 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 ha. We'll ask my friends to go out and hit the water tonight. I want to make a splash. Hee 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 hee. Learned the hard way that from now on, the dating spot will be by the river. Grass. You can learn real skills from watching a live broadcast. Sister Joe and Nerd Girl were impatient to start the test. After practicing a few times according to the method Subai said, it was surprising that they all hit a dozen or so. Still, the two didn't move quite right. A big girl in a sedan chair, twisting and turning. It didn't help that the two were kind of loose among the girls, but in the end, it was a girl's education. The idea of a lady is deep in the soul. You can't hit the water well that way. As with any kind of sport, hitting the water requires giving it everything you've got. It's almost strong. The movements could be bolder. Make yourself at home. Swing your arms up. Think of the pebbles as yourself. You're letting go. Subai encouraged, and the netizens laughed miserably. Laughing. So Sister Joe still has idle baggage? Don't be such a pussy. It's okay to let yourself go. Sister Joe and Dumb Girl both saw sweat on their foreheads. It's too much of a loss not to learn to be a master with such a great teacher. The two gritted their teeth and forgot about their girl paper status. Really took out the athlete's stance. Whoosh! The pebbles flew past and started to carry the wind as well. After practicing a few times, you're basically up to 20 or so. Within the ordinary people, it definitely belonged to the masters. Playing to their heart's content, the two of them rejoiced and followed Subai home. I couldn't help but read with my network on the way. Families, do you need me to teach you how to hit the water? Chapter 79. Fry the dog bowl and get your dog involved. After a day of shopping, the three of them went back to take a bath and change into clean clothes. Sister Joe and Dull Sister quickly went off to find Subai again. Uncle Tianzu, anything else interesting? The two are also addicted to playing. At this time of year, the occasional firecracker goes off outside. Subai's expression moved. Why don't I take you guys to set off firecrackers and blow up the dog bowl for fun? The two of them understand firecrackers. But what is this dog bowl? At first glance, it's a city-bred kid who didn't have this experience. The rarer it sounded, the more interested the two men became. Uncle Tianzu, what's a deep-fried dog bowl? With an excited tone, Sister Joe asked. Dull Girl was even more physically wobbly. Having fun again? Gosh, good healthy life. There really isn't much that's actually fun when you're in the city. The most you can do is hug your cell phone. Today was a good day. Barely played with my phone. It just feels like your eyes are so much brighter. Everything around them was exceptionally clear. Go, bring firecrackers, I'll blow it up for you. Subai led the way, with the two in the back. It wasn't long before we came to the entrance of the village. There is a field dog here at the entrance to the village. Not a small one, with yellow hair. People in the village call it rhubarb. If it's just firecrackers, it's not that much fun. I'll give you a demonstration. Saying this, Subai lit a small firecracker, lit it, and threw it into the ditch. Boom! With the blast, there was a splash of water. Sister Joe and Doll Sister both hurriedly dodged and rejoiced. Much more interesting indeed. I'll give it a try. Sister Joe took a small firecracker and gave herself a half-hearted thought. As a result, it was thrown into the water before it was even lit. Ha 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 ha. Sister Joe, look at your little out of the blue. What are you afraid of? Just light it and throw it. Disappointment, disappointment. Sister Joe, you're a woman after all. Sister Joe is so afraid of death. Oh, where's the guts to dislike men? Seeing Sister Joe like this, Doll Sister laughed, grinning on the side. The first time it didn't work, Joe was even more scared. A lit incense in one hand and a small firecracker in the other. These small firecrackers are very small in power, just as thick as chopsticks. I just don't dare. Hesitating for half a day, Sister Joe even grumbled. Subai had to give her a different kind of rubbing gun. These firecrackers don't have to be lit. They are like matches. Just rub them. Much less powerful and slow to explode. He tried a few, and only then did Sister Joe dare to get on with it. Thumbs up. After it was lit, it was thrown into the water with an explosion and a splash. So funny. It looked very easy, and Joe jumped at it. This explosion is very stress relieving. It's like all your worries are gone with one blast. Nerd Girl also tried a few and was amazed. Oh my god, there's such a fun game. Well, she's game. Over the top. The yellow dog on one side wagged its tail and turned to Subai. Slimy. It wagged its tail as if asking for food. Don't look at the tall body, but the eyes are very meek. So cute. The dorky girl went to touch the dog's head with a white finger and the dog shrugged it off, because Subai picked up the stainless steel dog bowl. Seeing this kind of action, the big yellow dog even thought it was about to be fed, and its eyes were bawling. As a result, Subai snapped the dog bowl on the ground. Fried dog bowl, officially, Subai reminded, and the two Joe sisters hurriedly hid to the side, their eyes gleaming. Deep fried dog bowl, so it's really a bowl for deep frying dogs for dinner. Don't look at the dog bowl is not big, but to blow up. Ordinary small guns really can't. That's why Subai took the punching thunder, also called the Great Thunderbolt. These cannonballs are so powerful and loud that even the twists are twist-shaped. A little bit of it caught and snorted. Then throw it under the dog bowl. Boo! There was a loud bang and green smoke rose. Just see the stainless steel dog bowl rise up into the sky and go all the way to the top. Woof woof woof. The big yellow dog was scared and ran far away with its tail between its legs, wailing. The dog's head was moving around, looking for his doggy bowl. How could you not find it? Showing a bewildered look. Sister Joe. The two dull sisters shrieked and looked up at the sky. See the dog bowl getting higher and higher into a little black spot. Wow! Can't even put it into words. It just feels soothing. The dog bowl goes up with a straight bar. If you really want to fall, you'll be affected by wind resistance. It's fluttering down. It clattered to the ground a couple times. Both women had the feeling of getting high. Oh, it's so much fun. I've never played it before. Mom never has to worry about my depression again. It's a pain in the ass. It hurts more than playing a game. The original firecrackers can be played this way. The masters are in the folk. Fried dog bowl. I love it. Dog, are you polite? Frying a dog bowl is like going through life once. The power of the explosion, the strength of the punch, the apex sliding down, is full of allegory. Subai asked. What? You never played as a kid, did you? The two women shook their heads back and forth. The city really doesn't have that. First of all, the place must be empty and not hit anyone. It can't be a nuisance yet. Not to mention the pigeonhole-like apartment buildings. The villas are not in condition. But what a kick. Sister Joe even looked at the heaven-rushing thunder in Subai's hand with some intention. But it's hard to act. After all, she had just set off a small firecracker and she was scared off her feet. Dull Sister is even hiding behind Sister Joe. So it seems that she won't take the initiative to blow up the dog bowl. She was a guest after all, and had a reserved mind, though it is known for its straightforwardness online. But in the end, it's the little city girl. Fried dog bowl. It's too spontaneous any way you think about it. She's a girl paper. It's impossible. Want to try? Subai shook the charge of thunder in his hand. Neither of them said anything, except that, while Joe was nervous, Dull Sister simply waved her hand in denial. Wait for Subai to pick up the dog bowl and invert it. Woohoo! The big yellow dog snapped first, a disgruntled, aggravated sound coming out of his mouth. As if to say, that's my rice bowl, you guys are overdoing it. The humanized dog's face looked at the netizens with great joy. Ha 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 ha, dogs are pissed off. Dog, I've seen rude. I've never seen you so rude. Laughs to death. Only the world of dogs getting hurt is reached. Poor dog. Begging for the area of the dog's heart. To guard his food bowl, the dog grunts and huddles around the dog bowl, and a paw to pick it up. That look is a clear rejection of someone playing with the dog bowl. Subai took a look and was happy, stroking the dog's head. You want to play too? Okay, but you don't know how to light a firecracker. Tell you what, borrowing your dog bowl means you're in on the dog bowl frying. The dog seemed to understand and let out a sultry woof. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. You call this participation? Dog, I'm not human. You're a real dog. The dog died of speechlessness. Who understands our family? Meet a shrimp head man. Crap. I first saw despair from the dog's eyes. Ah ha ha, to the dog hole depressed. Chapter 80 Dogs, me and you guys, it's just a game. In the big yellow dog's aggrieved eyes, Subai blew up the dog bowl twice more. Finally, Sister Jo couldn't help herself. Uncle Tianzu, let me try. To avoid danger, she was smart enough not to throw herself inside like Subai. Instead, he first puts the punch bowl inside the dog bowl, lights it, and then rushes off. Boom! Watch the punch bowl you lit explode and top off the dog bowl. Sister Chow yelled. As with all things, doing it in person and watching from the sidelines, that's totally different. Dorky girl rushed to participate as well, but she looks even more timid than Sister Chow. Several times it wouldn't light. When it did light up, it ran out a dozen meters away in fear, lest you get blown up. The big yellow dog gradually became less afraid. It woofed and woofed as it watched its food bowl fly back and forth into the sky. The eyes were accusatory and questioning. Why? My pots, my pots, my pots. Humans, you have aroused the mind of this dog. Sister Jo, you order. I'll snap the pot. As they played, the two even started playing together. This makes it naturally more efficient. With the sound of explosions, the two were able to let go more and more. Sister Jo laughed out loud, no longer knowing to cover her mouth. And dull sister was a little better, knowing to cover up. Dumb sister, set off 2 cannonballs and we'll each light one. And then there's a new twist. With 2 cannonballs exploding, the power was naturally even more amazing. The dog bowl is all bombed out and bumpy and has long been deformed. Convinced? You guys are playing crazy, aren't you? Nima, 2 big female anchors, blowing up dog pots in the village. That's really something. What's with the childlike behavior? You're all childish, aren't you? I didn't realize that girls would like firecrackers. Hey, 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 nerdy girl, your last reserve. Keep it up. Dog, the guy I eat with, it died a horrible death. The 2 women were having a great time. Subai saw the big yellow dog on the side of the aggrieved. Smiling, he pulled out the beast spirit pill. Here's a treat for you. The big yellow dog looked at the dog bowl in a lingering way, before reluctantly coming over. It also seems to know that this is compensation. It's no use feeding me anything. I'll never forgive you guys. But when the dog's head came closer and smelled the strange fragrance coming from the beast spirit pill, the dog's eyes changed. What's this, baby? The dog's tail wagged endlessly, and with a lick of his tongue, he barfed it down. It's so fragrant. The dog instantly became refreshed, his eyes more humanized. It looked towards Subai, meek as a baby, unceasingly probing Subai's demeanor, as if ready to obey orders at any time. Rhubarb, sit down. A casual command was given, and the big yellow dog sat down hastily. That attitude, like a kindergartner. Not only do you have to sit, but you have to sit well, just for a little red flower. It may be the first time such a task has been accomplished. There was still a bit of tension in the eyes of the big yellow dog, constantly adjusting the sitting position for the best. Rhubarb, get up. Another command, and Rhubarb not only stood up, but wagged his tail. The jubilation seemed to beat a beat with his tail. Next, Subai issued more commands, and they became more and more complex. Spinning around, holding hands without saying, Subai tells it to bark, and it barks. Woof, and also just bark, obediently. Sister Chow and Bandsister played with the fried dog bowl for a while, and their interest landed. And that's when they noticed the yellow dog. There was a flurry of people around. They watched as Subai easily maneuvered the yellow dog. My god, is this still a dog? There can't be a human soul, can there? It's the first time I've seen such an obedient dog. How can it understand? Subai didn't explain. However, he knew in his heart, this Rhubarb would have been a 4 or 5-year-old dog. Like people, a dog becomes refined in old age. It has the IQ of a 6 or 7-year-old child in its own right. All dogs, throughout their lives, are at that level. Further elevation is impossible. But after Big Yellow ate the beast's spirit pill, it was directly like it had been enlightened. Nowadays, it has completely broken through the limit of the dog's IQ. and at least has the IQ of an 11 or 12-year-old child. As a result, the ability to understand, to perceive, is improved. Stand on both legs, Subai gave another instruction. Only the dog seemed to contemplate for a moment. Then the two stepped back and stood. It was a little unsteady and wobbly at first, but it didn't take long to stand like a kangaroo. Dance! Here comes the highs. To make it easier for the dog to understand, Subai himself jumped up first. All at once, the dog understood and began to dance, glaring at his two hind legs. Just jump. This man and dog, jumping and jumping together. Subai's little hand grabbed Rhubarb's paw and began a ballroom dance. Decently. It seems like I don't know how many times I've skipped it. What kind of dog is this? It's not Erlangshan, is it? Dogs and men? I've never heard that dogs can dance. I'm convinced. All the dogs in Suzhai village are different. Banshee, Prodigy and God Dog. I cracked. Doggy, I'm the king of Asian dance. Sister Joe and Dull Sister also looked stunned. With a dog like that, what need is there for a man? Not only dancing, but the dog has a new trick up his sleeve. Have a beat. Subai surprisingly said so. Rhythm? What other rhythms can a dog come to? Who would believe that? No one believes it. But as Subai snapped his fingers, the dog began to click his teeth. The two of them together felt as rhythmic as a beatbox. Sure. It's amazing, isn't it? What kind of dog is this? Singing and dancing can come. Literary dog? Dogs? How many talents do you have? Grass up. Other people sing with a band. Subai just brings a dog. Is this dog for sale? $100,000. Seeing how much fun Rhubarb was having, Sister Chow and Dumb Girl both came over. They also followed Subai's example and started giving commands to the dogs. Rhubarb, sit down. Sister Chow had one first. What do you know? The Rhubarb is familiar with the situation and does not react at all. Now Sister Joe was embarrassed. Nerd Girl picks up. Rhubarb, come dance with me. She posed for a dance, and Rhubarb glanced at her, his doggy face full of disdain. What kind of stinking dog is this? So disobedient? Heavenly ancestral uncle. It doesn't listen. The two women were depressed. A dog also bully? We're pretty girls. You don't give us any face? Oomph. Serves you right for being a single dog. Subai went up and patted the dog's head, then pointed at the two men. Sister Joe gave another command, and the dog finally obeyed. Sit down when told to sit down and stand up when told to stand up. Just barring that, there wasn't a hint of enthusiasm in the dog's demeanor. Just the look of a completed task. That means me and you guys. It's just a game. It's completely different from the line just now, as if it's mummified. It's a blow to Sister Chow. The dorky girl. Dog, you're not a human being. What? This dog recognizes its owner. An attitude towards Subai. Towards others. No dumping. Proud dog. What a spirit. What the hell is this place? Suzhai village? Is everything so magical? Chapter 81. A branch of the Su family in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Wanting to go home to recognize their ancestors? According to our investigation, there is another branch in Suzhai village. In the foreign villa, Feng Shui master Chen Xianting was meditating when suddenly his disciple came to report. A branch? Hearing this, Chen Xianting opened his eyes. He had been trying to find an opportunity to enter the village of Suzhai. There's no reason for it, but you can't just pass it over for nothing, can you? Talk. After he gave his permission, the disciple went on to tell the story. It turns out that Su Fuchuan also has a little brother named Su Jiacheng. When he was young, he broke the Su family rules and was expelled from the family. It's partly a punishment and partly a way of getting out there and practicing. Permission to return was granted only after 5 years. Originally in the Su family, Su Jiacheng was smart, capable, and courageous, with a bright future. After this blow, he was ashamed and determined. It has gone round and round, but it has gone to RTHK for development. You know, even though he left the Su family, he didn't leave his skills behind. Even within the Su clan, he was an outstanding existence. When I came to RTHK, I started out as a street vendor. It took less than 2 years to open my own store. Later on, when some club goons came looking for trouble, they were even defeated by him alone. Exterminate the entire society. It has since gained notoriety. With all his kung fu and ingenuity, he has made a name for himself. To run roughshod over black and white. However, it can be said that in the real estate industry of RTHK, he is the presence that turns the tide. Not only did he do well in his career, he inherited the excellent education of the Su family. He has a precise vision in other areas as well. First, he married Choi Suk-ching, the eldest daughter of the Choi family, a famous local family in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Standing firm, then a son and a daughter were born. Today his son, Su Wu, is a popular martial arts star. Her daughter, Su Yun Yun, is even known as the #1 daughter of RTHK. Not only is her appearance outstanding, but her demeanor is an object of emulation for young women. Su Jiacheng is surprisingly a Su family member as well. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. Book me a ticket to RTHK. I want to see Su Jiacheng as soon as possible. After listening to the situation of the branch veins, Chen Xianting laughed out loud, a change from his usual majestic and deep disposition. The apprentice didn't dare to slow down and rushed to book a flight. Chen Xianting, on the other hand, let out a long sigh and muttered, "The whole book of Zhou Yi. I must get it." Soon enough, Chen Xianting arrived at RTHK. Through RTHK's connections, So Ka-sung was contacted. It took a few turns to finally meet. "Who are you, Your Excellency? What do you want from me?" Su Jiacheng asked with doubt. He wouldn't have met the outsiders if he didn't have someone close to him to help him out. At the moment, he was sitting behind the mahogany desk in the president's office. Towering over him, the majesty of a party of capital predators came out. "My name is Chen Xianting, and I'm here for the Su family ancestor sacrifice." Sitting on the guest seat, Chen Xianting was poised and unmoving. Just one sentence made Su Jiacheng shrug. Chen Xianting? The name alone was enough to get his attention. This is a world-class feng shui master. Many people from RTHK have drawn on the experience and tried to spend a lot of money on invitations. As a result, it was not invited several times. I had been tempted myself, and in the end, it was a non-starter. Not to mention he mentioned the Su family ancestor sacrifice. As a son of Su, Su Jiacheng knew it too well. In the Su family, there is nothing more important than ancestor worship. There must be more to come when Mr. Chen brings up the Su family's ancestor sacrifice. Please be explicit. There was nothing going on, and the other party was obviously up to something. He was so direct that Chen Xianting was slightly stunned. A feng shui reader, a fortune teller. Professionals of all sorts have a habit of doing this. It's just a high-flying flim-flam before getting down to business. Then it's time to talk about the real purpose. Thinking that the other party was a big brother of RTHK, there was no need for him to play any tricks and said lightly, "President Su, I can help you return to the family." One word. Su Jiacheng was half speechless. He was punished for leaving the Su family when he was in charge. One aspect of not going back all these years is that I don't think I've done enough. On the other hand, there is a lack of justification. You can't just go back, can you? So with all this delay, decades passed. What does Master Chen have in mind? To say you don't want to go back would be a lie. Many nights, Su Jiacheng dreamed of his hometown and the people there. You just need a reason. Tomorrow is the Su family ancestral event, or the 10-year festival. As a descendant of the Su family, you are obligated to return. This is honoring the ancestors, and no one can say anything about it. After saying this, Chen Xianting's eyes contained the slightest hint of a smile. This was the reason he gave to Su Jiacheng. In fact, Su Jiacheng was also the reason he went to Su's house. After all, people were in the middle of ancestor worship, so it was really strange to suddenly go over there. It would be great to bring the returning Su family. He also has the credit of facilitating the reunion of the Su family. With the wealth that the Su family has become today, if you just give a little, the villagers of Suzhai village will be grateful. You can also take the opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the full version of the Book of Changes. Thank you, Master Chen. I'll pack up my things right away and we'll go there as soon as possible. The Sojourner achievement is all about face. Now it's nice to be able to go back in the name of ancestor worship. However, going back on your own isn't enough. Got to bring the whole family back. Recognize your ancestors. This is recognizing your ancestors. After sending Chen Xianting away, Su Jiacheng hurriedly called the entire family over. He was so excited that the matter of recognizing his ancestor had become a problem for him. But when Kai Shuqing heard it, she shook her head repeatedly. Back to the countryside? Honey, why do you want to do this again? They're the ones who drove you away back then. So what are you going back for? She comes from a wealthy family and has only seen the countryside on TV. Think about that poor, dirty place and feel like you have worms crawling on your body. It's different. It's different this time. This time I'm going back to honor my ancestors. As for that year, I made a mistake and was punished by the ancestral rules. That's what I deserved. Pack up quickly, all of you, and come back with me. Su Jiacheng was so excited that he actually started packing his clothes himself. It gave a few Filipino maids a fright and they rushed to help. Kai Shuqing hurriedly gave her daughter, her son a wink. Su Wu opened his mouth. Dad, I have another movie. As a result, the words were not even finished, and Su Jiacheng made a direct remark. Pause. Don't look on the outside. He's a martial arts star and untouchable. In front of Su Jiacheng, just like a kitten. How dare he say more? Instead, it was his daughter Su Yunyun who pulled Su Jiacheng's hand and pampered him. Dad, I don't want to go. I don't like the countryside. It's no fun at all. My sister and I have a vacation abroad. Su Yunyun is just 19 years old. Only a sophomore. Just the age of playfulness. Thinking of the countryside is just vast farmland. Cold and empty. Makes me feel disinterested. It's okay not to go. Just disassociate yourself from me as father and daughter. How can there be room for negotiation on such a great matter as recognizing one's ancestors? With 2 sentences, no one dared to refute, and they all honestly packed up their things and went. Su Jiacheng lit a cigar, his heart overwhelmed with tension. It's finally time to go back. Chapter 82. Talent is abundant. Ah, the self-abashed sister, dumb sister of the week. After teasing the rhubarb for a while, Subai directly brought it back to his home. This rhubarb used to be a bit of a bacchanalian. Now that he has eaten the beast spirit pill, his spirit has grown and he can be nurtured and cultivated. Woof woof woof. Seeing Subai bring himself home, Big Yellow was happy, jumping 3 times. The whole dog is in high spirits. Sister Joe looked frozen. Why do I feel as if rhubarb has grown a lot? Was it that majestic before? She'd seen this yellow dog many times before. Just now it was even more fun to play together for so long. But when the yellow dog was brought to Subai's yard, the whole dog grew taller and taller. It's not a dog, it's a bit of a big tiger. Subai smiled. It's field skewers, mixed up a lot. A bit of Tibetan Mastiff blood, with a big physique itself. Speaking, Subai built a kennel for the Tibetan Mastiff. He never did things by the book, even when he was building a doghouse. Boards were found, shingles, and before long, a decent kennel appeared. I don't know where he saw it, or the shape of a European castle. To keep the rhubarb nice and cool, there are tiles underneath. Then, get out the blow-up pool, the body wash, and bathe your dog. Grass up. Little Master Tai even did such a good job with the doghouse, crying, I'm doing what I can't do, and people are doing what they are. Who would have thought that one day I would envy a dog? Rhubarb is blessed with a small detached villa. Subai is really sweet, a big warm man. I like it. I was born before you were born, but you were born when I was already old. Damn it. A love expert once said something. The tenderness of the weak is a disgusting quagmire. The tenderness of the strong is but overwhelmingly beautiful. Subai was so powerful before, but now he was so gentle, which immediately blew many female netizens out of the water. Who can't love a lion as long as she's a woman? Even though Subai hadn't grown up yet, the lion's temperament, his ability, was all there. Even Sister Joe and Dull Sister had starry-eyed looks on their faces. The boy wonder as a child. It's already so fascinating. There was no talk all night. The next day, it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, and there was movement in Suzhai village. All kinds of preparations are organized. You need to prepare the meat, the dishes, and the fruits for the festival, and scented candles, paper money, vegetarian wine, flowers. Some parents rustle and nag their children. Etiquette, or etiquette. For a big event like a sacrifice, if you lose your etiquette, you will be looked down upon. There is something to be said for a step, a word, or even a look. The major events of the state are in the rituals and the military. If you can't even do etiquette right, how can you talk about anything else? Ancestor worship begins promptly at 12 o'clock in the middle of the day. Starting in the morning, families, in high spirits, you have to be careful with what you eat, so don't be embarrassed if you get an upset stomach or something when you're in the middle of a salute. There are those who are farther away and have busy work schedules, and they just got back last night. Not only business tycoons, district governors, chiefs, those who are county commissioners in the field. One by one, they all rushed back. Hello, great-grandpa, Grandpa Tianzu, are you in good health? Lai's son is unfilial. It's been a long time since I've come to visit grandfather heavenly ancestor. No matter who it was, they were all respectful and enthusiastic when they saw Subai, some with shame. Subai, on the other hand, was having a couple of family conversations with them, or tapped them on the shoulder. Of course, Subai's small size, the others had to crouch down, which was basic eye candy. Being in the upper echelons for so long, every bigot carries a thick air about him. If an ordinary person meets them, let alone getting along as equals, I'm afraid they won't be able to speak well. The heart is weak. It's not pretending. Let's just say that Sister Joe and Dumb Sister are very vain when they see so many big people, especially when faced with a director, a district governor who wears a cadre jacket. It's even more panicky. Can you not panic? MD in ancient times, when you see these people, you have to kneel down and call out to the Grand Master of Qingtian. With thousands of years of history passed down, this reverence has been etched in the bones. Really? Our heavenly ancestor's granduncle has too much poker face, right? Nerd Girl was stunned. She came late, saw less, and could not bear it as well as Sister Chow. Actually, you don't have to call Tianzu Uncle Grandpa. Subai is my pro-Tianzu Uncle Grandpa. You are my friend. Just call him Su classmate. Sister Joe suddenly regretted it a little. Uncle Tianzu Grandpa, that's what I call it alone. One of a kind. She did, and the dorky girl bared her teeth in anger. What are you thinking? You want to monopolize Granduncle Tianzu? The two were in the middle of a little action when, suddenly, an unassuming SUV drove up. When she slowly approached, Sister Joe's two eyes widened. Plane? No wah? It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The asking price is $7 million. Absolute luxury car. The point is not 1.5 Cullinan. Nima, that's 35 million. Who is this? The villagers got curious too. In the village, it's all clear who's what and what car they bought. I've never seen this kind of car before. It was at this moment that the vehicle slowed to a stop and Su Jiacheng got out of the car. Phew! Inhaled the sweet-smelling air of my hometown. Spit it out and feel good in your heart. When I was young and left, I came back to my old age. My hometown accent has not changed. My hair is decaying. The hometown that appeared in countless dreams was finally seen for real. Behind him, his wife and daughter followed out of the car. Everywhere I looked, I was filled with disappointment. I'm sure it's a small village in the mountains. I really don't understand what I'm doing back here. Kai Shuqing looked cold and arrogant, feeling like she was going to get in the car and leave at any moment. Su Yun, on the other hand, was looking east and west, her mouth pouting. The village is all mountains and forests and farmland. Not fun at all. Who are you guys? As the patriarch, Su Fuchuan went up to ask, but when his eyes landed on Su Jiacheng's face, he couldn't move. Looks familiar. Very familiar. Who was it? It felt familiar, but I couldn't remember who it was. Sister Joe and dull Sister Baba watched, their eyes glittering with gold and with confusion. Wow, what brand of dress is this? So fitted, so flashy. Is that a limited edition Louis Vuitton bag? Isn't it limited to 10 worldwide? Why is she holding it? This bag costs $880,000. These shoes, with diamonds, must be $1 million, right? Rich and powerful. What a rich flower on earth. Girls, who doesn't like sophistication and luxury? Usually Sister Chow and dumb girl dress in this direction. Nay, with limited financial resources, it can't hold up. This family in front of me is different. It's like they came out of a golden nest, especially the princess queen-like girl paper in the back. When they see it, they feel ashamed of themselves. Crap, that girl, isn't she Su Yun? Swoon, swoon, swoon. It's really her. Yes, who would have such a noble pie? Princess of the Su family. Princess of the So family. A powerful Hong Kong and Taiwan family. This is her family's words? Then this man, the person in charge of Su's group? What's going on? I can't read it. The Su family is the overlord of RTHK. Why are they here? I heard that more than half of the houses in RTHK were built by the Su family. Chapter 83 RTHK Hegemony. Calling an 8-year-old a great-grandpa? RTHK overlord. Sister Zhou. The dorky girl looked at the comments of the netizens, and that's when she reacted. You can't really blame them. Su's group is one of the biggest consortiums in Hong Kong and Taiwan. It often appears in various newspapers and news on RTHK. They've seen it, but in their consciousness, it's all characters from the sky. Where did you expect to see it in front of you? What made them even more confused was what such a big shot was doing here. Just as everyone was wondering, Su Jiacheng held Su Fuchuan's hand. Those tears are pouring out. Big brother ah. After decades of not seeing each other, Su Jiacheng's emotions were a bit out of control. Su Fuchuan was baffled for a while, but the voice, the look, it was all too familiar. And call yourself big brother. You are? Jesus Christ, you're a heel. Recognizing the visitor, Su Fuchuan's hands began to tremble. How many years has it been? I think back in the day, this little brother and myself were the best. No matter where he goes, even to the bathroom, he follows. Hence the nickname heel. 2 half-dozen old men held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes, and the others were blinded. Sister Chow and Nerd Girl's CPUs are burning down. It took a while to respond. The RTHK hegemony. The Su family. Su Zhai village. Su family. Who would have thought that the 8 of them would be a family? People are blood brothers. In that case, RTHK overlord Su Jiacheng is my brother-in-law? Nerdy girl, oh, this is our relative. It's really hard for a powerful family like ours. Brother-in-law has been uprooted and only today has he finally returned to the family moving. After these few days, Sister Joe had completely taken Suzhai village as her home. Her own relatives came, her own brothers met, and tears came to her eyes. It's just, the way she said it, it's kind of disgusting. It's not easy to be a member of a powerful family. And the dorky girl wants to swear, and talk about upheaval. Su Jiacheng is the overlord of RTHK, enjoying the glory and wealth, and is in a state of upheaval. She was really kind of envious, though. Who would have thought that Sister Zhou, who was even more of a ladies' man than herself, was really a big lady from a luxurious family. I'm super. Su Jiacheng is also from Suzhai village? Nima, don't be so scary. Scary as hell. Suzhai village is flying out a dragon. Su Jiacheng, he's a black and white international capitalist. Heel. The nickname for the village of Suzhai is as hilarious as ever. Could it be that the harder the nickname, the greater the achievement? I'll be called Dog Dung from now on, and whoever argues I'll be in a hurry with. shocking my old man for 10,000 years. After crying for a while, Su Jiaqing looked at Su Fuchuan, who was gray at the temples, and nodded vigorously. Big brother, it's me. The two brothers hugged each other after not seeing each other for decades, and now that they were reunited, it's the kind of image that would touch even an Iron Man. Kai Shuqing and Su Yunyun were both stunned. They didn't understand it before, but now they can more or less understand it. Loved ones, their family, now that we are able to meet, it is a fulfillment of our wish, although he still can't look at Suzhai village. But in the end, he is happy for Su Jiaqing. The old man is crying. Su Wu in the car behind him was shocked. In all his life, he had never seen his dad cry. You have to come down here and look at it? For a moment, he forgot his star status. This next car, the star aura is at least 3 meters 8. A normal person's aura is usually about 1 meter 3. The more low self-esteem without self-confidence, the aura is only half a meter, and can even shrink to 0. A strong person's aura is probably about 1 meter 8. The aura of a big brother of a generation can reach 2 meters 8. That would be astounding enough. Su Wu was young and bloodthirsty, plus a star aura enveloped him. It reached the point of terror to the extreme. Simply standing there, all over, the stars shone brightly, flashing people's eyes. Su Wu, he's Su Wu. My ass, yeah, he's a Su family member too. Murphy, Sister Chow and Nerd Girl are both groupies. There is a pattern when it comes to stargazing. It's usually the men who go after the actresses and the women who go after the men. Because female fans are crazy and blind and have small brains, male stars have a better advantage. Often, there are more male stars who will make it big. Su Wu is one of the most explosive male stars in the last few years. He's not only handsome and tough looking, he's also a good kung fu fighter. A while back he was in Hollywood's Black Hole Shuttle, released her first EP, mini album, this year. One of the songs who says that handsome men do not have a true heart has become a hit in the north and south of the country. Crazy crazy crazy. Su Wu is actually the son of the Su clan. He's hiding it so deeply. So, Su Wu is also a person from Suzhai village? Frightened. What's going on in Suzhai village? Not only are there rich and powerful officials, but there are also celebrities. People are great. This is what they call a ing great man. Compared to Suzhai village, our village is a whole. I'm not living. Why does heaven love Suzhai village alone? Su Wu, I love you. You can't scream it live, and fans are going to scream it online. You'll suffocate if you don't yell. In front of the dad talking it, Su Wu also stood beside the mom and sister. At this time, Su Fuchuan introduced Su Jiaqing to Su Bai. Su Jiaqing didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly straightened up his appearance respectfully. Ungrateful Xian grandson Su Jiaqing, greetings to great-grandfather. Since it was the first meeting, it had to be a big gift. After saying this, Su Jiaqing knocked his head on the ground and wept mournfully. His wife Kai Shuqing, daughter Su Yunyun, son Su Wu Bengbu lived. Wow, what's going on? Kai Shuqing in particular couldn't stand it. What is your man's status in RTHK? Back then it was a dark horse, known as the first male under the sun. The masculinity of the man is as strong as a tiger. The average man looks like a eunuch in front of him. Even the most dashing big woman is a small woman in front of him. As his career grew bigger, his prowess became even more unparalleled. In terms of the power to speak one's mind, if we look at the entire RTHK, it is definitely among the top 5. As a result, he called a hairy kid to grandpa? And on your knees? Dad, why did you jump off the street? Pounce doesn't just mean to curse, it also means to fall to the ground. Su Wu was surprised and blurted out. Su Jiaqing's side finished saluting and said, we, the Su family, emphasize seniority the most. Su Wu, come here. People who are stars tend to be scatterbrained and need to be educated. There was no choice but for Su Wu to step forward. Sister Chow, dumb sister, and the two of you are about to get on someone's face. So handsome. The two women were in a frenzy, bent on taking a picture together, and then, call out, Su Jiaqing is solemn. Su Wu looked at Su Bai and hesitated for half a second, but forced by the majesty of his father, he bowed and saluted. Greetings, Grandfather Gaozu. Chapter 84. Are afraid that these poor relatives will rely on us? Seeing Su Jiaqing's father and son saluting like a ritual, the villagers of Suzhai village nodded their heads. This is that little brother of the patriarchs, and this is half an old man. He's been away from home for decades, finally back. It's not as good outside as it is at home, and a man with children too. What the villagers cared most about were the rituals and the sons and daughters. As for Su Jiaqing, Su Wu saluted. In their minds, it was the natural thing to do. It's only a shocking scandal if the juniors don't curtsy. Crap, Sister Joe was different. She was really shocked. However, there was a little bit of culmination in the end, and the two words were said with only a mouthful of words, not a voice. Pulling the dorky girl and yakking. See, Su Wu, A generation of martial arts superstar? Call Grandpa Kojo. That's too topsy-turvy, isn't it? Nerdy girl, I remember you bought his photo book. You idolize my uncle Tianzu by calling me Grandpa Tianzu. Ha, ha 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 ha. On that, he's my cousin's uncle. Suwu is my cousin's uncle. How dare you believe that? Having a relative of a big star? Sister Jo was so happy, she was cracking up. Think about chatting with someone later and coming up with a line. My cousin Uncle Suwu. That's really dominant and understated. Nerd girl smacked her lips in envy. She did buy Suwu's photo book and fantasized about it. Handsome hard face, abs, talent. What girl doesn't get horny? Maybe, I can be Sister Chow's cousin aunt? Just thinking about it made her crack and whisper. Ask sometime if your cousin's uncle has a girlfriend. Oh, what do you mean? Sister Jo glanced at the dull girl. Want to fart eat? Ha ha ha. Sister Jo's eyes are too disgusting. There's one way to put it. Dumb girls do think too much. Breaking news. Suwu's hometown is in Suzhai village. He's a kung fu star, which means that Suzhai village does inherit martial arts. Many netizens still want to learn martial arts in Suzhai village. The arrival of kung fu star Su Mo seems to reinforce this possibility. After Suwu saluted, Su Jiacheng waved his hand and asked his wife and daughter to come over. Great-grandfather. Hello Grandpa Kojo. Reluctantly, the two called out. The heart is not twisted. I'm afraid that's a normal reaction for a lot of people. After all, it was a bit hard to accept that you suddenly had to call an 8-year-old kid great-grandpa or something. No need to be polite. If they were like this, Subai naturally wouldn't force himself. The villagers also stood up. One by one, Su Jiacheng went over to greet and say a few words. People inquired and he gave a brief description of his current life. I made a mistake back then. First, I spent a few years in East Guangdong province. Then I went to Hong Kong and Taiwan. Now doing some business in RTHK. It's not that I don't want to come back. I'm just embarrassed that I don't feel like mixing it up. If you don't say that the heart is high, it is clear that the RTHK hegemony has already been established. And Su Jiacheng still feels that it is not enough. Guess that's the basic mindset of successful people. Ordinary people are rich and satisfied, but successful people are rich and dissatisfied. Let's just say that everyone positions themselves differently. Su Fuchuan, who is a real person, heard him say this and persuaded him. You're just too nice and thin-skinned. Don't say you haven't made a name for yourself. Even if you're a beggar, you should come back. This is your home. And if I have my food, what's one less bowl of rice for you? You don't realize how much the big guys are hanging on to you. Speaking, Su Fuchuan was a bit emotional. He was going to mention his parents, but thought that if he did, he wouldn't be able to avoid another cry. There are so many people watching right now. It's not good. Try not to cry in front of people. This is also the rule in Suzhai village. I was happy to see Su Jiacheng come in his car with his son and daughter, but judging by the way you're dressed up in your clerical clothes, you should be living a good life, right? It's nice to be like that when you're 60, too. Ha ha ha. Are a bit unlike our village people. After all, he was the patriarch and still had a city. There's really no need to even ask if people are doing well. You can tell by the face, not to mention the clothes. Su Jiacheng didn't even have a lot of gray hair on his head and his face was rosy. With this look, life can't be worse. Not bad. Not bad. Big brother, you're not old either. Don't look at Su Fuchuan who has a lot of gray hair on his head. Kagome is very healthy. That spirit is very much alive. The two talked and laughed, and the more they talked, the closer they became. I'm going. Suzhai village doesn't still have a longevity gene, right? Nima. Su Jiacheng is 60 years old? My grandfather is 60 and has a full head of gray hair. It's damn good to be rich and have your life extended. I'm only 30, and I have more gray hairs on my head than Su Jiacheng. Don't compare them. Subai is only 8 years old. If he can live to be 108 years old, wouldn't he still have 100 glorious years left? Demons. Suzhai village. The first thing people look at when they meet someone is their clothes, followed by their face and their demeanor. By this, to judge what class and character the other person is. And then you can also judge whether this person can be bullied or not, and whether you want to be high on the list. It's actually similar to Animal Crossing. The more powerful the family, the more so. At this point, Kai Shuqing was just poking around. The more you look in your heart, the less you can see. She came from a famous family and married a predator like Su Jiacheng. It can be said that you go from one honey pot to another and never suffer. The dresser is extraordinarily particular about the way he dresses. Even, in her opinion, the wearer's dress is everything to a person. Because the human world has never been an identity society, the dresser's attire shows the social status and personality essence of each individual. But looking at the people of Suzhai village, most of them are dressed very simply. If I had to say a pro, it would be the cleanliness. But a clean groundhog is still a groundhog. The few that wore suits, jackets, weren't big names either. Looking around, It felt like none of them could communicate. Poor relatives are the most troublesome. I'm afraid I'm going to be drinking blood from these poor relatives. I hope they don't get too greedy. Otherwise it's quite a problem. Better get out of here quick. Getting on the poor air here won't wash it off in half a year. Try not to have conversations with people who are not of the same class. It was her hoity-toity education, because once the conversation is over, it inevitably leads to envy, jealousy from the lower classes. She was secretly scheming in her heart, and her expression was even more cold, uninviting. It was at this moment that feng shui master Chen Xianting helplessly stepped out of the car. He was still thinking that Su Jiacheng could introduce him, which knew that Su Jiacheng was so excited that the whole thing forgot about him. Behind him were two disciples, both dressed in Taoist robes. God didn't move, and he looked around first, more certain in his mind. Look at this Suzhai village. It is not very rich. Suja Sung can bring a lot of changes here. Naturally, he himself gets credit for a lot of things. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Bai, secretly speculating in his heart. Could it be that the entire book of Zhou Yi is in this child? Chapter 85 Feng Shui Master. The strong one is Zhou Yi, not you. They are? Seeing the three people in Taoist robes coming over, Su Fuchuan froze. Taoist priests, monks and the like are usually only invited when they need to perform magic. This is Feng Shui Master Mr. Chen Xianting. He's also the one who unlocked me to meet today. Otherwise, I can't really get past my heart. Su Jiacheng hurriedly introduced himself. At the same time, a flash of color flashed in his eyes. Although he was grateful to Chen Xianting, he knew at the same time that this person definitely had something up his sleeve. It's a good thing the man has a pretty good reputation. If it's a figure of money, he can give it. If the figure was something else, as long as it wouldn't harm Suzhai village, he wouldn't object. But if it was detrimental to himself or Suzhai village, then he naturally wanted to stop it. I can't really. People have to live and die. Feng Shui Master? Sister Chow and Nerd Girl are completely clueless about this. What they like is simple. Eat, drink, fall in love and be a netizen. Other than that, really don't care. But at that moment, some netizens who recognized it blew up in the pop-ups. Crap, what's going on today? Why are they all so powerful? Chen Xianting, he is the Tarzan of the feng shui industry today. I've heard of him. He chose the tomb of the Gua family in Ma Bei with the 5 dragons on the coffin. Hojo, the ancient tomb of the Phoenix God's Palace in the Qinling Mountains was also calculated by him. He participated in a foreign variety show. Inspired guessing. It's a good thing his last name is Chen. Otherwise I would have thought it was still a Su family member. So awesome? Sister Zhou's eyes lit up. His name is Chen Xianting. Is it possible that this is a stage name? You're actually a Su family member? A relative of mine? Suddenly, she felt her old mom towering over her. How did you not realize before that your own mom came from the luxurious Su family? It's a shame. What she got her eye on my dad for? For a moment her mind was filled with thoughts of Pa seeing a fight. President Su is polite. The district's thin power is not enough. I'm here today for young Master Su. Young Master Su, long time no see. Speaking faintly in a polite manner, Chen Xianting began to call the roll. Su Bai don't look small, but he went forward with vigor. The other man clasped his fist in the ancient salute, and he did the same. You're welcome. For a while, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Sister Zhou and Dumb Girl didn't get it. Why did a generation of feng shui masters look for a child? The pop-ups were also lined with question marks at this point. What does Chen Xianting want? How many rich people can't even invite him? And he comes to Su Bai? There is a conspiracy. Could it be that he's eyeing the Su family's tomb? Surely there is something he wants. And there is something he wants in the little master. The Su family has not only martial arts secrets, but also feng shui treasures? There are smart people within the network. And surprisingly, they guessed 8 or 9 times. Scene. After a full minute of silence, suddenly, Chen Xianting spoke. No one can understand the words. In this division of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, the ancestors are all from yin and yang. What? Crowd face clueless. Chen Xianting had a metaphysical look on his face. This was a conversation between feng shui masters. It can also be described as a cut-up, kind of like the ancient black talk between bandits. To put it bluntly, it's a form of communication. He was exchanging feng shui with Su Bai. In the beginning, all feng shui comes from the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, yin and yang. Since obtaining the full text of Zhou Yi, Su Bai had also studied it more. It was almost instinctive to return at this point. Holding the Luo Jing and the 8 trigrams of God in his hand, Pangu first divided heaven and earth. His meaning is very simple. Just know yin and yang gossip cannot, but also know the art. The feng shui compass is divided into 8 trigrams for 64 elephants and 360 weeks. Since Pangu opened the sky, feng shui has faced nothing but the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man. Then, Chen Xianting added, Vermilion bird, Xuanwu, locked Mingtang. Subai didn't think twice. The green dragon and the white tiger enter the field. Chen Xianting said. Lot to the mountain people are rich. Subai said. Horses go to the back of the mountain to prosper children and grandchildren. Chen Xianting. Southern propane fire. Children and grandchildren ascend the ranks. Su White. Gung Xin Jin in the west. Your son-in-law has hair of 10,000 gold. The two conversed in feng shui slogans for a few rounds. The surrounding crowd was numb. Sister Zhou, dull sister, was numb. And the netizens were even more numb. Nay, I'm uneducated, and I'm a crouching line, kneeling down. I know every word, but I can't understand it. Masters meet and talk inaudibly. Tie pants hot. Conversation between feng shui masters. You guys are really good at this. The young master doesn't seem to have lost any ground at all. Subai is still a feng shui master? Should we be so well-rounded? If the two of them said anything else, people would just go crazy. Well, the two finally stopped. Chen Xianting nodded slightly. Just from the conversation he had just had, he knew that this kid did no feng shui. However, he did not think that the other party's attainments exceeded his own. The full copy of the Book of Changes appears to be in his hands. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to be so capable at such an age. Let's just say that the strongest book is the entire Book of Joey, not this kid. If I can get, I'll be hundreds of times better than him. No, tens of thousands of times. A flash of fervor flashed in his eyes at the thought. Immediately, he collected himself again. Thanks for the instruction, young master. Allowing President Su to return to Suzhai village can help the village. Please don't say no. He meant nothing more than helping Suzhai village improve its life. This can be said to be to his credit. Su Jiacheng, who was on one side, shook his head in a hurry. Don't dare say that. It would be my honor to do a little filial piety. And words of help are too much. He speaks with humble truth. The Suzhai villagers nodded their heads. It's all in the same family. Help and all that. People usually say very little about it. Saying thank you will be saying thank you. Just keep in mind who helped who and whatnot. Ha ha ha. Well said. We are our own family. Do not talk about two families. Su Fuchuan laughed out loud. But he knew that the people of Suzhai village cared extraordinarily about face, condescending help or whatever. People simply won't take it. Playing dumb, or really dumb. Kai Shuqing secretly despised it. The despicable people of the countryside don't know the power of Su's group. Otherwise, there's no telling how fawning can be done. Thought, and looked at the village's dilapidated quadrangle of pride. Real. It was at this point that the sound of a vehicle vibrated in. The crowd looked around and saw a dozen military vehicles galloping in. All vehicles stopped and a guard company came down first. Stand neatly on both sides of the road. From the center vehicle, a middle-aged man in civilian clothes got down. The man was not angry and had a swaggering air about him. High and dry air. Now, Kai Shuqing or Su Yunyu was shocked. As RTHK overlords, they have been exposed to it, and at a glance, they know it's not to be missed. The captain of the guard company was aboard, saluting and asking for instructions. Half of the guard company of hundreds of men dispersed out. The remaining half was spread out on all sides in sharp formation. The man was not young, 50 years old anyhow, with the iron blood aura on his body. Sister Zhou and Dull's sister were a little afraid to look at him. He straightened his costume and walked towards the crowd. Chapter 86 Military Region 1 is a great-grandson? Scared the crowd silly. Just one person coming up to that majesty. It was as if 1,000 horsemen were sweeping in an unbroken line. Again, like an avalanche that breaks down in a single shot. I'm going. What a strong aura. Convinced. Maybe this is what's called a hegemonic color hegemony. Through the screen, I want to run away. It's so scary. Oppression. The oppressive feeling of a tiger. Who is this? My heart can't take it. Sister Chow. Dull sister. Look at your wimpy faces. There was once a topic that was hot on the internet. Ask if there is killing in this world. There was a lot of discussion among the netizens about what to say. Some people say that killing is a perception. A man will be afraid when he sees a poisonous snake, but not when he sees a bowl of rice. Others say that killing energy is a magnetic field. To summarize, life has an aura. The man in front of me just exuded a massive aura. It was stronger than Su Wu's aura. The eagle strikes the sky, the tiger whistles in the mountains, and the indescribable swagger of temperament. Kai Shuqing or Su Yunyun. They all come from big ladies of the mansion. From childhood, I was taught one thing about etiquette. Always be elegant and always be generous. The children of poor families, the children of the middle class are lacking this kind of education. When you get into a bit of a big scene, you get trembling and uncontrollable shortness of breath. Missy is the one who wants to stand tall and look down on the earth. But they were the ones who felt tight and uncomfortable at the moment. It wasn't until he arrived in front of Subai that the man's resolute expression melted and was replaced with a smile. Grandpa Gaozu, how is your health? Ha, Kai Shuqing, Sun Yun or Zhou's sister dumb sister. They were all confused. Is this one of Su's family? Crap, Suzhai village is horrible. I'm ing drunk. Across the military, politics, business, and showbiz stars. What a family. This kind of bigot is also Subai's junior? Nima. I just realized that I'm not worthy of being Subai's grandson at all. The heritage of a 1,000-year-old family. Too fierce. Why is Suzhai village so versatile? Many netizens don't know what expression to give. Blast, 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 blast after blast of explosive news. There is a limit to what people can take. It's also exhausting to keep shouting crouch. Subai revealed a warm smile. Yo, Rocco. I heard doggies say you weren't coming back. So why are you back? The sixth son, whose first name was Su Donglin, was the child of Su Fuchuan's second brother. This second brother is no longer with us. The military was busy, and Su Donglin came back relatively rarely. Just to be back today. A lot of people didn't expect that either. This was not the case. Hearing Subai inquire, Su Fuchuan on one side hurriedly explained, Great-grandpa, I really didn't lie to you. Deceiving the elders, that's not allowed by the Su family rules. And in front of so many people, he looked gravely at Rocco and wondered, you kid, didn't you say before that the military district was going to have a joint military exercise? A red and blue confrontation? You said it yourself. You're not going back. The originally imposing soldiers were now completely respectful juniors. He smiled in embarrassment. Yes, before it was said not to come back, but it's such a big deal, the Ancestor Festival, that I always feel like I can't not come. That's why I squeezed it back in. I have to go back in a little while. Don't be offended, Grandpa Gaozu. Uncle, the elders. Su Donlin's expression revealed a touch of guilt. A 7-foot body has pledged itself to the nation. Loyalty and filial piety are difficult to reconcile. It's usually tough to come back once, let alone honor your elders. What's wrong with staying a little longer if you're already here? Eat the mat before you go, Su Fuchuan said heartily. Even if you're the head of the military district, it's not as good anywhere as it is at home. When he said that, Su Donglin was even more difficult. Nonsense. Suddenly, Subai chortled. Sixth son is on a mission to defend his family and country, and the timing is all arranged. Stay a little while, just a little while, don't embarrass him with affection. Su Fuchuan didn't dare to speak, and Subai looked at Su Donglin. A great man is a great man. The elders won't be offended, and the grandfathers will be more understanding. You don't want to have that kind of mental burden. Understand? Wow, that's from an 8-year-old? Oh, my God, it's so sensible. In the old days, there was mother-in-law stabbing words, and today, there is 8-year-old Grandpa Gaozu teaching his descendants. Good man. Subai directly represents the ancestors, domineering awe. As they spoke, Kai Shuqing's brows furrowed again. Just now she was thinking that Su Donglin was quite majestic. It was evident that he was from the village and his nickname was Sixth Son, and he was immediately looked down upon a few times. Should be a junior officer. The position will not be too high. She labeled it out of habit. Su Fuchuan was criticized and laughed. Great-grandpa, you're right. I'm small-minded. Then he pulled Su Donglin to give an introduction. Sixth son, this is your youngest uncle, my youngest brother. The two were really a bit of strangers, and after shaking hands, there was a good deal of silence. When Su Jiacheng left Suzhai village, Su Donglin was still a small child. After recognizing it properly, Su Jiacheng was overwhelmed with emotion. Its second brother's son? Already grown up so big. Ah, making a fortune. They say it's a sad thing when things are different, but look at the children of the day who are now able to stand on their own. Su Jiacheng couldn't say how relieved he was. The family is still thriving. All of them. That's not true. He's working as number 1 in the military district of the Southwest Province. If it were in ancient times, it would have been a king with a different surname. Since ancient times, those who can sit on one side and have a strong army are not kings with different surnames. For example, Prince Mu, who sat in the southwest in the Ming dynasty, that's second only to the emperor. Military Zone 1? Kai Shuqing and Su Yinyan looked over with sideways glances. They thought it was just a junior officer, but they didn't know it was number 1. Although they mainly live in non-central areas like RTHK, but they were still clear about the gold content of Military Region 1. Looking at this Rocco, he was only about 50 years old. By all accounts, there's still a chance for a promotion. If they were limited to just RTHK, their Su clan branch could be said to be in the top 5. But if you put it in the whole country, not to mention the top 1,000, there is no branch of the Su family in 10,000 people. There are less than 10 military districts in the country. The gap is sky high, to say the least. The two hastily put away their contempt and became all smiles. Kai Shuqing secretly complained. Husband, your hometown has such a big take. Why not say in advance? Just now, I wasn't rude, was I? And she reflected on it. But when you think about it, this is a real relative. Your own husband's own nephew is really not an outsider. With having honor. With that thought, The mood changed. It was just that the sight of Subai was more or less incomprehensible. Why is this military region one so deferential in front of an 8-year-old? With a smile on his face, he was on the verge of being a bit of a colorful entertainer. Because 8-year-olds are senior? You can't rely on that for family matters. It's up to you. This Sujai village, in the end, has some feudal flavor. Chapter 87 Sister Chow Joy, Big Brother is my cousin's uncle. Speaking of which, Subai hadn't seen Su Donglin for a long time. Today, upon closer inspection, there are gray hairs at the temples, an uncontrollable jab and a reminder. Rocco, look at you last year. You still look small, lad-like. Why is it ripening so much this year? But take care of your health. The body is the capital of the revolution. After the system is enhanced, one's own cultivation. Subai's body, that was strong to a limit. A punch to kill a bull. It's really not a joke. Grandpa Gaozu was right. It's been too much work this year. Unlike you, you are in great spirits and getting younger. Filial piety and obedience are focused on this word obedience. The way to make your elders happy is to be as obedient as possible. Su Donglin can be said to have done a very good job at this. Only, when he said so, the people of Sujai village took it for granted, while the others could be a bit unable to accept it. Especially Netflix. It's nice of the young master to care about the health of his juniors. I'm dizzy. This conversation is more or less bizarre, isn't it? No disrespect. Subai is only 8 years old, but he's in great spirits. Subai is getting younger and younger. That's really true. Subai is a child, and in a few years he'll become a young man. Chief, take care of yourself. Little Master Tai, you also, well, you grow up quickly. Joe's sister Dumb Sister is also at a loss for words. After a moment of confusion, Sister Cho started counting her relatives again. Dumb's sister, he's my cousin's uncle. My cousin is military region 1. Proud and a little weird at the same time. Subai is only 8 years old. Why isn't he afraid of anyone? Not only is he not afraid, it feels like he's the king here, and whoever is on the old granddaddy's pedestal, that's the no. 1 military region. This level. She cocked her head and thought and froze, unable to understand what level it was. Anyway, it's a level she can't reach in 8 lifetimes. The more I think about it, the more I realize that this time I went back to my hometown. That was really the right place to come. All previous exposure was to stinky internet celebrities of the nerd girl variety. Well, now they're all full grade, and it's exciting. By the way, Grandpa Gaozu, I've come back this time, and I'm also representing the Su clan's children from the other military regions. A lot of them are in frontline positions and can't squeeze in any time at all. Su Donglin said with an apology. As long as the people of Sujai village know, ancestor worship is a top priority. Su's son couldn't come back, and it would be rude to really pursue the matter from the point of view of etiquette. But it's still true that loyalty and filial piety are hard to reconcile. I'll go. How many people from Sujai village have joined the army? Crazy. There are other military districts. Su's men are magnificent. Join the army to serve the country and guard the borders. As expected of a 1,000-year-old family, the awareness is extraordinary. Bull. Su's depths are simply bottomless. Su's sons and daughters, those who left home became RTHK overlords, and those who joined the army became military cadres. Awesome. The State of the Union. It's basically a two-tiered approach to home for country. Start small, with the smallest unit, the family. Cultivation of the body and the family are also. There is another layer of meaning which is to make the country your home. Ruling the country and calming the world is also. The Su family. It's been like that for thousands of years. To this day, it's still that undertone. Sister Joe and Doll's sister obviously hadn't thought that far ahead, and this time they both froze. Nerd Girl is too surprised. What kind of family is this? Business tycoons? Military tycoons? One frame is tougher than the other. Sister Joe, on the other hand, was shocked at how powerful her relative was. How many other dopey relatives do I have? The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Thinking about the fact that he was also a part of the Su clan, his blood was even more turned over. Seeing her abnormality, Su Fuchuan waved his hand for her to come over. Guacamole, let's just say you should go back home more often. I called you back a couple years ago and couldn't get you to come back a couple times. Well now, you don't know any of your family relatives. Blushing like that when you meet a relative. Afraid of being born? Afraid of life? In front of so many people. Sister Joe really didn't want to accept this kind of comment. I thought to myself, oh great uncle, I'm really not afraid of life, much less because of relatives or anything. Rather, it's because of military region 1. I'm not afraid to be a stranger when I see this kind of high-ranking bigwigs. I don't blush. Is that still me? You think I'm Uncle Tien Zhu's granduncle? I'm not afraid of the sky. But she understood better. It's out of order to contradict your elders in front of so many people. It was at this moment that Su Donglin glanced at Sister Joe and asked, Uncle, whose child is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Hearing these two sentences, Sister Zhou's bowels turned green with regret. What a douchebag he used to be. Greedy for the bustle of the city. They don't want to go back home. How do you know? There's a lot of bigwigs here in the old country. In the city, one is just a broken netizen. Ha ha ha. Normal. This is Sunny's child. She, is naughty and playful. It's been years since I've been back home. Su Fuchuan casually introduced. Sister Zhou was more than blushing. She was on the verge of sprouting blood. I'm 28 years old. Do you really think I'm a child? After saying that, Su Fuchuan also urged Sister Zhou. Call someone. This is your cousin. Calling someone? Calling the military district? No. One cousin uncle. Sister Zhou swallowed a mouthful of saliva and adjusted most of it before mumbling. Hello cousin. Su Donglin gave a good recognition and smiled. You too. I remember. I used to hug you when you were little, and a big girl nowadays. There's one thing about all the Sus. It's a heartfelt pleasure to see your offspring grow up. So did Su Donglin. When he said that, Su Fuchuan laughed even more. But, Sanny was busy then, and Guagua stayed at your house for most of the year. It's really hard on you too, serving this girl with a handful of. The adults reminisced about the past, and Sister Zhou was speechless. And I have such a glorious history? Cousin number one in the military not only held me, but raised me? It's the pinnacle of debut. I'm afraid that the most glorious part of my life was that baby period. Thank you, cousin. She didn't even know what to say. Giddy up. Mentally, he secretly blamed his old mom. How do you hold it in with all those powerful relatives? Froze with no wind at all. While this side was happy and harmonious, Chen Xuanting's mind turned electrically. He really didn't expect that the Su family even had this kind of bottom card. It was too ruthless. The water is so deep that you can't necessarily trickle it yourself. At this time, Subai saw Su Donlin's movement of looking at his watch and said, Sixth son, you go to the ancestral hall first and say hello to the ancestors. Then hurry back and don't delay the state. With Grandpa Gao Zhu giving the word, Su Donlin suddenly looked relieved. He hadn't been back in a while, and it was logical to talk to everyone. The problem is that if that happens, it takes too much time. Luckily, there are people who preside over the big picture. At your service, Grandpa Kojo. After saying that, he just waved his hand with the village people and quickly went to the shrine. As a handful of people in the village of Suzhou, the big things and the little things have to be organized. Subai looked at the feng shui master. Today's ancestor festival. Since you're a friend of Jia Chang's, let's eat the banquet together. Thanks for the hospitality. With a slight movement in his expression, Chen Xianting did not mention the matter of Quan Benjoui after all. The military district big brother of this level in it. He is also timid in his heart. Chapter 88. The Su family's family motto is that martial virtues come first. Sister Chow, you're such a big lady. Envious of Sister Zhou, having been raised by the one big shot in the military region. No wonder. Sister Zhou has a heroic aura between her eyebrows. Old Zhou, I'm 30 years old and make $800,000 a year. Marry me. Yuck. Are you talking about Sister Zhou? You're talking about Sister Zhou's family. So many bigots that the netizens are a little afraid to flirt with them. It wasn't until Zhou Shuyi retreated to Dumb Girl that the pop-ups were flying. Before, she made fun of Sister Zhou for being a leftover woman. But now, well, someone is even asking for a date. Looking at Sister Zhou, she also froze. The dorky girl on the side was envious to the core. A fool's errand is a fool's errand. Sister Zhou, the second young man, is from an unusual background, so who to talk to? Turning to think about it, he was also a person with great luck, and he even knew Sister Zhou, a douchebag youth. Doesn't that put you in touch with the powerful Su family? Isn't Sister Zhou's heavenly ancestral granduncle my heavenly ancestral granduncle? Isn't Sister Chow's military one cousin my military one cousin? Rounding up, my dorky sister is also a grand lady. I'm a big lady from a powerful family, or the kind from 1,000-year-old family. There's a poker face. Today was supposed to be mostly ancestor worship. However, since Su Jiacheng wanted to recognize his ancestors, this process still had to be followed. Everyone go to the shrine first. Let the Ka-sun family recognize their ancestors, and then, perform an ancestor sacrifice. Subai was clear about these etiquettes that, under his leadership, the people of Suzhou village walked towards the ancestral hall in a big way. At the same time, there were etiquette personnel who specialized in explaining the etiquette process with Su Jiacheng's family. There's a lot of complexity here. Since we are recognizing our ancestors, it goes without saying that the first thing we need to do is to ask for a genealogy. What a way to add a name to the family tree. For such a big event, firecrackers are a must. Afterwards, the family that recognizes their ancestors will worship them. This is tantamount to informing the ancestors that so-and-so is back. This was followed by statements from respected elders, equivalent to the approval of the living. Subsequently the genealogy is really renewed. If someone from the branch of the returned clan dies, it is also necessary to place the god in the middle of the shrine. Finally, the person recognizing the ancestor makes a statement of thanks. The master of ceremonies declared the ceremony of recognizing the ancestor to be complete before it was over. So it's so harsh. It seems that it's really not easy to become a member of our Su family. Sister Joe got excited. Although the family name is said to be Zhou, but bloodline, it is the Su family. It's so hard for RTHK bully So Ka-shing and martial arts star Soemo to get in. Doesn't it look like the family is extraordinarily high? Drunk. That's sure jaching. Too mad. I can't wait for Su Jiacheng to be my relative. If he were a distant relative of mine, I would have just recognized him and not made them work so hard. RTHK's overlord. I'd recognize him as my grandfather. Recognizing one's ancestor and returning to one's family. So solemn as to be a perfect example of Chinese etiquette. The netizens said everything, most of which was ravishing. Students attending school may still be naive and unaware that life is hard, but anyone who has worked in society knows that money is hard to make and is hard to eat. If there is a rich man with a fortune, it's a grateful one. Not to mention, it's still a big capital like Su's group. To put it mildly, most people don't even have the credentials to kneel on people. Now that the Su family wanted to recognize their ancestor, it was surprising that the etiquette was so cumbersome. Looking at the people of Suzhai village again, they all looked like they were taking things for granted. The townspeople, who usually seemed simple, at this moment had the innocence of proud kings and lords. Honey, it needs to be that much trouble? Too many rules, right? Kai Shuqing inquired in a small voice. She had never seen this much red tape, even though she was from a wealthy family. Su Jiacheng was proud of himself. That's a must. Our Su family has a long history, thousands of years of etiquette that goes back a long way. Know what? This is where the community is rooted. So much of the city is just a piece of pomp and circumstance. It's worthy of being a RTHK hegemon. The cognition is really deep. When the Su family's wife and daughter thought about it, don't tell me, it's true, even military region 1 is here. What's not rooting? The fundamentals of a functioning society are, to put it bluntly, force, the money, the fame, the law, whatever. It's all superficial. Honey, military 1 is your nephew. How come you never talk about this kind of relative? As a businessman, if you want to make it big and strong, you cannot do so just in a tiny place like Hong Kong and Taiwan. It must go into the whole country. Networking is extremely important here. I'm not deceiving you. In fact, I don't know, but my Su family has always had people who joined the military. No matter which dynasty or generation, there are always my Su family members charging on the battlefield. This is also the family motto of my Su family. Martial virtues come first. With a strong arrogance, Su Jiacheng introduced. Kai Shuqing, Su Yun, and Su Wu were all shocked. I thought I was a member of a powerful family and came to the small countryside. Now look, it's not like that at all. This is the root of the tree, and your own home is just the branches. Wunderkind comes first. How atmospheric Su Jiacheng is, talking and not hiding his words from anyone. The netizens have heard it. Kneeling down. No wonder the Su family has flourished for so long. The demise of successive dynasties is always due to the fact that Wudu is not Jiang'e. In the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties, all the martial virtues were abolished, and then the society died out. The breeding is strong, cultivated from generation to generation. The genes of the Su family are not to be outdone. Underbelly, mud, the depths of such a family are unfathomable. I want to be a son-in-law in the Su family. Knowing his wife and daughter, his son is not quite sure about the rules of the Su family. Su Jiacheng emphasized, after today, you will understand a lot. It is even a greater honor to be able to recognize one's ancestors. That way you can get into the family tree. In the future, when you die, you'll be able to be buried in your ancestral tomb and return to your roots. These have always been Su Jiacheng's dreams. Today it was realized and he became much more talkative. Kai Shuqing didn't care much about anything else. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and she was willing to comply. But when it came to ancestral graves, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Into an ancestral grave? Buried here in the deep woods? The RTHK side cares more about that. She couldn't help but ask Chen Xianting for his opinion. Small-time folk don't care about that. Who doesn't care about that in a big family? What about the future of future generations? Poor will be, rich will be, and that's the most important thing of all. This, Chen Xianting pondered for half a day. In his heart, he was a bit disapproving. The Su family's ancestral tomb might be a good place. The problem is, it's all full air. The burials of later generations were necessarily on the periphery of the ancestral graves. Grass doesn't grow under a big tree. Other places may not be feng shui. Let's just say that the Su family ancestral tomb was a feng shui treasure back then, but it's still a toss-up whether it is now or not. After all, geography changes after all those years. crustal movement, redirection of water flow, landslides. Too many factors can cause feng shui to change. So, there is no eternal feng shui treasure. He probably looked around and shook his head even more. The Su family's ancestral tomb is no longer an auspicious place. Chapter 89 Su Family Ancestral Hall? I thought it was a palace. Master Chen, you must help our family find the auspicious position. Kai Shuqing's heart was a little unsteady. I have enjoyed all the glory and wealth in my life, but I have to think about my future generations. As the old saying goes, one life, two fortunes and three feng shui. Fate is anyone's guess, but feng shui is something that can be changed. Well. Chen Xianting was polite and courteous. He often dealt with such rich and powerful families. Understand the trick. A very important point that goes without saying. If you have to talk, make sure you shock the other person. However, he was not deceiving Kai Shuqing. As long as I can get the full copy of Zhou Yi, it's only right to do some work for the Su family. He won't even ask for money. The group swept through the well-watered valley, reached a patch of high ground and looked to the east. A huge pyramid-like structure rose up into the sky. What the hell? The Su family shrine is a pyramid? I'm crazy. It's too tall. No, it's not a pyramid. It's got a lot of trees planted on it. Where is this a shrine? It's a mountain-shaped building, right? This scale, it's even more majestic than the Qingdong tomb. In ancient times, wasn't this taboo? I can only say that the Su family is too strong for anyone to control. Before we actually get to the place, the internet is about to go crazy. A shrine. They thought it was just a courtyard. It's even just the house where the ancestral tablets are kept, which, I know, is a mountain. Getting closer and closer to see more clearly, a terraced mountain. From top to bottom, many palaces were built. Yes, it's not a house, it's a palace, lofty and magnificent, one by one, rising out of the ground. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd come to the Palace Museum. The building is only halfway up the hill, and all the way down are steps. There are many large trees planted between the steps. The area around each shrine is even greener. Through thousands of years, the shrine glows with an ancient, mysterious light. Sister Zhou, Doll's sister, Kai Shuqing and the others who saw it for the first time were all startled. A shrine? It feels like it's a vast project comparable to the Qin Emperor's tomb. Oh my god. I've been here a couple days and I didn't know there was such a place. Not a false pyramid at all. No, it's much more graceful and valuable than the pyramids. Sister Zhou was really swooning. Go into the shrine and worship your ancestors. She thought it was a matter of going into a room and then kowtowing to the ancestral tablets. Well, now, it was said to be a shrine, but it was a huge mountain comparable to a pyramid. It would take half an hour just to walk up there, and it's not really possible without a couple of hours. Who would have thought that ancestor worship would still be a physical endeavor? Honey, this is too much, isn't it? Kai Shuqing, a noblewoman who had seen the world, was also confused. The architecture of this mountain alone was comparable to their villa gardens in RTHK. No, it has to top a dozen cottage gardens. Chen Xianting, who had always been unperturbed by the storm, also sighed. A mountain as a shrine, like the style built in the Qin dynasty. The shape has again been altered during the Han dynasty. There's a lot of history. Qin brick and Han tile. It made him think of the lyric. The wind in the west is still shining, and the Han family's mausoleum is in ruins. This can't be called a shrine anymore. It should be called a mausoleum. But the mausoleum has never been a specification only for royalty. The Su family ancestral hall, arriving at this point, is truly amazing. First of all, there must be a strong character in either dynasty, otherwise it is not saved. When they reached the mountain shrine, the Suzhai village crowd had solemn expressions. Subai made arrangements to have the Dull sisters several people stay outside. This is the rule. No one may enter unless they are of the Su family bloodline. Honey, can I get in too? Kai Shuqing was a bit disgruntled. She herself was from a luxurious family and was now the main wife of Su Jiachang. Status should be sufficient. This one really doesn't work. The rules of our ancestors cannot be changed, let alone you. In ancient times, the emperor couldn't even enter my Su family's ancestral hall. If any emperor dares to desecrate this place, then his dynasty will only perish. There was arrogance in Su Jiaching's tone. Here at the shrine, it must be wild. The netizens listened in reverence. Martyr. Now that's the grandeur of a big family. What's wrong with the emperor? If you dare to defile the Su family, I'll destroy you all the same. In terms of the size of this shrine, I'm sure, it's not bragging. Nima, this is bigger than the imperial tomb. The Su family, in history, it is also a special existence. Hidden gentry, looking out of the world. Only the Su family bloodline can enter. Naturally, Sister Zhou was allowed in. So much so, that within a few minutes, the Nerd Girls live stream emptied out. They all came to Sister Zhou's live room. Who wouldn't want to see the sacrificial process of a hidden mansion? The Su family ancestral hall, which looked lofty from the outside, was ancient when you entered the inside. Dark red, dark black, such dark tones are predominant. On top were rows and rows of ancestral tablets. There are also images of powerful ancestors on the surrounding walls. These people are so good and outstanding that they have a special offering table and enjoy incense. Su Bai led the way and worshipped an incense burner. Subsequently, Su Fuchuan and others followed to offer incense. For a while, the interior of the shrine was filled with smoke. Although it is not my family's shrine, there is a sense of pride in the oil, crying and weeping. This is our traditional Chinese culture, cautiously pursuing the past. Don't forget our ancestors. Glory. Ancestors' glory is with me. No wonder Suzhai village is so powerful. People of Suzhai village, be careful what you say and build your career. Everyone carries the wishes of their ancestors. Heaven walks on its own. This is a self-improvement family. Afterwards, we recognize our ancestors and ask for genealogy. A dozen or so villagers from Suzhai village entered the palace-like high-rise ancestral hall. Then the golden light flashed. They came out carrying golden pages the size of door panels. At first glance, it's made of solid gold. Breathless. Pure gold genealogy? That's outrageous, isn't it? My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the broadcast. Hidden gentry. So strong. I'm going to have a heart attack. It's too much. Think about it is also normal. Su family heritage, thousands of years of wealth accumulation. This kind of family is the soul of the nation. Su Wu, Su Yun hasn't been here. If there had been arrogance before, now there was only 5 body worship. The old ancestor was a real bully. The ensuing sound of firecrackers was like thunder. Su Bai walked over. Su family's eldest son, Su Wu, and second daughter, Su Yun, recognize their ancestors. After the permission is granted, then a special craftsman comes and engraves the name, Su Wu and son Yun, following the designated etiquette, walked through the process. Because the Su family is so famous, Su Wu is a big star again. This side of the livestream quickly led to news hits. Hashtag the Su family, the RTHK family, recognizing their ancestors. Hashtag Su Wu's gone home. He's from the village too. Hashtag traditional ancestor worship in all its glory. Hashtag the country is rich. The people are strong. The 4 Cs are united. Hashtag. Many of the news headlines are extraordinarily grandiose because the RTHK extended family is involved. It seems that the return is not only a Su family, but also the hearts of many RTHK people. Chapter 90. The heroes of the world are only my Su. Recognize the ancestor. The most excited to say that the Su family has become. He was grateful to see the names of his sons and daughters inscribed on the family tree. When it was his turn to speak, his eyes were red from crying. I'm home. Finally. Decades of storms and countless days I've dreamed of today. Today is the big day. Our family is with our ancestors. From now on, never to be apart again. After he finished speaking, Su Wu and Su Yun both spoke briefly as well. Both of them were affected by the atmosphere of the ancestors' sacrifice. And both of them were also sad and joyful at the same time. Sister Jo was also blurred with tears. Home is what she knows. But what was family? She realized today. Home, family, country. Cultivate one's moral character. Align one's family. Rule one's country and pacify the world. Books I've read before are now open to interpretation. The feeling of being connected to the blood of many people is warm and powerful. Awesome. Family, country, world. I suddenly understand. Such a family is the backbone of China. Traditional culture isn't just theater on the stage. There's something so profound about it. Share the honor with your ancestors. I experienced it. The world is a stage, and the ancestors are watching. Power. I feel an unending stream of power, peppering the dike. Manners, righteousness, honesty, and shame, it turns out, are rooted in family honor. Netflix is all over the place. 2. Bloodline, family, home, the future of the individual, the future of the nation, the continuity of traditional culture. A recognition of ancestry represents so much. I have also gained a deeper understanding of the 4 words of prudence. Who am I? Where am I from? Where am I going? It seemed that all questions were answered. The heavens and the earth are clear. Am I not the individual who succeeds, the individual who succeeds, the individual who succeeds, the individual who succeeds, the individual who succeeds? Generation after generation, stepping on the glory of the ancients to create greater glory, inheritance and innovation, an unending stream. Only warriors with martial virtues can take up the legacy of their ancestors. After the Su Jiaqing family's speech, Su Fuchuan sighs. Our Su family has more than one branch. With so many wars and turmoil in the past, it's only natural that our Suzhai village would be affected as well. Quite a few of the clansmen have been displaced and are no longer known to have gone anywhere. It would be nice to have them all back. Settle down and return to your roots. Arguably, this is the desire of many of the older generation. The Su family has always been a big family though, but it is precisely the big families that have been affected the most. Because of every war or turmoil, all are actively involved. Victory and defeat are commonplace. There have been countless victories, countless defeats. How many people, once they leave, never come back? Su is powerful, but manpower is sometimes too poor to fight fate. He spoke emotionally, and Su Bai's eyebrows twitched. Ding! Congratulations to the host for greatly promoting traditional culture. Reward to the host, 16 characters of Yin Yang Feng Shui Secret Art. Note, previous volume. This one. Su Bai was still very familiar with this book. After all, this book is the lead-in to Ghostbusters. The main character in it is able to rob tombs and dig mounds thanks to this book. Su Bai naturally wouldn't do something as underhanded as grave robbing. But there is a saying that to be a clean official, you have to be more treacherous than a corrupt official. There were many treasures inside Su's tomb, and with this book, one could defend against one or two of them. Also, you can help find the tomb if needed. Aside from that, the most important thing is, in fact, that it's a feng shui book. It talks about feng shui in there. 1 fate, 2 fortunes, and 3 feng shui. Fate is inscrutable, and being able to work on feng shui can be considered a counterintuitive move. Feng shui. In many people's understanding, it's either a yin house or a yang house, or what bed should not face the toilet, the front door should not be in a line with the windows, etc. In fact, the people themselves are part of feng shui. In the Yin Fu Jing, it is said that one should observe the way of heaven and execute the acts of heaven. Everything within the circumference of the sky is actually feng shui. Man, as the spirit of all things, is not only, but the most important part. As the saying goes, blessings and misfortunes come to those who call them. Everything a person says and does is part of feng shui. Words and deeds that are not in keeping with one's status will naturally invite trouble. When you act wrongly, it is naturally difficult to succeed. People's character, spirit, mobility. These change feng shui anytime and anywhere. Zhoi, which speaks of change. Human change is even more key to this. The sky will be bright. Its blackness is especially strong. The time is also. Hurricane over the post. Ambrosia only survived. Can bend also. Lonely stone with 10,000 measures. Grass and trees clinging to it. And rigidity. People themselves are little feng shui within. The external environment is great feng shui. If you know what is inside and what is outside, you will be able to stand on the wall and not be shaken. Flip through the 16 characters of Yin and Yang Feng Shui's secret art. Su Bai then gains so much enlightenment. At this time, the heart is majestic, as if the bright moon shines on the big river, and the clear wind brushes the hillocks. Contouring. Hearing Su Fuchuan talk about the displacement of many branches of the Su family, he could not help but be moved. Clansmen, I propose that the search for the Su clan be conducted. Recalls that can be recalled. All are born from the same root. It's time to stick together. Peace and prosperity. Su will also be more powerful to be. The so-called recall is actually not for all the clansmen to return to the village of Suzhai. Rather, they say that they recognize their ancestors and are connected to each other. The bloodline is connected. What could be a more unifying force? Great-grandpa is wise, Su Fuchuan called out. He didn't really have the gumption for it. The other Suzhai village clansmen even shouted. The Su are both poor and rich. It's always good to have more clansmen. Whether they are poor or rich, those who want to do business have more trust among the clan. It's that when you go to a foreign country where you don't know your way around, as long as there are clansmen present, you have a backbone. A 1,000-year-old family that has been able to survive to this day, relying on back-to-back support. Sister Jo also got excited when she heard that. She also has power as an internet star and rushed to her fans. Family, please, if there are any friends with the surname Su, please inform them. Let them ask the elders and check the family tree to see if they are from our Suzhai village. Recognize your ancestors. If it was a small family, it would be fine, but a big family like the Su clan, how many people couldn't wait? Sister Jo, is it too late for me to change my surname to Su? Sister Jo, I'll marry you and forget about it. I'll be a member of the Su family from now on. Who's the Su family? This is going to be Harry. The world doesn't drop pies, it drops golden dollars. My last name is Su, but I'll have to go back and ask my grandfather. The Glory family. Compared to that, our family is a piece of Nima. I'm not to blame for not trying. The old ancestors were a bunch of punk snacks. The netizens joked about it, as well as denigrating the old ancestors. Sister Jo was drunk as she watched. Grandpa Gaozu, I'll return first. After worshipping his ancestors, Su Donglin said hello. There's a joint military exercise going on in the military district. National events cannot be delayed. Su Bai bellowed. Send off the soldiers. The only hero in the world is my Su. The villagers repeated it in a loud voice that shook all the fields. The only hero in the world is my Su. Chapter 91 The Secret Art of Feng Shui in 16 Characters of Yin and Yang. Recognize your ancestors and feel the huge and warmth of the clan culture. Giving a soldier a send-off. Family and national emotions fill the heart. These are things that Su Jiacheng is all too familiar with from ear to ear. But Su Yun or Su Wu, rich and famous, but never seen this before. It's a big touch. It's not just the formality of seeing the solemn process involved. More than that, I felt the vast culture and deep feelings. When they came out, Kai Shuqing was shocked. What's wrong? Why are you still crying? She didn't ask Su Jiacheng. Your own husband knows himself. I've talked about going back to my hometown to pay homage to my ancestors countless times before. I can't say enough about my hometown. But sons and daughters are different. My son is now a big star and attends ceremonies, so he's seen a lot of the world. The daughter, on the other hand, is a typical rich young lady who enjoys luxury and amusement. They shouldn't have much affection for this place. Mom, it's fine here in the old country. Su Yunyan took out her handkerchief and wiped her tears and said, in addition to the city's prosperity, it turns out that there is such a wide world in the countryside. In the original perception, the countryside was full of silly wooden people. It is only now that I realize that Suzai village is different. Most of the people here are not rich, but they have a light in their eyes. They have a deep understanding of their family and their home country. Instead, he seems shallow. The air is just fine back home. As a martial arts star, Suwu is not willing to admit that he has cried. He looked away, and his demeanor loosened up considerably. After so many years in the world of fame and fortune, he was tired. Coming here is nothing but indescribably relaxing. There's no need to go on the defensive. No need to count. Then it's just a matter of coming by often from now on via. Kai Shuqing's tone was also much softer. If you're talking about being steeped in fame and fortune, there's no deeper than her. Everything in Vanity Fair is subtly calculated. Everyone has to have a label on them. What an attitude to face the Filipino maid in the house. What attitude to face the workers of the company. What about confronting the company patriarch? Even family and friends are labeled. Spent a lot of time in this Suzhai village. She then realized that in fact, Suzhai village and Vanity Fair were the same. Su Wu and Su Yun see history and simplicity. Kai Shuqing, on the other hand, saw it more profoundly. Be careful to follow the rules. There are rules about what to say to what people. It's a Vanity Fair phenomenon. This phenomenon is also found in the village of Suzhai. Even the most ordinary villagers know how to speak and what is important. That's what made her most comfortable and satisfied. This is not a place of country coarseness. She also gave a review. A woman who could marry Su Jiacheng was definitely not simple. That's right, she was rarely in any countryside. But to say she doesn't know anything about poor places would be an understatement. She did understand that most poor places were indeed crude and despicable. It's not that the countryside is so good, but the village of Suzhai is different. This is an atypical village. The villagers treated the family very warmly. However, the enthusiasm was very restrained, maintaining a sense of distance between the people, much less fawn over their family without regard for dignity just because they're rich. Everyone is decent. I've long said that our village of Suzhai is also upper class. Su Jiacheng was happy. His wife and children were bowled over by the place. Everything was as he expected. Can you not be impressed? This is the best place in the world. I'm going. So Suzhai village is the upper class? As much as I hate to admit it, it really is. The people here are definitely not the same thing as the rest of the countryside. Thousands of years of family and gentry. Certainly upper class. Nima, I'm from the countryside, too. Compared to here, it's not even close. Upstream in the middle of the mountains. So poetic. On the other side, Chen Xianting's mind came alive when he saw that military region 1 had left. He needed to confirm first if Zhou Yi was in Su Bai's possession. When Su Bai descended the mountain, he greeted him. Young Master Su, I would like to ask you for some advice on feng shui. May I? Chen Xianting's name was too loud. So many people looked over as he said this. A generation of feng shui masters asking for advice from an 8-year-old. Are you kidding me? Because you can't go into the shrine when you're recognizing your ancestors just now. Just now the dorky girls' live room are empty. This will rush to seize the moment. To the scene. I wouldn't dare to take it as a word of advice. If Master Chen has anything he wants to ask, just ask. All comers are guests, and Su Bai spoke politely. Chen Xianting nodded and directly asked the most basic ones. Excuse me, what is feng shui? Many of the netizens watching the live stream were confused. In the online community, everyone has more or less heard of feng shui. Some have also sought out feng shui masters. But to say what feng shui is, I really don't know. Heaven, earth, man, ghost, God, Buddha, devil, animal, deterrent, suppression, transportation, object, transformation, yin, yang, and emptiness. The so-called feng shui is nothing but these 16 variations. Su Bai answered very simply and clearly. There's no pretense of words. It's like saying 1 + 1 = 2. Ha! This time, Chen Xianting was dumbfounded. He was trying to pry into Zhou secrets. It is important to realize that the existing Zhou is crippled. The teacher's family has passed on that the finished book, Zhou is in the family that has the elephant mound as a mausoleum. As a result, what the other party said had nothing to do with Zhou. The central idea of Zhou is that one life is two. 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Then yin and yang, the 2 instruments, the 4 signs, the 8 trigrams, and then the 64 hexagrams. There was also something else that Subai said about something almost metaphysical like God, demon and Buddha. Just coming up with these 16 words alone is a testament to the attainments in feng shui. He fell silent as the 2 apprentices behind him taunted. What's this and what's this? Feng shui roots are 64 hexagrams. It seems the kid doesn't get it at all. Our master, that's a top feng shui master. Asking a child to teach him is really giving him face. Nah, kids just talk nonsense. They are so, in fact, that the netizens are suspicious. 16 characters of feng shui? Indeed. I've never heard of it. A jingle is not a jingle. What is this? Master Chen got the wrong person. How would a child know about feng shui? Subai is strong enough. It's normal that he doesn't know about feng shui. How else can he know everything? The netizens are forgiving. Chen Xianting was different. He shook when he heard those 16 words and just felt otherworldly. It's like a man who studied physics hard. Suddenly one day someone else told him that Newtonian mechanics could not cover all of physics. There is also the concept of quantum within physics. Quantum mechanics does not obey Newton's laws. Shut up, you 2 brutes. Either he didn't get angry, or when he did, Chen Xianting exited his mouth to hurt people. The 2 disciples were blindsided by the scolding. Master, in front of so many people, calling us animals is too much, isn't it? Chen Xianting didn't care and asked a few more questions, which Subai answered one by one. One could see Master Chen's face becoming more and more humble. Then the waistband got more and more bent, and he had only one feeling now. The gap with Subai was too great. Chapter 92 Rising Fiercely. This feng shui master knelt down to worship his master? Young Master Su, may I ask, how can I tell through the grave? What kind of person is inside? After a long period of silence, Chen Xianting asked a question that he didn't even understand. He did hear his master say that the characteristics of the grave can be used to deduce who was inside, but he won't. This is easy, Subai commented lightly, then spoke at length. High grass on the left is a man's grave. High grass on the right is a woman's burial. The grass grows straight up in the men's graves, but the women's graves are in a mess. The grass on the left slants to the left head, and the teenage children are buried inside. The right side of the grass slants to the right head, and the red and pink don't know the fall. The graves are swarming with ants, and the young children are buried in small bodies. The grass on the grave is green or green, and the drunken and wild dead man is buried. Subai had been talking for 5 minutes. That was really familiar. It's like being born into feng shui. Chen Xianting's face was pitch black, not to mention the rest. This one article on feng shui identification alone is college. A leaf falls in the fall, a glimpse of the whole. You know, those things that are the most bluffing. As a feng shui master, arriving at a graveyard, just by looking at it, one could tell what kind of people were buried in it. It's definitely a high profile. Can you tell the rise and fall by looking at the graves? Persisting, Chen Xianting asked another question. Looking at graves to know the rise and fall can be said to be the centerpiece of the study of the netherworld. Many families have to move their graves, that is, to change the rise and fall. Subai smiled. Naturally. Then came the long speech. The grass is green with yellow to show its fame, and the head of the grass is full of children and grandchildren. If there is a hole in the grave and it collapses, the family will be ruined within 10 years. There is no one behind the moss on the grave, and the grass is like a young girl rising from the west. If the color of the soil on the grave is not correct, the future generations of slaves and servants will make use of it. Ask a question and answer 10. The others didn't feel much of anything. I only think Subai this reported the name of the dish in general. The mouth strip is too slippery. However, listening to Chen Xianting, it was really like the morning bell and the evening drum. Deafening. He has seen very many shady houses. What Subai said, and his experience, fit perfectly. Only, he didn't summarize the pattern. It's too strong. Under the shock, his body trembled slightly, and his expression was even more strange. Then, showing a big grin and dancing with his hands, the villagers are confused. What's going on? Is this being subdued by great-grandpa? Mud. This? Master Chen has been enlightened by listening to Subai's words? You can't. Can you? Chen Xianting is a top feng shui master. A Tarzan. 3 words are clearly written on his face. I'm enlightened. The netizens don't understand, and the Su family looks dazed. Subai's seniority is nothing to sneeze at, but generation has nothing to do with the rest. It's not that the higher the generation, the more you know. If it's more than feng shui, he's definitely not as good as a professional feng shui master. Kai Shuqing's eyes gleamed. Chen Xuanting's reputation was as clear as thunder. Master, what are you? She wanted to figure it out. I don't know what to say. Puff. A generation of Master Chen Xianting knelt down, whimpering under his breath. Please, fellow Taoist Subai, take me as your disciple, for the foolish boy, to show the way. Well, the great master has become a fool. The two apprentices in the back had straight hair. Goosebumps erupted as if they were lizard people. The face collapsed even more. Master, it's not right. We're here to get Joey. We didn't say we want to be masters. Besides, you can't worship an 8-year-old doll. You're so crazy. Have you ever thought about us? If you call him master, we have to call him grandmaster. Calling an 8-year-old doll grandmaster. How can you still be in the world of fame and fortune in the future? Master, what's wrong with you? Need a pill? The two apprentices rushed to help, thinking about whether the master is having a sheep's frenzy or an epileptic seizure. Asshole. I'm not sick. What's the medicine for? Chen Xianting rebuked in a loud voice. The two disciples looked at each other in disbelief, and couldn't help but think of the dialogue in the comedy. Are you sick? Do you have any medicine? The inside of my head is all mush. After being in a trance for a while, he had no choice but to follow suit and kneel down. After all, it doesn't make sense for the master to kneel and the disciple to stand. In a moment, the feng shui master and the two disciples finished kneeling in a zigzag shape in front of Subai. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Chen Xianting, he's a bully in the feng shui world. Not to mention Chen Xianting, even his disciple Li Siyuanshan is a big name. How many luxury families please can't even invite? As a result, kneeling Subai? Demon. Too demonic. Subai mustn't know soul-taking magic, right? If Subai agrees, won't he become the king of the world's feng shui masters? Sun Monkey worships Master Bodhi. Chen Xianting worships Subai. Sister Zhou and Dull Sister didn't dare to believe it. My god, Zhu granduncle so sleepy? Who comes and who kneels? Good lords, crouch went from an exclamation straight to being used as an adjective. It is not enough to express the consternation of the heart without doing so. A small man with a lot of energy. Dull girl mumbled. It's only 8 years old. That's a lot of energy. If he grows up, will this world still hold him? Those limerick-like things he just said, could they be secret books in feng shui? Chen Xianting gets a shot in the arm and worships from then on. Su Jiaqing's family had never seen Su Bai's power before, and they all froze. Kai Shuqing, in particular, had a shocked mouth. In the circle of celebrities, so many people are hiring Master Chen Xianting. Being able to invite him to look at feng shui is a matter of honor in high society. But now, could it be that this kid is not only senior, but also a bit of a god? Why else would Chen Xianting have knelt down and begged him to accept his disciple? The visual impact is more frightening than an ant getting an elephant. Hubby, you knew about this when Grandpa Tai was like this? Kai Shuqing always had a feeling of being duped. Before that came out a military zone 1. Well now, 8-year-old feng shui master. Is Su Jiaqing treating himself as an outsider? Say nothing. I don't know about that. I still want to ask Master Chen to calculate feng shui for us. He was speaking the truth and really wanted to get on good terms with Chen Xianting. The giants are mainly strong in money, but not in anything else. Feng shui is a metaphysical science that he wouldn't dare to take lightly. Well, in the future, ask great-grandpa to come and see it. After a moment of contemplation, Kai Shuqing had a better idea. In fact, Subai was also a bit bewildered. What's with the kneeling down and worshipping? Are all feng shui masters so shameless? No, absolutely not. How can I be your master? Without much thought, Subai refused. Chen Xianting suddenly acted like a scoundrel when he heard this. Fellow Daoist Su, take me. If you don't accept me as your disciple, I'll die here on my knees. Moral abduction. Subai frowned greatly. My 36,000 pounds of morality can be something you can kidnap? He was about to reject it even more harshly when suddenly, the system voice arrived unannounced. His expression slowed and he let out a long sigh. Chapter 93 No God. 80 Worships 8. Ding. Mission, take on an apprentice. Demonstrate the means of a feng shui master in public. And after completing a red/white color, you will be rewarded when your popularity value reaches 100,000. Reward, Lian Shan. Returning to Tibet. System tasks. Subai's eyes twinkled with joy. He was not wanting to take on an apprentice. Even if they were to take on an apprentice, it would be best to take on a Su family disciple. The fact that he had taken in that Zhu skimmer earlier had actually been an exception to the rule. Now that the system mission is here, that's different. Especially this reward. Zhou, Lianshan and Guizhong. The 3 books are considered the masterpieces of feng shui. The full-length Chuix is already available on its own. The 2 books Lianshan and Return to Tibet would be so good if they could get there as well. You know, these 2 books that are too arcane and mysterious. Legend has it that the ancients waged countless other wars over these 2 books. The 2 books were later obtained by an ancient family. In order to eliminate the world's strife, this family has gone so far as to hide the two books, gradually lost as the years of history pass. To use an analogy, the two books are kind of like the 9 yin and 9 yang of martial arts. As long as you can get it, it's the best in the world at Manhwa. As for the idea of utilizing feng shui master tactics to organize a happy event, this one's easy. It wasn't long before a girl in the village was getting married. When the time comes to use the skills of a feng shui master to give a windy maneuver, this task will be accomplished. Fellow Daoist Su, as long as you are willing to accept me, I'm willing to change my last name and become a Su as well. Spell it out. In order to become Su Bai's disciple, Chen Xianting would not care about anything. He was a seeker of the way, and how could he not be eager when the way was before him? His two disciples couldn't hold their heads up even more. Master, if you are disgraced, we will be disgraced with you. What's wrong with you? In his heart, he grumbled, but he didn't dare say anything. The eyes of the villagers of Suzhai village were wide open. What they cared most about was the family legacy, the generations that came before and the generations that came after. Surnames, on the other hand, are the veins of family heritage. Without surnames, families don't exist. Chen Xianting was basically disregarding everything when he could even abandon his family name. Alas, it's sad for those of us who don't know how great-great-grandpa is. Yes, look at how people, an outsider, hold great-grandpa in such high esteem. Yesterday when I came back and met great-grandpa, I only bowed. I didn't kneel. Disrespectful. The family has a treasure. The treasure mountain is in front of us. We are blind. I'll be better for Grandpa Tai. The villagers of Suzhai village, quite literally, the reflection of being on this mountain and not knowing how high it is, too close to the great-grandpa to see his greatness. While they are reflecting, the netizens are going crazy. Do you want to be so exaggerated? I don't even want my last name. Nima. I also want to learn martial arts from a master. It seems that I'm not worthy of it. Chen Xianting worships his teacher like this. What about the others? Kneeling. Chen Xianting can have a lot of disciples. Subai if received. The ancestor of killing cows, the ancestor of feng shui. Why is the life of an 8-year-old so unattainable? Watching the live stream is mostly a hoot. But look at it. It's not right. The Su clan was too strong, and Subai was even closer to being a pervert. Netizens are often in a state of confusion. If there was a bit of jealousy and envy before, now there was only adoration. No need. How can you change your last name since it's Chun? Seeing as you're all heart. Okay, I'll take you. Since you're taking on an apprentice, you can't be jubilant about it. Subai doesn't want crowds of people to come to him to pay homage. It's not nice to go out and have a bunch of people call you master. Thank you, master. From now on, Chen Xianting, convert to the Su sect. Chen Xianting clasped his hands together and worshipped. He spoke of conversion, full of piety. Teachers, too, preach and teach. Parents give bodies. The guru, however, gives the soul. Without a master, it's water without a source, wood without roots, and it will eventually rot. The scripture says that the teacher is a treasure. In order to learn without a teacher, the way is not possible. Chen Xianting himself was also leading disciples, so he naturally understood the reasoning behind it. Right now it's just verbal worship. There's also going to be a formal ceremony. These tedious formalities are not necessary, are they? There's a saying that Su Bai is concerned about seniority, but he was not a stubborn and old-fashioned man. The traditional things, the good ones, of course, should be adhered to, but tradition also has a lot of garbage in it, so naturally it has to be removed. For example, when talking about worship, he is thinking that it is enough to have it in his heart. Master, rites must not be abolished. The essence of being a disciple, and the center of gravity is also heavy on the line. Worthy of being a master in feng shui, Chen Xianting had his own insistence. When Subai thought about it, it made sense. The center of gravity is also the line of gravity. Let's say a person honors his parents. What's the use of not showing filial piety in your heart and not paying attention to your parents? So, a few orders. He prepared a taisher chair and a 4-square table for Chen Xianting to serve tea. In ancient times, the act of serving tea was a part of worshipping a teacher in almost all walks of life. It's not that the master happens to be thirsty, but it's a formality, an allegory. It shows the respect of being a disciple and the willingness to serve the master. Why did Confucius live so well when he traveled around the world? It's not because of the 3,000 disciples. An apprentice is given $1 a day, which is $3,000 a day to live on. Well done. Meanwhile, the master takes the bowl of tea and takes a sip, in turn signifying his approval. Please, master, taste the tea. Chen Xianting was thrilled and offered tea with both hands. He was also particular about the words he used. This was a formal occasion, so you couldn't use master. You had to use sifu. It's like a subject paying homage to the emperor. If you are kneeling, you have to address long live the emperor. Normally, if you play the right game, You only need to say your majesty. Subai took the tea and meant it. Then Chen Xianting snapped his head, and Subai said a word. Be excused, please get up. It is also indispensable to signify that when a disciple obeys, it is only here that the rite of worship is complete. This was followed by 2 disciples of Li Siyuenshan worshipping their ancestors. Because it's been live, the netizens were buzzing not to mention. Soon, out of the loop. Hashtag Feng Shui Master Chen Xianting. Studying under an 8-year-old child. Hashtag Li Siyuenshan has a granddaddy now. 8 years old. Hashtag Chen Xianting forced himself to die and had to be a disciple to an 8-year-old. Hashtag offbeat. Hashtag killing a cow kid to become a feng shui master. Hashtag 80 kneeling at 8. The netizens are a pig in a poke. Hashtag. With something this strange going viral, the internet is more than ready to say anything. There are also unacceptable ones. Outrageous. Chen Xianting is my grandmaster. He wants to worship him now? I know Chen Xianting. I spent over $3 million to hire him for feng shui at that time. Gimmick? Does Chen Xianting want to be a netizen? Claptrap. What does an 8-year-old know? No, it's not. 8-year-olds know a lot. They're very smooth talkers. Chen Xianting was the one who was convinced to die to worship the master. Mad. I'm 38 and I can't even find a job. Chapter 94 Meeting Friends with Martial Arts. Little Master Taijiquan demonstrates Taijiquan? Dad. When does the Ancestor Festival start? Again. He recognized his ancestors and looked at the lofty and glorious shrine. Then there are feng shui masters who worship 8-year-olds. Su Yunyun then thought that the countryside was also quite interesting. Something else. Naturally, there is also a longing for ancestor worship. Don't be in a hurry. Ancestor worship is a big deal. How can it be done easily? If I remember correctly, the bull racing is about to begin down there. Su Jiaqing said with excitement. He hadn't been involved in this kind of thing in years and missed it. Race the bull? It wasn't just Su Yunyun. Su Wu was also flashing with a refined light. What is this? Never heard of it. I was about to ask a question when I saw the villagers coming out with their cows. And each bull was very tall and lanky. The crowd followed and went above the square. Nice guy. Hundreds of big yellow cows. What kind of ceremony is this? What kind of ceremony is this? Sai Diwu. I've never even heard of it. It's so strange. There's one that sounds a little rustic. It's just a comparison of whose family's cow is bigger. What's the big deal? Ouch. That cow pooped. It was too serious before. This will. The internet relaxed. You can't just come up and race a bull. That would be tedious. In the middle of the square, a stage had long been set up. Our village of Suzhai has always prioritized martial virtues. No matter what, you can be uneducated, but you can't be without martial virtues. Those who don't dare to fight back in a fight don't deserve to be Suzhai villagers. Those who are timid and retiring do not deserve to be Suzhai villagers. Now, the martial arts show will begin. Who will come up and perform first? Su Fuchuan took the stage and yelled. Parents in general are against their kids learning martial arts and all that, but the village of Suzhai is encouraging. It's also seen as a symbol of hot-bloodedness for fighting and whatnot. Martial arts show. Su Wu Shang. Su Wu is known as the second Bruce Lee, specializing in the art of intercepting fists and being invincible. Mood. Education in Suzhai village really liberates humanity. Wu Du is the first. So hot-blooded. When I was hit, my dad pointed fingers and asked why he hit me and not someone else. Martyr. If I had been in Suzhai village, I would have been a success. Who doesn't like to watch about? The netizens are stirred with enthusiasm. Some are remembering devastated teenagers, though it is said that the Su family has already recognized their ancestors. But after all, it's been decades since I've seen you, and you're actually a guest. The people of Suzhai village. 2. Let Su Wu go first, then I'll be the one to do it. Su Wu was not polite at all. He also saw clearly that in this Suzhai village, honor is most important, and face is most important. A person has to be competent to be respected. To show off his kung fu, he went on stage and used a Harrier flip. The stance is very ethereal. Yes, there were hoots and hollers all around. It's only natural to support your own people. Dorky girl is looking dumbfounded. It's not just kung fu that makes Su Wu a martial arts star. It's also his handsome looks. Sister Zhou, have you asked yet? Does your cousin have a girlfriend? Wouldn't it be nice for me to be your cousin's aunt? Star, handsome, top-notch body, comes from a wealthy family. What woman wouldn't like a man like that? Nerdy girl has been moving for a long time. This time it's the right time to accidentally marry into a rich family. Dumb girl, let me tell you a story. Glancing at the dorky girl, Sister Zhou was in no hurry. Storytelling? The dorky girl didn't want to hear it, but she had to ask. What's the story? Sister Zhou watched Su Wu's performance on stage and applauded. It took a while to say. Once upon a time there was a toad who always wanted to eat swan meat. One day she went to visit the frog princess's house. Fancy the frog princess's cousin. This story. Ha ha ha. What about taking the shoots? The pandas are starving to death. Sister Zhou, you can just say that the dull sister is a toad. Laughing, the nerdy girl was listening to that. There's one thing to be said for dorky girls, though they're beautiful. Is dull sister worthy of Suwu? People are more dead than people, and goods are more trashy than goods. Among the many internet celebrities, nerd girl is definitely considered a beauty. The problem is, people's Suwu is a big star. The contacts are all actresses. Anyone who knows the difference in face value between a female netizen and an actress, that's one East African Rift Valley away. Oh, Sister Zhou, what do you mean? Dull sister's little face was red and she was so angry that she wanted to whack Sister Zhou. The two made a scene. Suwu was on stage and first performed the interceptor, then played a round of nunchucks, off the stage to a roar of approval. I'll perform a Suja stick technique. Su Daqian, nicknamed Big Pole, who was 2 meters tall, took the stage. He had a heavy body, plus a long stick of fine steel. How does that add up to over 400 pounds? Dancing like a tiger, as if it were an ancient evil. The big iron stick was juggled and only a black shadow was seen. How much does this iron rod weigh? How much does this iron rod weigh? At least 100 pounds. Nima God man. King Guan's green dragon crescent blade is only 82 pounds. In ancient times, this was an enemy of all men. The Sus honor martial virtues, which is why they have such a great general's physique. This is a giant god. A 2-meter man carrying a 2-meter iron bar. That's a real stick sweep. If it were the Cold War era, it would definitely be the vanguard of the charge. Suwu was looking dumbfounded down there. He is a martial arts star and considers himself to be second to none when it comes to martial arts. How could I have known that the big man was so powerful? Can't fight. Just by looking at that iron rod in his hand, he wasn't confident. Then someone else came on stage and performed a lightweight act. A basket made of bamboo and gabion, on which a man walks as if he were walking on a flat surface. After that the two sparred. Dragon claw hands versus tiger crane double form. Sparring is naturally more hilarious, as there's a winner to be split. In the end, Dragon Claw was slightly better. Immediately, a woman came up on stage and did a handful of wire wrapping. The sleeves are like pythons, coming and going like ghosts. Sister Zhou and Dull Sister looked on in awe. There have been requests. Granduncle Tianzu, why don't you perform one too? Yes, you come with a finale. They had all seen Su Bai perform. That brick splitting earlier, that chest breaking boulder, were all thrilling. Ha! Grandpa Gaozu even practiced martial arts? He's only that young. Sure enough, our village starts young. Surprised, Suwu was a little envious. I didn't learn martial arts until I was 12. I learned too late. There is no talk of squirming and stage fright in Suzhai village. Subai comes into the ring and performs a bit of Tai Chi first. Hoo. It was nothing at first. A minute later, the wind was howling, only to see a whirlwind roll up with Subai at the center. The crowd was clothed. The great trees in the sky on all sides swayed as Subai punched. The more they fought, the faster they got, and even the clouds in the sky were affected. All at once the leaden clouds were dense and the thunder rolled. Everyone looks dumbfounded. Is this Tai Chi? Crap! Even the wind and clouds of heaven and earth were affected. Look, the sky is cracking open. Crap! Performing a martial art, and it cracks the sky. No, it's the Tai Chi chart. Gosh, the clouds in the sky have formed a Tai Chi diagram. Little Master is simply the god of Tai Chi. Chapter 95 Martial Arts Star Female Fans. Dare to disparage the little two? Taiji gives birth to the two-yi, and the two-yi are yin and yang. Subai's Taijiquan had reached the point where heaven and man were one. Once it was seriously maneuvered, it was natural that it would invoke the chi of heaven and earth. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in a huge Taiji diagram. Dark clouds on one side, white clouds on the other. There were white orbs in the middle of the dark clouds on the side. In the center of the white cloud was a dark, black orb. Great-grandpa is the descendant of Wu Xiu Xing. In the summer, it can be used for artificial rainfall. Great-grandpa is strong and fierce, a model for my generation. Look, this is our Suzhai village's C-pin. The villagers were thrilled. Suwu looked dumbfounded. Martial arts? Is this martial arts? He thought he had gotten into martial arts. Now look, fart. Everything you know is fart. This Grandpa Gaozu's martial arts. That's what's amazing. A dedication. After the performance, Subai was still really humble. As soon as he stopped, the Taiji diagram and the sky gradually collapsed. Then he performed a bit of iron sand palm kung fu, breaking wood and shattering rocks. Again, it won a full house. After a hot mess, everyone took a drink and a break. Immediately, the next process begins again. Here's the dragon and lion dance. Who will be first? Su Fuchuan exclaimed. It's times like these when the villagers show their faces. Immediately a couple of strong men started the lion dance. A dozen women took sticks and began to dance the dragon and lion dances. Wherever there are Chinese people, there will be these things. It is also very much an entertainment that can demonstrate martial virtues. You can't dance without a lot of strength. The lion dance is two people who must be dexterous and have the right movements. The dragon dance, on the other hand, should have the feeling of a dragon flying and also be graceful and versatile. There are many other ways to play in it, such as flying dragons playing with beads, fierce lions jumping through fire rings and so on. When you play well, you look good in spirit. If you don't play well, you're a clown fooling around. The people of Sujai village had obviously trained for a long time before. When I came in today, it was gaunt and dashing. I'm going. The New Year's Eve atmosphere is out. Sujai village is a real cow. It's so cool to do everything in style. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. The women's dragon dance is also very beautiful. TSK, TSK, TSK. This essence, give it strength. The dragon and lion dances in Sujai village are of a performative nature. It's more about everyone having fun together. To put it bluntly, it's for yourself. There was laughter and joy all around. So sharp. I'd like to try it too. Suwoo's hands itched as he watched. When he was in RTHK, he was running temple fairs and performing. After all, no one is born a big star. Even if you come from a wealthy family, you still have to break in on your own. Dragon and lion dance. That can be said to be his specialty. I've seen your dragon and lion dances and especially enjoyed them. Finding the right opportunity, Dull Girl finally spoke to Suwoo. Who is Suwoo? The big star from the luxury family. How polite. Immediately said, thank you for your support. Wow, is Suwoo going to perform? He's a big star, and he's performing dragon and lion dances? It's really grounding. I love it. Dumb girl, don't talk to our Suwoo, okay? You don't deserve it. Brother Suwoo, I like you so much. In the end, it's a big star, and the popularity is just extraordinary. Just standing out is an online outcry. Since having him on the air, the female fans have rubbed off on him. However, female fans are extraordinarily jealous. Nerd Girl merely spoke to Suwoo, and many female fans disagreed. A lion dance prop was quickly vacated. Suwoo simply puts on a lion's head and comes to a stop, and it's a roar of approval. Speaking of professionalism, Suwoo that's really professional. In his younger days, that's how he made it to the stage. Followed the master's specialized studies. When he came, he compared the boys from Sujai village. So handsome, so handsome. Suwoo, I love you. Sister Chow. The two fans of Nerd Girl shouted out. Suwoo was getting the feeling that he was back on RTHK's home turf. Just now, in the martial arts performance, he felt that he had lost a step and wanted to get back in the lion dance. Bring in someone as my partner, Suwoo called out. The boys jumped at the chance to try it and at the same time worried about dragging their feet. When two people dance a lion dance, it's clear who is a good dancer. If two people are not on the same level, it would be a dragon's head and a snake's tail. No one wants to make a fool of themselves at this kind of ancestral celebration. There was silence. Suddenly, Subai stood out. I'll do it. Ha! The crowd was surprised and puzzled. Depending on the time, this is the last finale. It has to end perfectly. Great Grandpa, you haven't done this before. Why don't we have Big John or Defoe come? Su Fuchuan said with a bit of worry. Lion dance. Just thinking about it, it's not for 8-year-olds. Couldn't lift either the lion's head or the lion's tail. The lion dance is all about lifting and shaking. It wasn't that Subai didn't have the strength. It was purely a matter of head. I can. And I'm going to take the lion's head position. It's like comedy with a comic and a joker. The comic is mainly a support. You'll also be snarked at by the jokers and called a stinky joker. The same goes for dragon and lion dances, with the emphasis on the lion's head. Lion's tail is mostly a tie-in. Of course, the fit if not good, that doesn't work either. Magnificent. Then I'll stand lion's tail. Suwoo boomed his assent, and there was a feeling of being honored with it. Mainly, he was honestly shocked by Subai's kung fu. Good man, that's more capable than even his own master. The two men changed into their lion pants, put on their gloves, and stood underneath the lion dance. Wow, Big Star is going to do a lion dance. I'm so envious of Subai. I can dance the lion with Suwoo. Nonsense. Subai is too much of a fool on account of his seniority, isn't he? Such a small size will drag down our Suwoo family. I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. Subai is simply a capricious little bully. There were so many female fans of Suwoo that some of them actually started to accuse Subai, and it was at this point that the lion dance was launched. As the lion's head, Subai surprised everyone when he came on the scene. Originally, people were thinking he was too small to hold up, which is more dexterous when he's bouncing around. A lion's head, shaking as if mad. Suwoo's female fans, you guys have nothing to say, right? Little Master Tai is not ordinary. You guys just came here. You don't know anything about the business. What's the matter? It's still our Suwoo who's leading him. Thanks to Brother Suwoo. Or else it's ugly as hell. Brother Suwoo is so sweet, and takes care of small children. So aggravating. It would have looked better if it was an adult. There are so many female fans that they drown out the old ones. The finale of the lion dance is not only on flat ground, but also on a pole. That is, one wooden pier after another. It means step by step. Auspicious. As usual, Subai was unambiguous and stepped on the pillar, one step at a time. At the same time the lion's head danced and flared its teeth, with the festive beats. That's really energizing. Ouch. It's probably been years since I've played. Suwoo is a bit unskilled. As he stepped onto the fourth pillar, his foot slipped and he fell. Ah! There were gasps of surprise all around. The villagers of Suzhai village even turned pale. It's the grand finale. If something goes wrong, it's a bad omen. Chapter 96 This year, at the age of 8, the wind of elders pervades the world. All celebrations are about good intentions. It's just that in ancient times, when you fought a war, you had to divine it. What about this? Seeing Suwoo fall down, the crowd lost their colors. The point is, the two were performing on stakes and trying to take over was impossible. Amazingly, the lion dance didn't stop. It sped up. In everyone's perception, it has to be two people for a lion dance. Walking on two legs. There's no such thing as one. After all, the lion dance prop is a full 3 meters long, longer than a real male lion. But Subai is the one who gave the top. The more the crowd watched, the more they were shocked. Only to see Subai running fast on the stake, relying on speed. He brought up the lion's body behind him, and the lion's tail. If before it was a lion dance, now it is the stance of a flying lion. The whole feeling of the lion flying through the air. The villagers looked stunned and Suwoo's female fans were shocked. How did this happen? Wasn't it Suwoo who was bringing up the kids? I'll go. Now that I look at it, Suwoo is clearly restricting Little Master Tai's play. Ha 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 ha. Female fans, hit your face, right? Nothing is impossible with the Little Master. Nima. The lion dance has become a flying lion. It's so cool. The surrounding villagers were even shouting. The lion dance never requires two people, but people Subai can do it alone. What's it called? Divine. Auspicious. It's something more festive. I'll listen to everything from now on. Tai Grandpa. Great Grandpa is so good at this. I want to learn from his master. Look, this is our village's prime white jade pillar, the purple gold beam that frames the sea. Grandpa Gaozu, you've worked hard. Many of the villagers were moved as they watched. It was Su White who stepped up when she needed someone to step up. He was also the one who held the top when Suwoo fell. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage, 10 years off stage. I don't know how hard it was off stage for Grandpa Tai to perform like that. So sharp. Suwoo himself was dumbfounded. He has been learning lion dance since he was a child and has a deep heritage. I didn't know that it was a mistake when it was crucial to use it. If it wasn't for Subai today, he would have lost a lot of face. The point was to blanket the village of Suzhai with bad omens. Surely he would be scolded by his father. With Subai, he felt that he had a backer and someone to cover his back. Looking at Subai alone presenting an even more marvelous lion dance, he couldn't help but be in awe. I have to learn from Grandpa Kojo sometime. Families, check out my granduncle Tianzu's single lion dance. What a prodigy. This is, ouch. See, Sister Joe introduced it while shooting. It was at this time that Subai led the dancing lion to jump upwards. And what a great, flying lion in the sky. Doll's sister, on the other hand, rushed to comfort Suwoo. Mr. Su, are you okay? Did the fall hurt? Ouch. It's bleeding. That stake is pretty high. Although Suwoo said the fall wasn't serious, he had scratched his skin. The dorky girl was so anxious that she hurriedly took out a band-aid from her bag. Hand applied to Suwoo. Thanks a lot. When he failed, a gentle girl cared, and Suwoo was very sincere. Now, many female fans can't stand it. Beast, let go of brother Suwoo. Where is Suzhai village? I'm going too. Mad. There's food and drink, fun and men. Nerdy girl is in heaven. Dumb girl, why are you blushing? They'll only treat you as their own sister. Beautiful. Whether it's in the eyes of a guy or a girl, the village of Suzhai presents an unparalleled beauty. You can get up close and personal with the stars in Nerd Girl's camera. In Sister Zhou's camera, it was a lion dance like a heavenly maiden. Finally, Subai stepped down from the stake. The lion dance props were thrown upwards with a loud bellow. Suwoo, come in. He's giving Suwoo a chance. After all, he was also a junior in his own family, so he couldn't let him take a hit here. Grandpa Gaozu, I'm coming. Suwoo's tears almost collapsed. Falling off the stake just now, that's a stain after all. Now Subai had given him another chance. Getting underneath the dancing lions, he was more attentive. The two took to the piles once more and danced with even more fervor. Oh, kids are so nice to take care of our Suwoo brother. Little Master Jr. is benevolent. Ah, an atmospheric elder. Mud, I've got a childish crush on an 8-year-old. See, Suwoo is about to cry. I'm so glad you're here. That's what a real elder is like. Dad, I wish I could call him Dad. he's better than even my grandfather. He's really an ancestor. 8 years old. Subai was only 8 years old after all. A lot of people would never think of him as an elder at first glance, but this behavior is undoubtedly that of a gentle elder. It takes a tiger at heart to smell the roses. Su Wu himself was strong and a star, but Subai also cared for him as an elder. Thanks. Kai Shuqing, who was standing not far away, murmured softly. She knew that her son was the strongest. This strike may not look like much on the surface. It can be hard on the backside for a long time, but Subai saved him and allowed him to glory in the stage once again. Old home. That's the charm of the old country. She suddenly understood why her husband's heart was set on it and had to come back. When the two Subai and Su Wu stood at the highest point of the band stake, with a roar, the dancing lion bites the embroidered ball. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. When the two got off the stage, the villagers greeted them even more warmly, handing out water and towels again. Su Wu smiled broadly and hooked up with a few villagers. I'm so jealous of my brother, playing with them already. On one side, Su Yunyun's eyes glowed. Once again, she realized that this place was really oh so fun. The lion dance is followed by the bull race. Knock knock. A large yellow bull circled the plaza amidst a burst of drums. The good ones are as many as a couple hundred heads, and one is bigger than the other. Those villagers holding the big oxen were extraordinarily high and mighty. It's time for my family to win this year, isn't it? Sudford suddenly leads a black buffalo into the ring. The buffalo's body is all coiled with muscles and extraordinarily powerful. Not necessarily. Is mine smaller than yours? Old Bolt came out with a cow, black and white flowered, lanky and tall. There's a prize for whoever raises the biggest cow. Old Bolt's family is in a difficult situation, so it's only natural to come up with something desperate. Had to get the 50,000 bonus. Sister Joe Dumb's sister both looked stunned. The scalping here would be no small feat, and as a result there are foreigners being brought in. It can be seen that Suzhai village is not a conservative village, but one that is kept abreast of the times. The people are great, worthy of being the place where my master was born. Chen Xinting was overwhelmed with emotion. The cows here are all shiny-skinned and smooth, with a lot of spirit. Chapter 97 Su's Ancestor Sacrifice. Blood flows into a lake. Ha 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 ha, I won. It was at this time that Su Daqiang appeared with a cow with yellow flowers on a black background. He himself is 2 meters tall. This bull is taller than him. Other cows, maybe 2 or 3,000 pounds at the most. He's got to have 4,000 pounds on this bull. It doesn't even need to be weighed. You can tell at a glance. Look at the pattern on the cow. Needless to say, it must be crossbred. This guy, Daqiang, is very cocky. Without a word, it's ready to be exclusive. This year's first cow goes to Su Daqiang. The villagers were talking about it. Su Daqiang smiled, seeing no teeth. In the end, Su Fuchuan brought him a head of cattle saffron and rewarded him $50,000 on the spot. Kill the cows. Prepare for the ancestor sacrifice. Subai yelled. I saw Zhu de Skimmer come over with his disciples. He's been waiting for today. You can follow Subai to learn the art of killing cows. Young and old, bolted solid. The sight of this 4,000-pound bull made Zhu de Skimmer panic. A dozen big men tied up the bull. As a result, Zhu de Skimmer was surprisingly unable to get off the ground. He would have used a hammer, but the big bull is strong. He smashed a hammer down. Did not kill the bull. Smashed angry. Moo! The bull's head flips and sends the hammer top flying. Knowing that his life was at stake, the cow's body shook wildly. Kill the bull's racks are falling apart at the seams. Su Wu, Yun, don't get so close. It's a big deal when you run into it. Kai Shuqing hastily reminded. She Ben already had a good impression of the village of Suzhai, but this racing the big bull and then killing it is still too reckless. It reeks of raw savagery. As soon as the biggest one went berserk, all the other cows got restless. Among many animals, cows have a high IQ. Su Yun obediently retreated to her mother's side. Su Wu, on the other hand, leaned in closer. Kill the cow. How interesting. Martial artists are bloodthirsty, but in the modern world, you can't kill people, right? Reasonable and legal. Isn't that just killing a pig and a cow? Besides, it's such a big cow. It's so exciting. If he didn't know how, he'd want to get on it. While he was tickled, everyone could no longer control the bull. Master, come and save me. Once a cow gets out of control, the first thing it does is rush the cattle killer. Zhu de Skimmer was dumbfounded. Master? Su Wu was flabbergasted for a moment. The cow killer also had a master. While wondering who the master of the cattle killer was, he saw Subai walk out from the crowd. Didn't do anything at all. Just a cold stare. At once, a murderous aura filled the air. The 4,000-pound bull trembled. Kill, Subai said indifferently and did not go forward. Zhu de Skimmer was still a bit uneasy and approached with trepidation, but the cow still didn't move. Surprisingly, he was shocked by Subai's eyes. Pust! A knife goes over and stabs the bull in the heart. The 4,000-pound bull died meekly. So sharp, Suwu was dumbfounded. This is the killing spirit? He had read a story in a book, said to be a vicious soldier guarding a group of captives. Something temporary, the soldier said to his captor. You guys stand still, I'm going out and coming back to kill you, then leave for a day and a night, come back and kill all the prisoners. During the process, the captive actually did not dare to move a muscle, shocked by the soldier's murderous aura. It's clear that you should run away, but you can't. Everything just now was clearly the same. The bull knew to struggle, horribly enough, even in the face of death. Kids, no, great-grandpa is so awesome. From afar, Kai Shuqing murmured. Layers of awe rose in his heart. What is this? Aura of killing or aura of fury? A look that shocks a 4,000-pound fierce bull. I'm going to follow you, Mr. Little. That's Suwu's brother's high-grandfather. Really powerful. If I were to marry brother Suwu, would he agree? He could stare me to death with one look. Murphy, this is the legendary overhead glare. I control cow. This move came out, and the new female fans who entered the live room were honest. Having killed the cow, Subai made an occasional mention on the side. It was still Zhu de Skimmer and his disciples who were the main ones to strike. The major events of the state are in the rituals and the military. Since ancient times, ancestor worship has gone hand in hand with war. To put it bluntly, the only way a family can be eligible to sacrifice their ancestors is if they win a war. Here's where the gore is going to be highlighted. Therefore, there was no catching of blood this time. A 4,000-pound bull bleeds like a stream. Killing a cow doesn't mean killing just one. Hundreds of cows, all killed. Kill the first cow and the one behind it will be easier to kill. Judah Skimmer takes one slash at a time and doesn't even catch the blood. For a while, the screams of the cows spread all over the village field. Blood covered the entire square. This square is also specially designed. It's a little more concave than the outside. By the time the hundreds of cows were killed, the place seemed like a lake of blood. Crouching, bloody hell. So that's what you call an ancestor sacrifice. I'm going. The scene is too toxic, isn't it? I'm convinced. I'm not convinced. The Suzhai Village Ancestor Festival was a real eye-opener for me. I kind of understand why ancestor worship is relevant to war. Blood rushes to the sky. This is clearly a pre-battle orgy. 800 miles are scorched under the banner, and 50 strings are turned over to the sound of the outside world. Once the blood-colored lake was formed, the solemn atmosphere of the ancestor sacrifice slowly condensed. The head of each family had a bull's head in his hand and traveled to the shrine to offer his ancestors. Seeing his father carrying a bull's head, Suwu was envious. I wish I'd had a family earlier. I could have carried the bull's head, too. Here, you carry it for a while too. Seeing that his son liked it, Su Jiaqing handed the bull's head to Suwu. This time Suwu was very energetic, holding the bull's head in both hands and dragon walking. Upon entering the shrine, hundreds of people were silent. There were already village boys and girls, holding copper pots, standing to one side. It's got fresh water in it. The bull's head is placed on top of the offering table, and everyone purifies their hands in order of seniority. After purifying the hands, the officiating priest holds the incense and the accompanying priest holds the candles. The main priest was naturally Su Bai, and the accompanying priest was the patriarch Su Fuchuan. The officiant is to offer incense 3 times, distinctly the first, second, and third. Because there were so many people, it was impossible for everyone to offer incense. Su Bai, as the officiating priest, on behalf of all, finished the incense. Su Fuchuan, who accompanied the priest, then lighted the incense and candles. Inside the shrine, smoke lingers. After that, everyone followed Su Bai and bowed 3 times together. The village has long prepared flowers, fresh fruit. It is also held by children, boys and girls, and placed on top of the offering table. Then came the wine offering. Boys and girls poured wine for the heads of households. It's a work in progress, as well as a way to familiarize small children with the ancestor worship. Next, the burning of plutonium paper money. All kneel and bow. Subai stood up and recited the text of the ancestor sacrifice. Subai here, bowing his head and weeping, to the ancestors and gods, the sun, moon and stars, the heirs and grandchildren of the Su clan, will gather at the ancestral hall and sweep the tombs to honor their ancestors, to recognize the merits of our ancestors, to show the piety of future generations, and to instruct our children and grandchildren in filial piety, the virtue of the patriarchs, and the harmony that leads to good fortune. Plowing and reading are the best way to preserve the family's culture. Remember our ancestors' virtues and never forget them, and pray for the prosperity of the Su, and the prosperity of the family. Chapter 98 Ancestor Ceremony ends. All beef banquet opens. Voltaire. With Subai's last words, the ancestor sacrifice came to an end. These 4 words also have a simple meaning. To put it plainly, honorable ancestors, Dine. Ancestor worship is a big deal. This great thing is done and everyone is settled in their hearts. Here's what's going to happen with the runners. The village of Sujai was originally a large fortress. Because of the Ancestor festival, as many as could came back. Tens of thousands of people. As the saying goes, there are no boundaries when it comes to 10,000 people. That crows and roams the hills. Those who are away from home all year round are considered guests. The villagers who stayed back home were responsible for preparing the meals. Naturally, Subai became the first chef. He is responsible for the general overview. Everyone else is at his disposal. What about tens of thousands of people? 10 people to a table. That's thousands of tables. So, Su White makes a distribution. Killed hundreds of cows. 10 tables and a cow. Entree, roasted whole beef. Hundreds of pounds. Thousands of pounds of cattle skinned, cleaned, and racked. The guests who had rushed back to honor their ancestors were sitting under the shade of the woods. A little breeze blowing. Roasted whole cow. Your sister. This is too much bravado. Roasted whole cow. Or hundreds of cows. How flavorful it must be. Nerdy girl, you're really a big smart guy. Going to Sujai village is the right thing to do. Nima. So hungry. So hungry. Just looking at this makes me hungry. Atmosphere. Tens of thousands of people organized. This organization. Strong. Yeah. Miss Su Yun Yun is dancing. It's so beautiful. Su Wu helps carry the oxen. Really hard working. Sister Jo gulped hard. She did know that the ancestor offering was to be followed by a feast. But she didn't know it was this scene even if she thought about it. Tens of thousands of people. Hundreds of cows. Not to mention all the other. Chicken. Duck. Fish. Fruits and vegetables. It's really a bit of a booze fest. Dull sister follows Sister Chow closely. You can definitely take advantage by following a chicken thief. Families, after eating this great feast today, I have to grow 10 pounds. But it was worth it. Rare. Too rare. Nerd Girls fans are envious. Because there were so many people. One kitchen just wasn't enough. Outside, on the flat ground, dozens of cauldrons were built. All at the same time. See, this is beef stew with potatoes. Stew is the easiest. Siping, tell your husband to keep an eye on these 5 pots. Subai made a proof and asked young Siping's family to help watch. Earlier he had all but promised to teach young Siping's family how to make a running water table. Combining theory and practice, that's the fastest way to learn. Yang Siping, his husband Su Daqiao, and a few of their children, were all thrilled. Even eunuch Haiwa, the oldest eunuch, Old Bolt, came. They don't just have to watch the pots, they have to help out with the beatings. So did everyone else. This pots 5 through 8 are fish-flavored beef liver. Telford, you're in charge of watching. Numbers 9 through 12 are roast tripe with oyster sauce. Da Chiang, come and watch. Subai explained one by one. There were too many people. He was definitely too busy to do it alone. So, there must be a division of labor. Then began the chili pepper fried beef loin. Just see Subai cleanly slicing and marinating. Coat with cornstarch and deep fry in a frying pan. Then pop it. Not much later, the aroma was overwhelming. There are other cooks in the village, so it's only natural to help out. But it's still true that people are more than they are. As soon as Subai's dish came out, it had an authentic and exotic aroma. How do you do it, great-grandpa? Can you teach me? The big cook with the chef's white hat marveled. He's been a chef for decades. Just take a vacation from a 5-star hotel and come back. He was going to show his hand, but as a result, he became a companion. Ha ha ha. Chef is a little confused. There's one thing to be said for this chef, and he's not a simple one. He's a master. That's his cut. It's amazing. Chef wants to be a master too. Subai is going to be a grandmaster again? Is there anything that kills cows, cooks, and feng shui? Subai won't do? Netizens are drooling and talking. Subai naturally unavoidable to point out. Are their own juniors well? Frying vegetables over here. In the woods, the aroma of roasted whole beef began to bubble up violently as well. You know, it's a cow that counts as a kill. And that's called fresh. From bloody at first, it slowly became charred. Someone early in the evening cut up some cucumbers, onions, tomatoes, peppers. Dorky girl didn't understand this and asked about it. Sister Jo, why are there shredded vegetables on every table? Raw food? She said, and tasted the shredded green peppers, her mouth crying out that they were so hot and spicy. Sister Jo has become the model of the master of eating. You don't get it, do you? If you eat so much roast beef all the time, you'll get tired of it. These shredded vegetables are for relieving the grease. Just say it, she asked, turning her face to Netflix. Are you tired of it, families? Shrimp pig heart. Ah, Sister Jo, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of eating noodles. Sister Jo, you're ruthless. You don't need a knife to kill. Dull sister, what are you asking for? Let Sister Jo be arrogant again. Sister Jo, save some for me. I want to eat it too. Grass up. What's this? Brace your eyes. Starve your stomach. The food is so killer. None of these two were quiet, looking this way and that. Finally, it came back to Su Bai. Su White is marinating a cow's head. This is a kung fu dish. There's something to be said for saving it for last. The brisket doesn't have that much oil. Get it right and you can cut it in white. Especially good for after a big meal. Patriarch Su Fuchuan led a group of half-grown old men to shave and cook the head of a cow. Su Bai, on the other hand, is mainly responsible for the key moves. For example, salt and seasoning. It's gonna take 3 hours to get the bull's head out of there. Arranging this, Su Bai began to deal with the biggest few cows. Roasted whole beef is not well suited for too large of a cow. It tends to be undercooked. These are the biggest and fattest. For steaks, piece by piece, the cuts were snowflake good beef. Then wipe the top clean and get on the skillet. Bared. The sound of frying is very nice. It's not like this pan-fried steak is the same as roast beef. The roast beef was definitely fully cooked and all the moisture had evaporated. Barbecue sensation. Pan-seared steak, on the other hand, is all about the outside and the juicy inside. The scent that comes through is naturally different. Uncle Tenzu, it's a Western-style steak. You even know how to do that? Sister Joe was also really speechless. The food is vast. Chinese and Western, that's very different. Su Bai has always done Chinese, sautéing and frying. Now all of a sudden there's a Western-style steak that's really breathtaking. If one law is universal, then all laws are universal. Chinese, Western, it's really all the same thing. It's nothing more than making food taste good. He said it simply, but those watching knew that it really wasn't that simple. You're the one who's too awesome. Chapter 99 For Honor. You came up here to steal roast duck? It's too monotonous to just eat cows. The village of Suzhai prepared the ducks a day earlier. It's all self-fed. Roast duck on the market is so cheap. Just $1 or $2 or $10. That's all fattened up by various feeds. Feeding yourself is different. You usually eat fish and shrimp inside the river. Take it to the market and it's at least $1,000 a piece. It's called luxury. Take the cleaned up roast duck out of the freezer and melt the ice. First on the ingredients. Wine, soy sauce, pepper, ginger, etc. Then massage. Anyway, there's a lot of people, so let the helpers press it. Once pressed, the duck's stomach is filled with fruit, apples, duck pears, oranges and such. This is to give the roast duck more flavor, and also for getting the putty out of the way. After all, ducks are, well, fat. Then the sauce was spread and placed in the oven. It didn't take long for the crispy duck to come out. It's golden and it's appetizing to look at. Sister Zhou, can you taste it first? Nerd girl can't help herself a bit. How can you look at it and not eat it? Ha ha. Dorky girl, look at your greedy face. No talent. At this time of the year, it's true that you can't eat it. It hasn't been made into a banquet yet. Pretending to be a lady. You can't pretend anymore, can you? I only blame these two for coming to the back kitchen all the time. It's a wonder they can stand it. Not to mention a 1,000-year-old family like Suzhai village. In fact, it is an unusual village banquet, and there is no saying that it will be eaten without a banquet. And, generally the guests and the kitchen are separate. Guests can't see the meal being prepared, so naturally they can't say they're craving it. These two scurried around and saw it all. This, certainly is possible. Who am I? I'm the princess of a worldly family. What's wrong with eating a roast duck? Here, have a duck leg first, tucked away in the corner. The good guys, the two of them opened up and ate. Homegrown ducks, that's what they are. Together with Su Bai's technique, it was the peak of excellence. The dull girl wasn't afraid of burning herself, and ate with bared hands. Looking at Sister Zhou, she even grabbed a duck leg and feasted on it. They were eating beautifully when suddenly the two felt the sky darken. When she looked up, Sister Zhou couldn't help but shiver. Great uncle, this duck, it wants to run. So, and she explains it. It's just a donkey's mouth. Nima's duck is cooked, and you're still running? Burning newspapers at graves, fooling ghosts, unruly two girls. You guys couldn't wait a little longer? Be educated, be polite, be traditional, be virtuous. Su Fuchuan was also speechless. However, looking at the roast duck that was torn apart by the two girls, he smacked his lips. Great uncle, I was wrong too. Sister Zhou or dull sister. It seems like a schoolboy who made a mistake. The extended family. The Sus are a powerful family for thousands of years. There are still RTHK overlords like So Kashing out there. There are also RTHK millennials like Su Yunyun, a big star like Su Wu. If the story of stealing roast duck gets out, a lifetime of fame will be ruined. Just know it's wrong. This can't get out. It's too embarrassing. You two eat too slowly. Let me help you. For the sake of the family honor, for the glory of the Su clan, Su Fuchuan went out of his way. Sister Zhou and dumb girl blinked, thinking how can this help? He saw Su Fuchuan pull off another duck leg and gnaw on it. he was just moralizing about the rules, turning their heads and beginning to nibble on the duck legs. Both of them were a bit unimpressed. They were drifting off, and Su Fuchuan had already nibbled a duck leg clean and was still rushing. Hurry up and eat. It's a matter of family honor. Absolutely no traces should be left behind. Makes sense. That's a really good point from my great-uncle. While eating, my great-uncle didn't forget to drink some of his own 2 pots, which was beautiful. Sister Joe and dumb sister rushed to get down. Any slower and a whole roast duck could have been eaten by Su Fuchuan. Laughing doesn't live. Old man, you're too good. Nima, you're the matriarch. It's wrong to steal food, so it's okay if you eat it, right? Evil. This is a worldly education? I'm dizzy. Fortunately, there is Su Bai, or this village would have to be destroyed in the old man's hands. Sure enough, Su Bai is the linchpin. This patriarch is here to cause trouble, right? An old man and 2 youngsters, scrambling to clean up a roast duck. The rest of the bones and stuff, let the big yellow dog deal with it. Then wash your hands and face. 1 out the door. 3 decent people. Serve, 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 serve. It was at this time that Su Bai yelled. The boys started serving food on the fly. Today's dish was definitely rich enough. The roast whole beef alone is atmospheric. Still, the dishes are different at each table. The most sumptuous is naturally the main table. Every dish was made by Su Bai's own hands. It's not the same flavor as what a couple of other chefs make. The colors and flavors are authentic. Sister Chow, I've been around everywhere. Where can't I see? They don't care about anything. They head for the main table. Both of you. Su Fuchuan is furious. Where are the rules? I just told you the rules and you forgot them, didn't I? 1 in each hand. He carried the 2 to the kids' 1 table. Don't look at Su Fuchuan's age. That 2 was a big man of 5'8", carrying them both like a little chicken. Ha 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 ha. Sister Zhou, the dull girl is defeated. Are these 2 crazy? They're sick in the head. Honor and inferiority. There's honor and disrespect anywhere. It's nice to have a table with the kids. Both of them, their brains should be short-circuited by now. Not just them. So did both Su Wu and Su Yunyun. He's still got Choi Sukching with him. They are always at the main table at RTHK. Almost out of habit, they're also going to the main table. Su Jiaqing had no choice but to pull the 3 away. You guys sit over there. The main table has to be of Su family lineage and have enough seniority, pedigree, generations. It's fundamental. Su Wu and Su Yunyun. That's a pedigree, but not enough generations. Kai Shuqing is not a Su family member straight away. Ha, we can't sit at the main table? Kai Shuqing was also shocked. A noblewoman, $1,000, and a star young master. She was unconvinced, but it was useless. In the village of Suzhai one recognizes the rules, and the rules are just that. Gosh, so they're not qualified to sit at a table with Su Bai. I'm cracking up. Su Wu is a big star. Hey. Noblewoman Kai's face is red with anger. Su Wu is also for a better meal, right? Sister Zhou, the 2 dorky sisters are psychologically balanced now. At the main table, Su Bai sat at the main seat in the very center. Also, his left and right hands are unoccupied. The reason is also simple. By definition, his right-hand man should be the generation of Su Fuchuan's parents, but Su Fuchuan's parents are gone, so naturally it's going to be empty. Then, it was Su Fuchuan, Su Jiachang, then came the others. The primary and secondary are extraordinarily distinct. My grandchildren, 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 grandchildren. Today is a day of celebration. Before the opening of the banquet, Su Bai naturally had to make a speech. Chapter 108-year-old wants to speculate on stocks. Can you stop teasing me? The people of Suzhai village are used to it, because everyone is indeed Su Bai's grandchildren, the Xian grandsons. The netizens were confused when they heard it. Why is this speech so odd? It's so fierce that the opening is for the grandchildren. Crap, everyone else is gentlemen and ladies. You're straight up grandsons. The key, appropriately enough, is that those present are, indeed, all Su Bai juniors. I'm drunk. Isn't it too arrogant to call it that? Do you feel insulted when your father calls you son? Su Bai briefly talked about the ancestor sacrifice, then take the opportunity to start talking about getting rich. That's right, there are actually quite a lot of treasures inside both ancestral tombs and shrines, but those things can't be moved, otherwise it's a loser. There are a lot of poor people in Suzhai village now. We have to improve everyone's life. I have decided to lead everyone out of poverty and into prosperity. How to get rich? Speculate. Su Bai was succinct, but as soon as the words were spoken, silence fell around them. Speculation. As the saying goes, the stock market is the grave of the elite. How many economics graduates? How many people who have studied the stock market all their lives, lost everything? To put it mildly, who in their right mind speculates in stocks? The stock market, there's so much insider trading. There is no inside message. Private individuals go in, and it's a leak. Su Bai is crazy. An 8-year-old, and you're still speculating in stocks? As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of losing my family to eat or drink, but I'm afraid of losing my family to start a business. Stock speculation is a bottomless pit. It's worse than gambling. I feel that the gates of hell open. It's okay. It's not easy for rural people to earn some money. They won't follow his nonsense. After years of bear market bull market tossing, but any sane person knows that the stock market is untouchable. Touch the stock market and you're either not intelligent enough or you're a psychopath. While the netizens thought so, Subai was confident. He is still very knowledgeable about the stock market. Also, he had figured out that he wasn't going to slam all of his funds inside the stock market. Start with a small number of purchases, make money, and move on. Great-grandpa, I don't understand the stock market, but if you want to do it, I support it. I'm with Grandpa Ting Tian. I'll do anything. My family happened to have just sold a wave of mushrooms for a couple bucks. Grandpa Gaozu, just say how much you need. I'm 80 years old. If I don't get a little crazy, I'm going to lose my person. Men and women, young and old, all support it. The netizens looked silly. He's only 8 years old, and you're going to put your fortune on the line to play with him? Crazy. Sister Chow and Dumb Girl were also confused. What's the point of speculating in stocks when you're doing well? Dorky Girl, in particular, has one requirement for finding a boyfriend. It is that you cannot gamble, of which stock speculation is a form of gambling. Great-grandfather, the stock market is deep in water and waves, so it's better not to just go in. If you're not careful, you can really lose your home. I'm not going to lie. I lost a lot of money when I was younger. You're still so young, you can't feel the water inside. Su Jiaqing couldn't help but advise. He started with nothing. He had naturally thought about such quick money stuff as stock speculation. Man is an animal who will not take any other path if he can take a shortcut. As a result, all the money earned from opening the store was lost. That's why, until today, he was reluctant to speculate. Instead, focus on industry. Little brother, when you say that, that's too much of a lack of understanding of great-grandpa. For the stock market, great-grandpa really knows his stuff. Gave me 3 stocks a couple months ago, all skyrocketed. Look, it's these 3. Without waiting for Su Bai to speak, Su Fuchuan took out his cell phone. He is also now trendy enough to be able to use a smartphone, especially knowing that there was money to be made without it. He old regret. With disbelief, Su Jiaqing checked out the 3 stocks. Don't tell me, it's true. In these last few months, all 3 stocks have skyrocketed. One of them hasn't stopped till now. No way. Su Bai really knows how to speculate? My dad also speculated in stocks, and my mom remarried. I don't believe it. An 8-year-old studying stocks. What's that like? Aren't speculators all middle-aged men with no future? Investment is rich for 3 generations. Stock speculation ruins your life. Little Master Tai, say a few more stocks. I'll test the waters. In the minds of many, the speculation, that is more or less tinged with tragedy. Even a big shot like Su Jiaqing, great-grandpa, speculation is like that. When you make money, it's good. It's happy. The question is, what about the payout? When you lose money, you want to get it back. And that mentality is just about the same as gambling. Last time it could only be described as luck and low funds. But to say that an entire village collects money to speculate on stocks belongs to a desperate struggle. That's a big no-no for making money. Eggs must not be put in one basket. Capital predators have their own theories on how to make money. Decent people do business with a payoff. Even if this business loses, it still doesn't affect life. The Su family achievement is like this. A business lost and earned. No matter. That's what keeps him standing. Worthy of being RTHK's overlord. It's just solid. That's right. The majestic RTHK has been a rock for decades. Brother Su Wu's father is truly extraordinary. He means just 3 words. Don't toss it. I agree with Su Jiaqing that rural people can't afford to lose money. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Basic reasoning. Su Bai laughed. Jiaqing, I didn't say put your eggs in one basket. I mean, one is the virtual economy, which is speculation, and another one is farming, like raising cattle. This big guy is so good at it. Rural areas, farmers, do nothing better than planting and farming. Bringing this up was also the result of Su Bai's deep thought. Cattle used to be raised for ancestor sacrifices and to race big bulls. You can make a fortune from this in the future. Like that Su Daxiang, he can even raise cattle of several thousand pounds. For one thing, he relies on technology. Secondly, what a mountainous forest he relies on around him. Other places may need reforestation or something. On this side of Suzhai village, it's simply like a primitive forest with too much grass and trees. Cutting grass for cattle is literally a no-brainer. I like raising cattle. It's much better than working. That's true. You guys don't know. Working part-time can be tiring, and you have to work night shifts. The cows you raise yourself are also delicious, and occasionally you kill a cow. Beautiful. I support whatever great-grandpa does anyway, and I have a knack for raising cattle. Support! The villagers had nothing but support for Subai's proposal. After all, so far, what Subai brought to Sujai village was only good. What's to stop Tai Grandpa, who's never failed, from supporting it? Great-grandpa, raising cattle is at least more reliable than speculating in stocks. But it's not like raising one or two when you're involved in large-scale farming. Profitability, cattle cycle, sale price. It's still a good idea to get it together. Years of fighting in the mall. Su Jiacheng has developed a cautious character. Subai, however, laughed when he says he raises cattle. Naturally, he has a spectrum inside the system mall, but there are special breeds of cow cubs and pig cubs. The mall also has special feed recipes. There is definitely something to be said for farming. He had an all-around advantage over others, but he had an all-around advantage. Chapter 101 Donate a library? Sujai village dozens of bookstore. Su Jiacheng disagreed, and he wasn't being obstructive. He was just worried. It's not easy for rural people to make some money. What if it all goes down the drain? How will you live in the future? I'll support great-grandpa. Speculate and raise cattle. I'll participate in both. Raising cattle is definitely okay. I'm in. I don't like to work. Mom and Dad saved me $200,000. Use it all to speculate. Defo, you're such a trickster. I like to work. I want to raise cattle. There are so many villagers with different personalities. Generally, the older ones are more diligent. The young ones, however, have seen it clearly. You can't get rich by working hard. You have to have access. Now that Subai had given the opportunity, they naturally wanted to seize it. So, those who don't like to work and are willing to take risks, choose to speculate. And those who are hardworking and capable of hard work, and who like to play it safe, choose to raise cattle. With that said, some people are already signing up. Grandpa Tianzu, I'm a good hand at raising cattle. However, I choose to speculate. Raising cattle is too much of a delay in practicing martial arts. My family has $300,000. Take it all out. I was going to use it for my daughter-in-law, so I'll make money first. When I make money, I'll marry better. The tallest man, Su Daqian, who is a good cattle breeder, chose to speculate on stocks. This surprised many of the villagers. On second thought, this guy is a real chicken. All you need to do to speculate is get your money out. You don't usually have to do anything. For a while, speculation, cattle raising, split into two camps. Easy. I'm just suggesting now that we eat first. This is a matter for the FFU to register, to be open and transparent, and to invest autonomously. Those who don't want to, won't be forced. You can't have a potpourri of this kind of collective vote. Oh, and those who put up $300,000 pay the same dividend as those who put up $30,000. If that happens, the stall collapses before it even starts. Since it is about making money, a market economy must be introduced. Distribution by labor and dividends by capital. It's the right way to live a good life. You can't say that we're all family, so we don't distinguish between you and me. It looks wonderful. It won't be long before all sorts of opinions, all sorts of nitpicks, pop up. It's not as if a brother can't keep score, let alone a family that big. When the villagers heard this, they became more supportive instead. If Subai were to force everyone on the basis of seniority, then everyone might be guilty of muttering. Now it's a love-in, and people are fighting to get on it instead. The grasp of human psychology, Subai that is also pinpointed to death. It was at this moment that Kai Shuqing stood up. Whether you speculate in stocks or raise cattle, it's all about getting out of poverty and becoming rich. Everyone knows that our family is a little bit rich. So, I decided that I would donate a library to the village, as well as renovate the housing. Because she didn't sit at the main table, Kai Shuqing had a bad taste in her mouth. How come the eldest miss of the Kai family can't be the main table? So, unable to resist, she had to show some financial power. Just as she finished speaking, Su Fuchuan curiously said, "Sibling, are you serious? It's not something about our hospitality, is it?" Su Jiacheng even shook his head and made eyes at Kai Shuqing repeatedly. That means, hurry up and shut up and stop talking. This made Kai Shuqing even more dissatisfied in her heart. You look down on me? Think I can't make decisions? I'm not just the wife of Su Jiacheng. I'm also the first lady of the Kai family. She was angry with her own husband. You don't let me talk when I'm in your hometown, do you? I own my own company and I use my own money to fund a library for the village of Suzai, equipped to the standard facilities of a public high school, renovate villagers' houses to follow standard neighborhoods. In Kai Shuqing's mind, this is a big deal. There's one thing to be said for that. That alone can cost a lot of money. After all, Suzai village has been passed down for thousands of years, although it is said to have experienced too much war and turmoil. But the numbers are large. Combined, the two things don't go down without a few million. Which is to say, The villagers didn't have much of a reaction after she said that. At least not at all in line with Kai Shuqing's expectations. She thought the villagers would be grateful. Of course, everyone's basic gratitude is still there. Oh, Jia Cheng's daughter-in-law has a heart. In fact, it's fine to have this heart. Yes, we remembered. Thank you very much. But barring that, it's still not that much trouble. I don't need to trouble my younger siblings on my side. The old mansion, I've lived there all my life. I'm used to it. Forget about my old mansion. Siblings take care of the youngsters more. Uncle Montsong, what do you mean? We young people deserve to be unlucky? With that said, it's amazing that there are people who take this as bad luck. It's like the renovation is in good fun. Kai Shuqing or Su Yunyun, Su Wu, all of them could not understand. Why don't you want to live in a new house? That doesn't make sense. I can build it for you as an upscale neighborhood. Feeling insulted, Kai Shuqing hurriedly raised the stakes. As a result, the villagers were still not interested, and Su Jiacheng was about to shake his head into a rattle. He knew his wife was good-looking. Denying her in front of all those people was bound to make her angry with herself. So it can only be implied. Why? Why are you all upset that my mom is fixing up everyone's houses? Isn't that better than raising pigs and cows? Su Yunyun couldn't stand to watch and was unfair to her mother. The previous good feelings towards Su Zhai village dissipated by a large margin. It's true that rural people don't know any better. They are simply savages who lack civilization. This is not to say it's bad. It's just, people are nostalgic. Yes, it's just nostalgia. If you want to talk about libraries, we have some books in Suzhai village, so don't waste them. Anyway, we appreciate your kindness, so we won't need it. The villagers are also in a difficult position. Wealthy relatives want to help, but they're in the wrong place. You can't brag about yourself, can you? Just have to make it implicitly clear that we don't need it. That way, no one hurts their face. Sister Joe and Dull Sister looked at each other and snickered. If they hadn't known better, they would have assumed that the village of Suzhai needed a library and that the houses needed to be repaired. But in reality, the village of Suzhai needs a gross library. That's Su's academy. Good lord, there's more buildings than in a university. The collection of books inside is even more vast. Education in Suzhai village is 10,000 times better than any elementary school, high school, or university. Otherwise it wouldn't have produced so much talent. As for the old mansion where you live, movements have been handed down for hundreds of years. Not only is it incredibly sturdy, it carries the weight of history. Inside the winter warm summer cool, really compared to the neighborhood or something. Simply steel concrete birdcage. The villagers live. All villas, or single antique villas, not a level of stuff. Chapter 102. The feast was opened, and the whole village was transformed into a dry meal. Su Jiacheng was a bit speechless. I've hinted at it over and over again. Why don't you listen? What a library. SU has more books than any college, and many are simply antiques. In the jargon, it's called an orphan book. As for the modern books, they are also the best of the best editions. The education of the Su family's children is top-notch when looking at the world. Fixing up the house is even more ridiculous. In ancient times in response to war, each quad is carefully crafted, walls that can withstand the ravages of time. On the surface, it's very run down, but even if it stands for another couple hundred years, it's fine. Those neighborhoods now would be lucky to last 100 years. How do you compare? Mr. Su, don't let your mother go on. Nerd Girl got Su Wu's cell phone number a long time ago. Hurriedly, he sent over the pictures he had taken of Su's academy earlier. And there's the old Subai mansion. How exaggerated are the specifications of the academy? Su Wu was shocked when he saw it. So many yards, so many books, and specialized educational scenes and whatnot. And Su Bai's quadrangle, it is the same as the king's mansion. A 3-entry courtyard. Mom, stop. They don't need a library and they don't need to fix the house. Su Wu hurriedly whispered his advice. Suddenly, Kai Shuqing stormed out. She stood up with a straight bar and exclaimed, I wouldn't understand. I mean, well, build you libraries and repair your houses. Why don't you guys appreciate this? Give me a reason. The scene went cold for a moment. The villagers were not good at boasting, while Su Jiacheng had a headache. I blame myself for not making it clear to my wife beforehand. Su Wu was even more speechless. Mom, this is not I was about to tell you? I know you're in a hurry. Can you hold off? He rushed to show Kai Shuqing the photo that Dull Sister had sent over. Ha? Su's academy? A village with a bookstore? The quad is so nice? With a swish, her face turned red. Ha. Now the noblewoman is struck. Suzhai village is not an ordinary village. She misunderstood. What are you doing so close? Nima. This village is also evil that it doesn't need housing improvements. Su Yunyun's mouth can't close. It's so cute. The netizens are buzzing. The villagers followed suit and were embarrassed. However, Kai Shuqing is in the end from a luxurious family and immediately said, sorry to be abrupt. And everyone knows she means well. Plus it's all in the same family, and there's a lot of comfort. It's fine. It's fine. We all know that our younger siblings are taking pity on us. This kindness of yours, sister-in-law, is appreciated. Yeah, well, for you to do that means you're one of us. Instead of giving gifts, I was comforted. Kai Shuqin was in a terrible mood. What kind of demon village is this? Millions of dollars of stuff to give away. Thanks for being considerate. Smiling sarcastically, she hurriedly sat down. This is truly a dragon's den. She herself, a noblewoman of a luxurious family, was disgraced. In order to hurry this past, Subai called out, "Everyone is hungry, right? Have a seat." Then took a random bite. The feast finally began. The roasted whole beef is cooked through. If you want to eat beef from any place, just use a knife to cut it. Whether you want cumin or garlic, you also mix your own. There's that big-bellied one that just cuts off a cow's leg and shows it off. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's a craving for me. Su Daqian. This one eats too much, right? Big mouthful of meat, big bowl of wine. This fat ass is called Defoe. TM, is this eating meat? Storm inhalation. Eat one meal and manage three. When rural people eat, it just smells good. Wild. Children hugging and gnawing on the hooves of cows. No wonder the people of Suzhai village grow so tall. I didn't realize until you said it, but the average height of the people in Suzhai village is at least 1 meter 8. I didn't even eat meat when I was a kid, or else I would have grown to be 5'8", because basically everyone from Suzhai village has arrived. Netflix isn't just a craving, it's a new discovery. The people of Suzhai village are really tall. Not to mention the stupid Su Daxiang from before, but the average old man is very tall. A 6'2" like Selena Chow looks like a little kid in there. Just think about it casually, and you will know. Don't look at Suzhai village. There are a lot of poor people, but people really don't lack food. Let's just say this all-beef feast is something an average village really can't afford. Can the next generation not be high when hundreds of cows are smashed down? The villagers feasted, and Sister Joe had long since dazzled. However, the first thing she did was eat the roast duck. I've had one for 3 before with my dorky sister and great uncle, and it wasn't enjoyable. Nerdy girl didn't get the memo that the food was steak, sliced with a knife, very elegantly. She was hoping Su Wu would take a look. As a result, he saw Su Wu and the villagers next to him were guessing and drinking. What with the 5 quid and the 666? Sister Joe, why don't you eat beef? Eating a piece of steak, the dorky girl wondered. Today's meal is a beef staple. After the steak, she cut some roast beef over. Don't get it, do you? I've been wandering around the village for the past few days and I'm still getting something. In our village, there is no shortage of cows. Some people keep 2 or 3. Besides, we haven't used up all the beef this time, so we'll have some later. But there are only a couple hundred ducks in our village, and we're out of ducks this time. If you don't look, on every table, it's half a roast duck. Ducks grow up by the river, eating small fish and shrimp and water plants. How natural. That's luxury. While stuffing roast duck into her stomach, Sister Joe had that theory. The dorky girl froze. Crap, there's so much math involved in having a seat. It's too cocky. The thought of roast duck was even rarer, and she was starting to chicken out, looking up toward the other tables. Sure enough, most of the guests were eating duck. Suzhai village. So scary. 1 or 2 of them, they're all and cocky. Even Su Bai, who was not far away, was grabbing a duck leg and gnawing on it. What a nest of human beings. In a place like this, if you don't have some heart, you'll lose out on dinner. Crouching. Sister Joe is really a big eater. All the learning on the eating mat is finished by your old woman's knowledge. Ha 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 ha. The dorky girl's expression of dawning realization is so delightful. It's a wonder that wild-raised ducks don't taste good. On their side was this. On the other side, Kai Shuqing's family also had a big mouthful of dazzle. What haven't you eaten as a hoi polloi? They've been to the most famous restaurant in Beijing for roast duck. Comparable. What a famous store. It's all garbage. Roast duck out of Suzhai village. That's authentic. Yum yum yum. This duck, excellent. Ha, I'll just have a piece of beef. Why is the roast duck gone? Rural food. It's just authentic, clean and uncontaminated. Mom, I haven't had enough. Yeah, this fried beef liver is pretty good too. That's for sure. Great-grandpa himself laid his hands on the frying. Chapter 103. Secretary of the Consortium, come to ask Master Chen to tell your fortune? After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. That windswept energy gradually turned into a calm breeze. The table is pretty much full of the best. As the overlord of RTHK, so Ka-shing is naturally still very atmospheric. Great-grandfather, big brother, as a descendant of the Su family, I naturally want to make a small contribution. The insider just said the same thing, donating money to build a library or something. I'll tell you what, we'll make a donation, and we'll all say what we do with it. As the saying goes, you can't grow up without experiencing something. After leaving the family, Su Jiaqing had suffered a lot. There are even more things to go through. A thorough understanding of the human condition. Earlier, Chua Suk-ching said something about donating libraries. The point is, the villagers don't need a library. Plus living a good life is not, in many cases, a matter of reading a few crappy books. How many children from poor families read well? But what happened in the end? You're still a wage earner? What do the poor need? It's not a book. The poor are short of money, and it's best to give it to them. Ka-sung, that's not good. How can you be allowed to spend money when you've just recognized your ancestors? Besides, we want to save face, and it's unacceptable to ask for your money for nothing. To his own brother, Su Fuchuan also speaks truthfully. Suzhai village is no more than an ordinary village, and the villagers have a strong sense of self-esteem. The poor do not eat food handed out in contempt. You're willing to give. People just feel insulted. This caused Su Jiaqing a moment of embarrassment. He'd really forgotten about that. Su Bai waved his hand. Jiaqing, the folks are getting out of poverty and getting rich on our own. You have a wide range of people. Help keep an eye on the Su family branch. After all those years, the branch should have developed and grown as well. Now the village of Suzhai is big and strong, but it should still be bigger and stronger. The sky is the limit. The gentleman is self-improvement. Only when you are big and strong can you be the wave of the times, instead of being hurt by the world. Don't worry, great-grandpa, I'll make sure to ask around. Su Jiaqing nodded. A secret reminder to myself not to think of myself as a tycoon. We're all of one ancestry. The flavor changes if one is high on handouts. As the saying goes, you can't have a seat without wine. Many of the ones who like to drink are already drunk. However, even if one is a wine monger, today, there is more or less moderation. There are so many guests here, we can't lose face. A feast looked to be coming to an end. Buzz. Suddenly, a limousine stretch Lincoln sped by, getting closer and closer. The license plate was especially amazing. It was 888,888. 6/8. The license plate alone costs millions. The villagers of Suzhai village froze. Who is this? All the relatives of our Su family can come, right? It's the ones that didn't show up, and they all said hello, and they haven't seen this car. Could it be that it's the same as Jiacheng? Someone from the branch? It doesn't look like, it doesn't feel like, it feels like an outsider. As long as the people of Suzhai village, more or less with a little introverted personality, can't help it, they're all cultured, like 6/8 on the license plate. Just this bold appearance alone is not like a Suzhai village person. Behind the stretch Lincoln were several sports cars. Ho hum, I'm going. I recognize this license plate. It's the car of Huang Lanchang, the richest man in Xinjiang. I also know that the cars in Yellowland City are basically 6 of the same number. This one is a handful of beings. Ghana Entertainment is his. Ghana Entertainment? Isn't that the company of many big stars? He's not called Su. What are you doing here? Will you be looking for the young masters? There is a possibility that they are looking for Su Jiaqing's, both capital predators, and they can work together. Netizens speculated and said anything. It was at this moment that from the car of the stretch Lincoln, a middle-aged man got down. A few people got out of a couple cars behind them as well, because it's almost 3 in the afternoon and it's still hot. There were those with cups of water and those with umbrellas. The man was even accompanied by 2 beautiful uniformed women, both holding folders. The beauty of the 2 uniformed women alone far surpassed that of Sister Joe and Dull's sister. Crap, this row, could he be the richest man in Xizhou? Huang Lanchang? Don't tease, don't tease. Huang Lanchang is 60 years old today. This is Secretary Bai of the Orchid City Group. Secretary? I'm ing drunk. A secretary is such a big deal? Secretary with a secretary. What the hell? The OL uniformed girl beside him is really giving it a go. Mad. I'm going to fight. I've got a secretary to work for, but nothing to do. Secretary White and the others arrived at the scene in a dignified manner. See tens of thousands of people eating here. So many skeletons of cattle around them froze. And then the poop. My name is Bai Bintong. I'm disturbing you all. My family's Mr. Huang heard that Master Chen Xianting is here. I'd like to ask Master Chen to tell our boss's fortune. I wonder, which one is Master Chen? Invite Chen Xianting's. It dawned on the crowd. Bai Bintong's eyes searched the crowd even more. I've heard that Master Chen has always been noble, easily not a fortune teller or feng shui reader. I didn't expect to come to this village. What I didn't expect even more was to be involved in this kind of gorging. That's weird. Chen Xianting was farther away from the roadside, and it took a while for it to reach him. The first thing on his face was a look of impatience when he heard that he had been asked to tell his fortune. Go tell them I'm not available. He wasn't even going to step in personally, and just let his disciple go ahead and dispatch it. Li Siyuan Shin toed the line. See, how awesome my master is. Think about it and suddenly get frustrated again. There's just the stain of having to worship an 8-year-old. Old Master Huang carries his love. My master is honored. However, my master has something on his mind. It's really inconvenient. Another time, Li Siyuenshin was used to refusing people's invitations. That's one thing to say. Bai Bintang and the others didn't look good anymore. The richest man in Xizang province asked for your master, but he didn't even agree. This young gentleman, our old boss Huang, has said that he is willing to bid $5 million. Please be sure to make a trip. Master Chen. There was no choice but to make an offer to Baek Bintang, even for top feng shui masters. That's definitely not a bad price either. After all, it's just fortune telling, and it's not a big job of reading the yin and yang houses. Myself thanked on behalf of my master. Please go back. Appreciate it, but just don't go. It's a bit of a pride of kings and lords thing. Nima, this kid is so arrogant. Li Siyuenshin, Chen Xuanting's eldest disciple. That's also a character. Beng Bu lived. The richest man in Xizang spends $5 million and Chen Xinting doesn't even see him. Is the feng shui master such a big deal? $5 million. I can't make $5 million in my life. People can't see it in their eyes. Breathless. I want to be a feng shui master too. Chen Xinting. It's normal for the Tarzan of feng shui masters in the world to have this gesture.